I was reborn. Amidst excruciating pain, I jolted awake in the room where I had lived before the apocalypse. I remembered it all too clearly. Tang Juju had pushed me toward the zombies, leaving me torn limb from limb. Yet now, I had somehow returned to 1530 on May 7, 2530, just 1 hour before the outbreak of the apocalypse. I snapped to full awareness instantly. The apocalypse was imminent. I had to stockpile supplies immediately, or surviving in this new world would be impossible. On this day in my past life, I spent half a year's worth of my hard-earned salary to buy Tang Juju the necklace she'd been longing for. Looking back now, it's utterly laughable. I grew up in an orphanage, and Tang Juju was my first love. I cherished her, striving with all my might to give her the best. To meet her demands, I worked 3 jobs every day, sleeping only 6 hours and even skipping ham and my instant noodles to save money. I never even held her hand, naively believing she wanted to save intimacy for our wedding night. Little did I know she'd already slept with countless others. I was just another fish in her pond. Just because I'm handsome with delicate features and possess an innate aristocratic air, like a protagonist straight out of a manga, she kept stringing me along to show me off for clout. Ding! Host meets the requirements detected. Would you like to bind with the invincible shop system? Suddenly, a slightly mechanical yet childlike voice rang softly in my mind. I've read plenty of novels, and this sounds like a shop system. Right now, what I lack the most is supplies, so without hesitation, I shouted in my mind, bind. Being able to be reborn is one thing, but isn't binding to a system just the cherry on top? This system came at the perfect time. I was just worrying about how to stockpile supplies in such a short period. Asterisk ding. Binding successful. The invincible shop system is at your service, asterisk. I quickly asked the system to explain its functions, and it proudly declared itself the most invincible system in the world, capable of providing me with anything I desired. As long as there was energy, it could supply unlimited resources, even grant me immortality. Overjoyed, I eagerly asked how to obtain the energy and if it could be harvested from zombie crystals. I also inquired whether the system could grant me the most powerful supernatural abilities. Recalling the grudges from my past life, I was consumed by overwhelming hatred. I swore to destroy them with my own hands. The system explained that as long as there was energy, it could help me awaken supernatural abilities. It also said our goal was to establish invincible shops in every corner of Blue Star, so countless people would gather crystals for us. I understood then, the system needed crystal energy to materialize supplies. Letting others voluntarily deliver crystals was far more efficient than painstakingly slaughtering zombies myself. Once the business flourished, I could grow endlessly stronger. At the dawn of the apocalypse in my past life, I was on my way to surprise Tang Juju. After struggling to reach her place, I tried saving her only for her to shove me straight into the zombies. She watched helplessly as I was torn apart by the zombies, even remarking somewhat expectantly that I was useless and couldn't provide her a better life. Young Master Hua promised her the title of Madam of Bayou Base if she killed me. This young Master Hua was Hua Tianyu, the sole heir of the Hua family, a top-tier power in China. Even before the apocalypse, the Hua family wielded immense influence, and in the early days of the outbreak, they quickly gathered supernatural ability users to establish Bayou Base. I must investigate thoroughly and make sure this despicable couple suffers a fate worse than death. But right now, the top priority is enhancing my strength with the system's help, otherwise, I won't stand a chance against Hua Tianyu. Just then, the system issued its first mission, selecting a location for its first invincible supermarket. Complete this, and I'd receive a newbie starter pack. I grabbed my phone and rushed out immediately. There was no time to waste. Suddenly, my phone buzzed with a message from Tang Juju asking where her surprise was. I sneered coldly and decisively replied, "Piss off, we're done," then ignored her. I pulled up the map provided by the system and marked out a plot of land in Lingyung Village, a soon-to-be-demolished rural area. The location was nestled between mountains and rivers, sparsely populated, and had existing houses. Moreover, the Luqing base, which the government established in my previous life, wasn't far from here. After selecting the spot, I hailed a cab and hurried over. Upon arriving at Lingyun Village, I picked an empty plot. Making sure no one was around, I silently commanded, "Build the supermarket." A flash of white light appeared, and a 2-story building materialized out of thin air. The supermarket had a unique appearance, clean and magnificent, standing in stark contrast to the desolation of the post-apocalyptic world. The first floor was the shopping area, with the words, "Invincible Supermarket," prominently displayed above the entrance. The surroundings were brightly lit, the exterior walls adorned with pristine white tiles, and the spacious windows offered a clear view of the merchandise inside. The second floor residential area featured floor-to-ceiling windows, with white jade steps and railings at the entrance. Ding! Host has perfectly completed the first mission. Reward, Newbie Super Gift Pack. Would you like to open it now? I eagerly replied, yes. Ding! Newbie Super Gift Pack has been issued. Reward 1, Tier 1 Lightning-based Supernatural Ability, upgradable. The system has issued rewards again. Reward 2 is 5,000 Welfare Purple Crystal Coins, which can only be used for restocking. Reward 3 is the activation of a divine-grade protective shield within a 1-kilometer radius of the Invincible supermarket. This shield can also be upgraded. Inside the protective shield, all lifeforms are guaranteed absolute safety. Moreover, I am invincible within the store and possess the highest authority. I can eject anyone from the shield's range or even kill them outright. To think it directly rewarded supernatural abilities, truly worthy of being called the Invincible Shop System. I love it so much. Now my safety is assured too. I can just focus on running my business in peace. If any fools dare to cause trouble, I'll simply kill them. Ding! Now issuing the second mission. Host, please replenish sufficient stock for the supermarket. Mission reward, unlock the second floor accommodation area. I opened the system store. The first page of the food category displayed various products: purified water at a wholesale price of 1 purple crystal coin, instant noodles at 2, vegetable buns and meat buns at 2 and 3 purple crystal coins respectively. Apples, grilled skewers, and beer were all priced at 3, bubble tea at 4, cigarettes and braised pork rice at 5, steak at 10, red wine at 20, and Buddha jumps over the wall at a whopping 100 purple crystal coins. When I flipped to the second page, it turned gray. The system explained that my current level was 1, and I didn't have enough energy to unlock more items. It encouraged me to sell more to upgrade the system level, which would allow access to higher grade items. It also offered a customization feature. Whatever I prioritized for unlocking would be given precedence in the next upgrade. You're quite thoughtful, system, I praised. To my surprise, the system happily transformed into a white fluffy creature in my mind: round body, fluffy fur, a bushy tail, and a little red dot on its forehead. It looked so adorable I just wanted to squeeze it. With such a cute system, I couldn't possibly treat it as just a lifeless machine anymore. I asked, system, do you have a name? Nope. Host, want to give me one? Since you're all white, I'll call you Xiaobai from now on. I'm really terrible at naming things. Host, why do I feel like you're just brushing me off? How could such an invincible system like me be given such a cutesy name? The system, Xiaobai, said plaintively, not at all. Xiaobai is such a lovely name, it suits your image perfectly. I rubbed my nose guiltily. Just keep restocking, host. Xiaobai sighed helplessly, resigning himself to it. I reopened the highly sought-after weapons category in the apocalypse. In the early stages, pistols might even be more reliable than supernatural abilities. Ordinary people could at least fight zombies with weapons, increasing my supply of zombie crystals. Even low-level ability users, once their powers ran out, would have to rely on weapons to survive. The purchase prices here are: dagger for 3 purple crystals, longsword for 5 purple crystals, pistol for 30 purple crystals, ammunition, per magazine, for 3 purple crystals, silencer for 20 purple crystals. The second page remains grayed out. Curious, I clicked open the supernatural abilities category. All elemental abilities could be learned. Basic first tier abilities cost 10,000 purple crystals to acquire. Advancing to second tier required 2,000 purple crystals, and third tier demanded 5,000 purple crystals, with prices escalating further at higher levels. I asked Xiaobai, how are zombie cores exchanged for purple crystals? He replied, a first tier zombie core converts to 50 purple crystals, second tier to 100, third tier to 200, fourth tier to 400, fifth tier to 800, sixth tier to 1,600, seventh tier to 3,200, eighth tier to 6,400, ninth tier to 12,800, and the zombie emperor cores above 9th tier could fetch 30,000 purple crystals. This meant advancing to second tier required 20 second tier cores. Remembering how supernatural users in my past life needed to consume at least 40 same elements same tier cores to level up, I asked Xiaobai directly about it. Xiaobai said absorbing crystal cores directly leads to incomplete energy absorption and waste, but the system's absorption is perfectly efficient with high conversion rates, and it can transform cores of any element into the energy I need. So that's how it is. I'm even more motivated to accumulate enough purple crystal coins to upgrade my abilities as soon as possible. I flipped open the rare treasures category again and spotted life-extending elixirs. The longevity pill, 10 years, costs 500,000 purple crystal coins. The longevity pill, 50 years, sells for 2 million. The longevity pill, 100 years, is priced at 3,500,000, and the eternal longevity pill costs a staggering 1 billion purple crystal coins. Humanity's pursuit of immortality has never ceased, yet now we can literally purchase lifespan extensions, even eternal life? This utterly defies the natural order. After reading this, I started contemplating what goods to stock first. Daily necessities and medicines hadn't been unlocked yet by Xiaobai since the apocalypse had just begun. These supplies were still relatively abundant, and could be unlocked later when needed. Top priority goes to purified water. Clean water becomes the most scarce resource after the viral outbreak. Let's start with 1,000 bottles first. Next, 500 buckets of instant noodles, the best bang for the buck. These should sell pretty well. 200 each of cabbage buns and meat buns, inexpensive, nutritious and delicious. These should appeal to quite a broad customer base. I've got 2,000 gold coins left. Let's get 100 servings of braised pork rice and 5 steaks. Probably not many people eating this stuff now, but I can always order more if needed. 10 packs of cigarettes. These'll be hot commodities in the apocalypse, though most folks early on just care about filling their bellies. Besides, there's still some out there, just stock a few for display. 5 servings each of beer, grilled skewers, and apples. And 1 Buddha jumps over the wall. I've never tried it before since I was always working in my past life. Now's the time to indulge, mainly because I'm craving it. With the remaining 1,255 purple crystal coins, I'm spending it all on weapons. Better weapons mean better zombie killing and crystal core harvesting, which means more customers spending at my shop. 10 daggers, 20 long swords, 20 handguns, and 20 silencers. Spend the rest on bullets, should be about 40 magazines. With 5 purple crystal coins left, I'll grab a bubble tea, and with the last 1 coin, let's throw in a bottle of water. Can't help it, I just want to splurge all my rewards right now. Following my shopping plan, I proceeded with the purchases. Ding! Host has purchased purified water *1001, instant noodles *500, cabbage buns *200, meat buns *200, braised pork rice *100, steak *5, cigarettes *10, beer *5, grilled skewers *5, apples *5, Buddha jumps over the wall *1, bubble tea *1. Daggers *10, long swords *20, handguns *20, silencers *20, bullets *40. 5,000 purple crystal coins have been deducted from the host. Goods have been automatically arranged on the shelves and can be checked by the host. Ding! The Invincible supermarket is now officially open for business. The second task is complete, reward granted. Host has unlocked the second floor residential area. Host may check it out personally. Ding! Third task issued, receive 10 customers. Completion reward, host's thunder-based ability will be upgraded to tier 2. I couldn't wait to step inside the supermarket. The interior was immaculate, with shelves neatly arranged and automatically divided into a food section and a weapons section. The floor was spotless, gleaming like a mirror. Every item was meticulously placed, each label impeccably aligned, as if awaiting inspection by customers. The entire supermarket exudes an impeccably orderly atmosphere, creating a comfortable feeling. Behind the checkout counter sits a plush sofa, with a tablet placed on the counter for entertainment during idle moments. The supermarket also features designated dining and leisure areas, with the dining section being particularly spacious, easily accommodating nearly 100 people. The store maintains a constant climate-controlled temperature, automatically adjusted to the most comfortable level for the human body. I'm thoroughly satisfied with the shop's interior and can't wait to head up to my living quarters on the second floor. The living area is a spacious flat with everything one could need: kitchen, bathroom, living room, bedroom, dining area, and entertainment lounge. The decor is warm, simple, yet exudes an air of elegance, a far cry from the shabby little place I used to live in. Just then, the system informs me, host, the living quarters can be customized with different furniture and decor styles to suit your preferences, but it will cost a small amount of purple crystal coins. Hearing that purple crystal coins are required, I immediately dismiss the idea. I decide it's better to save them for upgrades now and think about redecorating only when I have more coins than I know what to do with. After touring the living quarters, I went downstairs and grabbed a portion of Buddha jumps over the wall, a skewer of grilled meat, a serving of braised pork rice, a meat bun, and a cup of milk tea, then settled down to eat in the dining area. Food produced by the system automatically stays fresh, maintaining optimal temperature and texture, still piping hot. It had been so long since I'd eaten anything delicious. Before the apocalypse, all my money went to feed that ungrateful Tang Juju. After Doomsday, food became scarce, mostly just bread and compressed biscuits. This meal was a feast, so delicious I could have swallowed my tongue. The Buddha jumps over the wall was incredibly savory. The braised pork rice melted in my mouth, rich but not greasy, perfectly salted and fragrant. I'd never tasted anything this good in my life. System-produced goods really are guaranteed quality. Even the meat bun and milk tea were absolutely divine. If these were available before Doomsday, they'd have sold out instantly, let alone in the post-apocalyptic world. After finishing a satisfying meal, I checked the time, only 10 minutes left before the apocalypse began. Since there were probably no customers now, I headed upstairs to rest for a while. I didn't inform the higher-ups about the impending outbreak. For one, they might not believe me and could even accuse me of spreading panic, leading to an uncomfortable interrogation. Secondly, I had reincarnated too late for any meaningful changes. Providing sufficient supplies now would already save countless lives. I never intended to be some kind of savior. As time ticked by, the apocalypse officially began. According to expert analysis from my past life, it was triggered by an unknown virus that invaded Earth, spreading worldwide in an instant. 80% of the global population turned into zombies, 5% awakened supernatural abilities, and the remaining 15% were ordinary people, neither infected nor awakened. And as the apocalypse worsened, more would inevitably fall to the zombie plague. In my previous life, the ruins of the apocalypse were overrun by spreading viruses, and the city streets were filled with an air of decay and death. Zombies wandered aimlessly, their eyes filled with madness and hunger. Bustling avenues turned into desolate wastelands, skyscrapers collapsed, emitting suffocating clouds of dust and smoke. Endless terror enveloped the people, as survivors fled in all directions, searching for safe havens. The streets were a horrifying sight. Zombie growls and hoarse shrieks intertwined, blood stained the roads, and shattered limbs littered the ground. The once prosperous city had become a death trap. Compared to my previous life, I can now enjoy the comfort of air conditioning and delicious food in a safe place, free from the struggle for survival. Plus, there's hope for personal revenge. I'm quite satisfied with my current situation. While the internet is still functioning, I start browsing. Some people have already posted information about energy crystals online. I plan to place some advertisements to complete the system mission as quickly as possible. Chaos dominates the internet now, pleas for help, cries of despair, and the desperate voices of the helpless are everywhere. Some superhumans flaunt their newfound abilities, while others are already hoarding supplies. I remember from my past life that certain factions had begun recruiting superhumans during this time. In the apocalypse, resources would only grow scarcer, and these factions controlled vast stockpiles. I posted advertisements along with the store's address and then waited for customers to arrive. On the first day, everyone still had ample supplies, so my shop had no business. Moreover, the location was remote, making it hard for customers to take the risk of coming. All I could do was browse the internet while waiting. Suddenly, it was the third day of the apocalypse. Ding! Welcome! I turned toward the entrance and saw a young man dressed in black walk in. He looked about 24 or 25, with a lean build. Though his expression seemed somewhat weary, there was an unmistakable air of determination about him. He saw information online that before the apocalypse, his family wasn't well off, and they lived not far from here. So he came over while fighting zombies, just trying his luck, never expecting there'd actually be a supermarket open. At a time like this, anyone who could leisurely run a supermarket must be extraordinary, he thought. Besides, the apocalypse had just begun, the idea of $0 shopping hadn't crossed his mind yet. Not daring to test my strength, he found the prices acceptable. Looking at the goods in the store, he was overjoyed to discover the food was still hot. With little stockpiled supplies outside, he was already starving. Who knew the supermarket even had ready-to-eat meals? He picked up a box of braised pork rice, 2 cups of instant noodles, and 3 bottles of water, then approached me and said, "Boss, I see these say payment is in purple crystal coins. I don't have any. I think I'll need to post an exchange rate chart later, but for now I'll have to patiently explain. Hello, in our store, amethyst coins are exchanged for crystal cores. A first-tier crystal core can be exchanged for 50 amethyst coins, and a second-tier crystal core for 100 amethyst coins. Place your crystal core on this machine. First-time users will automatically receive a personalized shopping card linked to their identity. After this initial setup, you can directly charge crystal cores to this card for future purchases." He hurriedly placed a first-tier crystal core he dug up onto the machine, which promptly dispensed a pale golden card. I swiped the card on the machine, and the purple crystal coins for his purchase were deducted. Ding! Payment of 50 purple crystal coins received. I priced the goods at 5 times the wholesale cost. In the apocalypse, can you really blame me for charging that much for such rare resources? I reminded him, "Sir, we have a dining area available. You're welcome to eat here before leaving the supermarket. Additionally, our store offers hot water for instant noodles. If you need it, you can get water from the dispenser over there. This needs a notice too. The water dispenser provided by the system is incredibly smart. It only dispenses hot water for items purchased in the supermarket. Even if you buy purified water, you can switch it to hot water and even set the temperature. Those trying to get free water won't be able to get a single drop." He eagerly carried the food to the dining area, not forgetting to thank me before wolfing it down, clearly starving. He was awestruck by the braised pork rice, claiming he'd never tasted anything so delicious even before the apocalypse. Never imagined he'd get to eat something this good during the end times. Only after finishing a whole portion of braised pork rice did he remember food was scarce. He rushed to the checkout counter and urgently asked me, "Boss, where do you get your food supplies from? Won't it be dangerous to set up shop here?" A customer asked me after I finished selling my goods. "And can you restock after selling out?" I replied, "I can't disclose the source of this supermarket's goods, but our supply is stable, and will restock promptly." As I finished speaking, I clicked the restock button for braised pork rice in the system's mall. Ding! Restock successful. Host has purchased braised pork rice X1, instant noodles X2, and purified water X3, deducting 10 purple crystal coins from the host. A brand new box of braised pork rice appeared out of thin air on the shelf where it had been placed. Xia Fan was utterly shocked by this sight, and his reverence for me deepened, further solidifying his resolve not to provoke me. In the apocalypse, nothing was too strange to believe, and he dared not ask too many questions. Being able to exchange crystal cores for food was already more than enough for him. He decided to spread the word about my invincible supermarket, ensuring more people would learn about this place. Xiafan continued browsing the supermarket. Earlier, he had been too hungry and only visited the food section. Now, spotting a weapons area, he hurried over to check it out. When he saw the pistols, he immediately grew excited. Although he had awakened fire-based supernatural abilities, what boy didn't dream of owning a pistol? Especially in this apocalyptic world, handguns were incredibly practical. But upon checking the price, he realized he couldn't afford one yet. No matter, zombie crystals could be exchanged for them. Now brimming with motivation, he couldn't wait to head out and take down more zombies to exchange for supplies. "Boss, will your pistols be restocked too?" he asked. I replied, "All supplies in the store will be replenished." "That's great. I'll go hunt zombies for crystals right now." "Boss, wait for me." With that, Xiafan hurried off. Successfully serving my first customer gave me a promising start, filling me with confidence for the future. Ding! Welcome! Just then, a group of people poured into the store. One of them said, "Brother Hu, this is the place." The post said they have ample supplies here. The leader had a face full of hardened flesh, tall, burly, and menacing in appearance. He was undoubtedly the Brother Tiger they spoke of. Brother Tiger scanned the surroundings and, upon seeing the abundance of supplies, nodded in satisfaction. It seemed they wouldn't have to worry about shortages for a while. "Kid, be smart and hand over the shop yourself. Don't force Brother Tiger to take action. If that happens, whether you live or die won't be up for debate." His dozen or so lackeys behind him joined in the jeering. "That's right. Brother Tiger's awakened a strength-based superpower. He can kill an elephant with one punch now. Smashing you would be child's play. I could punch a hole right through you with one strike, leave the shop behind and get lost. You should consider yourself lucky Tiger's being merciful enough to let you live. Anyone else would have killed you and taken your supermarket already. Get on your knees and thank Tiger for sparing your life, then scram the hell out of here." Wang Hu sized me up carefully. He saw my handsome features, tall slender frame, and the utterly calm expression on my face as if their threats held no terror for me whatsoever. This was precisely why Wang Hu hadn't acted immediately. He sensed that anyone who could run a supermarket so composedly during the apocalypse, untouched by looters or zombies, warranted caution. Enough chatter. Gazing at the crowd before me, I felt an eager anticipation. What better way to test Xiao Bai's claim of invincibility? Before Wang Hu could utter another word, I raised my hand and unleashed a blinding bolt of lightning at his arrogantly sneering face. Wang Hu didn't even have time to scream before the lightning reduced him to ashes, swiftly cleaned up by Xiao Bai in the blink of an eye. I could feel the power of this lightning strike. A first-tier thunder ability shouldn't have this much destructive force. Host, within the range of this shop system, your abilities will be infinitely amplified. No one can harm you here. If you don't wish to kill using abilities, even a mere thought could eliminate them. Little Bai reminded me, but I still think using supernatural abilities looks cooler and intimidates these people more effectively. Ah, Boss Tiger. The gang members were scared out of their wits seeing Wang Hu reduced to ashes by the lightning strike. Spare us, boss. This was all Brother Tiger's idea. We're innocent. That's right, boss. Please let us go. We'll never dare to rob you again. Boss, just pretend we're farts and let us go. Yes, we were blind to Mount Tai's majesty and offended you, boss. Forgive us. We'll kowtow to you. They'd never encountered such a situation before. Previously they just followed Brother Tiger's lead, borrowing his power to intimidate others. After the apocalypse began, they'd killed many people and looted much supplies too. Who would have thought we'd run into such tough opponents right away? Even Brother Tiger got taken down. I hope we can escape this disaster today. They're already regretting their actions to the point of misery. In the blink of an eye, a whole group knelt before me. I gazed at them coldly. Since you all took part earlier, you might as well leave together too. I raised my hand and unleashed bolts of lightning, sending these people to keep Wang Hu company. Keeping scum like this around would only bring harm. Ding! Welcome! A group of disheveled people stood at the supermarket entrance, their clothes still bearing traces of recent struggles. Judging by their age and attire, they appeared to be recent college graduates. They had arrived just in time to witness me effortlessly wiping out enemies with a wave of my hand, leaving them utterly astonished. They were all awakened ones, survivors who had fought their way through hordes of zombies. They understood better than anyone the true power behind my lightning strikes. Among them was another electric type awakened, but compared to me, their ability was like fireflies daring to rival the brilliance of the full moon. Who would have thought that such a young-looking boss could be so ruthlessly brutal and possess such terrifying strength? They cautiously stepped inside. I scooped up the crystal cores dropped by the previous group and told them, "Come in. Those guys just tried to rob my supermarket. As long as you follow this supermarket's rules, you'll stay safe." Of course, boss. We'll just browse around, don't mind us. Lin Xiao and the others stole careful glances at me as they spoke. This boss's power is absolutely terrifying, we must never offend him. No wonder only the boldest dare to advertise their supplies online at a time like this. What a tough cookie.
Xiaobai, do all the crystals these people dropped belong to me now? I asked. Yes, host, we can convert them into amethyst coins for you. This was indeed a good way to obtain crystal cores, but for the sake of future business, it's better not to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Besides, I don't care much for these measly scraps, only 5 first-grade crystals from over a dozen people combined. Lin Xiao and the others began browsing the supermarket, amazed to find not only water and food but even weapons available. In the post-apocalyptic world, these were the most precious resources. After some discussion, they decided to pool their money together to equip each person with a machete, a handgun with a silencer, and 5 magazines. The remaining crystal cores would be used to buy food. This would boost their survival chances, allowing them to collect more cores for future purchases. They had already spotted the purple crystal coin exchange rules I posted at the entrance, making self-service shopping easier. All I had to do was swipe their cards. They selected their items and headed to the checkout counter. Following my instructions, each of them signed up for a shopping cart and completed their payments one by one. Ding! Payment of 675 purple crystal coins confirmed. Ding! Payment of 50 purple crystal coins confirmed. Ding! 50 purple crystal coins have been deducted. The notification chime rang out 13 times in succession. Most people opted for food, water, and machetes, but Lin Xiao, the leader, purchased a handgun, a silencer, and a magazine. They also asked the same question as Xiafan, "Boss, do you have sufficient stock?" As I assured them that our supermarket had stable supply sources and encouraged them to shop with confidence, I simultaneously demonstrated the system's restocking capability. Ding! Host purchases, pistol *1, silencer *1, magazines *5, long knives *10, daggers *3, braised pork rice *13, instant noodles *20, purified water *26. 255 purple crystal coins deducted from host. Lin Xiao and the others exclaimed in amazement, then followed the instructions to enjoy their meal in the dining area. Unsurprisingly, Lin Xiao's group found the food extraordinarily divine upon tasting it, their reactions strikingly similar to Xiafan's. All other thoughts were cast aside. After all, who could resist the allure of delicious food in the apocalypse? Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the 3rd mission. Rewards are now being issued. Congratulations, host, your lightning-based ability has been upgraded to Tier 2. Xiaobai's excited voice rang in my ears as I checked my ability, sensing the much richer surge of lightning energy within me. If Tier 1 lightning energy was 100, then Tier 2 doubled it to 200. I'll have to test its actual power outside the shop. Although my abilities within the store are at the highest tier on Blue Star, I frankly don't care about rankings. With Little White's assistance, I can rapidly level up my abilities. We'll examine everything together when the time comes. Suddenly, the system notification chimed, ding, issuing 4th mission, serve 100 customers. Mission reward, host may learn any new ability once. My eyes lit up. This reward was absolutely fantastic. It's important to know that different supernatural abilities can complement each other. The more abilities one masters, the more powerful they become. I initially planned to use the purple crystal coins I earned to learn new abilities, but since the system is offering them as rewards now, I won't hesitate to accept. After deducting the restocking costs, I currently have 1,310 purple crystal coins left, with 250 of them contributed by Wang Hu and his gang. Xiaobai advised me, host, I recommend upgrading the supermarket. Only 1,000 purple crystal coins are needed to reach level 2. Level 3 requires 10,000 purple crystal coins. Upgrading the supermarket will unlock more items. Without hesitation, I replied, then let's upgrade. The supermarket definitely needs more items to fill its shelves right now. With such a limited variety currently available, it hardly lives up to the name of the invincible supermarket system. Moreover, I'll need a greater selection of merchandise to properly attract customers. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully leveling up. The invincible shop system has now reached level 2. The protective shield has been upgraded to an invincible supermarket within a 2-kilometer radius. What items do you need, host? You can unlock 10 new products now. Aren't I considerate, Xiaobai? That's indeed very thoughtful. It's my first time seeing a system that lets you choose products yourself. In the novels I've read before, the system always dictated everything. I need to carefully consider what to stock. I asked Xiaobai, do you have anything that can increase human defense? That should be quite appealing. Xiaobai replied, yes, host. This first-tier guardian robe increases defense by 100 points when worn and can block attacks from level 1 zombies. There's also the tier 2 guardian robe, which increases defense by 200 points and can withstand attacks from level 2 zombies. I tentatively asked, I don't have many purple crystal coins left, can I buy now and pay later? Xiaobai hesitated, but finally clenched his teeth and made a tough decision. Since you gave me this name, I'll lend you from my personal savings. But only 5,000 purple crystal coins. Xiaobai said with visible pain, this was hard-earned money I saved up to buy myself a new skin. I quickly said, you're so great, Xiaobai.
I'll definitely complete my tasks well and strive to let you change skins every day.
Xiaobai said cheerfully, hee, I knew I hadn't picked the wrong host. Keep it up, host, Xiaobai will stand firmly by your side. This naive little guy is quite simple-minded, and I'm quite satisfied.
I continue to ponder restocking. Some bread should definitely be added. When it's inconvenient to make instant noodles outside, bread offers great value for money.
Medicine is also essential. Getting injured in the apocalypse is all too common.
The wound disinfectant provided by the system can prevent infection from turning you into a zombie if applied within 30 minutes of being scratched by one.
Even ordinary wounds heal faster with it.
This is absolutely a must-have in the apocalypse, and once released, it'll be snatched up like crazy. These survivors are all my personal property in my eyes, working for me, so I must protect their lives, except for those who don't know their place.
Canned goods are a must too, long shelf life and easy to carry. Just eating braised pork rice gets boring. Might as well unlock a tomato beef brisket noodles recipe. Let's unlock boiled fish as well.
In the apocalypse, getting fish is too hard. Aquatic life and plants are all contaminated and inedible.
Some nuts too, for protein and healthy fats. Plus, they make good snacks. Cold medicine is also unlocked. The system-produced cold medicine can treat fever with instantly noticeable effects. One more item can be unlocked.
With the apocalypse causing power outages swiftly, a small generator would likely be in high demand. First tier Guardian Robe, purchase price 50 purple crystal coins. Second tier Guardian Robe, purchase price 100 purple crystal coins. Universal Antidote Potion, purchase price 100 purple crystal coins. Pork Floss Cheese Bread, purchase price 2 purple crystal coins. Canned Beef, purchase price 4 purple crystal coins. Tomato Braised Beef Noodle, purchase price 5 purple crystal coins. Boiled Fish in Spicy Sauce, purchase price 10 purple crystal coins. Nut Gift Box, purchase price 5 purple crystal coins. Special Cold Medicine, purchase price 10 purple crystal coins. Compact Solar Generator, purchase price 100 purple crystal coins. I proceeded to restock as planned, and the system prompted, ding, host has purchased Tier 1 Guardian Robe *20, Tier 2 Guardian Robe *10, Universal Antidote Potion *10, Pork Floss Cheese Bread *100, Canned Beef *50, Tomato Braised Beef Noodle *50, Boiled Fish in Spicy Sauce *50, Nut Gift Box *20, Special Cold Medicine *50, Compact Solar Generator *5. Deducting 5,250 purple crystal coins from host. As soon as the system finished speaking, these items instantly appeared in the supermarket, automatically divided into protective gear zones, medicine zones, and daily necessities, filling the supermarket substantially. After finishing their meal, Lin Xiao and the others noticed the supermarket had gained many new items and eagerly began exploring. Xiaobai thoughtfully labeled the purpose and usage instructions for each item. Lin Xiao shouted in surprise, heavens, first-grade Guardian Robes, second-grade Guardian Robes, Universal Antidote Potions. Is this something humans can possess? Am I dreaming? The boss is incredibly resourceful. How did he even get these things? If we buy these, we'll never have to fear zombies again. Truly, when there are no guns or cannons, the boss provides them for us. And there's so much more food now, at such affordable prices, no more worrying about going hungry. Boss, I hereby declare you the eternal god. Absolutely. From now on, we're all fans of the boss. He's practically our savior. One person suddenly asked excitedly, Boss, what's your name? Feeling a bit embarrassed, I replied, my name is Gu Chun. From now on, we'll call you Almighty Gu. Chen sect forever. I was so embarrassed I could practically dig a Disney castle with my toes right then. God Gu is so powerful, yet he still provides us with such precious supplies. He truly is a deity. Encountering such a group of customers lifted my spirits. After all, who doesn't enjoy receiving praise? We're going out right now to fight some zombies and collect cores to buy these things. I'm totally pumped. Me too, me too. I can't wait to wear the Guardian Robe. It's going to look incredibly awesome. The system-provided Guardian Robes can even change color based on the wearer's will, both practical and stylish. With that, they stormed out energetically to hunt zombies. In their eyes, the undead were nothing but purple crystal coins, transformable into food, weapons, clothes, and potions. I saw them off and sat down on the sofa to rest when suddenly my phone chimed with a notification, a message from Tang Juju. Guchen, are you okay? Do you have any food? I'm starving. Wah, help me. Even though we'd already broken up, she was still texting me. Either she was desperate or shamelessly thick-skinned. Curious, I asked Xiaobai, can you see Tang Juju and Hua Tianyu's current situation right now? Xiaobai replied, yes, host. Then show me their status. Let's check Tang Juju first. As soon as I said that, an image of Tang Juju's current state appeared in my mind. Chapter 7, Tang Juju's Humiliation. She stood torn with indecision inside a room while 7 or 8 lecherous, burly men chatted just outside the door. This chick acted all pure and innocent before, claiming she had connections with young Master Hua, refused to let me lay a finger on her. Now that she's starving, she'll have to submit willingly. Exactly, we didn't touch her before because we were afraid of young Master Hua. Now that she's come knocking on our door herself, don't blame us, ha.
Let me go first later, I've never laid hands on such a fresh beauty before. No way, I'm first, I've been holding back for ages. Stop arguing, let's all go at her together. Doesn't this bitch have plenty of holes to use? Ha. Big bro is right, I can't wait any longer.
The group exchanged knowing smiles across their faces.
Damn, Guchen never expected Tang Juju to have fallen to such circumstances now.
What a delightful spectacle. It seems that without his protection in this lifetime, Tang Juju could only become another's plaything. Tang Juju was probably waiting for Guchen's message. Well then, let Guchen become the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Guchen picked up his phone and typed, Tang Juju, abandon this hopeless fantasy. We've broken up. I'd rather feed my food to dogs than give it to you. Guchen, how ruthless. You were so good to me before, why have you become like this? Tang Juju's face twisted with despair and hatred. Was there really no choice but to give in to their demands?
She had lied to them earlier, claiming she knew young Master Hua, but in truth, they'd only met once. Young Master Hua ordered her to seduce Guchen, make him fall in love with her, and then dump him. She couldn't understand why someone like young Master Hua would bother with Guchen, who grew up in an orphanage. Still, Guchen was handsome, and to curry favor with young Master Hua, she followed through, nearly succeeding too. Who could have predicted the apocalypse would arrive, and Guchen would dump her first? But she was terribly hungry now. Young Master Hua hadn't replied to her either. Was she now reduced to serving these outsiders? Tang Juju refused to accept this, yet in the end bowed to reality. She stepped out of the room, eyeing them with some trepidation, shouting at them humiliated. I can agree to your terms, but you'll have to feed me first. I'm so hungry I can barely move. This expression only fueled the burly men's excitement further. They precisely preferred fiery personalities. It stoked their desire for conquest. Moreover, Tang Juju had an irresistibly innocent and adorable appearance. Her charming appearance easily fools people, making them overlook the venom in her heart. The burly leader handed Tang Juju a piece of bread and a bottle of mineral water, waiting for her to finish eating. They all wore identical expressions of urgent impatience. Tang Juju wolfed down the bread, finally feeling some relief in her stomach. She knew what awaited her next. She closed her eyes in despair. The group of brawny men swarmed forward, surrounding Tang Juju, peeling off her garments one by one. Here, 20,000 words are omitted. Guchen didn't bother watching when they surrounded Tang Juju. The ensuing events were predictable. He had no interest in watching live adult entertainment, though checking Tang Juju's miserable state afterwards might be worthwhile. One could only say she deserved it. Letting her die would have been letting her off too easily. Guchen waited to use Hua Tianyu to torment her slowly before personally ending them. Xiaobai, check Hua Tianyu's status again. Understood, host. In an opulent golden hall, Hua Tianyu sat on a sofa absorbing crystal cores. A middle-aged man sat beside him, exuding an imposing presence. This must be his father, the current head of the Hua family. However, he bore no resemblance to the Hua family head at all. There was also an elegant middle-aged woman gazing at him with concern while conversing with the Hua family patriarch. Honey, thank goodness you're here. How could we survive in this apocalyptic world without you? You're the reason Tianyu has leveled up so quickly. The beautiful woman gazed adoringly at the Hua family patriarch. Clearly, this kind of admiration worked wonders on the Hua family head. With a cheerful expression, he said to the beautiful woman, Ayun, who else would I protect if not you? These are all my subordinates. It's only right they provide crystals for Tianyu's upgrades. I feed them and clothe them. Only when Tianyu grows stronger, can we better intimidate those people? Guchen checked and found that Hua Tianyu's strength was about to break through to the third tier. Outside, there were dozens of second-tier ability users patrolling. Xiaobai, how did they level up so quickly? Guchen asked in confusion. Host, they all obtained cores by trading food at low prices with ordinary people or other ability users. Killing first-tier zombies is still relatively easy if you have weapons. Even ordinary people can get crystal cores, but they have to trade them for food. And they're downright ruthless, charging 3 first-tier crystal cores just for a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. Xiaobai said angrily. Damn, looks like we need to promote this hard. We can't give them another chance to exploit people. Otherwise their strength will just keep growing. Exactly, host. For every extra customer we get, they'll have one less crystal core. Guchen edited another post online. He uploaded the prices and descriptions of all the items in the shop. He even attached photos of the supermarket. Xiaobai, some people can't access the internet right now. Is there any way to let them know about our supermarket? Many people these days are exhausted from running around, probably without the energy to browse the internet. Yes, host, the host can print flyers and distribute them. I don't have anyone to hand out flyers right now, and with so many zombies on the streets, it's not easy to distribute them anyway. Host, the system has a utility robot that can help distribute flyers for you. Guchen was very interested. How much? Only 20,000 purple crystal coins.
That's so expensive. No money. Gu Chen lost hope when he heard the price. Seeing Gu Chen so dejected, Xiaobai clenched his teeth, stomped his foot, and said with a pained heart, "Host, once you complete the next mission, Xiaobai will use its commission to buy you a chore robot." Gu Chen was deeply moved. Which other system could be as considerate and generous as mine? Xiaobai, you'll always be my best system. I'll make sure you live in luxury every day, with more skincare products than you could ever use. Then I'll be waiting, hee hee. Xiaobai cheered up again, such an easygoing system. Maybe I should ease up on teasing it in the future. Gu Chen asked Xiaobai to inform him once Tang Juju finished her business. Seeing his enemies suffer brings Gu Chen joy. About 5 hours passed. After Gu Chen had served 3 more groups of customers, Xiaobai informed Gu Chen that it was over there. Gu Chen urgently instructed the system to broadcast the situation over there. They saw Tang Juju lying on the ground like a broken doll, her body covered with marks left by the burly men, her expression numb and her eyes vacant. The burly men all wore expressions of utter satisfaction, discussing the taste of Tang Juju they just enjoyed. Chapter 8, Seduction. This woman's really something, no wonder young Master Hua took a liking to her. Now we get to enjoy what's his, one of them leered. I think it's a bit lacking, not as charming as my dear Xiaotsui was, hee hee. Now that it's the apocalypse, as long as we have food, why worry about not having women? These women were all traded for just a loaf of bread and a bottle of water each. Maybe I can even play around with big celebrities in the future, hee hee. I can't hold back anymore, I gotta play one more round. Boys, I'm going first, alright? With that, he headed straight toward Tang Juju again. Hey, wait for us. Another 10,000 words omitted here. Gu Chen stopped looking and turned his attention to the system panel, which now showed that he had served 20 customers. More would surely come soon. After all, this location was still somewhat remote, so it took time for people to arrive. Gu Chen simply waited quietly for the next customer to appear. Ding! Welcome! Gu Chen looked up to see a strikingly beautiful woman in a red dress walking into the supermarket. Her curvaceous figure carried an innate, enchanting allure. Gu Chen found her somewhat familiar, as if she were some sort of celebrity. In his previous life, Gu Chen was too busy working to pay much attention to the entertainment industry. If someone looked familiar to him, they must have been quite famous. Before the apocalypse, Wang Chuchu had been filming a scene nearby. Little did anyone know, the apocalypse struck suddenly, turning many people around her into zombies. Those who hadn't turned into zombies had all sacrificed themselves to protect Wang Chuchu from the undead. She alone managed to escape, and by chance she saw an advertisement for this supermarket. She decided to try her luck here. The closer she got to the supermarket, the fewer zombies surrounded her. This was also why an ordinary person like Wang Chuchu could come here all by herself. She walked up to Gu Chen and flashed him her signature bewitching smile. Many had fallen under the spell of that smile. Before the apocalypse, she'd been renowned as a seductive beauty. Countless tycoons had waved stacks of cash just for a chance to spend a night with her. Boss, I don't have any zombie crystals on me right now. Could you spare me some food? I haven't eaten anything all day. Wang Chuchu put on a pitiful expression that would melt anyone else's heart. Unfortunately, Gu Chen had locked away his emotions and felt absolutely no interest in beauties anymore. He was only interested in purple crystal coins. No can do. This shop doesn't offer credit. No purple crystal coins, no food. You can go kill some zombies and harvest their cores right now, Gu Chen said coldly. Wang Chuchu was stunned. Her usually infallible charm had actually failed before Gu Chen, but asking her to fight those terrifying zombies, she truly didn't dare. She glanced at Gu Chen before her, young and handsome. Being with him wouldn't be such a bad deal. Gritting her teeth, she finally said, Boss, as long as you provide me with food, I'll do anything you ask. After speaking, they deliberately gave Gu Chen a shy glance. Gu Chen was speechless. Gu Chen was emotionally drained. This kind of favor others would kill for, Gu Chen couldn't care less about. He had no intention of wasting purple crystal coins on such a useless ornament. Our shop only accepts purple crystal coin transactions. No other payment methods. If you're not buying anything, please leave. Wang Chuchu still refused to give up and tried to press herself against Gu Chen. Let Gu Chen feel her charm. If she were with Gu Chen, she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink in the apocalypse. Gu Chen quickly dodged and shouted, "Get lost." With that, he kicked Wang Chuchu out of the supermarket. Gu Chen, having experienced Tang Juju's betrayal in his past life, had now developed an allergy to women. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she better not think she could freeload meals off Gu Chen. Wang Chuchu stared in shock as she found herself abruptly outside the supermarket. Attempting to enter again proved futile no matter how hard she tried. With no other choice, she left in despair, hoping to scavenge some food elsewhere. What lousy luck, this was the first time her charm had ever suffered such a Waterloo. Every man before had obeyed her every word and fawned over her without exception. Gu Chen paid no attention to Wang Chuchu. Glancing at the time and seeing it was already 10 p.m., he decided to close up shop and turn in for the night. It had to be said, the mattress produced by the system was incredibly comfortable. The next morning, Guchen woke up, washed up as usual, and grabbed a packet of bread along with some meat buns to eat. While eating, he browsed through posts online. The most common posts on the internet now were still cries for help. It was already the 4th day of the apocalypse, and most people's food supplies were nearly exhausted. Around this time in the past life, the authorities had probably already stepped in. Suddenly, Guchen came across a post titled Apocalyptic Savior, The Path of Godgu's Salvation. Damn, why does this sound so familiar? Clicking into it, sure enough, it was yesterday's customer showering him with exaggerated praise. They made him sound like the greatest thing since sliced bread. But admittedly, their writing skills were far better than his own, and their click-through rates were astonishing. Guchen read with keen interest. Inside the Hua family mansion. Ha! Where did this guy come from? Daring to call himself the savior. These worthless commoners belong to me alone. They'll slave away for me their entire lives. Provide the crystal cores. And they'll end up thanking me profusely. Just a supermarket owner. We'll just take his store from him. Huo Tianyu immediately summoned his thugs. These enforcers were all second-tier ability users cultivated by the Hua family. Go to Lingyun village and tear down that supermarket. If the owner inside can't be used by me, then just kill them along with the rest. Huo Tianyu had always been accustomed to being superior, looking down on everyone. Besides, it was the apocalypse now, strength meant the right to speak. Do it well, and I'll give each of you 6 months' worth of supplies. Huo Tianyu waved his hand dismissively. He refused to believe that even after deploying a full 10 second-tier superhumans, they still couldn't handle some random supermarket owner who'd popped up out of nowhere. Yes, the group declared in unison. After all, at this point, nearly all the supplies outside had already been scavenged clean. The Hua family leveraged their early advantage in supplies to exchange for a massive number of crystal cores. They gathered a large group of loyal ability-wielding subordinates. The foundation of the Northern Haven base from their past life was nearly taking shape. The ability user squad of the Hua family set off. After hacking through brambles and thorns, they finally arrived near the invincible supermarket. They noticed that the closer they got to the supermarket, the fewer zombies there were until eventually, not a single zombie could be seen. They didn't dare let their guard down. As the group stepped inside the supermarket, they found it spotlessly clean and perfectly organized. And the shelves were fully stocked, even emitting a tantalizing aroma of food. Ding! Welcome! The leading superpowered individual spoke first. Kid, let's cut to the chase. Our young master Hua has taken a liking to your supermarket. If you know what's good for you, hand over this supermarket and its supply channels to us. We might even give you a chance to serve the Hua family. Right now, young Master Hua is already a 3rd-tier ability user and is about to break through to the 4th tier. That's right, kid. This is a golden opportunity for your special abilities. It's easier to enjoy shade under a big tree than to painstakingly run a supermarket. Another person chimed in. Guchen looked at them like they were idiots, just another group of fools asking to be plucked. Didn't these people even look at what they were selling? Anyone dealing in goods like that wouldn't fear them. Huo Tianyu, I hadn't even gone looking for him yet, but he's already come to stir up trouble first. Chapter 9, Dealing with the Hua family's superpower users. Sensing Guchen's gaze, one of the more hot-tempered ones stepped forward. Kid, don't make us resort to violence. Guchen remained calm, and what if I say no? You're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The hot-tempered one stepped forward ready to strike. Seems you don't want to go back alive. Guchen gave them a cold glance. They awakened from the Hua family, seeing Guchen acting so arrogantly, prepared to take action. But they discovered their awakening abilities couldn't be used here. They panicked. What was going on? Don't be afraid, brothers. Even if we can't use our powers anymore, with 10 of us, just 1 punch each would be enough to finish him off. Why fear a mere single man? One of them rallied morale. After all, this place was too eerie. That's right, let's all charge together. Poof. A bolt of lightning as thick as a man's torso shot from Guchen's palm, instantly reducing the leading figure to scattered ashes, leaving not even a trace behind. The remaining men froze in their tracks, terror-struck. Where a living, breathing person had just stood, now there was nothing left. This manner of death was beyond their worst nightmares. Just as they were considering whether to beg for mercy, Guchen raised his hand again, and another person turned to ashes. This time they were utterly terrified and began pleading desperately. Big brother, we beg you to be merciful and spare us. We were only following Huo Tianyu's orders. Yes, as long as you spare us, we'll serve you faithfully like oxen and horses. Guchen couldn't be bothered with their nonsense and disposed of them all with a few effortless motions. He wouldn't mind having a few more of these cannon fodder coming his way. Their ashes were automatically cleaned up by Xiao Bai. The supermarket was still as neat and tidy as new, as if nothing had happened. Some crystal cores lay quietly on the ground, left behind when they casually dealt with zombies along the way. Guchen stepped forward to pick them up and found 20 first-tier crystal cores and 2 second-tier ones. It seemed the zombies were evolving quickly. Second-tier zombies had already appeared this fast. The harvest was decent, and Guchen stowed away the spoils with satisfaction. He had Xiaobai exchange them for 1,200 purple crystal coins. A cold sneer flickered in his heart. Huo Tianyu, just you wait. On the other side, at the Huo family residence, Huo Tianyu grew increasingly anxious as the special ability team he had sent out failed to return and report back. Upon returning, the head of the Huo family learned of his actions and scolded him. Nonsense! Special ability users are so precious now, and we've invested so many resources to train them. You actually sent them on such missions? What if they get killed? He then pointed at Huo Tianyu and said earnestly, zombies are becoming harder to kill these days. The first-tier crystals obtained by ordinary people aren't enough anymore, now we have to rely on these superhumans. What you need to do right now is rapidly improve your strength. Who would dare disobey you in the future? We can deal with this supermarket later. Though unwilling, Huo Tianyu had no choice but to endure it. Father, I was wrong. I know what to do now. Ding! Welcome! It was Xie Fan and the others who arrived. They had also brought over 20 new faces with them. Boss, we're here. Xie Fan greeted Guchen enthusiastically. Welcome, we've got lots of new items in stock. Feel free to take a look around. Guchen was also delighted. He always welcomed those who brought him new customers. With this, he was one step closer to completing his mission. He had already decided what reward he wanted. Xie Fan and the others couldn't wait to start browsing around. As they browsed, they kept exclaiming in amazement how incredible the boss was. He managed to get all these things. Could the boss be an advanced alien sent to save us? By the way, boss, we've noticed there are no zombies within about 2 kilometers of your supermarket. Is this some special method? Xie Fan was also a superhuman, and he was quite skilled at making friends. Having saved several people during the apocalypse, an idea gradually took shape in his mind. That's right, this supermarket is equipped with an invincible protective barrier. Within a 2-kilometer radius, it's absolutely safe, completely immune to zombie attacks. Guchen saw that someone had finally asked and answered truthfully. Boss, there's a village near the supermarket. Can we stay there? Xie Fan looked hopeful, having noticed that Lingyun village happened to be within 2 kilometers of the invincible supermarket. If possible, their safety would be greatly guaranteed. With the invincible supermarket here, there's no need to worry about food supply. All they need to do is focus on killing zombies every day. That area doesn't belong to me. If no one's living there, you're free to move in if you want. This was precisely the reason Guchen had chosen to open his supermarket in this location initially. No business can thrive without people. The more customers Guchen serves, the more he earns, allowing him to strengthen his abilities faster. Fantastic! Xie Fan and the others were overjoyed. Continuing to browse the supermarket, they discussed what to purchase. We should pool resources for the universal antidote potion, allocating 1 bottle for every 10 people. We'll buy more once we have surplus zombie crystals. Additionally, everyone should be equipped with a weapon. It can greatly improve the efficiency of hunting zombies. Yes, we should also buy second-tier guardian robes, though right now we don't have enough for everyone. Let's first buy weapons to hunt zombies, then come back for these. Now that we have the universal antidote potion, we no longer need to fear the zombies. There's still food left, smells so good I'm practically drooling. His eyes lingered greedily on the provisions as he spoke. His name was Suja, nicknamed Fatty, famously known as a glutton. What terrified him most in the apocalypse wasn't the zombies, but a life without good food, that's pure torture. He had awakened fire-based abilities too, and his strength wasn't bad within the team. Alright, let's make our purchases first, then settle at Lingyun village before heading out to hunt zombies. Xie Fan made the final decision. He even had the idea of building a base around the invincible supermarket. That way, he could save more people. They brought what they needed to the checkout counter for Guchen to ring up. Regular customers brought new customers to register for membership cards and then make purchases. I have to say, customers like these were Guchen's favorites since they reduced his workload. The group of 40 people purchased 4 bottles of universal antidote potions, along with 30 sets of handguns, silencers, and ammunition, plus 10 long knives. Each of them also took whatever food they fancied. They'll be living nearby and can come daily to purchase fresh food. Ding! 900 purple crystal coins have been paid. Ding! 900 purple crystal coins have been paid. Ding! 890 purple crystal coins have been paid. Ding! 850 purple crystal coins have been deducted. Ding! Payment of 350 purple crystal coins confirmed. Ding! Payment of 150 purple crystal coins confirmed. With the pleasing sound of payment notification, Guchen received another 15,500 purple crystal coins. This is the largest sum of money Guchen had ever seen so far. His mission progress had now reached 45/100.
After purchasing their items, Xiafan and the others cheerfully headed to the dining area to eat.
Chapter 10, Collaborating with the Authorities. Faced with the temptation of food, they couldn't wait another moment.
The supermarket was instantly filled with nothing but the sounds of chewing and occasional exclamations of amazement. Among them, the chubby guy was the most excited, having tasted countless gourmet dishes before the apocalypse. Yet even he had never eaten anything this delicious. For this bite of food, he'd gladly fight zombies to the death.
After eating, they eagerly went off to clean up Lingyun village first.
Then they'd continue hunting zombies to harvest crystal cores.
Now even ordinary people without awakened abilities were eyeing the zombies covetously.
After all, in an invincible supermarket, crystal cores can save lives. A large group of people marched energetically toward Lingyun village. Although this area was slated for demolition and the villagers had been relocated elsewhere, the basic infrastructure remained intact. They briefly assigned rooms and did some cleaning, then decided to go hunt zombies for crystal cores.
Now feeling highly motivated, Xiafan also resolved to recruit both ability users and ordinary survivors while fighting zombies.
In the apocalypse, there's strength in numbers, only then can greater risks be withstood. The invincible supermarket is their greatest safeguard. After deducting 3,100 purple crystals for restocking, Guchen still has 12,400 purple crystal coins left.
Adding those dropped by the Awakened sent by the Hua family earlier, the total now reaches 13,600 coins. Xiaobai, here's 5,000 amethyst coins to pay you back first.
Guchen declared with bold confidence. Having amethyst coins now meant having the upper hand. Xiaobai was thrilled as well. Hee, host is mighty, earning so many amethyst coins so quickly. It will soon be able to buy the skin it has long desired.
Guchen still had 8,600 purple crystal coins left in his hand.
He first upgraded his lightning type ability to tier 3, spending 5,000 purple crystal coins.
Feeling the increasingly powerful ability within his body, he was extremely satisfied. He wondered how to spend the rest of it. Xiaobai, are there any benefits after the system reaches level 3? Guchen was still not quite satisfied with the variety of goods, mainly because he wanted to change things up a bit.
Yes, host. After reaching level 3, any one full category product can be unlocked.
For example, once the host unlocks the food section, they can purchase any kind of food available. Xiaobai happily replied. Upgrading to level 3 requires 10,000 purple crystal coins.
Guchen decided to save the remaining purple crystal coins for now, prioritizing the system upgrade first. He longed so much for culinary freedom. Before the apocalypse, life was hectic. In his previous life, he struggled just to survive,
and ended up dying a miserable death without ever truly enjoying life. Now at least he could indulge a little, right?
Xiaobai, I think we could definitely build another hotel, to provide lodging for survivors. That way we'll cover all their basic needs, food, clothing, and shelter.
Wouldn't that help us earn more purple crystal coins faster?
You're so smart, host.
That's exactly the next phase of the system's plan. But we don't have enough energy right now. We need more energy to unlock the hotel business.
Then let's take it step by step and focus on running the supermarket well first.
Machem, go for it, host. I've got high hopes for you. Ding. Welcome.
The newcomer was a woman dressed in sleek business attire. She carried an air of approachability that, despite not being classically beautiful, added to her charm. There was also a man in military uniform accompanying her, apparently there to provide protection.
They walked toward Guchen. Hello, boss, my name is Chuyu, and this is Chu Tian. He's my brother.
We were sent here officially. I heard you have ample supplies here and wanted to discuss a potential business deal with you. Speaking these words, Chuyu politely extended her hand toward Guchen, waiting to shake hands with him.
Noting their friendly demeanor, Guchen also reached out and shook her hand. My name is Guchen. Nice to meet you.
Chuyu didn't expect Guchen to be so young. She had imagined he'd be a middle-aged uncle.
Could we visit your supermarket first? Chuyu asked politely.
Of course, feel free to look around.
Guchen rather liked them.
In the previous life, the authorities also took in many ordinary people. But in the apocalypse, food and water were too scarce,
with most of it controlled by powerful conglomerates. As a result, most people didn't live well at all.
Chuyu and Chu Tian started browsing around the supermarket. Their superiors had heard that this supermarket could automatically restock its shelves, so they decided to send these two to investigate. If it were true, it could save countless lives. When she saw the universal antidote potion, she was utterly astonished. If it's truly as miraculous as described, how many soldiers and superhumans could they have saved then? Chuyu's eyes gleamed with excitement.
And the guardian robes, another layer of protection for their warriors. Manager Gu, are these things really as amazing as advertised? Chuyu asked eagerly.
Fair deal for all ages.
You can buy some and try them out. Guchen had full confidence in the system's products.
Then can your supermarket's supplies really be replenished indefinitely?
May I ask where you get your supplies from? Chuyu asked the question that concerned her the most. No way, Gu Chen responded with absolute confidence. After speaking, Gu Chen signaled them to look toward the food section.
He bought another box of braised pork rice in the shop, deducting 5 purple crystal coins.
Rather than explaining endlessly, better let them see for themselves.
Xu Yu and Chu Tian were astonished by the objects that had materialized out of thin air. They thought this might be Gu Chen's newly awakened, undiscovered superpower. In the apocalypse, nothing was impossible. Perhaps Gu Chen was using the energy from the crystals to replenish supplies. It must be said they had guessed part of the truth. Now they were completely convinced.
Xu Yu took out her phone.
She dialed the leader's number and reported the miraculous features of the invincible supermarket to them. The leader also found it incredible after hearing it,
but he quickly made the decision anyway.
They must collaborate with Gu Chen to procure supplies. Many survivors were still waiting for rations.
He instructed Xu Yu not to offend Gu Chen under any circumstances.
No one has yet been found who can provide unlimited supplies. Moreover, compared to those wealthy conglomerates, Gu Chen's products are not only extraordinary but also reasonably priced. Perhaps Gu Chen will be the one to supply all the necessities in this apocalypse.
Understood, sir.
I know what to do. Xu Yu hung up the phone. She smiled at Gu Chen.
Boss Gu, our officials would like to purchase supplies in bulk from you daily. What do you think? Having realized Gu Chen's importance, Xu Yu even began using honorifics.
Of course, but customers who haven't shopped here before will need to come in person to get a membership card for their first purchase. Only those who have registered for a shopping card can use the items in this supermarket.
Gu Chen was delighted. With the authorities around, he wouldn't have to worry about business, though he wasn't lacking now either.
However, for ordinary people, getting here would still be quite a challenge.
He wanted to complete the system mission as soon as possible. No problem, we can escort them here. Will we get any discounts for bulk purchases? Xu Yu couldn't resist trying to bargain.
Although these supplies were already considered excellent quality at reasonable prices in the post-apocalyptic world.
Chapter 11, The Guardian Robe Proves Its Worth. Alright then, we'll make some purchases first and return soon.
We'll do our best to escort the survivors here. Xu Yu didn't feel regret either. Bargaining was simply part of her nature.
Not haggling felt like something was missing.
They examined the exchange list. Then he calculated the crystal cores he had on him.
He decided to buy 2 of each item to show the boss later,
before determining future procurement quantities for each product. They completed their shopping card registration following Gu Chen's instructions, then load the card with purple crystal coins.
Ding! Payment of 1380 purple crystal coins completed. Ding! Payment of 1380 purple crystal coins completed.
After finishing the payment, they bid farewell to Gu Chen and hurriedly left. They needed to report back. Then, they would gather people to kill zombies and collect crystals before coming to purchase supplies.
Gu Chen saw them off, feeling quite pleased.
The system store and his abilities would soon be upgraded. Now, various factions are vying for dominance outside, each eager to become the leader. Based on the timeline from his past life, they would soon establish bases.
Gu Chen began browsing the internet again.
In a few days, as the zombies' destructive power increases, the network will be essentially paralyzed. He clicked on the post that was showering him with flattery. The most replied comment beneath it was about why they didn't have Gu Chen's supermarket in their area too. They needed Gu Chen to save them as well.
Please, almighty Gu, come open a supermarket here. We'll welcome you with open arms. God Gu, come to our place. The girls here are super friendly.
Please open a God Gu supermarket here. The kids are starving to the point of weakness.
Hee hee, lucky for us God Gu is from our dear city.
Let me tell you guys, I just shopped at the Invincible supermarket. Their products are absolutely magical. The following passages also provided detailed descriptions of the items in Gu Chen's shop. Of course, there were also some people filled with hostility, hurling abuse at Gu Chen in the comments.
What kind of god is Gu Chen? Just someone desperate for fame. If this stuff were truly good, why not send us supplies?
Nothing but a fraud chasing clout.
There are still some off-topic comments below. My location is Star City, fair-skinned and beautiful. Any guys want to bring me some warmth? There are also some eye-burning ones. My location is Ocean City, can be top or bottom, male or female. Is there anyone willing to take me in?
I don't ask for much, just 3 meals a day. This is the apocalypse now, the ultimate test of human nature. Gu Chen paid no mind to those who cursed him. After all, merely surviving was already a struggle for them.
Gu Chen was now enjoying the air conditioning with ample food and drinks.
He even had a system that could rapidly enhance his strength.
Gu Chen had long become someone they could only look up to. Gu Chen played some music inside the supermarket.
Then he started binge-watching dramas. Now all he needed to do was wait for customers to come. It was a seller's market now. He could just sit back and collect purple crystal coins. By the way, Xiaobai, when will our supermarket open a branch? There are still so many people desperately waiting for supplies.
Gu Chen eyed those crystal cores greedily.
When the system has enough energy, we can open branches in other cities, Xiaobai said proudly. Before they knew it, it was already noon. Gu Chen grabbed a portion of boiled fish and a steak, paired with a glass of red wine. Though the combination was a bit odd, it was pure comfort. The spicy, savory aroma of boiled fish, the tender juiciness of the steak, paired with rich red wine. Being able to indulge in delicious food even during the apocalypse is absolutely blissful. At this moment, Chuyu and Chu Tian were driving back to the temporary base. They couldn't wait to bring the supplies from Gu Chen's supermarket to their superiors. The car had traveled 5 kilometers. Suddenly, a large horde of zombies appeared ahead, gathered together. Chu Tian and the others felt a little panicked, but figuring they could rely on the speed advantage of the vehicle, they decided to force their way through. Bang! The moment he made contact with the zombie, the vehicle was forcibly stopped by a tremendous strength. Their faces paled instantly. This level of power had to be from at least a third-tier zombie. Yet Chu Tian was only a third-tier ability user, and Chu Yu was merely second-tier. Fighting alone, he already struggled against just a third-tier zombie. Not to mention there were so many second-tier and first-tier zombies here. The horde immediately surrounded Chu Tian's vehicle. Ugly hands reached through the car windows one after another. They wanted to tear Chu Tian and the others apart limb by limb. What should we do now? Chu Yu looked at the terrifying zombies outside, panic evident on her face. No matter how decisive she was at work, before the apocalypse, she had just been an ordinary girl. But Chu Tian remained far calmer than Chu Yu. He gritted his teeth and said to Chu Yu, "Now we have no choice but to fight for our lives." With that, he pulled out the supplies he'd bought from Gu Chun from the back seat. He handed Chu Yu a second-tier guardian robe and put one on himself. Now we can only trust that Boss Gu's products are truly as miraculous as claimed. Then he took the pistol, equipped it with a silencer and loaded it with bullets before handing it to Chu Yu. Solemnly, he said, "First, we'll use the pistols to take down these zombies. The first and second-tier zombies outside will be left to you later. That third-tier zombie is mine. You must protect yourself." With that, he led the charge by rolling down the car window and opening fire. He was military trained, with pinpoint accuracy, every shot a headshot. But after taking down the zombie before him, more surged forward to surround him. Their movements seemed orchestrated, as if following commands. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and kept firing, worried the vehicle wouldn't hold much longer. There was also a third-tier zombie watching eagerly from the side. He needed to conserve his powers to deal with that third-tier zombie later. Chu Yu's aim wasn't as precise, but she could still take down some zombies. Finally, the vehicle couldn't withstand the zombies' strength any longer and began to crumple under the pressure. Chu Tian made a swift decision, shouldering the supplies bought from Gu Chen. With Chu Yu in tow, they abandoned their vehicle and fled. He quickly cleared the zombies surrounding them. Back to back with Chu Yu, they fired their pistols at the zombies. Soon, the ammunition they had purchased ran out, and even Chu Tian's personal stock of bullets was exhausted. Now they could only rely on close-quarters combat with their powers. Gu Chun Supermarket's product description stated that the second-tier guardian robe could withstand attacks from second-tier zombies. Now they had no choice but to gamble. He took out the saber he'd purchased and gave Chu Yu one as well. He charged ahead first, cleaving off the zombie's head with a single slash. The long blade was exceptionally sharp, slicing through zombie heads as easily as cutting tofu. Chu Tian was delighted, dispatching zombies one slash at a time. But the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. On the other side, Yu Chu was struggling noticeably against the zombies. She hadn't undergone any systematic training. It was already admirable that she could now lift a long blade to fight them. Soon she discovered, the zombies seemed to be blocked by something when they were about to touch her. They couldn't even scratch her skin. Overjoyed, she immediately shared her discovery with Chu Tian. They were immensely grateful to Gu Chen in their hearts. Had it not been for Gu Chen, they would surely have died today. Never did they expect the second-tier guardian robe to be so formidable. Without a trace of false advertising. Is there anything more defensive to wear above this? Chapter 12, The Universal Antidote Potion Proves Its Worth. Chu Tian became even more unrestrained upon realizing these zombies couldn't breach his defenses. In the blink of an eye, they had already wiped out over half of the zombie horde. At this moment, the third-order zombie saw that its minions couldn't overpower the Chu Tian siblings, so it prepared to join the battle itself. Chu Tian's expression changed as he accelerated his chopping speed against the zombies. He left the remaining low-level zombies to Chu Yu. The zombies couldn't breach their defenses now. Chu Yu's safety could still be guaranteed. He took the initiative to confront the third-tier zombie, deliberately drawing its attention. This third-tier zombie was strength-type, possessing unimaginably brute force. Chu Tian unleashed the long-accumulated power within him. His awakened ability was of the fire element. A basketball-sized fireball erupted from his palm, hurtling toward the third-tier zombie. But whether this third-tier zombie had mutated or not remained unknown. His speed was astonishingly fast. Chu Tian's fireball couldn't hit him at all. Anxiety flooded his mind as too many zombies surrounded him. Chu Yu was beside herself with worry. If her brother couldn't handle this third-tier zombie, they would all die here today. The silver guardian robe couldn't withstand the attacks of a third-tier zombie. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. She possessed wood-type abilities. Could she possibly manipulate plants to entangle the third-tier zombie? How about limiting its movement to increase Big Brother's accuracy? She attempted to harness the power within her. Silently visualizing the image of vines in her mind, she activated her ability against the third-tier zombie. A vine as thick as a baby's arm coiled around the third-tier zombie. "Brother, now's the moment. Cast Fireball!" Shuyu shouted urgently at Chu Tian. Chu Tian also knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without hesitation, he channeled his powers and hurled a fireball toward the third-tier zombie. "Got him!" Shuyu exclaimed excitedly. Their celebration didn't last long. The third-tier zombie had thick skin. Even after taking a direct hit from Chu Tian's fireball spell, it still refused to die. Roar! Roaring in pain, it struggled violently and was on the verge of breaking free from Chuyu's vines. Chuyu gritted her teeth and poured all her supernatural energy into the vines, trying to restrain it for a few more seconds. After all, she was only a second-tier supernatural being. She was finding it increasingly difficult to hold on, and sweat dripped from her forehead in beads. Taking advantage of the moment, Chu Tian added a few more fireball spells. The third-tier zombie visibly began to weaken. Chu Tian prepared to redouble his efforts. His abilities were also nearly exhausted. Now it all came down to who could hold out longer. Suddenly, the third-tier zombie seemed to realize that unless it fought desperately, it would die at the hands of these two ability users. Suddenly bursting with tremendous strength, it broke free from the vines binding it and charged straight at Chu Tian. It wanted to tear this superhuman to pieces. Just as it reached Chu Tian's front, Chu Tian's final ability shot hit the third-tier zombie in the nick of time. The third-tier zombie collapsed with a thunderous crash, but with its last ounce of strength before dying, it managed to scratch Chu Tian's arm. "Brother!" Seeing this, Chuyu's eyes nearly burst with rage. She had witnessed before what happened to those touched by zombies. Even the smallest wound would turn someone into a zombie within half an hour. Chu Tian endured the pain radiating from his arm, and comforted Chuyu. "It's nothing, little sister. Didn't we buy 2 bottles of universal antidote potions?" Chuyu rushed over to shield Chu Tian, preventing the zombies from disturbing him. Muttering to herself, right. If the guardian robe has such miraculous effects, then the universal antidote potion must also be effective. After saying this, she urged Chu Tian to apply it quickly. Chu Tian swiftly retrieved a bottle of universal antidote potion from his backpack. "Apply it to the wounds on the arm. Now all hope lies with Guchen." Chuyu also silently prayed in her heart. If her brother could survive this time, from then on, she would follow Guchen's every command without question. Were Guchen to claim the moon was square, she'd believe him without hesitation. Soon, as the healing potion was applied, the wound's rapidly blackening flesh visibly regained its original healthy hue before their eyes. The wound was gradually healing. After about 3 minutes, the injury had completely recovered as if nothing had happened. There wasn't the slightest trace of any wound left. They were gradually getting used to Guchen's miracles. Chu Tian's originally weakening body regained its strength. Chuyu exclaimed in delight, "Brother, you really seem to be healed. Thank heavens, though we should really thank Bosku the most." Chu Tian carefully examined his own condition. He also noticed the changes in his own body. He was utterly astonished in his heart. They had personally experienced Guchen's products. How many lives could this save in the apocalypse? He wanted to rush back and report to his superiors, so they could issue crystal cores for urgent purchases. Procuring supplies earlier might mean saving one more life. Fortunately, they had bought these items today. Otherwise, both he and his sister would probably have met their end here today. They also needed to promptly report to the superiors about the zombies' seemingly organized activities. From now on, awakened individuals must no longer operate alone. In his heart, he felt immense gratitude towards Guchen. He decided to take his sister back to the temporary base first. Even if everything went smoothly, the return trip would still take an hour. To ensure nothing went wrong, he had Chuyu drive. He sat on the right side of the back seat. He needed to observe the wound's condition half an hour after infection. Ding! Side quest 1 issued. Cooperate with the authorities. Mission completed. Reward, ability enhancement once. Tong Tong's voice suddenly rang out, giving Guchen quite a fright. Working with the authorities? That's a piece of cake. They just went back to discuss bringing people over for supplies. Host, this is a bonus task. Aren't I your most considerate little bai? Xiao Bai was practically radiating praise me vibes, his tail wagging in spirals of delight. Yes, I've never met a system more thoughtful than you. Guchen probably only knew this one system, so there was nothing wrong with that. Now Guchen was just waiting for them to return to complete the mission. In the meantime, Guchen also received Lin Xiao and the others. They finally gathered enough crystal cores and rushed excitedly into the supermarket. After greeting Guchen,
they immediately headed straight to the clothing section. They had been coveting the guardian robe for a long time. They also purchased some food and left satisfied after eating their fill. After they paid and left, Gu Chen made another 6,500 purple crystal coins and over a dozen rainbow complaints profit. They went out hunting zombies again. They're desperately short on crystal cores, they want to buy everything. Such a good life, having people work for him, so relaxing. On the other side, Shuyu kept an eye on Chu Tian's condition while driving. Time ticked by until half an hour had passed. Chu Tian showed no signs of change whatsoever. Only then did the siblings truly feel at ease. Mr. Gu's goods are indeed trustworthy for all ages. They felt another wave of gratitude toward Gu Chen in their hearts. Upon arriving at Deer City Base, Chu Tian and Shuyu rushed straight to the leader's office. Shuyu reported everything she had seen and heard, as well as incidents encountered on the road, to her superior. She also presented the remaining and used supplies procured earlier. Chapter 13, The Han Family. Their leader was formerly the second-in-command of Lucheng. When the apocalypse arrived, it was he who made the decision to send people to rescue ordinary survivors. Unfortunately, there were too many people, and the supplies had already been mostly divided up by other superhumans. He was so worried that his hair turned white. His name was Deng Jiangwo, and he had once been a retired soldier too. He genuinely wanted to do something for the common people. Hearing that the supplies issue could be resolved, and with such miraculous clothing and potions available, he couldn't contain his excitement. Excellent! Absolutely wonderful! Now the people will all be saved. Deng Jiangwo clapped his hands and laughed heartily. You've rendered outstanding service this time. Go and get some rest first. After we've tallied the numbers and calculated the required crystal cores, you'll need to make another trip. After Chuyu and the others had left, Deng Jiangwo hastily picked up his phone. He notified the leadership to convene a meeting. Most of the leadership in the temporary base consists of government personnel who awakened abilities after the apocalypse. There are also those who control large quantities of supplies. Previously, it was these individuals who provided resources to the survivors. Of course, the supplies they provided still needed to be exchanged for zombie crystals. The exchange rate is just slightly lower than the Hua families. This was the best deal Deng Jiangwo managed to negotiate after great difficulty. But in the apocalypse, there's no other choice. To survive, we had no option but to exchange. After all, what's the use of holding onto crystal cores when your life is gone? Inside the temporary conference room, around the meeting table sat a group of people dressed in various styles. By post-apocalyptic standards, it was still relatively tidy. Deng Jiangwo sat at the head seat, his expression slightly excited as he spoke first. I've called everyone here today for this meeting because I have good news to share. Oh, what good news? Have we figured out a way to end the apocalypse? The crowd asked curiously in unison. We haven't found that yet, but we did discover a supermarket. Upon hearing this, the group showed little reaction. Supermarkets had become scarce after the apocalypse, but they weren't entirely unheard of. In fact, one of those present, Han Ping, ran a supermarket supplying goods within their temporary settlement. The supermarket can provide unlimited supplies, Deng Jiangwo added. What? Unlimited supplies? Are you sure? The crowd was filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Han Ping's expression changed drastically. If it were true, he wouldn't be able to exchange supplies for cheap crystal cores. In the apocalypse, crystal cores meant power, they were the guarantee of survival. The supplies he controlled could comfortably sustain 100,000 people for at least 20 years. His advantage lay in several heavily fortified warehouses storing these supplies, all with nuclear-grade security. The walls were a full 3 meters thick. This was also why he wasn't afraid of being robbed by other superhumans. Every time goods were collected, only his most trusted lieutenants accompanied him. Their strength had been built up through his massive stockpile of crystal cores. Now you're at the forefront of the apocalypse. Yes, Shuyu and Chu Tian under my command witnessed it firsthand. And that's not even the full extent of the surprise. Deng Jiangwo then recounted everything Shuyu and Chu Tian had seen, along with their encounter with a horde of zombies on their way back. And Chu Tian was also scratched by the zombies. But after using Gu Chen's potion, he didn't get infected. He shared this information. The crowd reacted with shock, delight, and gritted teeth. This is heaven's blessing upon Huagua. Someone yelled excitedly about the immense pressure they faced in the apocalyptic world. Now, let's discuss the matter of procuring supplies. Deng Jiangwo spoke up after the crowd had calmed down. I propose we immediately organize personnel to count the number of survivors, then calculate their daily required supplies, which will be uniformly procured by the authorities. The energy crystals needed for procurement will be deducted to cover our labor costs, with the remaining sold to survivors at original prices. Survivors who can't obtain energy crystals may also receive food in exchange for labor. For instance, tasks like constructing base walls, daily cleaning and maintenance of the base, as well as basic infrastructure development, all require manpower. Now, who supports and who opposes? Deng Jiangwo voiced his thoughts aloud.
He harbored not a shred of selfishness. His only wish was to help more people survive. Their expressions varied as they whispered among themselves.
Most people were thrilled. Anyone who heard that humanity could live better lives would feel genuinely happy.
Yet there remained a small group with hostile expressions. They had grown accustomed to their privileged lifestyles. If we can buy supplies and those miraculous items at bargain prices,
then the superhumans will no longer look down on them. I agree. I agree too. I object.
Han Ping and his group were the first to voice their opposition. I think our current supplies are still sufficient to sustain the survivors. There's no need for us to take risks.
Who knows if these supplies might be a trap?
Check if it contains toxins. We can observe it a while longer. During this time, I can squeeze out some more supplies, Han Ping said through gritted teeth. Earlier, he had seized the chance to play hard to get for raising prices,
claiming his own supplies were also scarce.
Now he had no choice but to reluctantly part with some goods to stabilize things.
Once he takes control of that supermarket, who else but him will call the shots in Luqing base? Deng Jiangwo looked meaningfully at Han Ping. How could he not know what Han Ping was thinking?
Han Ping was simply afraid he'd no longer be able to exchange survivors' crystals at rock-bottom prices. But we still need to confirm whether Gu Chen's supermarket can supply goods in large quantities every day. It's not yet time for a confrontation with Han Ping. First, let's tally the number of survivors and calculate the required supplies, and prioritize purchasing guardian robes and universal antidote potions.
Minister Xiao, since you're in charge of the crystals, you'll handle the arrangements.
I'll have Chu Tian and Chu Yue go together. The task of compiling statistics will be entrusted to you, Minister Wang.
Deng Jiangwo directly named his confidant.
Understood, I guarantee the mission's completion.
Minister Wang also quickly voiced his support. This is truly a great undertaking that benefits both the nation and its people. Perhaps their names will even be recorded in history books for future generations.
Only that short-sighted fool Han Ping fails to grasp the significance of this matter.
Alright, meeting adjourned. Minister Xiao and Minister Wang, stay behind with me to discuss the details.
The attendees gradually left the conference room, still excitedly discussing the matter among themselves.
In an apocalyptic world, who wouldn't want to survive better if given the chance?
After Han Ping left, he immediately summoned his only son, Han Rui. Han Rui had quietly advanced to the 4th rank. He hadn't made any announcement about it. He'd poured all his resources into Han Rui's development. Dressed in hip-hop attire and chewing gum, Han Rui appeared with an air of casual indifference.
Dad, what do you want?
I was having fun with Xiaomei just now.
He was still reminiscing about the intense battle with Xiaomei. What a thrill. Look at you. Is this how a true warrior should behave? All you do is fool around all day. Han Ping looked at Han Rui with exasperation, as if disappointed by his unfulfilled potential. I called you here because there's a very important matter I need you to handle. Han Ping wore a solemn expression.
You must go personally and deal with that supermarket once and for all.
If this supermarket isn't eliminated, it will seriously threaten our position.
Han Rui was still somewhat dismissive. After all, he knew just how staggering their family's stockpile of supplies was.
Why fear some insignificant little supermarket? Chapter 14, Upgrading to Level 3 System. Han Ping discovered that the invincible supermarket could replenish supplies endlessly.
He also told Han Rui about all sorts of miraculous items the system provided. He couldn't care less if there was no invincible supermarket.
How many more will die in the apocalypse?
He only cares about maintaining his supreme status.
Only then did Han Rui take it seriously. Don't worry, Dad.
I'll assemble my men and wipe out that supermarket immediately, he declared with confidence. I'm now a 4th-tier mutant. I can walk sideways across this entire base if I want.
Fine, go ahead. Make it fast, and keep it quiet.
We must take him out before those old fools from the authorities send anyone.
Han Ping's expression was sinister. Anyone who stood in his way would be ruthlessly eliminated. Han Rui summoned his 25 superhuman subordinates.
This was his most elite team of superpowered individuals. They arrived outside the invincible supermarket. They could already sense something unusual about this place. The team members faintly felt a sense of danger in their hearts. They were already hesitating about whether to follow inside.
What are you standing there for? Get inside now, unless you don't want food anymore.
Once the mission's complete, I'll arrange 10 top-tier beauties to serve you back at base. They gritted their teeth. Recalling the caliber of the Han family's renowned beauties, they charged in after Han Rui.
Ding! Welcome! Gu Chen looked at these unwelcome visitors and roughly guessed their intentions. He asked coldly, are you here to buy things or make trouble?
Han Rui, emboldened by having already reached the 4th rank, acted exceptionally arrogant.
Come get some. Be careful not to damage the store items. We're taking everything back with us later. Han Rui was thoroughly pleased with the supermarket's merchandise.
In all his years, everyone had treated him with utmost deference. Even when the apocalypse arrived, he stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid. He was accustomed to everyone fawning over and currying favor with him. Gu Chen watched coldly as another group of cannon fodder delivered themselves to his doorstep.
What are your names? Which family are you from? This is our young master Han Rui. You must have heard of the Han family of Lucheng, right?
Having caught the eye of our young master Han is a blessing for your supermarket.
A squad member immediately fawned, chiming in. Han Rui looked down at Gu Chen with disdain.
Gu Chen gazed at Han Rui and the others as if they were already dead, wasting no words on them. Now that he knew which family they belonged to, he'd know exactly where to find them later. With a raised hand, Gu Chen unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes. His mastery over thunder-based abilities grew ever more effortless. The lightning first struck the lackey who had been standing at the front moments ago.
Then, before Han Rui could even show a look of disbelief, it struck him as well.
His mind flashed with the thought this can't be,
before he turned to ashes and vanished. Until his dying moment, he never imagined he would perish here, dying in such an ignoble way. The remaining superhumans were thoroughly terrified, and turned to flee. But Gu Chen gave them no chance, dispatching each with a lightning bolt to end their lives. Gu Chen waved his hand, and the supermarket returned to its original state. He couldn't care less about whether these people lived or died. It's just a shame none of them dropped crystal cores. They must have all been absorbed by them already. Gu Chen checked his mission panel.
Customers received 59 out of 100. There was still a side mission left incomplete, but Gu Chen wasn't in any hurry.
He found a movie and started watching it. Host, you currently have 12,308 purple crystal coins. Would you like to upgrade the shop to level 3? Xiaobai asked eagerly. Prompted by Xiaobai, Gu Chen immediately chose to upgrade. His culinary freedom was about to arrive. Ding! System upgrade in progress. Ding! Upgrade complete. All food categories are now unlocked.
The Invincible Shield range has been expanded to a 4-kilometer radius around the Invincible supermarket. With a flash of white light, the Invincible supermarket underwent earth-shaking transformations. The original 2-story building had now become 3 stories tall.
The first floor is entirely dedicated to the food section. The food section is further divided into various categories. Ready-to-eat foods, vegetables, fruits, beverages, snacks, seasonings, seafood, fresh produce, meat section, and so on. It contained nearly every type of food available on the market. All other items had been relocated to the second floor. The sleeping quarters were moved to the third floor. The entire supermarket had expanded to more than double its original size. The dining area has been expanded and can now accommodate 500 people.
The entire supermarket appears more tidy, bright, and luxurious, making it increasingly comfortable to stay inside.
Gu Chen opened the system store again, where the food section was dazzlingly varied. Gu Chen located the prepared food section.
The menu inside had thousands of pages, impossible to flip through, simply endless. Fortunately, the system came with a built-in search function.
Simply search for whatever dish you craved, and it could be procured instantly. Gu Chen didn't know how to cook.
The items crafted by the system were so unbelievably delicious. He must be out of his mind to cook it himself. Gu Chen thought it was such a waste to only open a supermarket with these delicacies. If he opened a restaurant, he could change the menu daily without repeating for years.
Gu Chen couldn't wait to think about the food he would eat that evening. He wanted to eat something different every single day. He would taste all the delicious foods he'd never tried before. Shark fin soup, sautéed sea cucumber with scallions, roast duck, stir-fried 3 delicacies, and boiled cabbage in superior broth. Let's settle on these for now. Gu Chen spent 30 purple crystal coins to purchase these dishes from the system store. He couldn't wait to dig in. If it weren't for the current shortage of purple crystal coins, he would have absolutely prepared a full Manchuan Imperial feast. But no worries, he'll achieve Manchuan Imperial feast freedom sooner or later. The food produced by the system remains as delicious as ever. Gu Chen wolfed down his meal without even looking up, wishing he had 10 stomachs. Xiaobai, it's such a shame you can't taste these delicious dishes.
After finishing his meal and casually chatting with the system, Gu Chen expressed his regret to Xiaobai.
Actually, host, Xiaobai can manifest into a physical form,
but the energy consumption required is too great.
So Little Bai didn't tell the host about it.
Xiaobai replied nervously. He wasn't sure if the host would waste this energy on it.
How much energy is needed? Gu Chen asked.
If possible, he would also like Xiaobai to materialize and accompany him.
Let the little white also enjoy these delicious foods.
It costs 100,000 purple crystal coins, host. 100,000 purple crystal coins can buy the lowest tier body, which can be upgraded later.
100,000. Alright, once I've settled my vendetta, I'll save up those purple crystal coins to buy you a body. Gu Chen agreed.
He was also grateful for all the help the system had given him. He also wanted Xiaobai to experience this world.
Xiaobai's eyes instantly welled up with tears of emotion. Host, you're truly wonderful. You're the best host Little Bai has ever had. Little Bai wants to stay with you forever. Then let's work hard to earn purple crystal coins. Once I exchange for the eternal longevity pill, we can be together forever. Do your best, host. Ding. Welcome. Chuyu led Chu Tian and a group of officials inside the supermarket, filled with astonishment. Only a few hours had passed, yet the supermarket had undergone a dramatic transformation. The entire store had expanded significantly and now boasted 3 floors. Bosku is truly miraculous. Chapter 15, 75,000 purple crystal coins received. Bosku, how did you manage such an incredible transformation in such a short time? It's unbelievable. And it's all thanks to your medicine and clothes. They saved both me and my brother. Feel free to tell us whatever you need in the future. As long as my brother and I can manage it, we'll never refuse. You're now my brothers and my lifesaver. Shuyu told Gu Chen excitedly. They had almost lost their lives today. Were it not for Gu Chen, they might have become one of those wandering zombies outside. It's nothing. You provide crystal cores, and in return I sell goods to you. That's a fair trade, Gu Chen said calmly. When he purchased these supplies from the system shop, he already knew these items could help many people. The more survivors there are in the apocalypse, the better his business will thrive. If everyone in the apocalypse were to die out, who would he even sell his goods to? He'd probably die from exhaustion if he had to fight zombies and harvest crystals all by himself. Nothing beats lounging in the shop enjoying air conditioning and movies right now. Shuyu still looked at Gu-chun with gratitude in her eyes. Whatever the case may be, you're the one who saved our lives. We all remember it in our hearts, right, brother? Absolutely. Just let us know if you need anything in the future. Gu-chun couldn't stand these sentimental words. He quickly said, the first floor is now the food section, everything else is on the second floor. You can go browse around. The supermarket has launched many new products, with lots of ready-to-eat foods stocked. Shuyu and Shu Tian had already grown accustomed to Gu Chen's miracles, but the newly arrived officials still wore expressions of shock. Tang Shui's face lit up with delight at the sight of braised pork ribs. She particularly missed the braised ribs her mother used to make before the apocalypse. It's a pity her mother had already turned into a zombie. She would never be able to make her favorite braised pork ribs again. After completing her payment, Tang Shui couldn't wait to take her meal to the dining area and began eating. The moment the braised pork ribs touched my tongue, she stood there in a daze, then burst into tears. This actually tastes just like Mom used to make. The taste of her mother's cooking that she thought she'd never experience again. Tang Shui began savoring it carefully, eating with uncommon reverence. Her companions who came with her were also startled by Tang Shui's appearance. They too picked up their favorite foods and queued up to pay. Gu Chen happily pocketed another 1,000 purple crystal coins. The dining area erupted with waves of exclamations. Most patrons were visiting for the first time. It was their first taste of the overpowering culinary assault from the invincible supermarket. At that moment, they were utterly conquered. They felt they could never live without Gu Chen's supermarket again. This is infinitely more delicious than any 5-star restaurant before the apocalypse. Can such flavors truly exist in reality? Through these culinary delights, they gained a fresh perspective on Gu Chen. Many began to believe Gu Chen must be an immortal reincarnated. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to produce such delicious food. Gu Chen always felt satisfied whenever he saw their praises for the food. It felt like his own efforts were being recognized. Though these things weren't made by his own hands, but since it came from his system, it was essentially his doing. Only after eating and drinking their fill did Chuyu and the others remember their real mission. Deng Jiangwo had sent them to purchase the first batch of supplies, especially the guardian robes and the universal antidote potion. It is now a strategic level resource. Chuyu walked towards Gu Chen and said, Bosku, we'd like to purchase 50 bottles of universal antidote potions, and 100 sets of Tier 2 guardian robes. Deng Jiangwo instructed them to first purchase and bring back the urgently needed supplies. Once this transaction was completed, his task would be fulfilled. Gu Chen was also happy. The person who just arrived had a shopping card processed, and now the system task shows 79/100. The first side mission can also be successfully completed. No problem, but just a reminder, all goods sold in this supermarket carry special markings. Only those who have completed identity verification and linked a shopping card at this supermarket are authorized to use it. Gu Chen certainly didn't want them coming with just 20 people this time only to purchase supplies for hundreds. If they kept operating this way, how would he ever complete his system missions? He felt that judging by the pattern of the system's task releases, the next task would certainly increase in difficulty. So Gu Chen had no choice but to have Shabai implement restrictions on the items sold at the invincible supermarket. No problem, tomorrow we'll arrange for them to come in groups. Shu Yu and the others had long planned for this. Ding! 75,000 purple crystal coins have been deducted. As the card swipe sound echoed, Gu Chen received his largest deposit of purple crystal coins to date. Then, Gu Chen spent another 15,000 to restock 50 bottles of universal antidote potions and 100 sets of second-tier guardian robes from the system, handing them over to Chuyu.
Speaking of which, the second-tier guardian robes are getting a bit inadequate now that the zombies have leveled up.
Next time the system wants to upgrade, it'll cost 200,000 purple crystal coins. I'm still a bit short at the moment.
As the sound of the card swipe echoed, Little Bai's voice also rang out in Gu Chen's mind.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for completing side mission 1.
You are now rewarded with 1 supernatural ability upgrade. Host, would you like to upgrade the lightning element ability?
Yes. Currently, he only possessed 1 lightning element ability, and even if he had others, upgrading the highest level one would be the most cost-effective. Now that his lightning element ability had reached the 4th tier, it placed him in the top tier even in the post-apocalyptic world. As upgrading abilities became increasingly difficult later on, Gu Chen's strength would swiftly surpass that of others. Gu Chen felt the power within him, sensing that his physique was growing increasingly formidable.
No fatigue whatsoever throughout the whole day. Was this yet another benefit of the superpowers?
Once he advanced to tier 5, he'd capture Hua Tianyu and make him suffer excruciatingly.
I wonder if the next system mission will reward an ability upgrade.
Upgrading to 5th tier abilities with purple crystal coins would cost 100,000. The energy required for upgrades increases exponentially, reaching staggering amounts at higher levels.
The hierarchy of ability users is critically important. It's almost impossible to challenge someone of a higher tier.
The difference in supernatural abilities contained within each tier's practitioners is overwhelmingly vast. As ability ranks advance, the power of these supernatural abilities grows significantly. Between ability users of the same tier, outcomes depend entirely on whether their abilities counteract each other.
There is also the matter of ability users' control over their powers.
For example, Chuyu's Vine Entangle is an application of her ability that she has comprehended. If one possesses dual abilities or multiple abilities, they can even unleash combination techniques whose power is several times greater than that of single abilities.
This is also the only possible circumstance where one might challenge opponents above their level.
But according to Gu Chen's knowledge, dual-type abilities were extremely rare up until his death in his previous life.
Not to mention multi-type abilities.
Gu Chen had an immature idea. He wondered if the system's abilities could be sold separately to others. Of course, that was a matter for later.
Right now, Gu Chen wouldn't bring up this possibility. Ding! Welcome!
At that moment, Xia Fan walked in, followed by his companions. It was clear their team had grown larger again. Now there were a full 30 people.
Gu Chen thought to himself, if he served this group, wouldn't System Mission 4 be completed? Chapter 16, Obtaining Spatial Ability. Good evening, Boss Gu. Good evening, Boss Gu.
The crowd greeted Gu Chen in unison, to which he responded politely. Xia Fan and the others glanced curiously at Chuyu's group before proceeding to explore the completely transformed supermarket on their own.
Right now, the first floor is all food products, everything else is on the second floor. Gu Chen thought it would be a good idea to have Xiaobai set up some directional signs.
At that moment, Chuyu, noticing they were all ability users, began to entertain the idea of recruiting them.
He looked at the leader, Xia Fan, and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Chuyu. I'm an administrator from the official Luching base. Would you be interested in joining our base? We're currently recruiting superhumans.
Xia Fan and the others were startled. They hadn't expected an official invitation like this.
Xia Fan pondered for a moment. The authorities?
Before the apocalypse, many of them might have jumped at such an opportunity to join the system. But now they have the invincible supermarket, and clinging tightly to Gu Chen's thighs is the golden rule.
Near the invincible supermarket, it's still absolutely safe. Going to the Deer City base comes with too many restrictions and wouldn't be as free as things are now. He declined, saying, "Thank you for the invitation, but we don't like constraints."
Yi Jinjin from our team left because she couldn't stand the oppression from the Han family in Luching base.
Yes, we love our freedom.
Right now, we've built a Lingyun base around Boss Gu's area, so we have security too.
Gu Chen gave them a surprised glance upon hearing they'd established a base. Actually, it made sense.
The area around the invincible supermarket was the one-of-a-kind safe zone, so it was only natural they'd set up base here.
Chuyu was equally astonished by their base-building revelation.
They looked like youths fresh out of society, unlike the tycoons hoarding vast resources or pre-apocalyptic power brokers typically behind Lujiang City's established bases. Still, she didn't mind Xia Fan's refusal and added, "Well, let's collaborate more if opportunities arise in the future."
Got it, Xia Fan promptly responded.
She needed to deliver the supplies now, so they could equip their elite supernatural squad in Luching by tomorrow. She was certain these miraculous supplies would ensure increasingly prosperous development for their Luching base.
After Chuyu departed, Gu Chen was still thinking about his mission rewards and couldn't let these customers delay him any longer.
Hurry and go eat, the supermarket has plenty of new products today.
Yeah, we're all starving, heh?
One of the youths, with an honest-looking face, scratched his head sheepishly. His name was Chen Jia, a second-tier Earth ability user. They lined up to swipe their cards with their favorite foods in hand. As one after another successfully swiped their cards, Xiaobai's notification tone finally chimed.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing mission 4.
Reward, opportunity to learn any skill once. Host, would you like to learn it now? Yes, learn spatial ability.
Guchen noticed that among all the abilities in the system store, psychic ability and spatial ability were the most expensive. In the apocalypse, he had never heard of anyone awakening a spatial ability.
Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully learning spatial ability. Current rank of spatial ability, Tier 1.
Guchen checked his spatial ability and found that a 10 cubic meter space had appeared within his body, completely empty for now.
Level up. Upgrade the spatial ability to Tier 2.
Guchen still had over 60,000 crystal cores in his possession, flush with cash.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, your spatial ability has successfully advanced to the second tier. 2,000 purple crystal coins have been deducted. Guchen checked and saw that the space had expanded from 10 cubic meters to 100 cubic meters.
Keep going. Level up to Tier 3. Ding!
Congratulations, host, your spatial ability has successfully reached Tier 3.
5,000 purple crystal coins have been deducted from your account.
The current storage space has expanded to 1,000 cubic meters.
Guchen was considering whether it was worth spending 30,000 zombie cores for the next upgrade.
Guchen decided to hold off on upgrading for now. After all, 1,000 cubic meters was more than enough at the moment.
He could always upgrade later if necessary.
He planned to use this space to finish off Huo Tianyu once and for all. He remembered reading in the Spatial Ability Systems manual that reaching the third tier would grant the power of teleportation.
He hastily asked Xiaobai, how many meters can I teleport now?
A normal third-level spatial ability can only teleport 300 meters, but since the host also possesses fourth-level thunder ability internally, the energy reserves are abundant.
The host can now teleport 1 kilometer. Guchen was satisfied as his plan gradually took shape in his mind. Ding!
The system now issues the fifth task, receive 1,000 customers. Mission completion rewards, 1.
Lucky Grand Package. 2. Unlock Hotel Business. Lucky Grand Package? What's inside? Guchen wondered suspiciously.
You'll know when the time comes, I guarantee they'll all be things you need,
Xiaobai said mysteriously. Fine then.
Guchen was more concerned about the hotel business launch. It would be another opportunity to attract massive traffic. Given the system's usual tendencies, the next mission might require serving 10,000 customers. Relying solely on the supermarket would work Guchen to death. While Guchen was conversing with Xiaobai in his mind, the remaining customers had all finished checking out.
Current mission progress is 9/1000. Barring any unexpected circumstances, tomorrow we'll see a surge with the arrival of other survivors from Deer City Base. By the way, Xiaobai, where's that errand robot you promised me? I really need it right now.
Guchen recalled, might as well milk Xiaobai while he could. Xiaobai thought Guchen had forgotten, but who knew he'd remember again. Now she'd have to pay through the nose.
Ding!
Xiaobai has gifted the host one miscellaneous chores robot, now stored in the system backpack.
It can be retrieved at any time. Guchen grinned from ear to ear. This would lighten his workload considerably.
He decided to wait until Xiefan and the others left before bringing it out. As Xiefan and the others took their seats in the dining area, Guchen was in high spirits today. He had completed 2 tasks and even scored a free janitorial robot.
After sending off Xiefan and his group, Guchen checked his system backpack and silently summoned the cleaning robot.
A young man suddenly appeared 1 meter ahead. He was cultured, dignified, and strikingly handsome, dressed impeccably in a tailcoat, the very picture of a gentleman. Had this been before the apocalypse and he'd gone into acting, he'd undoubtedly have become an overnight sensation. His looks alone could sustain him. One might even say his beauty rivaled that of Panin.
Was this really a menial robot? A menial robot that looked like this?
Standing next to him would only make me pale in comparison. And he doesn't look like a robot at all. If Guchen hadn't known in advance, he would have thought he was a real person.
That's right. Xiaobai's products are always top-notch. Even a menial robot must be perfected in every detail. At that moment, the menial robot spoke. His voice was clear, elegant, and warm, without any trace of mechanical tone, capable of deceiving 99.9999% of people in the world. It's nice to meet you, Master. Could you give me a name? Chapter 17 named Chu Feng. Guchen had a headache, another name to come up with.
He pondered what would suit this extraordinary appearance. It would be such a waste not to give such a handsome face a fitting name. Guchen would feel guilty otherwise. Truly, good looks deserved fairness. Elegant and dignified, refined and graceful, you shall be called Chu Feng. Guchen managed to come up with a decent name after much thought.
Chu Feng. Master, I love it.
Thank you, Master.
Chu Feng bowed deeply in gratitude. Master, is there anything I can help you with now?
Not today. I'll assign you a task tomorrow.
Do you need to sleep? Guchen asked curiously.
Chu Feng replied respectfully, I don't need to sleep. I use the most advanced charging technology, a single charge lasts for 5 years. When I detect the battery is running low, I recharge automatically without requiring my master's attention.
That sounds great, it's definitely a hassle-free deal. Then do you have any other functions?
Gu Qin felt that using Chu Feng for menial tasks was really a waste. Chu Feng began explaining, Master, I am equipped with the most advanced energy weapons, and I can also be upgraded. I also possess powerful computational and management capabilities. Additionally, I have various plugins available for purchase and upgrades.
Master can install whatever functions are needed later. Gu Chen was startled, since when did assistant robots become so competitive? This one was practically an all-rounder.
Gu Chen was very pleased with Chu Feng and assigned him the task of designing a flyer for the Invincible supermarket before heading off to sleep.
Meanwhile, at the Han family's Lucheng base,
Han Ping grew uneasy as Han Rui and the ability user team failed to return for so long. He paced anxiously back and forth in the living room.
His wife Lu Yun couldn't bear it any longer. Old Han, what are you pacing around for? You're making me dizzy, what's happened?
She wasn't surprised not to see her son, she'd grown accustomed to him fooling around outside every day anyway. With his abilities, nothing bad could possibly happen to him.
What do you know, woman?
I sent Xiao Rui out on a mission with a team of superpowered soldiers, and not a single one has returned yet.
I'm worried something's happened to them. What? Has something happened to Xiao Rui? Hearing that Han Rui might be in trouble, Lu Yun nearly fainted from shock.
Han Ping furrowed his brow in irritation. We still don't know yet. I've already sent people to search all the places Xiao Rui usually frequents. If we still can't find him tomorrow, we'll send someone to Invincible Supermarket again. He already had a vague guess in his heart. Now he's making his final struggle. After all, Xiao Rui is a 4th level awakened one surrounded by so many people.
Even in the apocalypse, their strength ranks among the top. How could a mere supermarket owner possibly pose a threat to Han Rui?
He summoned his subordinates again, ordering them to dispatch more manpower to search for Han Rui. The night passed without incident. Meanwhile, Gu Qin slept soundly, completely unaware of the chaos he had stirred in the Han household that night. He didn't care about a mere Han family. At this time in the Han household, Han Ping hadn't slept all night. The people he sent out still hadn't found any trace of Han Rui. There was only one possibility now, they had all fallen at Invincible Supermarket.
He could no longer afford to hide anything.
He mobilized all the superpowered individuals under his command, a full 100 of them. Among them, there were as many as 50 third-tier ability users, and the leader, Han Yi, was his most trusted right-hand man, now a 4th-tier metal-type ability user. Han Yi had been adopted and trained by him since childhood, all to mold him into the sharpest blade in his arsenal. He issued a strict order: they must eliminate the Invincible Supermarket, and they must bring back Han Rui alive or dead. He couldn't let Han Rui disappear without a trace. This was his only son, after all.
Gu Qin was still eating breakfast at this time, and the shop hadn't yet opened for business.
Han Yi arrived at the entrance of the Invincible Supermarket with a group of ability users, his face cold as he stared at the tightly shut doors.
Break it down for me.
At his command, several burly ability users rushed forward, forcefully slamming against the supermarket's doors.
Yet, the doors didn't budge an inch. What's going on? Han Yi frowned.
At that moment, an esper pointed at the door in terror and said, Captain,
there's electricity on the door. Han Yi looked over and indeed saw faint electric currents flickering across the door. TCH, child's play.
He snorted coldly and raised his hand, releasing a golden beam of light that shot straight toward the door. The golden light collided with the electric current, producing a crackling sound.
Yet the massive gate remained as unyielding as a boulder.
Useless trash,
Han Yi shouted angrily.
Attack together. I refuse to believe we can't smash this door open. The various superhumans unleashed their abilities one after another, and for a moment, beams of light and energy intertwined brilliantly in the air.
Yet, no matter how hard they tried, the supermarket's entrance remained completely unscathed.
Han Yi's expression grew increasingly grim as he realized the supermarket might not be as simple as they had imagined. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the supermarket roof. Han Yi squinted. It was a graceful young man.
Who are you people? Why are you attacking our supermarket?
Chu Feng's voice came through the loudspeaker.
Enough nonsense. Hand over our boss's son. Han Yi roared angrily. Your son?
Chu Feng shook his head in confusion.
I don't know anything about your son. Stop pretending. It was you who killed our boss's son and his teammates yesterday.
Han Yi pointed at Chu Feng and roared. So you're from the Han family, Chu Feng said with sudden understanding. Your son tried to rob our supermarket and was killed in self-defense by the boss.
Nonsense. Han Yi's eyes widened.
There's no way our boss's son would commit robbery. That's exactly what happened, Chu Feng said with a cold smile. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, a blue energy sphere materialized in Chu Feng's hand, which he promptly hurled into the crowd below. The energy sphere exploded amidst the crowd, sending several superpowered individuals flying. Hani watched in horror, never expecting this man to be so formidable.
Don't be afraid, charge together.
Hani brandished his golden spear and led the charge toward Chufeng. Seeing this, the other superpowered individuals followed suit. A hint of disdain flashed in Chufeng's eyes as he leaped gracefully aside, dodging Han Yi's attack. Simultaneously, he gathered another energy sphere in his hand and launched it at Han Yi and his allies.
A fierce battle erupted instantly. Both sides went back and forth, neither willing to yield.
Chufeng fought against all of them alone yet didn't lose ground in the slightest. Meanwhile, Han Yi and his group gradually struggled under the pressure. They realized this man's strength far exceeded their expectations.
At that moment, Gu Chen walked out of the supermarket.
He surveyed the scene before him, secretly astonished. Who would have thought this Chufeng was so formidable? It seemed he had struck gold.
Stop! Gu Chen shouted loudly.
Upon hearing the voice, Chufeng immediately halted his attack.
Boss. Chufeng gave Gu Chen a slight bow. Are you from the Han family? Gu Chen asked. Correct. Hand over our boss's son. Chapter 18, Dealing with the Han family's ability users.
Ha, the Han family is so courteous, sending so many people to deliver themselves to their doom, Gu Chen remarked, eyeing them with amusement.
Han Yi and the others were infuriated upon hearing this. You're far too arrogant. We have so many people, and yet you, just two, dare to act so insolent. Insolent? Who's really being insolent here?
Your Han family wants to seize my supermarket without cause, and now you're being aggressive.
Do you really think we're easy to push around? Gu Chen's eyes turned icy, radiating endless killing intent. Han Yi's face darkened, realizing things wouldn't end peacefully today.
He shouted, attack them, kill them. Instantly, both sides erupted into a fierce battle.
Gu Chen moved like lightning, electrical energy crackling from his hands as each strike extinguished a life.
His partner fought in perfect sync beside him, the two weaving through their enemies like phantoms.
Yet Han Yi and his men couldn't even graze a hair on Gu Chen's head.
As it happened, Gu Chen had grown weary from staying in the supermarket and wanted to stretch his limbs just as these men delivered themselves to his doorstep. In no time at all, over half of the Han family's men were either dead or wounded.
Han Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the scene. Never could he have imagined Gu Chen would be this formidable.
Gu Chen gazed coldly at Han Yi, advancing step by step toward him.
Trembling, Han Yi staggered backward and stammered, what do you want? Stay back.
Gu Chen curled the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Your Han family chose the wrong person to mess with. Today is the day you pay the price. With those words, he raised his hand and delivered the final blow to Han Yi. Gu Chen disposed of the remaining members of the Han family, then returned to the supermarket in high spirits to continue his breakfast with perfect composure as if he hadn't just killed hundreds of people, but merely returned from a morning workout.
Meanwhile at Deer City base,
Deng Jiangwo flew into a rage upon receiving news that Han Ping had sent his psychic subordinates to cause trouble for Gu Chen.
He found Han Ping and demanded, what is your Han family trying to do? Boss Gu has given us hope for surviving the apocalypse, yet you sent so many superhumans to kill him? Humph, what right does that Gu guy have to control so many resources?
And now Xiao Rui is missing because of that supermarket, possibly in grave danger.
What's wrong with me sending people to find him? Han Ping retorted angrily. Han Rui? He went after Boss Gu too? Deng Jiangmo sneered.
Don't think I don't know what schemes your Han family is plotting. If it weren't for Boss Gu, how many more people would our base have sacrificed? But, Han Ping still wanted to argue.
Enough! Deng Jiangmo interrupted him.
Starting today, no member of the Han family is allowed to set foot outside the base.
Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, Deng Jiangmo turned and left.
Han Ping glared at his retreating back, his teeth clenched in fury. If Lu City base was going to be so unreasonable, then he'd just go to another base. After all, he still had all his supplies and so many superpowered subordinates.
What base wouldn't welcome him with open arms? Why endure this humiliation here?
Han Ping decided to leave the Deer City base as soon as Han Yi and the others returned. Yet no matter how long he waited, Han Yi still hadn't come back. As time passed, his anxiety grew increasingly unbearable. He now harbored an intense hatred for Gu Chen in his heart. He felt he couldn't wait any longer. With Gu Chen now providing the base with such high-quality, affordable supplies and those miraculous potions, once the base completed its procurement, his prestige would reach unprecedented heights. Yet most of the superpowered individuals around him had been sent out to kill Gu Chen. If the survivors of Deer City base no longer needed his supplies, wouldn't he become the target of everyone's hatred? His family had committed no shortage of atrocities in the past. The more Han Ping thought about it, the more anxious he became. Where could he go if he had to leave Deer City base? Suddenly, he recalled the previous intelligence he received. His subordinates had reported seeing a psychic from the Hua family of the North Star base heading to the Invincible supermarket, only to be killed there. The Hua family from Beiyu base must also have a grudge against Gu Chen. He could ally with them to avenge Xiao Rui. An enemy's enemy is a friend after all.
he resolved to settle the score with Gu Chen. He packed his belongings, explained the situation to Lu Yun, and then led her and the remaining awakened ones to Beiyu base. As for the supplies, he had stored them in a very secure location. Deng Jiangwo had already arranged for personnel to escort the survivors from the base to the Invincible supermarket. They escorted 100 people at a time, fearing that larger groups might attract the attention of high-level zombies. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the Invincible supermarket. The survivors gazed in awe at the majestic supermarket standing tall amidst the apocalypse. They were all astonished. Other supermarkets had long been reduced to ruins, let alone still functioning and supplying goods normally. Most of the supplies Han Ping had previously provided to ordinary people were expired bread and the like. Now, hearing they could have full meals from now on, even eat well, how could they not be overjoyed? Filled with excitement, they streamed into the supermarket one after another. Ding! Welcome! Gu Chen watched as these survivors arrived under the escort of Chu Feng and his team, his heart swelling with happiness. Gu Chen warmly welcomed the survivors, asking Chu Feng to introduce them to the various products in the supermarket. The survivors' eyes brimmed with awe and longing as they took in the dazzling array of food and daily necessities. One of the men approached Gu Chen and said gratefully, "Thank you, Boss Gu. Without you, none of us know how much longer we'd have struggled in this apocalyptic world." At that moment, a survivor ran over excitedly and exclaimed, "There are fresh vegetables and fruits here. We haven't had such fresh food in ages." The others all chimed in agreement, their faces beaming with happy smiles. They all registered shopping cards at the checkout counter before eagerly picking up steaming hot-cooked meals and fresh fruits. In the apocalyptic world, obtaining these was incredibly difficult. Some girls were staring at Chu Feng with fascination, his face was simply lethal. They surrounded Chu Feng, asking about his name, his preferences, and whether he had a girlfriend. Chu Feng patiently answered each of their questions one by one. These girls became even more infatuated, so handsome and yet so gentle in personality, he was practically their male idol. Truth be told, in the post-apocalyptic world, very few people still chased after celebrities. When survival itself was a struggle, who had energy to spare for their idols? But Gu Chen and Chu Feng were different. One provided them with ample supplies, and the other, working under Gu Chen at the Invincible supermarket, was clearly no ordinary person, not to mention his striking good looks. Just the thought of visiting the Invincible supermarket to catch a glimpse of Chu Feng made these girls wish they could come every single day. Among them were even powerful female superhumans, yet none could resist Chu Feng's charm. Gu Chen thought if he took photos of Chu Feng and posted them online, his supermarket might welcome waves of female customers. Gu Chen pondered the feasibility of this idea. He could send Chu Feng to distribute flyers in other bases while recruiting superhumans for the Lingyun base. He was certain that once women learned about these miraculous powers combined with Chu Feng's looks, he'd be unstoppable. Chapter 19, Tang Zhuzhu's Men. With each customer making purchases, the system's task progressed to 129/1000. Gu Chen felt a growing sense of accomplishment as he watched the mission progress increase bit by bit. The customers who bought food couldn't wait and immediately started eating. Today, Gu Chen's restaurant was serving home-style dishes like shredded pork and garlic sauce, braised pork, mouth-watering chicken, lychee pork, spicy blood curd, mapo tofu, and yellow braised chicken. There was also the daily stir-fried seasonal greens, though which vegetables were served depended entirely on Gu Chen's mood that day. Additionally, there was the complimentary daily soup provided by the system, which Gu Chen had placed in the dining area. Each dish was neatly packed in boxes, which were not only more hygienic but also preserved the best flavor and temperature of the food, all provided by the system. Nearly everyone who visited the Invincible supermarket became enamored with it. After seeing off this wave of customers, Gu Chen decided to check on Tang Zhuzhu and Huo Tianyu. Gu Chen had Xiaobai first switch the broadcast to show Tang Zhuzhu's situation. At this moment, Tang Zhuzhu was wearing a skimpy white camisole, her body merely cleaned in a cursory manner. In the post-apocalyptic world, water resources were precious. Her expression was one of utter despair mingled with a trace of pleasure. Beside her, in addition to the same group of men from last time, there were also several new faces. One of the men tossed a piece of bread to Tang Zhuzhu. Ignore the peculiar state of her body for now. Tang Zhuzhu grabbed it, tore open the wrapper, and began devouring it ravenously. "Get down on your knees," the man commanded Tang Zhuzhu. Humiliated yet numb, Tang Zhuzhu bowed her body onto the sofa while still swallowing the bread. The man lifted her skirt and immediately began his actions. A group of men stood nearby, watching with relish. "Brother Tang, I told you she's a slut, right? Give her food, and she'll do anything." "Yeah, she's really shameless. As long as we control her, we can get a steady supply of food from others without having to go out looking for supplies ourselves." "Ha, good thing you came up with this idea. Anyway, she's enjoying herself, we're just doing her a favor." "Exactly. How else could a regular person without any powers survive? Gotta admit, this woman has skills." Those men can't resist her, they willingly spend their supplies just for one night with her. That's just her natural talent. Even with all of us watching, she doesn't bat an eye. Exactly, it's not like we haven't tried with other women before. Look at all these people refusing to submit. Only this slut here finds it exciting. Let's be honest, this bitch was born to be low-class trash. Before the apocalypse, she pretended to be so pure. Who knew she'd turn out to be such a filthy whore inside? These men brazenly discussed Tang Juju right in front of her, completely unconcerned whether she heard them or not. But Tang Juju acted as if she hadn't heard, still immersed in her food. Probably Tang Juju would never have dreamed that originally under Gu Chen's protection, she would continue living a life of plentiful food even during the apocalypse, eventually even becoming the mistress of the North Star base, a world of difference from her current circumstances. Gu Chen stopped watching when he saw Tang Juju wasn't doing well. He then had Xiaobai switch the feed to broadcast Hua Tianyu's situation. At this time, the Hua family was thriving, controlling vast numbers of survivors. They had sabotaged their own base's communications network, preventing survivors from learning about the Invincible supermarket's existence. They exchanged the crystals they collected every day at a low price. Some survivors resisted and wanted to go elsewhere, but they were all intercepted by the Hua family on the only path leading out. As for Hua Tianyu, he didn't need to collect crystals himself. His daily task was simply absorbing them to enhance his strength. At that moment, a superhuman came to report. Family head, a man named Han Ping is asking for you by name, saying you'd definitely agree to see him once you heard his name. Oh, Han Ping? Wasn't he previously at the official Luqing base? Why would he suddenly come here? Bring him in. Hua Jinxiong, patriarch of the Hua family, waved his hand, preparing to meet this Han Ping. Soon, Han Ping was brought in, his attire immaculate, nothing like someone surviving in an apocalyptic world. Yet between his brows lingered a shade of pain, clearly still submerged in the grief of losing his son. Boss Han, what brings you here? Hua Jinxiong toyed with a decorative piece in his hand while sizing up Han Ping. Patriarch Hua, to speak frankly, I've suffered heavy losses at the Invincible supermarket this time. I ended up losing myself in the deal. I heard you also have issues with Invincible supermarket, so I came specifically to discuss business with you. Han Ping got straight to the point. Oh, you're quite well informed, but without leverage, I'm not interested in provoking Invincible supermarket right now. What exactly do you want to discuss? Hua Jinxiong asked with keen interest. I want to cooperate with your Hua family, Han Ping said gravely. Since you control so many survivors, you must have plenty of crystal cores. The 4th-tier experts I sent never returned, so I suspect that supermarket owner has likely reached the 5th tier. And as for me, I can provide some of the supplies you need to help your ability users break through. Hua Jinxiong chuckled and said, Boss Han is truly generous. Although the Hua family also has supplies, who in the apocalypse would complain about having too many? With more supplies, he could control even more people. Hua Jinxiong's gaze towards Han Ping gradually grew greedy, and a smile curled at the corner of his lips. Fine, I agree. But you'll have to deliver the supplies first. Han Ping nodded. No problem. I'll arrange it as soon as possible, but I'm the only one who knows the location of the supplies. Your people can't follow me. Also, once you're awake and break through, they must avenge my son. The two reached an agreement, and Han Ping left the Hua residence. He swore silently in his heart to avenge his son no matter what. After Han Ping's departure, Hua Jinxiong immediately summoned the core members of the family to discuss the cooperation plan with Han Ping. Father, should we really trust that Han Ping? Hua Tianyu asked nervously. Hua Jinxiong smiled confidently. Don't worry, son. Once we get the supplies and strengthen our own power, we won't have to fear that Invincible supermarket anymore. Gu Chen saw this and chuckled with amusement. Supplies? Trying to compete with me over supplies? Do you even stand a chance? Since Han Ping had pledged loyalty to the Hua family, it was necessary for him to personally go take all their supplies. Then they could see if they ended up fighting among themselves like dogs biting each other's fur. And the promotional plan for the Invincible supermarket needed to be put on the agenda soon. Besides Deer City base, there were still 3 other bases to expand to. Gu Chen decided to take Chu Feng out of the supermarket for the first time and head to Beiyu base. Host, after so many days of zombie destruction, the power grid and internet in the apocalypse have collapsed. Little Bai reminded Gu Chen. Gu Chen noticed that the Invincible supermarket seemed unaffected, with everything inside operating as usual. Chapter 20, Upgrade to Level 4 System. Little Bai, find me the location where Han Ping's supplies are stored. Gu Chen mentally commanded Little Bai. Got it, host. Han Ping's supplies were stored in 5 warehouses in total, located in the east, south, west, north, and center of Luqing. The warehouse he previously used to exchange for zombie crystals at the Luqing base was the one closest to it, now displaying the addresses of Han Ping's warehouses for the host. Xiao Bai is still so dependable. Wait for the screen mirroring. I still have some preparations to complete before we go. Gu Chen looked at his balance of 60,908 purple crystal coins. Xiao Bai, upgrade the system store. Gu Chen was somewhat eager to see what the 4th level store might unlock. Great job, host. You're amazing to level up so quickly. Xiaobai wagged its tail excitedly. Ding! Deducted 50,000 purple crystal coins. System shop upgrading. Ding! System shop upgrade successful. Ding! Unlocked the full category of rare treasures for the host. Ding! The invincible protective shield has been upgraded to cover a 10-kilometer radius around the invincible supermarket. As the notification sounded, a white light flashed through the store. The invincible supermarket also underwent a dramatic transformation. The original 3-story building had now become 4 stories tall. The interior decoration was upgraded as well, becoming more refined and high quality, everything seemingly glowing with a new luster. The entire supermarket gives off a magnificent and splendid feeling. The 2nd floor has now transformed into a specialty treasures section, and the store has gained 2 additional high-tech elevators. They can accommodate up to 100 people simultaneously, with round trips taking less than 3 seconds. The elevators only serve the supermarket shopping areas. Gu Chen has a private elevator that goes directly to the residential section. Gu Chen looked at the increasingly advanced supermarket, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment in his heart. Gu Chen turned his attention to the items in the rare treasures section, which were also dazzlingly varied. Gu Chen browsed through the products suitable for shelving in the supermarket. He noticed a category labeled attribute potions and asked Xiaobai, "What are attribute potions?" Host, this is a newly added feature from the system store upgrade. Every person or zombie has attributes, which weren't unlocked before due to insufficient system energy. Now the host can scan everyone's attributes through the system. Xiaobai explained. Xiaobai, then scan my attributes, I'm quite curious. Ding! System scanning in progress, please wait. Name, Gu Chen. Abilities, Thunder type, Space type. Rank, Thunder element 4th tier, Space element 3rd tier. Stamina, 100. Speed, 100. Strength, 100. Defense, 300, 2nd tier Guardian Robe plus 200. Mental Power, 1000. Energy, 2200. Bound System, Invincible Shop System. Xiaobai, why are my physical attributes like stamina, speed, and strength all at 100? What are the default stats? Gu Chen had felt that his physical condition had been improving recently, but it wasn't as straightforward as having the system scanning data. Host, the attributes of an ordinary person vary depending on their physical strength. For example, if someone exercises frequently, their initial stamina will increase. Those with greater strength will have higher initial power attributes, but ordinary people's attributes usually don't exceed 10 points. For typical untrained individuals, the initial attributes are generally 5 points, but your initial stamina, speed, strength, and defense all start at 10 points. Xiaobai explained patiently. What about mental power? Why is mine so much higher than the other attributes? According to Xiaobai's explanation, if an ordinary person's initial attributes are 10 points, then his attributes are 100 times that of an ordinary person. Host, attributes will increase as your abilities level up. And the reason your mental power is so high is primarily due to the enhancement of your abilities. The second reason is that the host has been reborn. The host's mental strength, or soul potency, has undergone an evolutionary breakthrough. What's the use of having strong mental power? With such formidable psychic abilities, surely they must be of some use. Host, strong mental resilience can reduce the success rate of psychic-type ability users attempting to control you. Additionally, cultivating mental-type abilities will make you even more formidable. For instance, a first-tier mental ability might only allow control over ordinary small animals, whereas as the host, you could directly control a person. As the psychic ability improves, the number of people one can control will increase exponentially. Normally, psychic ability users can only control people at the 5th tier, but you can do it at the 1st tier. There's also the illusion technique that can resist psychic abilities. If you learn psychic abilities, you'll be able to construct even more powerful illusions. Then what's the probability of me being controlled or falling for illusions with my current mental strength? Gu Chen had to be cautious. If he went out and got hit by a psychic ability, it would be game over. Host, with your current level of mental strength, the probability of being controlled or falling for illusions is 0%. As long as their mental strength doesn't exceed yours, host, you won't be affected by any psychic abilities. Gu Chen felt relieved upon hearing this, given his current mental strength stats and the system's assistance. In this world, it would be extremely difficult for anyone's mental strength to surpass his own. Suddenly struck by a whimsical thought, Gu Chen had Xiaobai scan Chu Feng's stats. Beep, scanning in progress, please wait. Name, Chu Feng. Level, 1. Stamina, 200. Speed, 200. Strength, 200. Defense, 500. Energy value, 10,000. Owner, Gu Chen. Gu Chen wondered why Chu Feng's stats were higher than his own. Host, Chu Feng is a robot. His initial attributes are determined by his materials. If you wish to improve Chu Feng's attributes in the future, you'll need to upgrade him. How many purple crystal coins does Chu Feng need to level up to tier 2? Gu Chen had a feeling it wouldn't be cheap. Chu Feng needs 100,000 purple crystal coins to upgrade to tier 2. Gu Chen was frustrated. Getting Xiaobai a new body cost 100,000 purple crystal coins, and leveling up Chu Feng also required 100,000. Upgrading the system shop to level 5 required another 500,000 purple crystal coins. He had initially thought he was wealthy, but now he realized just how short on money he really was. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Xiaobai, can we sell real-world supplies in the Invincible supermarket? He asked. Host, it's possible, but items from the real world aren't as high quality as those from the supermarket. Xiaobai replied helplessly. After all, it got commissions when Gu Chen restocked the system shop. Gu Chen didn't care about all these trivial matters. In this apocalyptic world where supplies were so scarce, as long as you had resources, you'd never lack people willing to take them. Han Ping's warehouse is still waiting for him to loot at zero cost. That bastard Han Ping has sent people to harass them repeatedly, and now he's even entangled with the Hua family. If he doesn't retaliate, Gu Chen won't be able to swallow this anger. Luckily, Han Ping's warehouse location is kept secret. Most of his supernatural subordinates were already wiped out in the Invincible supermarket. He faced little resistance when going to take Han Ping's supplies. The Hua family's supplies were heavily guarded, so if he wanted to take them without alerting the family, he would need to plan carefully. Let's start with Han Ping first. The next chapter contains extensive data. Readers are strongly advised to skip it. If you don't want to skip it, please don't curse me. Runs away with a pot lid on head. Chapter 21, Special Treasures Section Goods. Gu Chen stared at his remaining balance of 10,908 purple crystal coins in deep silence. It's really not enough to spend. Gu Chen wanted to learn psychic-type abilities, but fell silent after seeing the prices in the rare treasures section. Learning psychic abilities would leave him without enough funds for restocking inventory. Suddenly, Gu Chen remembered another concern. He hadn't anticipated Han Ping's massive stockpile of supplies earlier. He wasn't even sure if his spatial ability could store it all. Since it was still daytime, Gu Chen instructed Xiaobai to closely monitor Han Ping and notify him once it was time to retrieve the supplies. Gu Chen steeled himself and began selecting goods from the strange treasures section. Level 1 Strength Attribute Potion, consumed to increase Strength Attribute by 1 point, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 100 purple crystal coins. Level 2 Strength Attribute Potion, consuming increases 5 strength points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 500 purple crystal coins. Level 3 Strength Attribute Potion, consuming increases 10 strength points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 4 Strength Attribute Potion, consuming increases 20 strength points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 5 Strength Attribute Potion, consuming increases 40 strength points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 6 Strength Potion, increases strength by 80 points upon consumption, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 7 Strength Potion, increases strength by 160 points upon consumption, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 8 Strength Potion, increases strength by 320 points upon consumption, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 168,000 purple crystal coins. Level 9 Strength Potion, increases strength by 640 points upon consumption, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 168,000 purple crystal coins. Level 10 Strength Potion, consuming increases strength attribute by 1,280 points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Wholesale price, 168,000 amethyst coins. Level 1 Speed Potion, consuming increases speed attribute by 1 point, maximum 100 bottles per person. Wholesale price, 100 amethyst coins. Level 2 Speed Potion, consuming increases speed attribute by 5 points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Wholesale price, 500 amethyst coins. Level 3 Speed Potion, consuming increases speed attribute by 10 points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Wholesale price, 1000 amethyst coins. Level 4 Speed Attribute Potion, increases speed attribute by 20 points upon consumption, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 5 Speed Attribute Potion, increases speed attribute by 40 points upon consumption, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 6 Speed Attribute Potion, increases speed attribute by 80 points upon consumption, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 7 Speed Attribute Potion, increases speed attribute by 160 points upon consumption, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 8 speed attribute potion, consuming increases speed attribute by 320 points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Wholesale price, 168,000 purple crystal coins. Level 9 speed attribute potion, consuming increases speed attribute by 640 points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Wholesale price, 168,000 purple crystal coins. Level 10 speed attribute potion, consuming increases speed attribute by 1,280 points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Wholesale price, 168,000 purple crystal coins. Level 1 defense attribute potion, consuming increases defense attribute by 1 point, maximum 100 bottles per person. Wholesale price, 100 purple crystal coins. Level 2 defense attribute potion, consumed to increase defense attribute by 5 points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 500 purple crystal coins. Level 3 defense attribute potion, consumed to increase defense attribute by 10 points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 4 defense attribute potion, consumed to increase defense attribute by 20 points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 5 defense attribute potion, consumed to increase defense attribute by 40 points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 6 defense attribute potion, consuming increases defense attributes by 80 points, maximum of 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 7 defense attribute potion, consuming increases defense attributes by 160 points, maximum of 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 8 defense attribute potion, consuming increases defense attributes by 320 points, maximum of 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 168,000 purple crystal coins. Level 9 defense attribute potion, consuming increases defense attributes by 640 points, maximum of 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 168,000 purple crystal coins. Level 10 defense attribute potion, consuming this increases defense attributes by 1,280 points, maximum of 100 bottles per person. Wholesale price, 168,000 purple crystal coins. Level 1 stamina attribute potion, consuming increases stamina by 1 point, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 100 purple crystal coins. Secondary stamina attribute potion, consuming increases 5 stamina attribute points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 500 purple crystal coins. Level 3 stamina attribute potion, increases stamina attributes by 10 points each, maximum 100 bottles per person. Wholesale price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 4 stamina attribute potion, consuming increases 20 stamina points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Wholesale price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 5 stamina attribute potion, consuming increases 40 stamina points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Wholesale price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 6 stamina attribute potion, consuming increases 80 stamina points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Wholesale price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 7 stamina attribute potion, consuming increases 160 stamina points, maximum 100 bottles per person. Wholesale price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 8 stamina attribute potion, consuming increases stamina attribute by 320 points, maximum 100 uses per person. Purchase price, 168,000 purple crystal coins. Level 9 stamina attribute potion, consuming increases stamina attribute by 640 points, maximum 100 uses per person. Purchase price, 168,000 purple crystal coins. Level 10 stamina attribute potion, consuming increases stamina attribute by 1,280 points, maximum 100 uses per person. Purchase price, 168,000 purple crystal coins. Level 1 mental power attribute potion, consuming increases mental power attribute by 1 point, maximum 100 uses per person. Purchase price, 100 purple crystal coins. Level 2 mental attribute potion, consuming increases mental attributes by 5 points, maximum of 100 potions per person. Purchase price, 500 purple crystal coins. Level 3 mental attribute potion, consuming increases mental attributes by 10 points, maximum of 100 potions per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 4 mental attribute potion, consuming increases mental attributes by 20 points, maximum of 100 potions per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 5 mental attribute potion, consuming increases mental attributes by 40 points, maximum of 100 potions per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins.
Level 6 Mental Strength Attribute Potion. Consuming increases 80 points of mental strength attribute. Maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 7 Mental Strength Attribute Potion. Consuming increases 160 points of mental strength attribute. Maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Level 8 Mental Strength Attribute Potion. Consuming increases 320 points of mental strength attribute. Maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 168,000 purple crystal coins. Level 9 Mental Strength Attribute Potion. Consuming increases 640 points of mental strength attribute. Maximum 100 bottles per person. Purchase price, 168,000 purple crystal coins. Ultimate Psychic Attribute Potion. Consumed to increase psychic attributes by 1,280 points. Maximum 100 potions per person. Purchase price, 168,000 purple crystal coins. First level Fire Attribute Attack Magic Scroll. Activates a first tier Fire Attribute Special Ability attack against the target upon use. Purchase price, 100 purple crystal coins. Tier 2 Fire Attribute Offensive Magic Scroll. Unleashes a second tier Fire Attribute Ability attack against the opponent upon use. Purchase price, 1000 purple crystal coins. Grade 3 Fire Attribute Attack Magic Scroll. Upon use, releases a third tier Fire Attribute Special Ability to attack opponents. Purchase price, 2000 purple crystal coins. Tier 4 Fire Attribute Attack Magic Scroll. Upon use, releases a 4th tier Fire Attribute Ability attack toward the target. Wholesale price, 5000 purple crystal coins. Tier 5 Fire Attribute Attack Magic Scroll. Upon use, releases a 5th tier Fire Attribute Ability attack toward the target. Wholesale price, 20,000 purple crystal coins. Tier 6 Fire Attribute Attack Magic Scroll. Upon use, releases a 6th tier Fire Attribute Ability attack toward the target. Wholesale price, 100,000 purple crystal coins. Tier 7 Fire Attribute Attack Magic Scroll. Upon use, releases a 7th tier Fire Attribute Ability attack toward the target. Wholesale price, 500,000 purple crystal coins. Level 8 Fire Attribute Attack Magic Scroll. Unleashes a 7th tier Pyrotechnic Assault upon activation. Purchase price, 1 million purple crystal coins. 9th Grade Fire Attribute Attack Magic Scroll. Unleashes a 7th tier Fire Attribute Special attack on the target upon activation. Purchase price, 3 million purple crystal coins. Level 10 Fire Attribute Attack Magic Scroll. Upon use, unleashes a 7th tier Fire Attribute Supernatural attack on the target. Purchase price, 10 million purple crystal coins. There are other attributes as well: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, strength, speed, space, darkness, light, and so on. Fire Attribute Ability Awakening Potion. Consumed to unlock the corresponding ability. Purchase price, 20,000 purple crystal coins. Water Attribute Ability Awakening Potion. Consumed to unlock the corresponding ability. Purchase price, 20,000 purple crystal coins. Wood Attribute Ability Awakening Potion. Consumed to unlock the corresponding ability. Purchase price, 20,000 purple crystal coins. Earth-based Ability Awakening Potion. Consumption unlocks corresponding supernatural abilities. Purchase price, 20,000 purple crystal coins. Metal Power Awakening Potion. Consumed to unlock the corresponding ability. Wholesale price, 20,000 purple crystal coins. Strength Type Ability Awakening Potion. Consumption unlocks the corresponding ability. Purchase price, 20,000 purple crystal coins. Speed Type Ability Awakening Potion. Consumption unlocks corresponding abilities. Purchase price, 20,000 purple crystal coins. Lightning-based Ability Awakening Potion. Consumed to unlock corresponding abilities. Purchase price, 20,000 purple crystal coins. Spatial-based Ability Awakening Potion. Consumed to unlock corresponding abilities. Purchase price, 30,000 purple crystal coins. Darkness-based Ability Awakening Potion. Consumed to unlock corresponding abilities. Purchase price, 30,000 purple crystal coins. Light-based Ability Awakening Potion. Consumed to unlock corresponding abilities. Purchase price, 30,000 purple crystal coins. Psychic Type Ability Awakening Potion. Grants corresponding ability upon consumption. Purchase price, 50,000 purple crystal coins. Fire Type Ability Upgrade Potion. Tier 1 upgrades corresponding ability upon consumption. Purchase price, 2,000 purple crystal coins. Dark Type Ability Upgrade Potion. Tier 1 upgrades corresponding ability upon consumption. Purchase price, 2,000 purple crystal coins. Light Type Ability Upgrade Potion. Tier 1 upgrades corresponding ability upon consumption. Purchase price, 2,000 purple crystal coins. First Grade Guardian Puppet. Unlocks a First Grade Guardian Puppet upon use, possessing peak First Grade Strength, non-consumable item. Restock price, 100 purple crystal coins. Second Grade Guardian Puppet. Unlocks a Second Grade Guardian Puppet upon use, possessing peak Second Grade Strength, non-consumable item. Restock price, 1,000 purple crystal coins. Third tier Guardian Puppet, activation unlocks a third tier Guardian Puppet with peak third tier strength, non-consumable item.
Wholesale price, 5,000 purple crystal coins.
Fourth tier Guardian Puppet, activation unlocks a fourth tier Guardian Puppet with peak fourth tier strength, non-consumable item.
Wholesale price, 20,000 purple crystal coins.
Fifth tier Guardian Puppet, upon use, unlocks a fifth tier Guardian Puppet with peak third tier combat strength, non-consumable item.
Wholesale price, 100,000 purple crystal coins.
Sixth tier Guardian Puppet, upon use, unlocks a sixth tier Guardian Puppet with peak third tier combat strength, non-consumable item.
Wholesale price, 500,000 purple crystal coins.
Seventh rank Protective Puppet, upon use, unlocks a sixth rank Protective Puppet with peak third rank strength, not a single-use disposable item, but purchase price, 1 million amethyst coins. Eighth tier Bodyguard Puppet, used to unlock a sixth tier Bodyguard Puppet with peak third tier strength, not a single-use consumable.
Purchase price, 3 million purple crystal coins.
Ninth tier Bodyguard Puppet, usage unlocks a sixth tier Bodyguard Puppet with peak third tier strength, not a consumable item.
Wholesale price, 6 million purple crystal coins.
10th tier Bodyguard Puppet, usage unlocks a 6th tier Bodyguard Puppet with peak 3rd tier strength, not a consumable item.
Purchase price, 20 million purple crystal coins.
Temporary 3rd tier enhancement potion, consumed to temporarily boost strength to 3rd tier for 30 minutes, single-use consumable, but
purchase price, 500.
Temporary 4th tier enhancement potion, consumed to temporarily boost strength to 4th tier for 30 minutes, single-use consumable, but
cost price, 5,000.
5th stage temporary enhancement potion, consuming it temporarily increases combat effectiveness to the 5th stage for 30 minutes, single-use consumable.
Cost price, 20,000.
Guchen calculated the number of purple crystal coins in his hand.
Attribute potions, he'll definitely max them out once he's got the funds. Chapter 22, Restock Successful.
The purple crystal coins he currently has definitely aren't enough to buy all these.
He'd have to figure something out.
Guchen first made his purchases from the system store according to his plan.
Ding!
You have purchased level 1 strength attribute potion times 5, level 1 speed attribute potion times 5,
level 1 defense attribute potion times 5, level 1 stamina attribute potion times 5,
level 2 strength attribute potion times 1, level 2 speed attribute potion times 1,
level 2 defense attribute potion asterisk 1, level 2 stamina attribute potion asterisk 1,
level 1 metal attribute attack magic scroll asterisk 3, level 1 wood attribute attack magic scroll asterisk 3. Level 1 Water Attribute Attack Magic Scroll Asterisk 3, Level 1 Fire Attribute Attack Magic Scroll Asterisk 3, Level 1 Earth Attribute Attack Magic Scroll Asterisk 3, Level 1 Strength Attribute Attack Magic Scroll Asterisk 3, Level 1 Speed Attribute Attack Magic Scroll Asterisk 3, Level 1 Space Attribute Attack Magic Scroll Asterisk 3, Level 1 Darkness Attribute Attack Magic Scroll Asterisk 3, Level 1 Light Attribute Attack Magic Scroll Asterisk 3, Level 1 Lightning Attribute Attack Magic Scroll Asterisk 3, Tier 1 Guardian Puppet Asterisk 1, Tier 2 Guardian Puppet Asterisk 1, Tier 3 Temporary Enhancement Potion Asterisk 1, Tier 1 Light-Based Ability Enhancement Potion Asterisk 1, deducted 10,900 purple crystal coins from your account.
Your current remaining balance is 8 purple crystal coins.
Guchen looked at these rare treasures on the second floor that had nearly depleted his purple crystal coins, hoping they would sell quickly to recoup some funds.
Host, why aren't you listing the mental strength attribute potions?
Xiaobai asked, puzzled.
Because I don't want anyone's mental strength to surpass mine and threaten me.
I need to keep my mental strength at the pinnacle of Blue Star. So these attribute potions are just for me to chug myself.
Why did the host only list the Tier 1 Light Attribute Awakening Potion? Because the other Attribute Awakening Potions have terrible cost-performance ratios. If they don't sell, I'll be stuck with them.
And for rare abilities like Dark or Light attributes, it's too hard to harvest matching zombie crystals. Those ability users who want to level up quickly will just have to kill zombies to buy ability enhancement potions. You're truly a business genius, host, Littlebai said admiringly.
What Guchen admitted was because he had too few violet crystals to make the purchase? Of course not.
Suddenly, inspiration struck Guchen. For the remaining high-tier goods, he could implement a pre-order system. He instructed Littlebai to post the details on the corresponding product shelves. For customers who require higher-grade items, they must pay first before Guchen procures them from the system store.
This way, Guchen won't face any financial pressure.
As for the awakening potion, he decided not to put it on the shelves yet. He planned to wait until the business expanded further and invite leaders of major factions to hold an auction. After all, such rare goods would be a waste if not sold at sky-high prices. After putting these items on the shelves, Guchen waited in the shop for customers.
Ding! Welcome!
At that moment, a middle-aged man walked into the shop. He was about 1.8 meters tall and carried a strong presence.
Gu Chen wanted to test the scanning function, so he instructed Xiaobai to scan the middle-aged man. Name, Wang Wenhua. Ability, Metal Element. Rank, 3rd tier. Strength, 60. Speed, 50. Strength, 65. Defense, 65. Mental power, 45. Energy, 700. His strength and defense were stronger than his other attributes, clearly indicating he had been physically formidable even before the apocalypse. Yes, host, he was a special forces operative, Xiaobai explained. Wang Wenhua clearly came prepared. He glanced around and walked up to Gu Chen, asking, "Boss, I'd like to buy the Universal Antidote Potion and the Guardian Robe. Where are they displayed?" Gu Chen noticed a customer coming in, and one with such clear needs at that. This indicated his supermarket was already gaining a reputation. Gu Chen replied, "Those are all on the 3rd floor. At the same time, our supermarket has just stocked some rare treasures on the 2nd floor. Feel free to take a look." Gu Chen asked Chu Feng to accompany him in entertaining Wang Wenhua, as Chu Feng happened to be free at the moment. After thanking Gu Chen, Wang Wenhua followed Chu Feng toward the elevator. They first headed straight to the 3rd floor, where he placed 3 bottles of Universal Antidote Potions into the shopping cart, items that could save lives. It was only after hearing his niece speak of this supermarket's miraculous goods that he traveled a long distance to come here. He intended to protect his daughter well in this apocalyptic world. Then his gaze turned to the Guardian Robe. Currently, the 2nd-tier Guardian Robe was no longer sufficient, as many zombies had now evolved to the 3rd tier. He looked at Chu Feng expectantly. "Do you have Tier 3 Guardian Robes? I'd like one." Following Gu Chen's instructions, Chu Feng explained, "All items in our supermarket have higher-tier versions available for purchase. However, due to the scarcity of high-tier goods, all purchases require pre-ordering. The goods will be delivered within 3 minutes after payment." "I see, that's great. How many purple crystal coins are needed for the 3rd-tier Guardian Robe?" Although Wang Wenhua knew the supermarket was extraordinary, he had initially been half convinced, thinking his niece might have exaggerated. Still, he came to check it out, believing it was better to be safe than sorry. "I can't believe it's actually true." Before he arrived, his niece had already explained the currency system of the Invincible supermarket to him, so he desperately killed zombies along the way, and now he had enough cores to exchange for over 10,000 purple crystal coins. The 3rd-tier Guardian Robe costs 2,500 purple crystal coins. Chu Feng continued his introduction. Additionally, there are even more extraordinary treasures on the 2nd floor, though they also require pre-orders. You're welcome to browse first, and if anything catches your eye, our boss can help arrange the pre-order. Wang Wenhua's interest was immediately piqued upon hearing there were even more miraculous items. In his eyes, the 2 pieces he'd already purchased were magical enough. They quickly made their way to the 2nd floor. Wang Wenhua began examining the goods displayed on the 2nd level. After reviewing it, he was utterly shocked. What had he seen? Potions of various attributes, attack scrolls, and what he cared about most, protective puppets and temporary enhancement potions. With these, his daughter's safety would be greatly assured. His daughter was his only remaining bond in this apocalyptic world. His daughter was just an ordinary person, so he wanted to buy a 3rd-tier Guardian puppet. That way, even when he wasn't around, she'd have the ability to protect herself and retaliate. But when he checked the price of the 3rd-tier Guardian puppet, he realized he couldn't afford it yet. His gaze then shifted to the attack scrolls. He decided to purchase a 3rd-tier attack scroll first to ensure his daughter's survival. There were also attribute potions. He wanted to buy some speed-enhancing ones for his daughter. This way, even if their daughter encountered more lethal danger, she might still escape by relying on her speed. Just like that, he selected the necessary items, returned to the 1st floor, and picked up some of his daughter's favorite foods in the grocery section. He walked up to the counter and said, "Boss, I need to reserve a 3rd-tier Guardian Robe and a 3rd-tier Fire Attribute Attack Scroll. I also want to buy a 3rd-tier Protective Puppet, but I don't have enough crystal cores right now. Please hold one for me. Boss, I'll go hunt for cores right away." Chapter 23. Successfully Learning Psychic Abilities. No problem. Gu Chen was delighted to see him purchase so many Tier 3 items. With the increased unit price, his profits also climbed. He first signaled Wang Wenhua to handle the shopping cart and recharge. Beep, you've recharged 15,000 purple crystal coins. Gu Chen saw that the purple crystal coins had been credited and immediately went to the system store to order a Tier 3 Guardian Robe and a Tier 3 Fire Elemental Attack Scroll. Ding! Purchase successful. Tier 3 Guardian Robe *1, Tier 3 Fire Elemental Attack Scroll *1. Deducting 2,500 purple crystal coins from the host's account. Remaining balance, 12,508 purple crystal coins. Gu Chen instructed Chu Feng to retrieve the newly purchased items. Goods bought from the system store would automatically appear on the shelves. Then I continued checking out Wang Wenhua's items.
He purchased 1 Tier 3 Guardian Robe, 1 Tier 3 Fire Attribute Attack Scroll, 3 Universal Antidote Potions, assorted food items, and 5 Tier 1 Speed Attribute Potions.
Beep. 15,000 purple crystal coins have been deducted. Current balance, 0.
Chu Feng also retrieved the Guardian Robe and the Fire Attribute Attack Scroll, handing them together to Wang Wenhua.
Wang Wenhua carefully stored these miraculous items.
First, he put on the Guardian Robe himself, planning to give it to his daughter after returning home. He looked at Gu Chun with deep gratitude, fully aware of how precious these items were in the apocalypse. They might represent the very hope for his and his daughter's survival. After bidding farewell to Gu Chen, he hurried off. There were zombies to slay and so many wonderful things waiting for him. He only hastily ate the bread he had just bought to stave off hunger on the way, saving the rest for his daughter. Gu Chen restocked his supplies, and he still had 12,008 purple crystal coins left. He opened the system store and learned the first level psychic ability. Ding, you have learned the first level psychic ability. 10,000 purple crystal coins deducted. Remaining balance, 2,008 purple crystal coins. Gu Chen felt a surge of energy pouring into his mind, significantly clearing his mental state. He attempted to wield this energy and discovered he could project his psychic power outward, allowing him to observe everything within a 500-meter radius.
Every detail is rendered with absolute clarity, clearer than what the naked eye could perceive.
As for other applications, he needed actual combat to test them out. Shall I upgrade my psychic ability to the second tier? Gu Chen decided to spend the remaining purple crystal coins as well.
Understood, host. Ding,
your psychic ability has been upgraded to the second tier.
2,000 purple crystal coins deducted. Remaining balance, 8 purple crystal coins.
Gu Chen clearly felt the energy surge in his mind, and the range of his psychic perception expanded from 500 meters to 1,000 meters.
He was very curious about his current stats.
Little White, scan my current attributes.
Understood, host. Scanning in progress, please wait a moment. Name, Gu Chen. Abilities, Lightning, Spatial, Psychic. Tiers, Lightning Tier 4, Spatial Tier 3, Psychic Tier 2. Stamina, 200. Speed, 200. Strength, 200. Defense, 400, Second Tier Guardian Robe plus 200. Mental Strength, 1300. Energy, 2500. Gu Chen gazed contentedly at his attributes. He decided to collect Han Ping's supplies after the official procurement team had finished their business. Gu Chen suddenly thought, with Han Ping having such abundant supplies, he wouldn't be able to store everything in his space. He wondered if Xiaobai had a solution. Gu Chen asked Xiaobai directly, Xiaobai, I've read in novels about system spaces and such, do you have any of those? Of course, host. The system space is vast, you could fit the entire blue planet inside and still have room to spare, Xiaobai proudly boasted. Gu Chen was speechless.
Why didn't you say so earlier? Then my spatial ability upgrade was completely wasted.
You never asked, host.
And the upgrades aren't free either. Only items placed in your spatial ability can be recognized as yours and stored in the system space, Xiaobai said with palpable grievance. Regardless, Gu Chen was thoroughly delighted to possess such an expansive system storage. After all, Han Ping's warehouses were so scattered that constant back-and-forth transportation seriously disrupted his business operations. Finally, Gu Chen received the government procurement team visiting his shop today. It was still the familiar faces leading the team, Xu Yu and Chu Feng. Today, they escorted another 100 people as usual.
Ding! Welcome!
The large group entered the Invincible supermarket in an impressive procession, with Chu Yu and the others politely greeting Gu Chen. Gu Chen introduced the special treasures section newly added to the supermarket to them. After all, the financial resources of the official organization were undoubtedly much more substantial than those of an individual.
Wang Wenhuo alone had contributed 15,000 purple crystal coins. Who knew how much the authorities might bring in?
Xu Yu's eyes lit up when she heard Gu Chen had launched new products.
Others might not know, but how could she not?
Gu Chen's items were absolutely unparalleled in the world, rare and extraordinary treasures. She couldn't even begin to imagine how incredible the new products he would list must be. She couldn't wait to lead her group up to the second floor, impatient to see the new products. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, she was still stunned when she actually saw the goods on the second floor.
Could these things truly exist in reality? She understood all too well the importance of these items. With enough zombie crystals, one's attributes could skyrocket explosively.
Not to mention the various attack scrolls, which could save lives when used wisely.
Not to mention the bodyguard puppet. It's like gaining an absolutely reliable personal protector. When fighting zombies, it's equivalent to having another powerful and completely trustworthy teammate.
And then there's the temporary enhancement potion.
If we ever face an unbeatable situation, this could absolutely turn the tides of fate. Damn it, she didn't anticipate so many good items today and didn't bring enough crystal cores. She needs to report back immediately.
Have the higher-ups prepare enough crystal cores for purchase. She then noticed there were even more advanced versions of these magical items, sending her into raptures.
Lower tier items inevitably become inadequate as zombie levels increase.
Nobody expected the shopkeeper to keep updating the inventory every tier available. As long as you have sufficient cores, Manager Goo's shop can supply all the resources you need. Then they could fight even more zombies and purchase higher tier items. It's a virtuous cycle, truly a win-win situation. After browsing the second floor, Chuyu returned to the first floor where Gu-chan was. She asked him, "Boss Gu, how many purple crystal coins does a third-tier guardian robe cost?" "Just 2,500 purple crystal coins," Gu-chan replied, feeling the price was truly a steal.
"What about the fourth tier one?" Chuyu asked curiously. 10,000 purple crystal coins for the fourth tier. Then give me a third tier one. Chuyu didn't hesitate.
She already knew how useful the guardian robe was. Had she not lacked enough crystal cores, she would have bought the fourth tier one.
No problem. Items above second tier require pre-orders, payment first, then delivery.
Chuyu took out the shopping card, recharged it with crystal cores, and made the payment.
Asterisk beep. 2,500 purple crystal coins successfully recharged. Current balance, 2,580 purple crystal coins, asterisk. Asterisk beep. Payment of 2,500 purple crystal coins completed. Remaining balance, 80 purple crystal coins, asterisk. Chapter 24, Seizing Han Ping's Supplies. Gu-chen handed over the goods to Chuyu.
After completing transactions with all visitors today, he gazed delightedly at the mission panel showing 251/1000, one step closer to task completion. After seeing off the officials, Xiaobai reminded Gu-chen that Han Ping was planning to retrieve the supplies that night.
Gu-chen closed the supermarket and hung up a sign announcing a one-day closure.
He planned to step outside the invincible supermarket for the first time since the apocalypse began. Originally, he had thought about driving, but now with zombies roaming the streets and given his current speed, running there would actually be faster than driving. He sprinted all the way, heading first to the nearest warehouse, which was also the one closest to the official Luqing base.
On the road, Gu-chen ignored the zombies he encountered.
His top priority now was to retrieve Han Ping's supplies.
Let these zombies be left for his customers. Gu-chen followed Xiaobai's projection to the vicinity of the warehouse.
He used his psychic energy to probe the area and discovered highly concealed superhumans guarding the warehouse. These individuals were Han Ping's absolute trusted subordinates, secretly maintaining vigilance in all directions. The surrounding zombies had already been cleared out by them.
They understood full well what those supplies inside meant during the apocalypse, and thus guarded them with utmost seriousness.
In the apocalypse, they wouldn't have to worry about leveling up. Han Ping would provide all the crystal cores.
Gu-chen had already thought of a way to deal with this situation. He didn't kill these people. A dogfight is only entertaining when both sides are evenly matched. If Han Ping was too weak, how could he possibly trouble the whole family?
He hid at the maximum distance his psychic abilities could reach from the warehouse. He observed the blind spots in the vision of those supernatural beings and teleported there in an instant. Without pausing, he teleported again into the warehouse, which was as impenetrable as a fortress.
Gu-chen scanned the warehouse.
The warehouse was extraordinarily large, with various supplies neatly arranged on numerous shelves.
Gu-chen estimated that the supplies here could stock a large supermarket for 2 years.
Not to mention in the post-apocalyptic world with a drastically reduced population, all of this now belonged to him. He first stopped by the shelf of bottled water, and with a thought, stored everything into his spatial ability. Then he shifted his focus into the system space. He had greatly underestimated the quantity of Han Ping's supplies. With his spatial ability alone, he couldn't move all these supplies in one go. Fortunately, he thought to ask about the system space. He returned to the instant noodle section and repeated the same process, first storing them in his spatial ability, then transferring them into the system space. It must be said that Xiaobai's claim that the system space could fit the entire blue planet was no exaggeration. The items he just placed inside were so minuscule in the system space that they might as well be single grains of sand. After a flurry of hectic activity that lasted half the day, he finally managed to store all the warehouse supplies into his system space.
They didn't even leave a single shelf for Han Ping. The current South City warehouse is completely empty. Even mice would probably cry if they came here.
Gu-chen felt a sense of accomplishment looking at these supplies, even though he had the system with unlimited resources. But pillaged goods still tasted sweeter, especially when they belonged to enemies.
Satisfied, Gu-chen prepared to leave.
He repeated his old trick, scanning the outside with his mental energy, then vanished with 2 teleportations. Without opening the warehouse to inspect, there was no trace to be found. And the method to open the warehouse was only known to Han Ping. After clearing out the southern city's warehouse, Gu-chen hurried toward the eastern city's storage facilities. Gu-chen had certainly considered using teleportation to travel, but it consumed far too much energy.
If an emergency arose, he wouldn't have enough power left to handle it.
His current strength and speed have both reached 200, allowing him to run all day without feeling fatigued. He sprinted past, the zombies only just sensing the presence of living flesh as he flew by. With a roar, Gu Chen's figure swiftly vanished from sight. I could only gaze around bewildered once more before continuing to wander aimlessly.
Gu Chen arrived near the warehouse in the Eastern District.
As before, he avoided the vigilant superhumans stationed around and teleported twice to infiltrate the Eastern District's warehouse. The superhumans here were slightly more alert than those in the Southern District. One of the superhumans sensed a faint, unusual energy fluctuation. "Who's there?" He raised his hand, scanning his surroundings with his power ready to unleash. Yet, there wasn't the slightest trace of anything unusual, not even a single fly, let alone a person. Unconvinced, he examined the area closely once more, but still found nothing out of the ordinary. Left with no choice but to swallow his doubts, he returned to his original position. At this moment, his companion teased him, "Wang Ping, you're just too tense, seeing ghosts where there aren't any.
There's no shadow here. If someone approached, how could we possibly miss them?"
They all had absolute confidence in their superhuman abilities. Every survivor who dared come near this area to gather supplies these past few days had been dealt with by them.
Possibly. Wang Ping still felt something wasn't right,
but he had no choice but to let it go. Gu Chen was startled when he realized an ability user outside had nearly discovered him. It seemed he would need to be even more careful. He looked around, his heart bursting with joy. The supplies here were even more abundant than in the last warehouse. The warehouse in South City had likely been drained quite a bit by Han Ping during this period, while this warehouse probably hadn't been touched yet.
Gu Chen eagerly packed up all the supplies here.
Watching the growing stockpile in his system space, Gu Chen felt the sheer pleasure of hoarding. His system had unlimited supplies, but Gu Chen didn't have enough purple crystal coins to purchase such a large quantity of materials all at once for storage.
Besides, there was no need, he could restock anytime. He could even collect payment first and replenish the goods later.
After gathering the supplies from the East City warehouse, Gu Chen spent another 10 purple crystal coins in the system store to buy a one-time stealth talisman.
The effect of one stealth talisman lasted 5 minutes. Gu Chen hadn't bought one earlier, a lapse in judgment. Now that he'd taken so many of Han Ping's supplies, what were 10 purple crystal coins? Buy it.
After applying the concealment talisman, he quietly surveyed the blind spots in these superhumans' fields of vision and swiftly teleported away.
This time, Wang Ping didn't detect anything unusual.
Gu Chen hastily made his way toward the warehouse in the Western District, thoroughly addicted to the thrill of zero-cost shopping. 3 more warehouses awaited him, and Gu Chen could hardly contain his anticipation. Meanwhile, Han Ping was gathering his men, preparing to head to a warehouse in the Northern District to retrieve supplies for Hua Jianxiong, all to pit Hua Jianxiong against Gu Chen. Previously, his elite team of supernatural ability users had already suffered heavy losses at the Invincible supermarket. He wanted to kill with a borrowed knife.
"Host, Han Ping is about to go retrieve supplies from the Northern City warehouse," Xiaobai reminded. Gu Chen, upon hearing this, still followed the original plan and headed toward the warehouse in the Western District first. He had a plan in mind.
On the way, he also ran into other superhumans out searching for supplies. He had Chu Feng hand out flyers to them, then continued on his way. Chu Feng was a robot produced by the system, which could be taken out and stored back into the backpack anytime, extremely convenient. At last, he arrived at the warehouse in West City. As routine, he purchased another stealth talisman and blinked straight into the warehouse. Gu Chen continued collecting supplies without pause, grabbing everything: bread, milk, purified water, seasonings, leaving nothing untouched.
Chapter 25, Comprehending Spatial Skills.
These items would expire if left in Han Ping's warehouse, but there's no need to worry about expiration when stored in the system warehouse. They remain exactly as they were when placed inside a timestamp still within the system's storage space.
Gu Chen still couldn't help but marvel at the system's sophistication.
All Gu Chen needed to do was change the packaging, and these items could be stocked in the Invincible supermarket.
Just thinking about it made Gu Chen happy.
It could also supplement the daily necessities and medicine sections that Gu Chen hadn't unlocked yet. Gu Chen accelerated his pace of collecting supplies as these thoughts crossed his mind. Less than 5 minutes had passed since he finished gathering everything, the effects of the stealth talisman still active.
With 2 consecutive teleportations, Gu Chen exited the warehouse.
Now only the warehouses in the Central District and the Northern City remained. Gu Chen estimated the time. Han Ping wouldn't reach the Northern City's warehouse so quickly. He still had to clear zombies along the way. By his side, there were only a few trusted superpowers left, which meant their journey would inevitably take a great deal of time.
There's still enough time.
Gu Chen headed toward the city center again. He was determined to leave Han Ping with nothing. The central urban area has a dense population, so it also has the highest number of zombies after the apocalypse. Few superhumans dare to set foot here. Getting surrounded by zombies would mean certain death. At this point, they aren't desperate enough for supplies to risk coming to the central urban area,
and ordinary people simply lack the strength to even attempt it.
The zombies here are densely concentrated, with the stench of decay permeating every street. The once towering skyscrapers now stand in ruins, whispering tales of their former glory. Gu Chen sprinted through the area, frequently encountering hordes of the undead. He maneuvered through the zombie clusters whenever possible, resorting to eliminating them only when passage became truly impassable. He could feel the current strength of his supernatural abilities, and since he hadn't had any real combat experience before, now was the perfect time to test them out on these zombies. He unleashed his lightning-based abilities. Though not as powerful as they were inside the supermarket, zapping these zombies was still a breeze. Approaching the warehouse near the central city district, he encountered a fourth-tier zombie. It blocked Gu Chen's path and growled at him in warning. He could feel the delectable taste of the human flesh before him. Gu Chen sensed a ripple of psychic energy surging toward his mind. Gu Chen smiled. This was actually a fourth-tier psychic zombie, and it seemed to have even developed a trace of sentience. This was undoubtedly a strong candidate for a zombie king, but unfortunately for it, today it had run into Gu Chen. Anyone else encountering this zombie would likely be doomed, but it was facing Gu Chen, a man whose mental power surpassed that of the entire Blue Star. Its psychic assault was utterly useless against Gu Chen. At this moment, it seemed to realize its attacks had no effect on Gu Chen, letting out an enraged growl. It thrived in the apocalypse with its psychic-type abilities, devouring countless other ability users. Yet, unexpectedly, it had no effect on Gu Chen. With a shrill roar, it commanded its zombie minions to swarm and eliminate Gu Chen. The surrounding zombies surged forward, lunging at Gu Chen in frenzy. Gu Chen calmly purchased a fourth-tier guardian robe from the system space and put it on. Xiao Bai's voice rang in his mind. Ding. Host has purchased a fourth-tier guardian robe, deducting 2,000 purple crystal coins. No matter how hard the surrounding zombies tried, they couldn't harm Gu Chen. He looked at that fourth-order zombie and wanted to test out his spatial ability. He felt the spatial ability wasn't as simple as just storing materials, otherwise, there wouldn't have been no records of spatial abilities during the apocalypse. He pondered in his mind, drawing from his past experiences reading novels to experiment with how to apply spatial abilities. First was spatial storms. He tried using it and realized he was on the right track, but his energy reserves were insufficient, probably needing a few more advancements before it could be fully utilized. He tried using spatial cleave again, silently envisioning the position of the fourth-tier zombie's neck before releasing the slash. A neat incision instantly appeared at the zombie's neck, and its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. It probably died with disbelief. How could it have fallen to some mere superhuman? As it collapsed, the surrounding zombies likely sensed the danger too, scattering in all directions. Gu Chen released Chu Feng to collect these crystal cores. It's great not having to do it himself. Not wanting to waste any more time here, Gu Chen headed straight for the warehouse in the central city district. There were no ability users guarding the place. Perhaps there had been some before, but they were killed by that fourth-tier zombie from earlier? This saved Gu Chen some trouble. With just one teleportation, he entered the warehouse. This warehouse contained the largest stockpile of supplies, roughly double the previous one. These were likely stockpiled by Han Ping before the apocalypse. Since this was conveniently located in the city center, he'd probably stored extra provisions here. Gu Chen couldn't help but wonder what business Han Ping had been in before, to have hoarded such vast quantities of supplies. Now everything comes cheap to Gu Chen. Gu Chen just keeps collecting. Meanwhile, Han Ping and the others were still clearing zombies on the road. They didn't have Gu Chen's speed, so their cleanup was especially difficult. Han Ping's hatred for Gu Chen grew even stronger in his heart. He could have developed steadily and securely in the Deer City base. With his resources and influence, he could have become a dominant force and even gone independent in the future. Who would have thought that Gu Chen would emerge out of nowhere, seize his market, and even kill his son and so many subordinates? Now he could only pin his hopes on the Hua family being capable enough to help him seek revenge. As for Gu Chen, after much effort, he had finally cleared out everything here. Though it was just a matter of moving things with his mind, it still left Gu Chen thoroughly exhausted. There were simply too many items. Although exhausted, Gu Chen remained quite pleased. After teleporting away, Gu Chen immediately rushed to the final destination, the warehouse in North City, without a moment's pause. The North City warehouse was a considerable distance from Beiyu base, so Gu Chen deliberately avoided both the base and Han Ping's group. The journey this time went smoothly, with no further appearances from fourth-tier zombies. Gu Chen concealed himself in the shadows near the warehouse upon arrival, waiting for Han Ping and the others to arrive. Meanwhile, at the Hua residence, Hua Jianxiong sat at the head of the table and asked his subordinates, "Has our team caught up with Han Ping yet?" Even though they were now in a cooperative relationship, it didn't stop him from wanting to take all of Han Ping's resources for himself. Even if they can't take everything now, it'll prevent Han Ping from putting on airs. If he gets angry one day or gets eaten by zombies, his supplies would disappear without a trace. House leader, our people have already tailed Han Ping. This time, we've dispatched all speed-type ability users, top-notch operatives who won't be detected. the subordinate reported with a slight bow, demeanor respectful. Huo Jianxiong nodded in satisfaction.
Well done. When they return, you'll all be rewarded. The subordinate said gratefully, thank you, family head. Gu Chen had nearly dozed off from waiting by the time Han Ping and his group finally arrived late. Chapter 26, Han Ping's Misunderstanding. Han Ping went alone to open the warehouse door. For the sake of concealment and safety, Han Ping's warehouse was equipped with 2 doors. He opened the first one and instructed his men to wait outside. He entered the password, iris scan, and fingerprint. Just as he was about to push open the big door, Gu Chen used his psychic power to knock Han Ping unconscious first. He detected another group of people trailing behind, so Gu Chen had to store the supplies in his spatial inventory before they could act. In a flash, he teleported into the warehouse and started indiscriminately stuffing everything he saw inside. The warehouse supplies were rapidly dwindling. Soon, nearly all the supplies in the warehouse had been transferred into Gu Chen's system space, leaving only a small portion of unwanted items behind deliberately. After completing everything, he teleported out and reappeared in a secluded corner. He then used his psychic abilities to knock out the awakened individuals under Han Ping's command. The Hua family's ability user team saw Han Ping enter a warehouse from afar, and shortly afterward, the ability users guarding the outside fell unconscious. They didn't understand what had happened, but recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to investigate and potentially empty Han Ping's warehouse. As they approached and surveyed the situation, Gu Chen used his mental type ability to control one of the weaker ability users again. Currently, his mental type ability could only control one person at a time, and their level couldn't exceed his own psychic tier. He directed this controlled individual to enter the warehouse, then carry out the supplies Gu Chen had intentionally left behind. His companions were puzzled when they saw him walk straight into the warehouse, but they got excited when they saw him carrying out supplies. Gangzi, you're always the impatient one, rushing in so quickly to grab stuff. Are there loads of supplies in there? One of the Hua family's ability users asked excitedly. If there were enough supplies, they could totally split them among themselves and set up their own base. That way, they wouldn't have to put up with the Hua family's nonsense anymore. Gangzi didn't answer him, just kept walking out on his own. The others didn't pay attention to Gangzi's strange behavior either, only wanting to enter the warehouse to check. At that very moment, Gu Chen controlled Han Ping and his men to regain consciousness. When Han Ping came to, the first thing he saw was the empty warehouse and Gangzi carrying stuff outside. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets with rage. He recognized one of them as a frequent henchman who shadowed Huo Jianxiong. These men had undoubtedly been sent by Huo Jianxiong. After he'd already agreed to supply part of the provisions, that bastard actually sent men to tail him and looted his entire warehouse clean. At this moment, his hatred for Huo Jianxiong was second only to his hatred for Gu Chen. Once he developed his power, he would make sure the Hua family paid dearly. Fortunately, he didn't only have this one warehouse, he still had supplies stored in 4 other warehouses. The other ability users, seeing Han Ping suddenly regain consciousness with an ashen expression, also felt somewhat guilty. After all, they had intended to steal his supplies. Boss Han, we were sent by the family head to protect you. When we saw your people suddenly collapse, we just wanted to check the situation and see if we could help, one of them said awkwardly. Whether Han Ping believed it or not, they believed it themselves. That's right, they were indeed here to protect Han Ping. It wasn't that they hadn't considered eliminating Han Ping to monopolize the supplies, but most of them were speed-type ability users. In a real fight, they stood no chance against Han Ping's team of ability users. Oh, really? Well, that's mighty kind of you. So, did you happen to see the supplies in my warehouse? Han Ping asked with a strained smile. Nope, we haven't even gone inside yet, said Gangzi, who just walked back in carrying supplies. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. This was just collected by Gangzi elsewhere. Yeah, collected somewhere else. He had no choice but to force an explanation. In fact, besides Gangzi, none of them had actually entered the warehouse. Huh? Is that so? Han Ping was already gnashing his teeth but still trying hard to restrain himself. His wife was still at the Northern Star base. Though he'd had many women before, he still held genuine feelings for his wife. Moreover, his wife possessed the rare light-type ability and extremely practical power in this apocalyptic world that could heal most wounds. But because light-type zombies were exceedingly rare, and she disliked combat, she had never mentioned it publicly. Yes, Boss Han, we just arrived and haven't taken anything, the others quickly chimed in, offering urgent explanations. They absolutely couldn't shoulder this blame if they'd actually obtained supplies. At least they could have gone independent. But now they'd taken nothing at all. If this undeserved blame stuck to them, they'd certainly face severe consequences upon returning to Bayou Base. Han Ping didn't believe a single word of it. Apart from the Hua family members, everyone here was his own people. He could accept 1 or 2 of his men betraying him, but the idea that all of them had betrayed him was absolutely unbelievable. Not to mention the evidence of supplies Gangzi had brought back. Those supplies were even stamped with the Han family's logo. Was Hua Jianxiong trying to fool him by treating him like an idiot? Han Ping seethed with silent resentment.
Words were useless, they would never admit anything. The urgent task now was to retrieve his wife, then gather supplies from other warehouses and rebuild his forces.
Deer City was now crowded with major factions, each occupying their own territory.
He needed to plan how to advance and seek revenge.
Cooperating with the Hua family now seemed no different from making a pact with a tiger. The Hua family is too greedy.
Perhaps I was too eager for revenge and didn't thoroughly investigate the character of the Hua family head, or perhaps he disguised himself too well.
Then we truly thank you all for your protection. Since there are no more supplies here, let's head back.
Han Ping waved his hand, preparing to leave with his men. The Hua family's ability users exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, their group had only taken what Gangzi had claimed, so why was Han Ping saying the supplies were gone?
Could it be that he's tricking them, trying to make them the scapegoats?
By now, Han Ping had already closed the gate, none of them could open it without him.
They surrounded Gangzi and questioned him. You just went in, are you saying the supplies inside are really gone?
Gu Chen, controlling Gangzi, replied, how could they be gone? When I went in, the place was packed full of supplies. I was just about to call you all in to help move them when Han Ping woke up.
Everyone wore an expression that said, just as expected.
That bastard, he deliberately set us up. Wait till we report this to the family head, that old geezer's gonna regret it. Exactly, all the brothers can vouch for each other.
Don't worry, the family head will believe us.
Gu Chen was satisfied with what he saw and followed them from a distance. With his abilities, he could easily tail them without being detected. Gu Chen maintained this discreet distance, patiently biding his time. Now there was only one last loophole to eliminate. Once sealed, this trap would be flawless. At that moment, the Hua family's team of ability users encountered a horde of zombies. As speed-type ability users, they struggled to cope with the surrounding swarm.
Chapter 27, Dead Without Proof.
They hoped to rely on their speed advantage to dash past. But the zombie horde was too dense, and the Hua family hadn't provided them with heavy firepower. Now they had no choice but to rely on their supernatural abilities to tough it out. They relied on their speed advantage to continuously evade the zombie attacks, but they knew all too well that when their energy was exhausted, it would spell their doom. Before long, everyone was fighting while retreating, and one by one, their companions exhausted their energy and were pounced upon and bitten by zombies. At that very moment, a loud explosion erupted, capturing everyone's attention. It was Gangzi who activated his final ability, hurling his body toward a distant fuel tanker and triggering an explosion.
The towering flames temporarily blocked the zombies' advance.
Gangzi, someone wailed. Move, now. Don't let Gangzi's sacrifice be in vain, one of them shouted through clenched teeth. Everyone gritted their teeth and ran with all their might to break free from the zombie encirclement, finally escaping the horde. But their hearts were unbearably heavy.
Gangzi's voluntary sacrifice was something none of them had anticipated.
Normally, Gangzi barely stood out in the team.
Quiet and reserved, who would have thought it would be Gangzi who saved them all in the most critical moment?
Everyone's hearts were filled with complex emotions. Let's go back and take good care of Gangzi's wife, children, and elderly parents, said Shinsu, the oldest among them. His eyes were still red at this moment. He never imagined that an ordinary mission would cost so many brothers' lives.
And just like that, Gangzi actually stepped up at the critical moment. He tried hard to recall Gangzi's voice and appearance from when he was alive.
But to his dismay, he found them already somewhat hazy in his memory, filling him with immediate guilt.
Absolutely.
Anyone who dares to bully them will have to get through me first.
Everyone chimed in agreement. Gu Chen left satisfied at this moment. This horde of zombies was undoubtedly his doing.
He had reached the limit of his mental control over Gangzi, and if he continued, Gangzi would soon regain consciousness. So he used a zombie attraction talisman to lure the zombies over. Gu Chen only happened to notice by chance that the system shop even had something like this. What a world of wonders. He settled for a second-tier zombie attraction talisman, as the higher tiers were too expensive and not worth using. The second tier was sufficient. His intention wasn't to have them all die here, but to let them return and deliver the message to Hua Jianxiong. With Gangzi dead, there would be no living witness left. He wasn't afraid of his scheme being exposed either. Meanwhile, outside the Invincible supermarket, Xiafan and the others had arrived at the entrance. They discovered Boss Gu hadn't opened shop today. Their plan to replenish supplies fell through, forcing them to return to dry rations while fighting zombies, vowing to come back tomorrow. With Gu Chen's provisions, their combat effectiveness improved rapidly. They had just turned to leave when they coincidentally ran into Lin Xiao and his group. Lin Xiao's team had now gathered over 40 members, and judging by their auras, each seemed quite powerful. They were all like-minded survivors who had banded together for warmth in this apocalyptic world. When Lin Xiao told them about the miraculous Invincible supermarket, they all became very interested. They had gathered many crystal cores intending to make a bulk purchase at Gu Chen's place. Who would have guessed that Gu Chen didn't open for business today? At the moment, the two groups combined numbered around 100 people. Xiaobai also timely reminded Gu Chen, host, there's a huge wave of customers at the supermarket entrance right now.
Hurry back and open for business.
Gu Chen hurried back upon hearing about a large wave of customers, pushing himself to complete the task as quickly as possible. At that moment, Xia Fan spotted Lin Xiao and the others, fellow customers of the Invincible supermarket, and immediately felt a sense of familiarity. He proactively struck up a conversation with Lin Xiao and her group.
Hello everyone, let me introduce myself.
I'm Xia Fan, the person in charge of Lingyun Base.
I wonder how you'd like to be addressed.
Lin Xiao was the first to respond. My name's Lin Xiao, and these are all my companions.
Where exactly is your Lingyun base located? I haven't heard of it before.
They had only heard of the 4 bases now located in the east, south, west, and north of Deer City.
But judging by the name, is it related to the nearby Lingyun village?
Sure enough, Xia Fan spoke up at that moment. Our base is in Lingyun village near Bosku's place.
You must have noticed it too, right? The area around the Invincible supermarket is absolutely safe. Zombies can't even get close.
Nowadays, we have to go much farther just to hunt zombies. Our base was established not long ago. Though we're not as large as other bases, with the shelter of the Invincible supermarket and Bosku's miraculous supplies, I'm confident we'll survive the apocalypse just fine. Lin Xiao and the others felt tempted by the idea, an absolutely safe place with inexhaustible supplies.
Maybe joining the Lingyun base wouldn't be such a bad idea?
At this moment, Xia Fan added the final straw, and we're so close to Bosku, we can come every day and always have hot meals. Though today is an exception, of course. Lin Xiao and the others were completely convinced. Many of them were die-hard fans of Gu Chen, gathering more people today solely to drum up business for him.
Lin Xiao was the first to ask, so, is your base still accepting new members?
Of course we accept. Xia Fan had always intended to recruit them. They couldn't openly poach people from other bases, and they'd never stand a chance against the sheer numbers of those larger settlements.
Our base warmly welcomes heroes from all walks of life to join us.
Lin Xiao and the others exchanged knowing smiles, readily agreeing to join forces. And so, the Lingyun base welcomed a group of new members, carrying hope and courage, ready to survive together in this apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, Gu Chen hurried back to the supermarket, secretly pleased at the crowd gathered by the entrance.
Welcome, Gu Chen smiled as he opened the door to greet his customers.
Xia Fan, Lin Xiao, and the rest all exchanged greetings with Gu Chen. When they entered the supermarket, they casually remarked to Gu Chen, Boss Gu, we thought you wouldn't be open for business today, but as expected, you didn't disappoint us.
Today's circumstances were special. I had to handle some personal matters outside. We've added a rare treasures section on the 2nd floor, feel free to browse.
Gu Chen explained that items in the rare treasures section carried higher price tags, allowing him to earn more purple crystal coins.
Gu Chen planned to put Han Ping's supplies into the supermarket after they left. At that moment, Lin Xiao stepped forward excitedly. God Gu, do you remember me? I'm your #1 fan.
As he spoke, he gazed at Gu Chen with feverish admiration. Behind him, a portion of the crowd also chimed in, voicing their idolization of Gu Chen. Gu Chen remembered them. They were the ones who had flooded his posts with lavish praise before the internet went dark.
Gu Chen had a favorable impression of them too.
After all, they were not only pleasant to talk to but also worked hard to farm zombie crystals for him.
Gu Chen responded politely, hello, I remember you all. It's been several days since you last visited, hasn't it? Gu God, we've been drumming up business for you.
These are all the companions we've rounded up these past few days. Every one of them is eager to witness the miraculous supplies in your shop. Lin Xia introduced her companions.
Chapter 28, the show is about to begin.
They also curiously surveyed the supermarket, their stomachs now growling with hunger from the tantalizing aromas of various foods inside.
After greeting Gu Chen, they couldn't wait to rush toward the cooked food section.
Though they had already heard Lin Xiao's description, the dazzling array of various dishes still left them utterly stunned. In the apocalypse, getting a bite of hot food was harder than one could imagine. They had been surviving on nothing but bread these past few days. Just then, Wan Wu from the team excitedly spotted cigarettes displayed on the counter at the corner of the checkout area. God knew how severe his nicotine addiction was. He'd rather eat nothing but steamed buns every meal than go without smoking. But when the apocalypse arrived and all the supermarkets were looted clean, after meticulously smoking the cigarettes he had left from before the disaster, he never found any again. He thought cigarettes would vanish in the apocalypse, and even if they existed, they would cost a fortune. Never did he expect to see cigarettes in the Invincible supermarket, and at such a bargain price, no less. Without hesitation, he added every pack from the counter to his cart. If it weren't for the need to buy some food, he would have spent all his crystal cores on cigarettes. But it's okay, they've now joined the Lingyun base next to the Invincible supermarket, so they can come buy more whenever they run out.
He walked to the checkout counter, eager to settle the bill.
He had been craving this smoke for who knows how long. Lin Xiao guided him through the process of binding his shopping card, then recharging it with zombie crystals for purple crystal coins.
Beep, recharge successful, 1,000 purple crystal coins added. Beep, 250 purple gold coins deducted. Remaining balance, 750 purple crystal coins.
With the deduction notification, Wang Wu excitedly took out a cigarette and lit it.
This cigarette was far superior to any he had ever smoked before.
After finishing it, he felt invigorated and full of energy. Having satisfied his nicotine craving, Wang Wu also joined the throng of people selecting food. Gu Chen had stocked these cigarettes for quite a while, but this was the first time someone actually bought them. Most people would prioritize spending their crystal cores on food or life-saving supplies, so it was rare to encounter someone with such a serious nicotine addiction. However, Gu Chen knew that as the apocalypse progressed and the levels of zombies and superhumans increased, the crystals they obtained would undoubtedly become more numerous and of higher quality. Items like cigarettes would surely be in great demand. After selecting their food, customers formed a line one by one to check out with Gu Chen, especially the new customers, who were eagerly waiting, hoping their turn would come soon so they could enjoy the delicious food. Gu Chen methodically issued shopping cards to each of them one by one, then proceeded with checkout. He noticed that today's best-selling items were actually garlic butter crayfish, spicy crayfish, and beer. The crayfish produced by the system was incredibly aromatic with an enticing color and unusually large size. Even Gu Chen himself felt slightly intoxicated by the fragrance, let alone the customers. He absolutely planned to treat himself to a serving of crayfish and beer once things settled down. Crayfish cost 50 purple crystal coins per pound, and most people bought 3 pounds at once.
Can you truly enjoy crayfish without eating 3 pounds?
As each customer checked out, Gu Chen earned a net profit of 13,200 purple crystal coins. His balance reached 20,788.
Let me also mention Xiao Bai's cleverness. The purple crystal coins that customers deposit into their cards cannot be used directly by Gu Chen. He can only obtain them after the customers spend them. However, if a customer dies outside, the remaining balance from their previous deposits will automatically be transferred to Gu Chen's account. But Gu Chen didn't actually wish for their deaths. There's a difference between a single full meal and meals forever. As long as they lived, they could keep supplying Gu Chen with crystal cores. Sustainable resources were simply more valuable. As the reputation of the invincible supermarket spreads and the strength of the superpowered individuals grows, he believes his business will thrive even more, with increasingly more people gaining the ability to come here. While Gu Chen was attending to customers. Meanwhile, at the Hua family mansion, Hua Jianxiong sat in the seat of honor in the hall, while Hua Tianyu occupied the secondary position beside him. Listening to the reports from Chen Su and the others together, Hua Jianxiong listened to today's events with a frown. He pondered whether Chen Su and the others were lying or if Han Ping was the deceitful one. Logically speaking, Han Ping had promised to share some supplies with them, so there was no need for him to fabricate such a lie. However, Chen Su and his group didn't seem to be lying either. He didn't believe they could return so calmly after swallowing the supplies. Chen Su seemed to notice his disbelief and hurriedly explained, "Family head, every word we said is true." Gangzi saw the warehouse packed full of supplies with his own eyes. He even helped move some out. Hua Tianyu's fury erupted upon hearing this. "Dad, that Han Ping is just shameless. On the surface, he claims to cooperate with us, but behind our backs, he says the supplies are missing and even suspects we took them?" Suddenly, a thought struck Hua Tianyu. Could it be that he doesn't want to hand over the supplies and is blaming us to guilt-trip us into avenging him for free? His scheme rings loud and clear. Hua Jianxiong still had some doubts. He asked, "What about Gangzi?" Chen Su clenched his fists, suppressing his grief as he replied with difficulty, "Gangzi sacrificed himself by detonating the fuel truck to cover our escape. If not for Gangzi, none of us might have made it out alive." As he spoke, his eyes reddened again. Hearing this, Hua Jianxiong also fell silent. He could only instruct, "If Gangzi has any family, you must take good care of them. Report any difficulties they face to the base." Chen Su nodded. He would have done so even without Hua Jianxiong's orders. This was what they owed Gangzi. Hua Jianxiong sighed. Since Gangzi was no longer around, this matter had become an unsolved case. However, he believed that given Gangzi's character, he probably wouldn't lie. Besides, what's the point of him telling such a lie? Hua Jianxiong believed them and pondered, could it really be as Hua Tianyu said? Had he changed his mind and no longer wanted to contribute supplies? He then instructed Chen Su and the others to summon Han Ping. He planned to question Han Ping directly about his intentions. No matter what Han Ping had in mind, Hua Jianxiong was confident that within his own base, these people couldn't stir up any trouble. Chen Su and the others accepted their orders and left. At this moment, Han Ping arrived with his team at their temporary residence in the Bayou base and hurried to find his wife Lu Yun, who was resting. He briefly explained the day's events to Lu Yun. "So we need to leave immediately. If we delay, we might not get another chance. I came back specifically to bring you with me," Han Ping said urgently. "With the supplies from our other warehouses, we can still thrive even in this apocalyptic world." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun immediately started packing in a hurry and soon finished gathering their belongings.
Han Ping summoned all his subordinates, along with a group of beautiful women affiliated with the Han family. These women were meant to keep the superpowered individuals under his control loyal. He hurriedly led the group as they prepared to leave the base. At that very moment, Chen Su and his group arrived. He had also brought along the high-level ability users from the base.
Boss Han, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry?
Chen Su looked at Han Ping and the others with a mocking expression.
Chapter 29, The Soaring Violet Crystal Coins.
Since Han Ping dared to pin such a huge blame on them, he shouldn't blame them for not holding back now.
Han Ping's face turned ashen.
It seemed the Hua family was ready to tear off all pretenses. If he couldn't escape today, there might never be another chance. He shouted to his underlings, "Charge together, brothers.
Anyone who fights their way out with me today, I, Han, will provide all the supplies and women you'll ever need."
Hearing this, his subordinates gritted their teeth and steeled themselves for a desperate fight.
The tension reached a breaking point.
Soon, the two factions clashed in combat. The glow of supernatural abilities flashed chaotically as Han Ping and his team first targeted the speed-type superhumans, though the cramped space of the room also hindered the speed-type's performance. Several were quickly eliminated. Yet Han Ping's side also suffered significant casualties. Fighting all the while, they swiftly retreated toward the base's exit. One of the superhumans simply hoisted Han Ping onto his back and ran. Han Ping had also been injured in the fight. The Hua family hadn't anticipated Han Ping daring to act within the base, so they hadn't sent any exceptionally powerful subordinates. Against all odds, Han Ping and his group managed to escape. Han Ping's wife, Lu Yun, also used her light-based ability to treat his wounds. After escaping, Han Ping and the others didn't dare to delay and hurried on their way without stopping.
At this point, they couldn't afford to be picky. With so many people needing food, water, and rest, they had left in such a rush that many supplies were left behind.
They headed straight for the nearest cache of stored supplies. Here, Lin Xiao and the others finished paying and headed together toward the dining area, sitting in a circle.
No one knew who started it, but someone exclaimed in awe, "What heavenly deliciousness was this?" They had never eaten anything so delicious. Coming here was definitely the right choice. Compared to everyone else in the post-apocalyptic world, they were simply too lucky. Everyone dug into the crawfish with gusto, washing it down with beer, thoroughly satisfied. Even Xie Fan and the others ate with their heads down, completely unable to spare any attention for conversation. Their mouths were too busy eating to do anything else. After they finished, they all praised Gu Chen enthusiastically.
Especially for Lin Xiao and the others, they were even tempted to kowtow to Gu Chen.
"God Gu, this is absolutely miraculous. How is everything so delicious?" exclaimed Lin Xiao. "Absolutely. I've never tasted anything this good in my life. It's hard to imagine such treats existing in the apocalypse."
"I want to be your loyal customer for life," added Xin Wei, who had recently joined Lin Xiao's team. Of them all, the chubby guy remained the calmest, having already fully grasped the divine deliciousness of Gu Chen's food. He had secretly vowed to cling to Lingyun base as long as Gu Chen stayed there.
Wang Wu couldn't help but marvel after finishing his meal.
He had already been pleasantly surprised that the Invincible supermarket sold cigarettes, but he never expected the food here to be so delicious too.
Now he faced a difficult choice between gourmet cuisine and cigarettes. Apparently, the temptations he faced before weren't powerful enough.
Now something had emerged that could threaten cigarettes' dominant position in his heart. It seemed he would have to work even harder at zombie hunting. Seeing that the cigarette stock had been replenished on the shelves filled him with immense relief. Gu Chen had now reached a point where he could calmly accept these flattering compliments. Just standard operations, no need to make a fuss. After everyone showered Gu Chen with another round of fawning compliments, they headed upstairs to browse.
Gu Chen instructed Chu Feng to follow them and provide explanations. When the group took the elevator to the second floor, they were astonished once again. Just how miraculous is this invincible supermarket? It felt like a dream. They were utterly captivated by these extraordinary treasures. They had no doubt about the authenticity of these items. They had all become fanatical believers of Gu Chen. They were frantically calculating what they could purchase with their purple crystal coins. Xie Fan reminded them, "The third floor has some excellent items too. Let us show you around first. Those miraculous universal antidote potions aren't here. They must be on the third level. There's also guardian robes that boost defense against zombies. I recommend everyone equips one," he suggested. The newly joined group members listened intently, then followed Xie Fan onto the elevator heading toward the third floor. Seeing that second-tier and above guardian robes were available for pre-order, Xie Fan and the others eagerly prepared to place their orders. Simultaneously, he took on the role of an explainer, enthusiastically introducing the new recruits to just how incredibly useful these robes were. "The ones we bought earlier were second-tier guardian robes. When we go out to fight zombies, those below second-tier can't even breach our defenses. And this universal antidote potion, if you're unlucky enough to get bitten by a zombie, just use it within half an hour and you'll be fine. Someone in our base was accidentally scratched by a third-tier zombie before. After using the universal antidote potion, not only did they not turn into a zombie,
but the wound also healed rapidly.
This thing is absolutely essential for survival in the apocalypse.
Lin Xiao and the others all prepared to place their orders. They even decided to pool their purple crystal coins together to buy a 4th-tier temporary enhancement potion. We should also buy a few portable solar-powered generators, since the power grid has already failed in this apocalyptic world. If we unfortunately encounter a 4th-order zombie, at least we'll have a fighting chance. One of us can take a temporary enhancement potion while the others provide support.
I'm confident we could take down a 4th-order zombie that way. If only these weren't so expensive, they'd probably consider taking enhancement potions every single day.
After selecting all the items they wanted to purchase, they chatted about the wonders of this invincible supermarket while heading to the checkout counter to place orders with Gu Chen for 3rd-order guardian robes and 4th-order temporary enhancement potions. Gu Chen listened as each of them planned to reserve a 3rd-tier guardian robe and quickly calculated how much he could earn. After doing the math, his eyes lit up. This deal alone would net him a clean profit of 218,000 purple crystal coins, plus another 20,000 from the 4th-tier temporary enhancement potion, bringing the total to 238,000 purple crystal coins, not to mention the expenses from their meal, the portable solar generator, and the universal antidote elixir.
Gu Chen couldn't help but marvel what excellent customers they were. This was the largest transaction he had ever made to date. I never expected them to be so wealthy. Seems like they've been working hard fighting zombies this whole time.
Ding!
You've deposited 30,000 purple crystal coins. Current balance, 30,050 purple crystal coins.
Ding!
You've deducted 30,000 purple crystal coins. Current balance, 50 purple crystal coins.
Ding!
You've deposited 2,500 purple crystal coins. Current balance, 2,600 purple crystal coins.
Ding!
2,500 purple crystal coins have been deducted. Your remaining balance is 100 purple crystal coins.
Ding! You have recharged 3,000 purple crystal coins.
Your current balance is 3,500 purple crystal coins.
Ding!
3,000 purple crystal coins have been deducted. Your remaining balance is 500 purple crystal coins.
With each successive notification, Gu Chen's wallet grew increasingly plump. After Gu Chen settled all their accounts and deducted the restocking costs, his balance had changed to 264,788 purple crystal coins.
Gu Chen looked at his balance with satisfaction.
With this amount of money, he could purchase many more things. Gu Chen had already bought their pre-ordered items from the system store and asked Chu Feng to fetch them, distributing them one by one. The moment they received their items, they immediately wore the guardian robes. In an instant, the supermarket was filled with dazzling figures as they excitedly adjusted the robes to change colors. After playing for a while, they all proposed to leave. They now needed to settle their new companions at Lingyun Base and then continue fighting zombies. They were still coveting other valuable items, but unfortunately, their purple crystal coins weren't enough at the moment. Gu Chen contemplated how to spend this batch of purple crystal coins.
Chapter 30, Soaring Attributes, The Revenge Plan.
After seeing off this group of customers, Gu Chen also grabbed 5 pounds of salted egg yolk crayfish and garlic-flavored crayfish to enjoy. He ate with sheer delight. Back in the day, he'd never dared to indulge in crayfish like this, pouring every last penny into Tang Juju's hands.
While eating, Gu Chen checked the mission panel.
The progress now read 360/1000, bringing him one step closer to completion.
Little Bai watched enviously, whimpering inwardly. It wanted a taste too.
Who knew when its host would finish settling scores and finally granted a physical form?
Gu Chen instructed Xiaobai to project the situation on Han Ping's side.
Gu Chen calculated that since Han Ping and his group had already antagonized the Hua family, now was the time to eliminate Han Ping.
Gu Chen decided to upgrade his abilities first.
He found psychic abilities particularly useful and spent 5,000 purple crystal coins to advance his psychic abilities to the 3rd tier.
Ding! 5,000 purple crystal coins deducted.
Psychic abilities upgraded to the 3rd tier.
Remaining balance, 259,788 purple crystal coins. There's still so much balance left. Let's keep upgrading.
Ding!
30,000 purple crystal coins deducted. Psychic ability upgraded to tier 4. Current balance, 229,788 purple crystal coins.
Upgrading to tier 5 would cost 200,000, so Gu Chen decided to hold off for now.
Let's upgrade the spatial ability too.
Ding!
Deducted 30,000 purple crystal coins. Space-based ability upgraded to tier 4. Remaining balance, 199,788 purple crystal coins.
Gu Chen then purchased 100 level 1 strength attribute potions, 100 level 1 speed attribute potions, 100 level 1 defense attribute potions, 100 level 1 stamina attribute potions, and 100 level 1 mental power attribute potions from the system shop, planning to max out his basic attributes first.
Ding!
Host has purchased level 1 strength attribute potion x100, level 1 speed attribute potion x100, level 1 defense attribute potion x100, level 1 stamina attribute potion x100, and level 1 mental power attribute potion x100. A total of 50,000 violet crystal coins has been deducted, with a remaining balance of 149,788 violet crystal coins.
Guchen gulped down the attribute potions one bottle after another.
These potions actually tasted quite pleasant sweet, with no feeling of fullness after consumption, as they directly dissolved into attributes within his body. Most importantly, drinking them gave him a thrilling sensation of enhanced strength, making it practically addictive. Otherwise, downing 500 bottles in one go would be unbearable even for Guchun. Little White, scan my current attributes.
Beep, system scanning in progress, please wait. Name, Guchun. Abilities, Thunder, Spatial, Psychic.
Rank, Thunder type 4th tier, Space type 4th tier, Psyche type 4th tier.
Stamina, 500. Speed, 500. Strength, 500. Defense, 1300, 4th tier Guardian Robe plus 800. Mental power, 1600. Energy, 4500. Bound system, Invincible shop system. Guchen gazed with satisfaction at his skyrocketing attribute values.
The zombies outside were evolving too, but with his current strength, he could now take on 5th tier zombies or superhumans single-handedly. Guchen could feel his body's power now, sensing immense explosive strength. Even without relying on his supernatural abilities, he could kill a 4th rank zombie with a single punch. His spatial teleportation range had also expanded to 2 kilometers, while his psychic detection radius stretched up to 10 kilometers.
Yet Guchen still felt his strength was insufficient.
For Hou Tianyu, he had planned a fate identical to Tang Juju's, reduced to a plaything for superhumans, available for just a piece of bread. He intended to utterly crush Hou Tianyu's dignity, forcing him to live like a dog.
Dying so painlessly would never satisfy Guchen's burning hatred.
When the time comes, I'll arrange for those two to be together. Let's see if their love remains stronger than gold, just like in their past life. To achieve this goal, the first step is to destroy the North Star base. If people knew he was the young master of North Star base, many might hesitate to act due to fear of their might. But if the Northern Star base were destroyed, these people might grow even more excited because of his former identity as the young master of the base. He knew all too well the pent-up negativity in people during the apocalypse.
What could bring greater joy than unrestrainedly humiliating someone who once stood high above?
But he couldn't take the initiative to destroy the base himself. Reputation was still important.
Therefore, he needed to arrange an equally matched enemy for the Hua family.
Rumor had it that the leader of the Western District base had a particular fondness for married women. He believed Lu Yun's beauty, cunning, and the prestige of her status could perfectly play the role of sparking the war. By then, he'll eliminate the elite warriors of the Northern Star base from the shadows, ensuring its inevitable downfall. With this in mind, Guchen purchased another 100 bottles of Tier 2 mental strength potions. He never underestimated anyone. He aimed for absolute certainty. His earnings in purple crystal coins were growing rapidly now, so spending them didn't faze him.
Ding!
Purchase confirmed. Tier 2 mental strength potion times 100.
50,000 purple crystal coins deducted. Current balance, 99,788 purple crystal coins. Guchen continued deftly gulping down the potions one by one. There was something strangely addictive about this ritual. His mental energy has now reached 2,100 points. He continued observing the situation on Han Ping's side. After a grueling journey, they had finally arrived at the warehouse located in the Western District. Seeing the conscientious supernatural ability squad guarding the warehouse exterior, he felt quite satisfied. As their group approached, he addressed the squad. You've done well. Any abnormalities these past few days?
The leading superhuman stepped forward and replied, Boss Han, we've been taking shifts around the clock to guard this place. Not even a fly could get through. Apart from the occasional zombie passing by these past few days, everything's been normal.
Good. You all stay and guard outside. I'll go in and take a look. With that, Han Ping walked toward the interior door of the warehouse.
After passing through a series of verifications, the warehouse door opened.
But what greeted Han Ping's eyes was an utterly empty warehouse. Han Ping couldn't believe it. He rubbed his eyes, only to find the same barren sight before him. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Come in and see what's happening, he shouted to those outside.
Lu Yun and his men outside immediately rushed in upon hearing the commotion. They were stunned when they saw the empty warehouse. They were well aware that Han Ping had previously stocked up on a large amount of supplies in the warehouse, otherwise, they wouldn't have been assigned to guard it around the clock.
Didn't you say there was nothing unusual? Then why have the items inside disappeared?
Han Ping furiously shouted at the guarding superhumans. We don't know either. There really weren't any abnormalities, they replied with equal frustration. Seeing Han Ping cough up blood from rage, Lu Yun quickly steadied him and soothed, Darling, the priority now is investigating where the supplies went and finding the thief. Don't work yourself into a state, we still have other warehouses. Regaining composure, Han Ping led the team in scouring the warehouse for any clues the perpetrator might have left behind.
Boss Han, we found something over here, one of them suddenly said.
Han Ping rushed to the spot and found a loose thread caught from someone's clothing.
This must have been accidentally snagged when the murderer was moving the goods. Chapter 31, Han Ping's Death.
Han Ping carefully examined the thread in his hand. It was woven from an extremely rare fabric, said to be produced through an extraordinarily complex process that yielded only small quantities each year. With Han Ping's discerning eye, he could naturally identify the exact nature of this fabric. This type of fabric was exceedingly rare even before the apocalypse, with no more than 3 pieces in the entire Deer City. Even if I wanted to commission a garment made from such material, it would have been impossible. He had only seen clothes made from this fabric on the Hua family father and son before. He had no doubt it was the Hua family's doing, because after the apocalypse arrived, the craftsmanship of this fabric had been lost. The only people who could afford to wear such clothes and had any connection to him were the Hua family. This was obviously a clue deliberately left by Gu Chen, with the thread being fabricated by Xiao Bai. Moreover, Han Ping's vision has already been somewhat clouded by hatred. Willing only to believe what he wants to believe, his animosity toward the Hua family has now reached its peak. He was utterly enraged, unable to fathom what methods the Hua family had used to secretly whisk away such vast quantities of supplies from the warehouse without anyone noticing. He explained the origins of these threads and fabrics to everyone, and they all grew intensely resentful toward the Hua family. After all, Han Ping had promised to supply them with lifelong provisions. Now these warehouse supplies were effectively part of their rightful share. Clearly, the Hua family had snatched the meat right out of their bowls. Han Ping had a bad feeling in his heart, but he couldn't give up. After gathering his emotions, he didn't dare to delay and hurried to the warehouse in the eastern part of the city with his men. The supplies they had brought were almost exhausted, and if they didn't replenish them soon, they would go hungry. He never thought about buying supplies from the Invincible supermarket. He feared he might not return alive, just like his son. Moreover, the Hua family now holds a deeper grudge in my heart than Gu Chen. You can always have another son, but without supplies now, it's life or death. Hua Jianxiong might as well be asking for his life. The group, fueled by hatred, set off on the road to the East City base. Even the previous guards were taken along now that the warehouse was empty. Staying here served no purpose. On their way, they encountered many wandering zombies. Fortunately, their team of ability users was strong, and as they killed the zombies, several members even leveled up. They arrived near the East City warehouse without major incidents. Gu Chen was also ready to act. It was the darkest hour of the night, perfect for murder and arson. He closed the supermarket door and vanished into the night, heading toward the East City warehouse. Now that his psychic ability had reached the 4th tier, he could control things within a 10-kilometer range without being physically present. He stopped while still 10 kilometers away from the East City warehouse, then enveloped their entire group with his psychic energy. His psychic energy had already reached 2,100 points now, so there was no need to worry about being detected. Han Ping's group finally arrived at the entrance of the East City warehouse. The guards were surprised to see them arriving late at night and hurried forward to greet them. Han Ping skipped the pleasantries and asked urgently, "While standing guard here, have you noticed anything unusual?" Everyone shook their heads and said no. Only Wang Ping hesitated before speaking. "Boss Han, I did notice some abnormal fluctuations earlier, but when I went to check, there was no sign of anyone. In the end, we had to let it go." Han Ping's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He had a very bad feeling about this. He didn't even bother posting guards outside the door as he rushed toward the warehouse entrance. After verification was completed, the gates swung open. Just like the previous warehouse, completely empty. "Hua Jianxiong, you've gone too far." Han Ping roared in fury, his rage boiling over until he violently coughed up another mouthful of blood. Lu Yun hurriedly cast her light-based supernatural ability onto Han Ping, but the effect was minimal. Her rank was too low, her ability worked best on wounds. "Darling," Lu Yun cried out in concern. Suddenly, Han Ping's eyes widened as if seeing something unbelievable, staring fixedly at the door. Everyone followed his gaze and indeed saw a Hua family mutant suddenly appear, delivering a fatal strike to Han Ping before vanishing in the blink of an eye. This was, of course, an illusion Gu Chen had woven for the crowd. Han Ping collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lu Yun hastily caught him, weeping and shouting, "Husband, how are you? Don't die, you're all I have left." Everyone snapped out of their shock, wondering how had that person managed to appear and disappear so suddenly. His bizarre abilities would undoubtedly pose a grave threat to them as well. The group fell into panic, having relied entirely on Han Ping for survival throughout the apocalypse. Gu Chen maintained control over Han Ping, casting a gaze brimming with deep affection and reluctance toward Lu Yun. With trembling hands, he reached out to grasp Lu Yun's fingers and whispered weakly, "Yuner, after 45 years together, you're the one I worry about most. I've always kept all your kindness to me in my heart all these years. It's a shame I can't walk this path with you anymore. I truly wanted to grow old with you." Lu Yun was already sobbing uncontrollably. "Husband, don't leave me, woo woo. After a pause, Han Ping continued, I can't continue this journey with you anymore. But in this apocalyptic world, survival will be hard for a woman alone.
Go to Dongcheng base and look for their leaders Wa Shangrong.
He's always admired you, I was just too selfish to tell you before.
Husband, I don't want him, I only want you.
Lu Yun cried out with a voice that could shatter hearts.
Be good, listen to me.
Only then can I go in peace. He's strong enough to rival Huo Jianxiong, Han Ping said with great effort.
And Yuner, I suspect our son's death was also Huo Jianxiong's doing. You must avenge our son.
Lu Yun's heart ached as she looked at Han Ping's condition.
She could only nod and say, alright, I'll listen to you, my dear. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you and our son. No matter the cost, I will make sure Huo Jianxiong dies. Her eyes flashed with the light of hatred. If you lead these brothers to join Zhuo Shangrong, I believe he won't refuse such a formidable group of awakened individuals. This will also secure his full attention and provide you with stronger guarantees. After speaking, he turned his gaze to the group of awakened ones. Brothers, I entrust Yuner to you now.
I believe once she gains the ability, she will never treat you unfairly. You must take good care of her. The awakened ones responded with reddened eyes, promising in unison. They had always depended on the Han family before, but now with Han Ping dead, they had no idea where to go in this apocalyptic world. Now Han Ping had pointed them away to the eastern city base.
It probably wouldn't be so bad. From what Han Ping implied, Zhuo Shangrong liked Lu Yun, so if they followed Lu Yun, they were bound to thrive too.
Whether out of emotion or self-interest, they had all decided to follow Lu Yun to the eastern city base. Han Ping cast one last reluctant glance at Lu Yun, then slowly breathed his last. This was naturally Gu Chen's doing. He used his psychic ability to directly destroy Han Ping's cerebral nerves, causing brain death. Though Han Ping could no longer control his body while alive, he remained acutely aware of everything happening around him. His heart filled with terror and rage.
Chapter 32, Han Ping's Cuckoldry.
His eyes bulged with fury upon realizing someone had controlled him into telling Lu Yun to seek out Zhuo Shangrong. The bastard was making him volunteer to be cuckolded. He and Lu Yun shared deep affection, the mere thought of her willingly submitting beneath another man drove him wild with hatred. He couldn't bear that these words had actually come from his own mouth. And so, he walked away filled with rage. Lu Yun watched Han Ping take his last breath and was overwhelmed with grief, clutching his lifeless body as her heart-wrenching sobs echoed through the air. Huo Jianxiong, I swear you'll pay for this. Meanwhile, Gu Chen had finished his tasks and returned to the invincible supermarket, ready to blissfully drift off to sleep. The plan took another step forward. When her tears were exhausted, Lu Yun composed herself and had Han Ping cremated overnight. In the apocalypse, corpses only served to feed the zombies. She erected a small wooden tombstone for Han Ping that could be carried with her, allowing her to remember him at all times. By the time they finished all this, the sky was already bright. After packing up briefly, they hurried toward the East City base. The warehouse was located in East City, not far from the East City base. When they arrived at the entrance of the East City base, covered in dust and exhaustion, they were stopped by the guard stationed outside. You outsiders, what business do you have at our East City base? The guard asked. In these apocalyptic times, every person entering the base had to undergo inspection to prevent infected individuals from sneaking in.
I'm Lu Yun, wife of Han Ping. We know your leaders was Shangrong. I've brought people to join the East City base. Could you send someone to notify him? Said Lu Yun. The guard, hearing they knew the leader, didn't dare cause any delay and escorted them to the adjacent room to check for wounds. Then he called his lackey and told him to inform Zhuo Shangrong. The lackey ran off to carry out his orders. When Zhuo Shangrong heard that Lu Yun had arrived, he sprang up from his chair, utterly delighted. He had long coveted Lu Yun but had been unable to make his move before because of Han Ping. Is Lu Yun actually coming here voluntarily?
He hastily ordered his underlings to bring Lu Yun and the others in. He could scarcely contain his eagerness. Although women were easy to come by in the apocalypse, Lu Yun remained his obsession.
Soon, Lu Yun and her group arrived at Zhuo Shangrong's office.
After briefly understanding the situation, he had everyone else wait outside. Lu Yun knew exactly what was about to happen.
She just couldn't let Zhuo Shangrong obtain it that easily.
The easier something is to obtain, the less people value it. She wanted Zhuo Shangrong to willingly fall at her feet, to avenge her husband and son. Zhuo Shangrong couldn't wait to approach Lu Yun, plopping down right beside her until they were sitting uncomfortably close. He tentatively reached out to hold Lu Yun's hand, but she avoided his touch. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at Zhuo Shangrong. Shangrong, my late husband has just passed.
I'm truly heartbroken. I still can't forget him, please give me some time, alright?
Zhuo Shangrong burned with impatience, but he didn't want to force her.
He wanted Lu Yun to come to him willingly. How much longer do you need? Do you know?
I've liked you for so very long, and waited far too long already.
I don't want to wait anymore.
Perhaps once Han Ping's vengeance is settled, I'll finally be able to let him go, Lu Yun said between sobs. She looked utterly pitiful, and Zhuo Xiangrong couldn't bear to see the goddess of his heart in tears. Without hesitation, he declared, "Don't worry, I'll avenge this for you, and I'll treat you well from now on." Lu Yun also turned to Zhuo Xiangrong with seemingly moved eyes. "Brother Xiangrong, really? You're so good to me." Lu Yun understood the principle of offering some sweet temptation first. She shyly lowered her head, then quickly raised it to plant a kiss on Zhuo Xiangrong's cheek. Zhuo Xiangrong wore a foolish grin on his face. In truth, Gu Chen only knew that Zhuo Xiangrong had a preference for married women, but he didn't realize the ones he pursued were all stand-ins for Lu Yun. Lu Yun had been his goddess in his youth. Sadly, she later married someone else, leaving him no choice but to seek out married women who resembled Lu Yun, pretending they were her just to ease his longing. Never did he imagine that one day, his dream would come true holding his goddess in his arms. After kissing Zhuo Xiangrong, Lu Yun silently apologized to Han Ping in his heart. It was all for the sake of revenge. After waking up, Gu Chen freshened up and enjoyed a satisfying breakfast before preparing to start another day of business. After learning from Xiaobai that Lu Yun had already connected with Zhuo Xiangrong, things unfolded exactly as he had planned. This Lu Yun would soon outlive his usefulness, and then he could send the whole family to reunite. A family should always stick together. Oh, and Tang Zhuzhu's family heard there in the neighboring city. In the previous life, they clung to Gu Chen like leeches, sneering and mocking him all the while. Might as well send them down to meet their ancestors too. Gu Chen had indeed considered teleporting into Beiyu base to eliminate these people, but the risk was considerable. A single misstep could lead to being besieged by the entire base, which would be quite troublesome. It would be better to let Dongqing base take the lead, then seize the chaos to enter and carry out the killings. After all, he would reap the benefits while Dongqing base bore the infamy. He would then see if Zhuo Xiangrong knew which way the wind blew. If not, it might be time to install a new leader for Dongqing base. No one could stop Gu Chen from doing business anyway. Then there were those from West City, a bit too far away. It was time to send Chu Feng out to distribute flyers. Ding! Welcome! Gu Chen looked toward the door as a young man entered, dressed in slightly soiled luxury brand clothes, sporting a wristwatch worth millions, and wearing an imperial green jade necklace around his neck. He glanced around the supermarket with a hint of arrogance before turning his gaze to Gu Chen. "This supermarket of yours isn't bad. How much did it cost to open? I'll buy it from you for 10 times the price." This young man, clearly a rich second-generation heir before the apocalypse, obviously hasn't suffered enough from the harsh realities of the end times. Gu Chen said indifferently, "You can't afford it." The wealthy second-generation young man, Fu Huachi, reacted as if he had heard some kind of joke. "Do you even know who I am? I am the sole heir of the Fu family, the wealthiest dynasty in Star City. I can't afford it? What a joke. My money could buy 10,000 of your crappy supermarkets." Gu Chen sighed helplessly. Where did this idiot come from, still stuck in the pre-apocalyptic mindset? He had no idea where this fool had crawled out from. With that, Fu Huachi took off his wristwatch and threw it in front of Gu Chen. "This watch could easily sell for 10 million. You're getting a steal by trading it for your little supermarket." Gu Chen, curious about what was wrong with this guy, asked, "Do you realize it's the apocalypse now? Money from before is just worthless paper." Fu Huachi paled in shock. The apocalypse? Wasn't that just something from movies? He'd gone on an extreme wilderness survival trip with friends to Lingyun Mountain, bringing massive amounts of food and water. Along the way, he got separated from his companions, and these past few days had been a struggle just to make his way out of that godforsaken wilderness. Since the mountains were desolate and uninhabited, he hadn't encountered any zombies. Upon leaving, he immediately encountered the invincible protective shield again, no zombies in sight. So he remained completely unaware that the apocalypse had already arrived. But accustomed to arrogance, what did it matter if the apocalypse had come? How could Fu Jiada, the esteemed young master of the Fu family, possibly back down in front of some petty supermarket owner? Chapter 33, The Rich Second Generation Meets His Ancestors. Boy, even if it's the apocalypse, so what? Me wanting this puny supermarket of yours is doing you a favor. In the old days, a shabby place like this wouldn't even catch young Master Fu's eye, Fu Huachi blustered, his voice full of false bravado. "You'd better hand over this supermarket quietly. Once we return to Star City, our Fu family will compensate you properly. Don't be ungrateful, I'm a black belt in Muay Thai." Gu Chen stared at this arrogant rich second-generation heir. Before the apocalypse, they were untouchable. There was nothing he could do about their insolence. This is the apocalypse we're talking about. With Gu Chen holding unlimited supplies and being invincible inside this supermarket, how could he possibly let this rich second-generation brat keep acting so arrogantly? "I'll only say it once, get lost," Gu Chen said coldly. Fu Huachi was being reprimanded by a small-time boss for the first time, and he was furious, about to step forward to resort to violence. Gu Chen sighed, some people really had a death wish. He unleashed a bolt of lightning that, to Fu Huachi's horrified gaze, struck him squarely. He instantly turned to ashes.
Isn't life worth living? Why push the limits of his patience? It was just an ordinary little matter. Gu Chen was busy repackaging the supplies he had collected from Han Ping and putting them on the shelves. These supplies were pitiful compared to those produced by the system store. If the system store's products rated 100 points, these pre-apocalypse supplies might not even reach 30. Even a fool would know how to choose when presented with these options. Should we first remove the supplies from the system store? This wouldn't help build the reputation of the invincible supermarket either. Besides, with so many regular customers already, reintroducing these items might not win their approval. They might even turn into critics. Totally unnecessary, really unnecessary. Gu Chen had no choice but to turn to Xiaobai. Is there any way to upgrade these supplies to the standard of goods produced by the system store? Yes, host, but it requires a small price, Xiaobai replied. How much is a small price? Improving the quality of each item requires paying 1/10 of the system's selling price in purple crystal coins. Gu Chen calculated that it was still worthwhile since everything was essentially free anyway. For example, turning 10 packs of instant noodles, which required 2 purple crystal coins to upgrade to system-produced quality, could then be sold for 100 purple crystal coins. The profit margin was substantial. Most importantly, he couldn't compromise his reputation for these items. If no one buys them, Gu Chen would have to lower the prices to sell them. With a wave of his hand, Gu Chen upgraded part of the supplies he had acquired from the warehouses. He spent 30,000 purple crystal coins, leaving him with a balance of 69,788. Selling this batch of supplies could earn him 1.5 million purple crystal coins. Now his supermarket has a much richer variety of goods, stocked with all the common items from before the apocalypse, truly a complete selection. These items can no longer be produced, so daily necessities will only grow more in demand. Now all that's left is to wait for customers to arrive. Gu Chen decided to send Chu Feng to distribute promotional leaflets at the major bases. He's got good stuff here, how could anyone not know about it? How can we tolerate this? Now that the internet and electricity are down, propaganda can only rely on primitive methods. He highlighted the most appealing items on the flyer, then carefully wrote out the address along with a map marker, and included transaction methods and other details. He printed a modest batch of 10,000 copies, which cost him 10 purple crystal coins. System store items like these were still quite affordable. He first sent Chu Feng to the base in the western city, instructing him to distribute supplies to any survivors he might encounter along the way. He believed that with Chu Feng's face, they might just reap some unexpected rewards. After Chu Feng set off, Gu Chen welcomed his first wave of customers for the day. Customers now arrive in waves. In the apocalypse, traveling alone is extremely dangerous. Only by banding together for warmth can one survive more effectively. Their eyes lit up the moment they entered the supermarket, gazing at the shelves packed with abundant and dazzling array of food items. Boss, there really is a supermarket open. And so many supplies. That guy wasn't lying to us, one of the men exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, finally we don't have to chew on that expired bread anymore. Our water supply's almost run out too. Look boss, there's so much purified water here, enough to last us ages. Damn, this food smells amazing. I haven't had a hot meal in ages. Boss, there's not just food here, there's also a second floor special treasures section and a third floor general supplies area. This place sounds seriously impressive. This is perfect. We won't starve or die of thirst in this apocalypse. God knows how much harder it gets every day to scavenge supplies outside. We were almost out of food. Damn zombies don't even drop food when you kill them. And now this cursed apocalypse has poisoned the water too. At this rate, we're all screwed. Yeah, there's no electricity either. Everything in the fridge has gone bad. If this keeps up, I won't last much longer. Damn this apocalypse. Damn these zombies. The crowd seemed to have been suppressed for too long. Seeing so much food before them, they couldn't help but exclaim in awe. At last, some good news in this apocalyptic world. They quickly took out all the energy crystals they had collected and placed them before Gu Chen. Their leader, Zhao Lei, nervously asked the question while Gu Chen sat comfortably on the sofa behind the counter. Boss, we're not sure if these crystals are enough to buy your food, he said before hastily adding. We don't need much, just enough to feed us brothers for a couple of days. Gu Chen looked at the energy cores they brought out, hundreds of them across various grades. For their group of fewer than 50 people, these would definitely be enough for food. So he showed them the exchange rate table and the shop's pricing list, letting them estimate how many purple crystal coins they could trade for purchasing goods. Zhao Lei and the others carefully examined the exchange table and compared it with the food prices in the shop, delightedly realizing just how generous the supermarket was. They had enough cores to eat for several days. On average, each of them could exchange for 1,000 purple crystal coins, and a full meal in the shop wouldn't even cost 50 purple crystal coins. If they ate frugally, they could last for 10 days. This was truly incredible news. These crystal cores were just leftovers from their upgrades. If they improved their strength later and went all out hunting for cores, they couldn't even imagine how happy they'd be. The boss is such a kind-hearted soul.
They never considered using their numerical advantage to seize the supermarket. Because they'd already heard rumors, this boss's strength was unfathomable. With just a wave of his hand, he could reduce a crowd to ashes, leaving not even dust behind. They didn't dare provoke the boss either. If the rumors were true, who could they even appeal to for justice? Besides, the boss's prices weren't high at all, far cheaper than buying in those bases. There was really no need to resort to force. They could easily achieve food and clothing security through their own efforts. Moreover, after looting the supermarket, once these supplies ran out, they'd be helpless. It would be like sitting idle and eating through their resources. No matter how much they took, it wouldn't last them long. They weren't foolish at all. One by one, they secretly resolved to cling tightly to the boss's coattails. From now on, they'd feast and prosper by following him. Chapter 34. Zhao Lei takes the strength potion. After learning about their purchasing power with the zombie crystals, Zhao Lei and the others eagerly began exploring the supermarket. For them, the most pressing priority now was solving their basic needs for food and warmth. Everything else can wait until I've eaten my fill. They lingered in the prepared foods section, though it cost a bit more than instant noodles and bread. But they were confident, with more zombies to slay, they could afford the indulgence. They hadn't eaten cooked food for so long that they were utterly desperate for it now, especially since these dishes looked and smelled absolutely amazing. Even before tasting them, their stomachs were screaming desperately to be filled. Boss, they've even got beer. How about we brothers have a little drink today? It's been ages. Zhao Lei thought for a moment and agreed. Just one bottle per person, no getting drunk. In these apocalyptic times, we still need to stay alert. The brothers have been under too much pressure in the apocalypse, running around every day just to survive, not daring to slack off even a little. Now that we've finally made it here, let the brothers relax a bit. A bowstring stretched too tight for too long is bound to snap. Hell yeah! The crowd erupted in cheers. After picking their favorite foods and beers, they headed to the checkout counter to pay Gu Chen. Today Gu Chen served grilled lamb chops and lamb skewers, and just by looking at the proportion they took, you could tell how popular they were. Aside from the filling rice, 4 or 5 people shared a grilled lamb chop, with almost everyone holding a few skewers of lamb and beer. Gu Chen signaled everyone to first apply for shopping cards and then recharge them for spending. Instantly, a series of recharge notification sounds rang out. Beep, you have recharged 1,000 amethyst coins. 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 Gu Chen rang up each customer one by one. Though their purchases were relatively small, he didn't mind in the least. After they witnessed the marvels of his other goods, he didn't believe they could resist temptation. And once tempted, wouldn't they have to work like dogs for him, slaying zombies desperately? Moreover, food is an absolute necessity. People need it for practically every meal, so the profit margins are quite substantial when you crunch the numbers. Beep, you've paid 165 purple crystal coins. Beep, you've paid 65 purple crystal coins. Beep, you have paid 65 purple crystal coins. Beep, you have paid 165 purple crystal coins. Beep, you have paid 75 purple crystal coins. As each of them completed their transactions, Gu Chen earned another 3,400 purple crystal coins. The mission progress has also increased to 409/1000, nearly halfway done. It'll pass the halfway point today, and the officials still haven't arrived yet. Gu Chen finished paying the bill and continued sitting on the sofa scrolling through movies. Everyone was amazed to see that Gu Chen still had electricity, as earlier their attention had been entirely captured by the food. The apocalypse has already caused a power outage, so how is Gu Chen's place still brightly lit? Zhao Lei asked. Boss, how do you still have electricity here? Seizing the opportunity to promote, Gu Chen didn't mind small profits. Every bit counts. The third floor sells small solar power generators. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately expressed their intention to buy one later before hastily heading to the dining area. Gu Chen had thoughtfully asked Xiaobai to design several large round tables earlier, making it convenient for customers to dine together. All 5 large round tables were filled with people. After Zhao Lei delivered an inspiring speech to motivate everyone, the crowd enthusiastically began eating. The grilled lamb chops were crispy on the outside yet tender inside, generously sprinkled with cumin. The aroma alone was intoxicating. The lamb skewers were tender and juicy, with not a trace of gaminess, pairing perfectly with a swig of beer. Everyone felt that if they could live like this every day, they might actually come to accept life in the apocalypse. Soon, everyone wolfed down their meals, licking their lips with lingering satisfaction after finishing. They thought how blissful it would be if they could feast on the delicacies from the Invincible supermarket every single day. Their previous resting spot was terribly far from the Invincible supermarket, almost requiring them to traverse an entire city. They all began toying with the idea of moving, determined to live closer to the Invincible supermarket. Otherwise, the daily commute would be far too inconvenient. Percent. These were matters for later. Now that they had eaten and drunk their fill,
they intended to thoroughly explore the other sections of the supermarket. They had also heard rumors that the boss sold miraculous items here. Zhao Lei led the team into the elevator and headed to the second floor. As everyone laid eyes on the goods displayed there, they were, unsurprisingly, stunned and utterly incredulous. Were these things actually real? Not just part of some hyper-realistic, 100% authentic holographic game? Zhao Lei was a strength-type ability user. He took a bottle of level 1 strength attribute potion, intending to test its effects. Now their amethyst coins were nearly depleted, so they could only afford this for the time being. Everyone eyed these goods with greedy anticipation, but alas, their pockets lacked sufficient amethyst coins. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to leave for the third floor. The third floor offered far more items, but the most eye-catching remained the Universal Antidote Potion and the Guardian Robe. Everyone's eyes lit up at the sight of the Universal Antidote Potion, the one thing they could currently afford that might save their lives. They absolutely had to get it. With this, they could fight zombies with greater peace of mind. They had to work quickly to save up enough purple crystal coins and acquire all the other items too. They also bought a small solar-powered generator, but the rest would have to wait for now. They came to Guchun to check out, and after settling the bill, Zhao Lei couldn't wait to pour the level 1 strength attribute potion into his mouth. Zhao Lei wore an expression of pure bliss, still savoring the experience long after drinking it. His companion couldn't hold back and urged, "Boss, tell us how it feels. Does it really work?" Zhao Lei snapped out of his daze. That sensation had truly been extraordinary. He tested his strength and found it had genuinely increased. That earlier sensation hadn't been mistaken. This potion really works. He didn't dare imagine how strong he'd become after chugging all those potions. Strength-based supernatural abilities naturally amplify physical power. They can manifest twice the effect from each single point of strength attribute. That's why Zhao Lei could feel every incremental gain in strength so distinctly. He secretly vowed to exhaust the limit of 100 bottles no matter what. This feels like a blatant cheat in a game. The effect is amazing. I feel my strength has increased. Brothers, let's hustle to collect those crystal cores from now on, so every one of us can hit our limit. Hearing that it really worked, their companions became as excited as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. In the apocalypse, strength is the top priority. No one would turn down a chance to enhance their power. The higher the tier, the harder it is to upgrade abilities. With another method to boost strength now available, how could they not be thrilled? Right now, they're burning with the urge to slaughter zombies. It's still early, so they aim to kill a few more zombies for dinner before coming back to eat. At the same time, they also decided to scout the area for any livable places. They were determined to move out. After seeing them off, Guchen earned another 2,000 purple crystal coins, bringing his current balance to 75,188. Chapter 35, the famous star Wang Chuchu comes calling. Guchen waved off this group of customers and then leisurely returned to watching a movie. He had recently discovered a particularly interesting film and was thoroughly engrossed in it. Just at that moment, a gang of fierce-looking men suddenly barged into the supermarket. The leader of the group had his arm around a charming woman, who looked at Guchen with smug satisfaction. Guchen felt she looked somewhat familiar but couldn't quite recall where he'd seen her before. Perhaps she was some celebrity. He never bothered to remember such insignificant people. There were at least 100 of them, all armed and clearly spoiling for a fight. "Brother Long, it's him. He was the one who refused to help and kicked us out back then. You must avenge me," the woman cooed in a saccharine voice. Guchen finally recalled who this was, none other than the celebrity Wang Chuchu, who had thrown herself at him in the past only to be rejected. That day, after Guchen drove Wang Chuchu away, she had nowhere to go and wandered anxiously in the corner. A big star like her, a renowned beauty in the entertainment industry, had actually fallen to such dire straits. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. Right at that moment, her sobbing attracted a nearby zombie. The zombie staggered toward Wang Chuchu, its bloody maw gaping wide at the sight of living flesh. Wang Chuchu screamed in terror. Her cries attracted several more zombies from the vicinity. Just as despair overwhelmed her, Zhang Long and his team happened to be drawn to the scene by Wang Chuchu's piercing screams. They rescued Wang Chuchu just in time. When they got a clear look at Wang Chuchu, their eyes revealed unconcealed astonishment. In the entertainment industry, celebrities famed for their beauty are undoubtedly stunningly gorgeous in real life too. Not to mention her sizzling figure and the halo of stardom around her. Just like that, Wang Chuchu was taken back by Zhang Long. After several days of shameless living together, Wang Chuchu grew increasingly furious the more she thought about Guchen. He was the first person who had ever dared to reject her. If he hadn't kicked her out, she wouldn't have encountered those zombies and been terrified. Although it ended without real danger, she had still ended up with someone she wouldn't have glanced at in the past, someone who would never have been worthy to stand before her before the apocalypse. Now she was forced to submit to him, enduring all his bizarre whims. So she began whispering in Zhang Long's ear. She wasn't brainless, she knew simply appealing to his desire for revenge might not be enough to provoke serious action.
Instead, she vividly described the abundant supplies at Gu Chen's stronghold. If they killed Gu Chen, all those resources would be theirs for the taking. They could recruit more followers and become the undisputed warlords of this apocalyptic era. Zhang Long and the others were unmistakably tempted. They had gotten their start in the underworld long before the apocalypse. He had done his fair share of killing and arson. Not to mention Wang Chuchu was right there fanning the flames, using all her charms to serve Zhang Long. She even took advantage of Zhang Long being away hunting zombies to strengthen himself, hooking up with the little boss who stayed behind to guard the place,
just to gain more leverage against Gu Chen.
The petty thug had never seen such an exquisite woman before. He was utterly infatuated by her. Wherever she pointed, he'd strike. By the time Zhang Long had indulged in enough debauchery and their supplies were nearly exhausted, they decided to make their move against Gu Chen. He thought, could their 100-strong group really fail to deal with just one person? Even a high-tier ability user would be worn down by their relentless attacks.
Don't worry, little one.
Big brother will avenge you right now, Zhang Long declared, thumping his chest. Gu Chen studied the man before him, a face full of brutish features, beady eyes, a flat-nosed bridge, and a prominent birthmark on his cheek. He had no idea how Wang Chuchu could stomach it. She must have been truly starving. Noticing Gu Chen's strange gaze fixed upon her, Wang Chuchu flushed with rage and humiliation.
What are you staring at, you damned loser? Soon you'll be kneeling and begging for my mercy. I'll make sure you regret this. The perceived insult burned through her. If she'd had a choice, would she ever have sided with Zhang Long? Then she turned teary-eyed toward Zhang Long, her voice trembling with feigned hurt. Big brother, look how he's still bullying me. You must stand up for me, darling. After speaking, she deliberately rubbed Zhang Long's arm with her ample bosom. She also covertly threw a seductive glance at the team leader where others couldn't see. Instantly, both men displayed looks of foolish infatuation, practically itching to fight for Wang Chuchu's cause. Gu Chen observed the blue and purple bruises on Wang Chuchu's exposed skin. Clearly she had sacrificed much for her revenge against him. How could I let her down then?
I must deliver them neatly underground to continue their unfinished love.
Zhang Long and his crew, eager to impress Wang Chuchu, stepped forward and taunted, "Kid, don't say we're bullying you. I'll give you a one-on-one fight right now. Win, and I'll let you keep your corpse intact. How about that?" All the underlings also joined in the commotion, cheering loudly for Zhang Long.
Of course, it went without saying that Zhang Long wouldn't follow the rules. Gu Chen had no time to waste with them. His movie was just getting to the exciting part. He wanted to test using his spatial abilities within the invincible supermarket to see how much they could be amplified. Using lightning-based abilities to strike Gu Chen one by one still felt like a bit of a waste of time. So he ignored Zhang Long and began recalling space-type area of effects skills from the novels he'd read in his mind. Seeing Gu Chen disregard him, Zhang Long flew into a rage. "Arrogant bastard. I'll make you beg for death while being unable to die." He spoke while preparing to unleash his superpower attack against Gu Chen. But no matter how hard he tried, his superpower refused to manifest, and he began to panic. This place is eerie. The underlings found it strange when their leader raised his hand but couldn't summon any special abilities. Zhang Long ordered his underlings to try attacking Gu Chen with their abilities, but none of them could unleash their powers. The crowd erupted in uproar, with some timid underlings already preparing to retreat. Gu Chen wasn't about to let them escape. With a raised hand, he sealed the main gate shut. At this moment, several timid underlings witnessed this eerie scene and were already kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. "Please spare me. This was all Dragon Bro and this bitch's idea. I don't want to die. If you want revenge, go after Dragon Bro and this woman. We're innocent." Even as they spoke, they kept kowtowing incessantly. They had a premonition that today might be the day they'd meet their end. Zhang Long grew even more furious seeing his lackey behave like this. "Afraid of my ass. Even without using superpowers, can our 100 men really fear him alone? You disgraceful imbecile, get up already. Just wait till we get back, I'll make you pay." With that, he waved his hand grandly and shouted, "Attack together. Let him taste our power." Gu Chen wasn't the least bit worried. Inside this shop, he was literally invincible. He suddenly remembered possessing a skill called Temporal Storm, capable of banishing them all into spatial turbulence for instant annihilation. No sooner thought than done, he silently envisioned the skill in his mind. A massive black sphere slowly took shape before him, looming like an inky black hole. Outside, spatial turbulence flashed with shimmering light. Done. Chapter 36, The Space-Time Storm Resolves. Wang Chuchu and Company. Zhang Long watched helplessly as the black orb shot toward him at an unimaginable speed. The moment it made contact, his figure vanished without a trace. Everyone watched in horror as their leader vanished before their eyes. Wang Chuchu was filled with regret. Why had she ever provoked Gu Chen in the first place? But it was too late for regrets now. Being the closest to Zhang Long, she became the second to be swallowed by the temporal storm. The minions who witnessed this scene were utterly horrified. They were so terrified they wet themselves, but before the liquid could even hit the ground, they lost consciousness. The temporal storm enveloped them all at an inexplicable speed.
Not surprisingly, they vanished in an instant.
Gu Chen sensed that their bodies had been torn into countless fragments by the spatial turbulence, ultimately turning to dust until nothing remained. Gu Chen was quite satisfied with this skill. It could eliminate so many people at once, making things much simpler.
With a wave of his hand, Gu Chen restored the supermarket to its original state.
Xiaobai, what level does my spatial ability need to reach before I can use this skill outside the supermarket?
Gu Chen thought this skill was incredibly useful.
Host, your spatial ability must reach the 9th tier before you can use it. Gu Chen felt this was still quite far off, but being able to use it inside the supermarket was pretty cool nonetheless. Shu Yu and the others outside the door witnessed the entire scene. They were utterly stunned, left speechless. They knew Gu Chen was strong, but they never imagined he was this powerful. After all, the person Gu Chen effortlessly obliterated inside wasn't some nobody, far from it. That was an extremely formidable faction in the apocalypse, burning, killing, looting, and committing every imaginable atrocity. But they were powerful and cunning individuals. Their leader, Zhang Long, had already reached the strength nearing the boundary between 4th and 5th tier, while most of his subordinates were at the 3rd tier. Even the authorities found it difficult to eradicate this faction completely. Now that Gu Chen unleashed such a terrifying skill, all these people died.
Just how powerful must Gu Chen's strength be? However, for Gu Chen, the Chu siblings now harbor a blind admiration.
No matter how strong Gu Chen is, they find it completely reasonable. If he weren't powerful, how could he produce so many miraculous supplies? After all, their experts have researched for ages yet still can't identify the components or recreate these items.
Gu Chen noticed them standing motionless at the entrance and gestured for them to come in.
These were all mission objectives in his eyes, each person now registered as a +1, +1, +1 in Gu Chen's mind, and also $. Snapping out of their daze, they finally stepped into the supermarket while regarding Gu Chen with even greater awe.
They must go back and warn their family and friends never to provoke Bosku no matter what. Otherwise, they'd die without even knowing how.
At the same time, they felt even more grateful to Gu Chen in their hearts. Despite being so powerful himself, capable of slaughtering hordes of zombies for their crystals, he still allowed them to purchase these precious supplies with crystal cores.
If it weren't for Gu Chen, they wouldn't know what to do. Gu Chen let Chu Yu and the others shop freely.
As regular customers, he was happy to relax.
He went back to watching his movie.
Chu Yu didn't dare disturb Gu Chen either. She proceeded to help the survivors she'd brought to register for shopping cards, then took them to procure supplies. This time, she specially requested enough crystal cores from Deng Jiangwo in preparation for a major shopping spree on the 2nd floor. Their first stop was to buy food. Every day, coming to Gu Chen's place was the moment Chu Yu looked forward to most. No one could resist the temptation of the Invincible supermarket's delicious food. They also spotted the roasted lamb chops and skewers, instantly inhaling deeply as if rooted to the spot by the irresistible aroma. Then, as if by prior agreement, they all reached toward the counter piled high with lamb chops and skewers. Then, moving in perfect unison, they got ready to check out. They were all visiting the Invincible supermarket for the first time and hadn't yet experienced its culinary bombardment. With zero resistance left, their eyes were glued to the aromatic food surrounding them. The Luqing base brought 100 survivors to the Invincible supermarket daily and had established ground rules. Newcomers could enjoy one meal funded by the Luqing base, but any further indulgence would be up to them to figure out. In the future, bases will only purchase long-lasting food like bread, compressed biscuits, and canned goods to stockpile. With so many people, the authorities can only guarantee you won't starve to death. If you want better food, you'll have to find ways to harvest crystal cores yourself. That's why nearly everyone who's visited the Invincible marketplace tries to band together to fight zombies. Even regulars like Chu Yu can't wait to get those delicious meals into their mouths as quickly as possible. Gu Chen stood up and topped up their accounts one by one, then proceeded with the checkout. Ding! You have topped up 150 purple crystal coins. Ding! You have topped up 50 purple crystal coins. Ding! You have topped up 50 purple crystal coins. Ding! You have recharged 50 purple crystal coins. Ding! You have paid 150 purple crystal coins. Ding! You have paid 45 purple crystal coins. Beep! You have paid 45 purple crystal coins. Beep! You have paid 45 purple crystal coins. Beep! You have paid 45 purple crystal coins. Most of the spending came from the superhumans who escorted them here, as their pockets were relatively deep. After settling the bill, everyone eagerly headed to the dining area to enjoy the delicacies. The system-produced gourmet food was absolutely worth every penny. Gu Chen casually checked his gains again. 6,000 purple crystal coins, task completion reached, 529/1000. After they left the dining area satisfied, Chu Yu approached Gu Chen. She had a mission today. Bosku, our base wants to purchase a large batch of easily storable food in bulk. Do you have any non-identification required emergency rations available? Chuyu also tentatively asked Guchen, as she knew all too well just how miraculous his things were. They really had no choice left. As they took in more and more survivors, their supplies were being depleted at an alarming rate, and they were close to exhausting all the official stockpiles. Other merchants who had stockpiles during the apocalypse were all price gouging, demanding exorbitant amounts of crystal cores in exchange for food. With their invincible supermarket at hand, of course they weren't willing to waste money like that.
But the goods in the invincible supermarket could only be used after identity verification and binding.
They still needed some time before completing certification for everyone.
So now procuring bulk supplies that ordinary people can use is the top priority.
Bosku, don't worry, after we purchase these supplies, we'll still send people daily to bring survivors here for registration. The daily slots are being fought over like crazy now.
We're discussing whether we can escort multiple groups of people here each day. Guchen thought to himself, what perfect timing.
Han Ping still had some remaining supplies that needed handling, which could conveniently be sold to the authorities. After all, these people would all become his future customers, he couldn't let them starve. Perfect, no need to spend purple crystal coins to upgrade these items through the system.
All profit, no investment.
He was just worrying about how instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and canned goods would struggle to sell when placed alongside gourmet dishes bursting with color, aroma, and flavor.
Chapter 37. Purple crystal coins surpass 1 million.
I do have a batch of supplies stockpiled before the apocalypse that I can sell to you.
Guchen needed to clarify first that these supplies were from before the apocalypse and not provided by the invincible supermarket, to avoid ruining its reputation.
But for survivors who had never tasted the delights of the invincible supermarket, those offerings were already quite good.
Wonderful. On behalf of all survivors, I sincerely thank you, Chuyu exclaimed excitedly. She thought Bosku was the best person she knew. If Bosku ever did anything evil, it would definitely be their fault. Guchen then discussed the order quantity and price with Chuyu. How much do you want? Guchen calculated how much to supply them. The more the better.
Our base currently has about 4,000 survivors. Based on the minimum daily standard per person, 1 bottle of purified water, 1 bucket of instant noodles, and 2 pieces of bread, that would mean 40,000 bottles of purified water, 40,000 buckets of instant noodles, and 80,000 pieces of bread per day. We'd like to make a one-time purchase for a week's supply that would be 28,000 bottles of purified water, 28,000 instant noodle cups, and 56,000 bread loaves. Additionally, we'd like to provide them with weekly treats by adding meat and vegetable canned goods to ensure balanced nutrition.
Is your current inventory sufficient for this? Chuyu asked nervously.
Guchen indicated these quantities were just a drop in the bucket compared to the warehouse supplies he'd appropriated. Nevertheless, Guchen pretended to hesitate, saying, the quantity you're requesting does present some difficulties.
Chuyu grew anxious. This was already the minimum standard. Was she really going to sit back and watch those survivors starve to death?
Still, I clenched my teeth and managed to prepare it for you.
Now, let's talk about the price, Guchen added. If he didn't act hesitant, how could he fetch a good price? Thank you. Regarding the price, don't worry, we'll make sure you don't lose out. How about we go with the listed price in your supermarket right now?
Chuyu considered it rather difficult to produce so many cores all at once, but these past few days, they've mobilized the people to hunt zombies. In order to obtain food, the survivors have been fighting desperately. Moreover, with Guchen's medicine as a safeguard, everyone has been particularly proactive. Distributed among individuals, these crystal cores are still quite easy to accept. Alright then, 28,000 bottles of purified water at 5 purple crystal coins per bottle, totaling 140,000 purple crystal coins, 28,000 packs of instant noodles at 10 purple crystal coins per pack, totaling 280,000 purple crystal coins, 56,000 loaves of bread at 10 purple crystal coins each comes to 560,000, plus 4,000 cans of vegetable soup at 10 purple crystal coins per can, totaling 40,000 purple crystal coins, and 4,000 cans of beef stew at 20 purple crystal coins per can, totaling 80,000 purple crystal coins.
That's 1.1 million purple crystal coins in total.
Guchen was calculating carefully. After completing this deal, he could make a clean profit of 1.1 million purple crystal coins.
And to think, these were goods he'd obtained effortlessly. Bulk sales really were the way to go.
If it weren't for the system mission looming over him, he'd have suggested they start a purchasing agent business.
Chuyu knew Guchen wasn't cheating them.
This price was unbelievably lower than what they'd get from post-apocalyptic merchants. At this rate, each person only needed to kill 1 first-tier zombie per day to maintain basic survival.
Their gratitude towards Guchen deepened even further. No problem, we can pay up front. May I ask when we can expect to receive the goods? You'll get the goods immediately after payment. Guchen provided excellent service for big clients.
Additionally, our supermarket offers door-to-door delivery service for 10,000 purple crystal coins per trip.
Would you like that? Guchen figured even small profits were worth pursuing, and delivering goods didn't require much effort anyway. He has spatial abilities, and the Deer City base isn't far away. Whether he runs or teleports there, it'll be extremely quick. Then he can just retrieve the items from the system space. Shuyu was overjoyed upon hearing Chen's thoughtful suggestion, such a convenient service. They were just worrying about how to transport the goods. Using large trucks would require several times more ability users to escort them, and with the round trip and delays on the road, the better part of a day would be wasted. With all that time saved, they could have killed way more zombies instead. Now that Bosku actually offers home delivery, that's truly wonderful. She eagerly agreed. After you leave, I can deliver the goods to you. You can discuss where to unload them, but at most they can only be placed at the entrance of your base. Although entering other bases posed negligible risk for Gu Chen, he still didn't want to take any chances. Okay, I'll contact our leader via satellite phone in a while. Shuyu felt a weight lift from her heart and then remembered another purpose for coming today. Bosku, we'd also like to reserve 1 Tier 5 temporary enhancement potion, 1 Tier 4 guardian puppet, and 4 psychic attack scrolls. It wasn't that Gu Chen's goods were lacking, it was their fault for being too poor to afford more. Alright, a 5th tier temporary enhancement potion is 100,000 purple crystal coins, a 4th tier guardian puppet is also 100,000 purple crystal coins, and each of the 4 mental type attack scrolls is 25,000 purple crystal coins, totaling another 100,000 purple crystal coins. Gu Chen thought the authorities were quite generous. In a blink, he had earned over 1 million. Together with the previous supplies and delivery service, that comes to 1.41 million purple crystal coins. Understood, Boss Gu. With that, Shuyu instructed everyone to take out the crystal cores from their backpacks. Then the replenishment began. Ding! You have recharged 1,410,000 amethyst coins. Current balance, 1,410,050 amethyst coins. Beep, 1,410,000 purple crystal coins deducted. Remaining balance, 50 purple crystal coins. Shuyu and her team had come thoroughly prepared today, bringing most of the base's crystal nuclei with them. Then she picked up the satellite phone to share the good news with Deng Jiangwo. After discussion, Deng Jiangwo allocated a plot of land in front of Deer City base for storing these supplies and provided Gu Chen with the exact coordinates. Gu Chen instructed Xiaobai to save the address so it could be used for navigation later. With Chu Feng away, Gu Chen personally went upstairs to retrieve the items Chuyu needed, earning a net profit of 240,000 from this transaction. He checked his current balance of purple crystal coins, which had now surpassed the million mark, reaching a total of 1,435,188 purple crystal coins. Gu Chen felt exhilarated. With these purple crystal coins, he could accomplish many things. Gu Chen nearly got carried away. He asked Xiaobai, would you say I'm the richest man in Luqing now? Oh no, host, the core crystals of several base leaders are more abundant than yours. You'll need to work harder. Xiaobai teased Gu Chen. Those base leaders amassed wealth by exploiting their entire bases, far more unscrupulous and greedy. Gu Chen silently resolved that he must steal all their business. How could he let them profit from such dirty money? This absolutely won't do. Gu Chen is also somewhat looking forward to what rewards leveling up to system level 5 might bring. Seems he needs to pick up the pace. Chapter 38, Upgrading Abilities, Preparing to Attack Northstar Base. Xiaobai, how many purple crystal coins does it take to upgrade to level 5? Gu Chen asked. Upgrading to level 5 requires 1 million purple crystal coins. What items are unlocked after the upgrade? Gu Chen asked. After upgrading, all daily necessities and medicines are unlocked, along with obtaining permission to open branch stores in this city. Opening branch stores? Deer City is only so big, with just 4 bases. Can we open 4 shops simultaneously? As long as the host wishes, you can open as many shops as you want within the city limits. However, each branch requires an expenditure of 1 million purple crystal coins. Gu Chen pondered for a moment and decided to focus on enhancing his strength first. This way, he'd feel more secure when venturing outside. In the apocalypse, strength always comes first. Daily necessities and medicines aren't urgent needs right now. He originally thought he had enough money, but it turned out to only be sufficient for upgrading the system store, not enough to open a branch. By the way, little Bai, who's going to manage the branch store for me? I'm just one person and can't split myself in 2. There are 2 solutions. One is for the host to purchase the system's robots to help run the store. The robots are absolutely loyal and don't need rest, they're just a bit expensive and require annual maintenance fees. One option is for the host to hire employees to manage the store. You only need to pay them wages, but the downside is that employees need rest and might quit at any time. It's unstable, Xiaobai dutifully explained. Is there any way to ensure their loyalty? Gu Chen asked, sensing that Xiaobai probably had a solution. Hiring employees is far cheaper than buying robots, so for now, recruiting staff is the more cost-effective choice. Once there are more purple crystal coins, then we can consider purchasing robots. By the way, Chu Feng is also a robot. Chu Feng could manage a branch store for himself. Another cost saved, hee hee. Host, the system store offers loyalty boost talismans for purchase. Each talisman can increase loyalty by 1 point. Loyalty values can fluctuate based on multiple factors.
The host needs to regularly check employees' loyalty levels to promptly identify any decline, or simply replace the employees directly.
Guchen found it quite intriguing. He needed to carefully select his employees. Otherwise, their loyalty might drop at the drop of a hat, wasting those precious purple crystal coins. Replacing them would also be troublesome. Better to make the right choice from the start and save future hassles. Guchen figured that if he posted a job opening, applicants might literally wear out his doorstep. After all, who'd want to fight zombies when they could have a stable job with food and shelter? Shall I upgrade my lightning, spatial, and psychic abilities all to tier 5? Now that Guchen had purple crystal coins to spare, he could spend them with reckless abandon. Confirmed, host. Thunder, space, and psychic abilities have been elevated to tier 5. Deducting 600,000 purple crystal coins from host's account. Remaining balance, 935,188 purple crystal coins. The disparity between tier 4 and tier 5 abilities is like night and day. Not only do attributes and energy multiply several fold, but numerous ability techniques previously unusable at tier 4 become accessible. For practitioners of the same ability, those who possess ability techniques can overpower several opponents who lack them. Comprehending this extraordinary ability relies entirely on one's innate perception, though it also requires the foundational support of progression tiers. These two elements are mutually complementary, neither can be neglected. Just like Guchen's previous mastery of spatial severance and temporal storm, Guchen then spent another 200,000 violet crystals to fully consume the second-tier attribute potions. Ding! Host has purchased 100 * tier 2 strength attribute potions and 100 * tier 2 speed attribute potions. Level 2 strength attribute potions * 100, level 2 defense attribute potions * 100, deducted 200,000 purple crystal coins. Account balance, 735,188 purple crystal coins. At this moment, Shuyu and the others had already left. Guchen half reclined on the sofa, watching a movie while continuously pouring attribute potions into his mouth as if they were beverages. Pure and unadulterated extravagance. Guchen narrowed his eyes in pleasure. No matter how much he drank of these attribute potions, he never grew tired of them. They were 100 times more delicious than the finest beverages in the world. Guchen reckoned that if his customers ever sampled the attribute potions, they'd become addicted to them even if they weren't seeking to enhance their abilities. It was a shame that everyone only had a fixed quota they could drink in their lifetime. Suddenly, he noticed a crucial detail. Little by, if we can only drink 100 bottles of each attribute potion per level, does that mean we can't drink any more after exceeding 100? Guchen hurriedly asked, figuring that if infinite consumption were possible, he could practically sell these as beverages. The 100 bottle limit means that's the maximum attribute boost you can gain. Drinking more won't increase your attributes further, but there's no restriction if you simply want to consume additional bottles. Guchen already envisioned processing these potions into various drinks for sale, though this remained just a passing thought for now. He'd consider it properly after recruiting some employees. Guchen comfortably sipped on the attribute-enhancing potion. Meanwhile, over at the Eastern City base, the higher-ups were in an uproar. Zhou Xiangrong convened a high-level meeting where she announced the decision to launch an attack on the Beiyu base. The attendees buzzed with discussion. Why on earth would they want to attack the Beiyu base when everything was fine? Is the boss out of his mind? The Northern Star base is evenly matched with us. Attacking them has low odds of success. Exactly. With so many zombies still roaming outside, there aren't enough hands to kill them all, yet we're mobilizing forces to attack Northern Star base? We've only had a few peaceful days. Can't you just settle down for once? The crowd whispered among themselves. Quiet. Zhou Xiangrong snapped, wielding what little authority he still possessed. Everyone quieted down, ready to hear what he had to say. This is a decision I've made after careful consideration. I have reliable intel that the Beiyu base has been eyeing us covetously. Rather than passively waiting to be attacked, it's better to take the initiative and strike them by surprise. Zhou Xiangrong swept his authoritative gaze across the crowd. Moreover, the Hua family at Beiyu base has stockpiled vast quantities of supplies. If we conquer Beiyu base, we'll become the largest stronghold in Lucheng. Additionally, according to unverified rumors, I've heard the Hua family has been secretly conducting human experiments. Such crimes deserve execution by anyone who learns of them. Besides, I'm quite confident we can take Beiyu base. Once we do, we can use those supplies to strengthen our forces, recruit more powerful ability users, and secure better guarantees for survival in this apocalyptic world. Zhou Xiangrong couldn't care less about the rumor's validity. After all, he'd phrased it as hearsay. If no human experiments were discovered later, they could simply claim faulty intelligence. He said if they claimed they had it, then they must have it. They needed a legitimate excuse to attack Northern Star base openly. Even if the excuse was somewhat absurd, having this fig leaf would prevent causing panic among other factions and uniting them against their forces. That was all that mattered.
Most importantly, Luyan cried in front of him every day, breaking his heart. Now, he treated her with such extreme care, holding her in his hands for fear she might break, cradling her in his mouth for fear she might melt, simply wanting every single thing to go her way. In terms of strength, they were even slightly stronger than Bayou Base, which had inexplicably lost some of its personnel recently.
If they didn't strike now, when would they? Chapter 39, the overpowered stats panel, the scumbag couple gets together. Everyone exchanged glances. With such an explanation, they truly had no reason to object. When the time comes, they won't be the ones charging into battle. And to be honest, they had long disliked the Hua family, which had taken much of their business even before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, the Hua family had poached many of their awakened ones as well. They would be more than happy to see the Hua family suffer. I agree as well.
The crowd unanimously cast their votes in favor.
Soon, the East City base began urgent preparations for battle.
To prevent leaks, they confiscated all the satellite phones of the special ability users involved in the operation.
Relying solely on supernatural abilities for direct confrontations puts them at a clear disadvantage in hostile territory.
They need to prepare heavy assault weapons to breach North Star Base's defenses. These resources are still within their means to acquire amidst the apocalypse, given their current capabilities. After the meeting, Zhou Xiangrong returned to their villa residence, where Lu Yun waited with a mix of anxious anticipation for his return.
Brother Xiangrong, how did it go? Was the proposal approved?
Lu Yun gazed at Zhou Xiangrong with hopeful dependency.
Zhou Xiangrong was quite pleased with Lu Yun's attitude.
The approval's come through, and we've already begun preparations for battle.
Wonderful. I'm going too when the time comes.
Lu Yun wanted to personally witness the downfall of the Hua family. It's too dangerous on the battlefield, Zhou Xiangrong said with concern. You should stay safe at the base and wait for news.
I'm worried you might get hurt.
Lu Yun shook her head. I have light-based abilities, I can protect myself.
I can even heal injured ability users. I'll be very useful. Please take me with you, okay? Zhou Xiangrong couldn't withstand Lu Yun's coquetry and immediately changed his stance, agreeing, then you must be careful. If you encounter any danger, run away immediately, understand?
Don't worry, I understand. Although she had followed Zhou Xiangrong to avenge Han Ping, she couldn't help feeling somewhat moved by his kindness toward her. After all, everyone has a heart of flesh. Once she avenged Han Ping and their son, perhaps she could live a peaceful life with Zhou Xiangrong.
Meanwhile, after hearing Xiao Bai's report on the progress at East City Base, Gu Chen was quite satisfied. It seemed his plan would soon be ready for implementation. After drinking 400 bottles of level 2 attribute potions, he felt brimming with power. Seeing he still had over 700,000 in his balance, he decided to indulge himself. He opened the system shop and learned every ability he hadn't acquired yet. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, strength, speed, light, and darkness powers, he mastered them all. After all, learning each type of supernatural ability only costs 10,000 purple crystal coins. What was once considered astronomical is now utterly insignificant to Gu Chen. Ding!
Congratulations, host, for successfully learning metal, wood, water, fire, earth, strength, speed, light, and dark supernatural abilities.
90,000 purple crystal coins deducted. Remaining balance, 645,188 purple crystal coins. Ding!
Congratulations, host, for obtaining all elemental abilities.
As a special reward, you are granted one opportunity to learn the time-based supernatural ability. Will you proceed? A time-based ability? Gu Chen had always felt something was missing.
Time manipulation, no matter where you are, it's the most powerful ability of all.
No matter how strong your other abilities are, how would you counter a time freeze? Or time rewinding, time reversal, time acceleration, all are terrifyingly powerful abilities. This is absolutely a must-learn.
He'd never had the chance to learn such skills before. In Gu Chen's previous life, he hadn't even heard of anyone awakening such heaven-defying supernatural powers.
Learn it. Gu Chen didn't hesitate for a second. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on successfully learning time-based superpowers.
500,000 purple crystal coins have been deducted.
Current balance, 145,188 purple crystal coins, Xiao Bai's cheerful voice announced.
500,000? Gu Chen felt instantly impoverished again.
Purple crystal coins really don't last long. It must be said that time-based superpowers are expensive, 50 times the cost of other superpowers.
But Gu Chen understood that the high price was justified.
Even if others had 5 million purple crystal coins, they wouldn't be qualified to learn it. Gu Chen didn't feel the slightest pinch about spending his money. After all, those purple crystal coins were meant to be spent. Gu Chen then opened the system store once more and upgraded all his newly learned abilities to the second tier.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, your metal, wood, water, fire, earth, strength, speed, light, dark, and time-based supernatural abilities have successfully advanced to the second tier. deducting 118,000 purple crystal coins from the host.
Remaining balance, 27,188 purple crystal coins.
Upgrading time-based abilities also costs 50 times more purple crystal coins compared to other abilities, instantly sending Guchen back to square one. He purchased another Tier 5 Guardian robe from the system store and put it on not for any particular reason, just to match the level of his abilities. Besides, the higher tier Guardian robes looked significantly cooler, and the difference was obvious when standing side by side. After spending another 20,000 purple crystal coins, he was left with only 7,188. Fortunately, he could now expand his business. He had Xiaobai scan his current attributes. He felt terrifyingly strong at the moment.
Scanning in progress, please wait. Name, Gu Chen.
Abilities, lightning, space, psychic, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, strength, speed, light, dark, time. Tiers, lightning, tier 5, space, tier 5, psychic, tier 5, metal, tier 2, wood, tier 2, water, tier 2, fire, tier 2, earth, tier 2, strength, tier 2, speed, tier 2, light, tier 2, dark, tier 2, time, tier 2.
Stamina, 3,000. Speed, 3,000. Strength, 3,000. Defense, 5,000, Guardian Robe Tier 5 plus 2,000. Mental Power, 4,100. Energy, 14,700. Bound System, Invincible Shop System. Guchen stared at his attribute panel in shock. He knew he was strong, but never imagined he'd be this powerful. Ordinary 4th tier ability users typically have 4-dimensional attributes ranging between 50 to 150, while 5th tier users hardly exceed 500 at most. Not only did he possess all elemental abilities, but his attributes and energy values also far surpassed theirs. How could they possibly compete? These god-tier attributes belong solely to Guchen, so no worries there. Guchen gleefully admired his own attribute panel. Guchen now had some free time, so he decided to check in on Tang Juju and Huo Tianyu's recent situation. They wouldn't be hopping around for much longer anyway. Guchen nestled on the sofa and had Xiaobai project Tang Juju's current situation. He wasn't prepared for what he saw. Guchen was utterly flabbergasted.
Tang Juju was already tangled up with Huo Tianyu, and they were currently engaged in content unsuitable for minors.
Moreover, the combat was so intense and the moves so unrestrained that even Guchen felt embarrassed watching it. I won't go into details here. Guchen found the sight rather disturbing.
Tang Juju's body bore no intact flesh. Every inch had been tortured beyond recognition. Whether it was Huo Tianyu's doing or the earlier brutish men's handiwork remained unclear. Guchen was ready to have Xiaobai notify him only after they were done with their business. But who would have thought they could still chat amid such intense combat? And it was about him, no less. Chapter 40, Tang Juju and Huo Tianyu. Guchen could only endure the cringe while listening to their conversation. Ha, ha, brother Tianyu, I belong to you alone. You told me to seduce Guchen and then abandon him. I was almost successful, but then he suddenly went crazy out of nowhere. I didn't even let him kiss me. Tang Juju gasped out. I've only ever loved you from the very beginning. Brother Tianyu. I'll have people find Guchen as soon as possible. If he's dead, so be it. If he's still alive, you should go to him and play the victim to win sympathy, then seize the opportunity to kill him. Huo Tianyu's stamina was much better than Tang Juju's. If you succeed, I'll marry you, make you my wife, the future mistress of Beiyu Base. From then on, you'll enjoy wealth and splendor, with all the ability users bowing at your feet to curry favor. Juju, don't you think life is wonderful like this? Huo Tianyu said with apparent tenderness in his voice. But Guchen didn't miss the calculating glint and fleeting disgust in his eyes. This makes things interesting. Back in their past lives, who knew whether the relationship between Tang Juju and Huo Tianyu was true love or just another one of Huo Tianyu's schemes? Tang Juju was completely immersed in the future Huo Tianyu had painted for her. She was truly sick of being treated as someone's plaything. Of course, I'll do whatever you say, brother Tianyu. I love you. Ah. Tang Juju also used all her skills to please Huo Tianyu. Her recent experiences hadn't been for nothing. At the very least, she'd improved her technique considerably. Huo Tianyu felt both disgust toward Tang Juju and simultaneous pleasure from her attentions. As it turned out, Tang Juju couldn't endure the dog-like existence any longer and had seized the moment when those men weren't paying attention. Seizing the chance to play the victim, she used all her charms to coax that regular customer into helping her escape. Waggage, don't you want me to belong to you alone? Do you really want to share me with so many others? Juju only wishes to be with you forever. Tang Juju had mastered the art of playing the innocent victim flawlessly. And so, after immense effort, Tang Wei succeeded in helping Tang Juju escape. During this time, Tang Juju had learned that the Hua family had established the North Star base. She deceived Tang Wei by claiming her parents were at Beiyu Base, convincing him to take her there so they could settle down. Tang Wei, not minding Tang Juju's past, went through countless hardships to bring her to Beiyu Base. Yet after meticulously arranging to meet Huo Tianyu, Tang Juju turned the tables by accusing Tang Wei of attempting to harass her. Fortunately, she managed to escape. Huo Tianyu could easily tell Tang Juju wasn't being truthful, but he didn't care, she still had value to exploit.
Without hesitation, he killed Tang Wei. Just like that, Tang Juju followed by Huo Tianyu's side.
Gu Chen pondered thoughtfully. Huo Tianyu had gone to such great lengths to orchestrate his death, yet he probably still didn't know about Gu Chen's true strength, and Gu Chen was already on the verge of reaching the 5th tier.
Then why didn't Huo Tianyu just do it himself, instead of making Tang Juju take the shot? Could it be that there was some hidden relationship between them? Gu Chen didn't think too much about it either. He could just catch Huo Tianyu and ask him to find out.
Gu Chen saw that they had finished discussing matters related to him and stopped paying attention to them. It seemed they were still unaware of the impending disaster looming over them.
This was excellent.
Gu Chen remembered that he still needed to deliver goods to the Deer City base, so he closed the supermarket. He ran all the way toward Deer City base. At his current speed, enhanced by his speed-type ability, it didn't take long to reach the delivery address Chuyu had given him.
A group of people was already waiting there.
They were all astonished by Gu Chen's speed.
Is this a speed humans can achieve?
Even the highest tier speed-type ability users they've seen would be considered moving at a snail's pace compared to Gu Chen. They'd heard Gu Chen was strong before, but never realized he was this strong. It's downright absurd.
From now on, they must never provoke Boss Gu. They had no idea that Gu Chen wasn't just fast, his other abilities were even more formidable.
If they knew, it might scare them to death. They hurried forward with respectful expressions, addressing Gu Chen. Mr. Gu, we're honored you came all this way personally.
You must be exhausted. Leave the rest to us. Would you like to visit our base, Mr. Gu? They invited.
Gu Chen declined. He still needed to return to the supermarket.
He glanced around. The space was sufficiently large.
With a grand wave of his hand, he released the ordered supplies from the system warehouse into the open. The superpowered individuals gasped in astonishment as a veritable mountain of materials materialized out of thin air on the empty ground.
Boss Gu's methods truly surpass our mortal understanding.
We were so stunned by his speed earlier that none of us noticed he arrived completely alone, carrying nothing at all.
Their awe for Gu Chen grew even deeper.
From a distance, a group of survivors erupted in excitement upon seeing the supplies appearing out of thin air, but what happened next was no longer Gu Chen's concern. After setting down the supplies, he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. This once again elicited gasps of astonishment.
He returned to the Invincible supermarket and continued lounging on the sofa watching movies, waiting for the preparations in East City base to be completed. Gu Chen suddenly remembered he had asked Xiaobai to check whether Tang Juju's family members were still alive.
In their past life, they had lived quite comfortably thanks to Gu Chen's efforts.
Querying now. Please hold on.
Xiaobai's voice responded. Host, it has been confirmed that Tang Juju's parents are still alive. They are currently on their way to the East City base with the main group.
It seems the internet was down in the apocalypse. Tang Juju's parents weren't aware she was currently at the Bayou base. How could he, being so eager to help, let them endure the pain of being separated from their own flesh and blood? Let them reunite in a few days. After tormenting Tang Juju enough, we'll make sure they reunite with her underground for a happy family gathering. Families should always stay together, nice and tidy. Chapter 41, A Fated Encounter of Enemies. And so, on the second night, the East City base launched a surprise attack on the North Star base. The assault on the East City base had been meticulously prepared, with even the zombies along the path cleared in advance. Not a single whisper of the operation had leaked. At this moment, in the North U base, apart from a few on patrol, everyone else was fast asleep. Seeing the overwhelming onslaught approaching, they hurriedly sounded the alarm, and shouted loudly, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Instantly, alarm sirens blared across the Northern Star base. The survivors of Northern Star base hurriedly put on their clothes and rushed out to see what was happening. Meanwhile, under their leader's organization, the awakened warriors of the Hua family quickly mobilized toward the perimeter walls. Hua Jianxiang was awakened in the dead of night and quickly got out of bed upon realizing it was an enemy attack. At the same time, his mind raced to figure out which enemy was behind this ambush. Meanwhile, the superhumans from East City base, taking advantage of the surprise attack, blasted a hole in the city wall with their immensely powerful weapons. Just as they rushed in, the Hua family's superhumans reacted swiftly. A group of Earth Element ability users gathered and used their powers to patch up the hole. Meanwhile, the entire base erected a protective shield using abilities. Zhuo Xiangrong never expected Bayou base to react so quickly. This clearly contradicted the intelligence they had received. After receiving Xiaobai's notification, Gu Chen also set out for Bayou base. At his speed, he quickly arrived on the scene and decided to first observe the situation of the battle. Just as Zhuo Xiangrong was planning to organize the superpowered individuals to launch another powerful assault on North Star base's protective barrier, Hua Jianxiang arrived atop the defensive wall. Gazing at Zhuo Xiangrong and his forces attacking in the distance, he finally understood who the enemies were.
but he couldn't understand why Zhuo Shangrong would attack his base when there had never been any conflict between them. Taking a deep breath, he shouted at Zhuo Shangrong, I, Hua Jianxiong, have neither past grudges nor recent disputes with you. At this moment, humanity should unite to overcome difficulties and fight the zombies together. Are you trying to stir up internal strife and make enemies of all humankind? Survival is already hard enough for us humans in this apocalyptic world. Aren't you afraid of becoming a criminal condemned by all mankind? Hua Jianxiong declared righteously. Zhuo Shangrong sneered, Hua Jianxiong, don't act so noble. We're attacking you precisely so humanity can survive better. Then he shouted to the others, the Hua family disregards human lives, conducting experiments on living people. Such acts outrage both gods and men, intolerable by nature. Everyone has the right to punish them. Brothers, tell me, should such people be killed? Yes, came the unanimous roar of the awakened behind him, their voices shaking the heavens. Pure nonsense. Hua Jianxiong erupted in fury. You're slandering us. Our Hua family has never done such things. Zhuo Shangrong sneered coldly. What your Hua family has done, you know it well in your hearts. Today, we're here to deliver justice. With that, he waved his hand grandly, signaling his men to continue the attack. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle, with ability users showcasing their skills. For a moment, dazzling lights flickered, creating a spectacular sight. However, the protective shield of Beiyu base was extraordinarily sturdy, making it difficult for Dongcheng base's attacks to break through. At this moment, Gu Chen quietly infiltrated the battlefield. He had Xiaobai navigate him to the Hua family's stockpiled supplies, intending to take advantage of the chaos to collect them. If he openly took the supplies, even if the survivors dared not voice objections, they would certainly resent it in their hearts. Their business reputation was still of great importance. With a single teleportation, he flashed into the warehouse storing supplies. The protective shield of the Beiyu base was practically non-existent to him. This warehouse was enormous, containing several times more supplies than all of Han Ping's warehouses combined. No wonder Hua Jianxiong had managed to establish a base in such a short time and attract so many ability users to his cause. Now was the time when defenses were at their weakest, and with his spatial abilities upgraded, collecting supplies had become even easier for him. In almost the blink of an eye, more than half of the supplies vanished into Gu Chen's system space. After about a minute, Gu Chen had collected all the supplies from the warehouse. He returned to the edge of the battlefield once more. He noticed that the Dongcheng base forces couldn't breach the protective shield of the Beiyu base in such a short time. He decided to lend Dongcheng base a helping hand. Secretly unleashing his psychic powers, he shattered the consciousness of the Esper sustaining the protective barrier. The superhumans suddenly collapsed to the ground in unison, and the protective shield abruptly dissipated. The nearby superhumans turned pale with shock and hurried to check on their fallen comrades. They discovered the casualties had already stopped breathing. Furious beyond measure, Hua Jianxiong ordered his troops to press the assault. With a wave of his hand, all the secretly trained superhumans hidden in the shadows emerged swiftly. Each one of them possessed the strength of a fourth-tier superhuman. Zhuo Shangrong was shocked on their side. Only he was a fourth-tier superhuman, while the others were all below that level. How had Hua Jianxiong suddenly produced so many fourth-tier superhumans? But with superior numbers and firepower on their side, they fought back and forth in a close contest. The battlefront gradually shifted into the North Star base. For a while, neither side could gain the upper hand. Gu Chen surveyed the battlefield. Where was Hua Tianyu? After all, he was considered top-tier combat power, yet he hadn't emerged to assist his own base. Gu Chen swept his spiritual senses around. With the advancement of his psychic ability tier, the coverage range of his spiritual perception had now expanded considerably. A few scans basically revealed Hua Tianyu's situation. These past few days of excessive battles with Tang Juju had left him sleeping deeply at night, compounded by his deliberate choice of an exceptionally soundproofed room. He had just woken up at this moment. He pushed open the door, intending to go out and see what was happening with all the commotion outside. Just then, he ran into his mother, who was hurriedly coming to look for him. Accompanying him as he stepped out was Tang Juju. His mother looked anxious, clearly already aware of what had happened. Hua's mother clearly intended to take Hua Tianyu away to hide for a while. Even though Hua Tianyu's ability level had already reached the peak of the 4th rank and was on the verge of breaking through to the 5th, in her eyes, he was still a child who needed protection. She adored Hua Tianyu to the marrow of her bones, giving him the best since childhood. At that moment, Gu Chen appeared before them in a teleportation flash. Hua Tianyu and Tang Juju were utterly astonished when Gu Chen suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Especially Hua Tianyu, whose expression was a spectacular mix of astonishment and panic, while he anxiously stole a glance at his mother. Hua's mother, meanwhile, was shocked at how someone could appear out of thin air, a young man around Hua Tianyu's age. Gu Chen? How did you get in here? Hua Tianyu blustered, his voice sharp but betraying fear. Tang Juju also watched Gu Chen with complicated emotions. After all, he had once treated her so well, giving her the illusion that she could still manipulate him just as easily now.
Gu-chen, did you come looking for me? I knew you couldn't let me go, but I already have brother Hua now. There's no chance for us anymore, just forget about me. Gu-chen ignored her. Seeing his indifference, Tang Juju immediately felt offended. It was as if her possession had suddenly slipped beyond her control. Fuming with humiliation, she snapped, Gu-chen, can't you stop being so childish? Do you really think playing hard to get will work on me? If you talk to me properly, we might still be friends, but acting like this, don't you see how ridiculous you're being? Gu-chen ignored her once again. This only infuriated Tang Juju further. In her mind, although Gu-chen had inexplicably broken up with her, she was certain his words had been spoken in anger, just a childish ploy to force her into apologizing first. That tactic was far too petty. Besides, even if Gu-chen treated her like before, she wouldn't choose him again. In this apocalyptic world, only a man like Huo Tianyu could protect her and give her happiness. No matter how Gu-chen intentionally tried to get her attention, she absolutely wouldn't turn her head. With this thought, she turned around and deliberately hugged Huo Tianyu, rubbing her large buns against his arm, nearly making him forget propriety and play games with her on the spot. She spoke in a sickly sweet voice, Brother Tianyu, look at how Gu-chen is ignoring me, could you teach him a lesson for me? Brother Tianyu, you're the best. Huo Tianyu's expression turned extremely unpleasant at this moment, simultaneously enduring Tang Juju's seduction while worrying about Gu-chen's arrival. Meanwhile, Tang Juju failed to notice Huo Tianyu's strange reaction and kept rubbing against him on her own. Brother Tianyu, please say yes. As she spoke, as if deliberately putting on a show for Gu-chen, she deliberately planted a kiss on Huo Tianyu's cheek. Gu-chen, you suggested breaking up with me. Now even if you kneel before me begging for reconciliation, I won't pay you any attention. I'm now a woman far beyond your reach. Tang Juju was putting on quite a show, oblivious to the reactions of those around her, still reveling in the arrogance of her momentary triumph. Perhaps Huo Tianyu had inflated her ego beyond measure. Gu-chen felt like his previous self must have had his brain clogged. How could he ever have liked such a woman? And then to have been killed by that very woman in his past life. What utter black mark on his history. Huo Tianyu's mother was utterly embarrassed witnessing Tang Juju's behavior, such a disgraceful lack of decorum. A woman like this was fine for her son to play around with, but marriage? Out of the question. Unable to hold back any longer, Huo Tianyu snapped at Tang Juju, Tang Juju, shut your mouth. Recognize the occasion first. Feeling her deliberately rubbing against him, he swiftly stopped her, cut it out. Are you so desperate for a man? I'll deal with you properly in bed later. He didn't want to lose face in front of Gu-chen, and deep down he was still quite startled by Gu-chen's sudden appearance. Tang Juju blushed at Huo Tianyu's words, forcing herself to suppress her thoughts. Gu-chen watched the farce with an enigmatic smile. Master Hua, what a pleasure to finally meet you. Gu-chen observed Huo Tianyu's demeanor, confirming his suspicions from the other man's attitude. Chapter 42, Gu-chen is the true young master of the Hua family. Gu-chen, what are you trying to do? Huo Tianyu was so alarmed that he completely forgot he possessed supernatural abilities. Young Master Hua, as expected, you do recognize me, Gu-chen sneered as he looked at Huo Tianyu. And each utterance of young Master Hua carried an especially biting irony. He stared at these two enemies from his past life, waves of hatred surging within him. These were the very two who had brutally caused his death in his previous life, subjecting him to unbearable suffering. I've heard Juju mention you before. Huo Tianyu was visibly flustered by the question, resorting to such a flimsy and unconvincing lie. Ha, so merely hearing my name once was enough for you to call it out accurately? Or have you been investigating me? Gu-chen had plenty of time to play with him slowly today. I've seen your photo, Huo Tianyu hastily explained while casting a visibly guilty glance at his mother. Huo Tianyu's mother was also bewildered by his sudden glance, but she still instinctively shielded her son. She stood in front of her son, eyeing Gu-chen warily. Assuming a protective stance, she shouted sharply at Gu-chen, your name is Gu-chen, right? What business do you have coming to see Tianyu? At a time like this, you're not welcome in our home. Get out. Seeing Gu-chen remain motionless, she frowned and scolded him again. Do you have any manners at all? How did your parents raise you? The host clearly doesn't welcome you, yet you still linger shamelessly. What? Are you waiting for us to call someone to throw you out? Gu-chen's expression darkened at her words. Both my parents are dead, he said coldly. What? Do you want to go ask them underground how to be proper parents? Go ask them why they abandoned me. Mrs. Hua didn't expect Gu-chen to say such things. For some reason, a sense of unease rose in her heart, as if something important was about to slip away from her. At this moment, Hua Jianxiong pushed open the main door and walked in anxiously. He had intended to return to check on his son's situation, wondering why there had been no sign of him for so long. The situation had been urgent earlier, and he had forgotten to send someone to notify him. Now that the standoff outside remained unresolved, he hurried over to see Huo Tianyu. He noticed a stranger in the house and instantly became alert. Who are you? How did you get here? As he spoke, he tried to call for his subordinates.
Gu Chen then used his psychic energy to envelop the entire living room, ensuring no sound could escape. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Gu Chen used his psychic energy to seal off the entire house. As long as he didn't want it to be known, no one would ever find out what happened here. Gu Chen replied casually at this moment, I just want to figure out why Hua Tianyu was so determined to kill me. Although the fates of these people were already sealed, and he had his suspicions, Gu Chen still wanted to personally unravel the doubts in his heart.
Hua Tianyu clenched his fists in anger and denied indignantly, You're talking nonsense. When have I ever wanted to kill you? Do you know who I am?
As the esteemed young master of the Hua family, crushing you would be as easy as stepping on an ant.
Why would I need to resort to underhanded tricks? Tisk, wasn't Tang Juju sent by you? Gu Chen countered nonchalantly.
He had already envisioned the fate of these people in his mind, which was why he could speak so lightly of it. Now, when he looked at Hua Tianyu, it was like watching an ant's final futile struggle.
Hua Tianyu was startled. How did he know? Could Tang Juju have told Gu Chen? He cast a suspicious glance at Tang Juju. Tang Juju hastily and frantically denied, I'm not. I didn't. That wasn't me saying that. Tianyu Ge, how could I possibly betray you? You're so much better than Gu Chen, it's not like I'm blind.
She didn't want Hua Tianyu to suspect her. Hua Jianxiong and his mother now roughly understood what had happened. He looked at Gu Chen warily. This young man had slipped in unnoticed, and none of his men outside had reacted.
This was no ordinary opponent. He tried to placate Gu Chen. I think there might be some misunderstanding between you and Tianyu. It's better to resolve conflicts than to create them. Why don't we sit down and talk this through?
Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, he knows best.
There's nothing to discuss between us, Gu Chen rejected coldly. Hua Jianxiong's expression darkened when Gu Chen outright refused him without any courtesy. No one had ever dared to speak to him that way.
He thought he'd shown Gu Chen more than enough face and consideration, never expecting such ingratitude in return.
Young man, did your parents not teach you to be modest?
With a personality like yours, you're bound to suffer sooner or later, Hua Jianxiong lectured Gu Chen.
Gu Chen thought to himself how remarkably similar the couple was, even their reprimands sounded identical. How ironic this is. Gu Chen replied with equal coldness, My parents are both underground. Why don't you go down there and ask them why they didn't teach me to be humble? And whether I'm losing out or not isn't for you to decide. Right now, it looks like you're the ones about to get the short end of the stick. Your education doesn't seem all that great either, otherwise how could it produce scum like Hua Tianyu?
Or perhaps he's learned it straight from you. Seems like you're all cut from the same cloth.
What right do you have to lecture me? Worry about your precious son first. Gu Chen vented out his pent-up frustration.
We've been talking to you nicely, but you refuse to listen.
Fine, don't say we didn't warn you. You're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit.
Hua Jianxiong was also angered by Gu Chen's words. Meanwhile, Hua's mother glared at Gu Chen with fury. Gu Chen also felt that dragging this on was pointless, so he purchased 2 truth talismans from the system store and cast them at Hua Tianyu and Tang Juju respectively. This cost him another 5,000 purple crystal coins. Honestly, the effect of the truth talisman lasting half an hour was more than enough.
Hua Tianyu and Tang Juju felt something merge into their bodies. What did you do to us?
Hua Tianyu asked with palpable panic.
Gu Chen ignored the question and calmly countered, Explain why you tried to kill me. When exactly did we cross paths without my knowledge?
Hua Tianyu wanted to deny it, but the moment he opened his mouth, uncontrollable truths spilled out.
You deserve to die. Your very existence is a threat. I can't let Dad and Mom discover that you're actually their real son. Everything of the Hua family belongs to me, you bastard who doesn't know your place. You deserve to die without a burial ground. Hua Tianyu covered his mouth in alarm. How had those words slipped out? What?
The Hua couple stared at Hua Tianyu in shock, then turned their gaze to Gu Chen.
This son I've cherished for so many years turns out not to be my own flesh and blood? He knew it long ago, yet still chose to kill his own biological son?
Tang Juju was also stunned on the spot. She hadn't expected this to be the reason either.
Gu Chen had already guessed as much. He pressed further, Then why did you arrange for Tang Juju to kill me? Hua Tianyu couldn't help but speak again. That stupid woman Tang Juju would believe anything I say.
I told her to seduce you, make you fall in love with her, and then dump you. It'd be best if you couldn't take it and killed yourself.
If you didn't, I'd have Tang Juju kill you herself. I can't let father and mother know I killed you.
If they ever discovered the truth, it would be that woman Tang Juju's doing.
She'd be the one facing their wrath. It has nothing to do with me.
I'd still be the lofty young master of the Hua family.
By now, Tang Juju was already streaming with tears.
Unable to hold back, she rushed forward and slapped Hua Tianyu hard.
Smack! How could you do this to me? I loved you so much. I thought you truly cared for me. I was willing to do anything for you. Why would you treat me like this? Tang Juju collapsed in devastation, her wealthy dreams shattered. You bitch! How dare you hit me?
Hua Tianyu, stung by the slap, erupted in furious humiliation and immediately retaliated with a backhanded strike across Tang Juju's face. At last, Hua Jianxiong regained his composure. After all, he had weathered countless storms in life and knew how to steady himself.
You're Gu Chen, right? May we call you Xiao Chen?
I think Tianyu was just too afraid of losing us, that's why he made such a mistake. He spoke slowly, his mind quietly weighing the choices ahead.
Oh, so what do you mean, Patriarch Hua? Gu Chen watched Hua Jianxiong with interest, waiting to see what he would say next.
After all, Tianyu has been dutiful to us for so many years, and our Hua family can certainly afford to feed one more person. From now on, both of you will be young masters of the Hua family.
How does that sound, Xiao Chen?
Hua Jianxiong probed cautiously, realizing from Gu Chen's refusal to address him differently that the young man had grown cold toward them. It wasn't that he lacked concern for his biological son, but after raising Hua Tianyu for over 20 years, the bond ran deep. Moreover, Hua Tianyu was already at the threshold of becoming a fifth-tier powerhouse. Abandoning him now would be too great a waste.
The family's resources had already been poured into Hua Tianyu. He was the successor Hua Jianxiong had painstakingly cultivated with all his effort.
At this moment, Mrs. Hua also snapped out of her shock and quickly chimed in, repeatedly saying poor Gu Chen had suffered so much.
Yet she didn't oppose the handling of Hua Tianyu either. Gu Chen found it somewhat ridiculous. Were these his so-called parents? What use were such parents? Might as well not have them. And what about Hua Tianyu trying to kill me? Are we just letting it go? Pretending it never happened? Gu Chen retorted, curious to hear what other absurdities they might utter.
After weighing his options carefully, Hua Jianxiong slowly spoke, Xiao Chen, of course we won't let this go, but these are apocalyptic times when we need every capable person.
Let's just punish Tianyu with 5 days in confinement.
I believe Tianyu will truly reform and show brotherly respect. Mother Hua also chimed in, that's right.
We've watched Tianyu grow up, he's a good boy at heart.
He must have temporarily lost his way to do such a thing. Now that everything's out in the open, you two can surely unite as one.
He'll definitely make it up to you properly in the future.
Gu Chen hadn't expected the Hua couple to be this naive, or perhaps it wasn't naivety, but their refusal to give up on Hua Tianyu, wanting him to compromise instead.
Ha! So these were his wonderful parents? 5 days of confinement? How dare they say that? Is my life only worth 5 days of confinement to them?
Though I had never held any hope for them, hearing this still couldn't help but chill my heart.
In that case, I might as well consider myself parentless.
If they dare stand in my way, then I'll just have to kill them along with the rest.
What if I refuse?
Gu Chen stared at them coldly, his eyes devoid of any warmth.
Chapter 43, You choose one person to die.
Hua Jianxiong looked at Gu Chen's eyes and felt a sudden shock. It seemed this kid had completely turned against him.
Then I can only protect Tianyu and give up on him.
After all, Tianyu and I have shared over 20 years of deep bonds, and his strength is formidable.
It seems I can only let this kid down.
Having made up his mind, his attitude grew resolute.
What do you want?
He maintained a guarded stance, subtly positioning himself before Hua Tianyu.
If I said I want him to suffer a fate worse than death, would you hand him over to me? Gu Chen inquired deliberately. Never. If you want Tianyu, you'll have to step over my corpse first, Hua Jianxiong declared with unwavering resolve.
He was gambling, betting that Gu Chen would soften his heart and refrain from taking action. At the same time, he was secretly signaling to Hua Tianyu with his eyes. If a fight broke out, he wanted Hua Tianyu to disregard their relationship and strike when necessary.
Hua Tianyu was genuinely moved.
He never expected his parents to stand firm in protecting him even after learning the truth.
Fine. So you've chosen this imposter? Gu Chen was so furious he almost laughed.
In that case, he no longer had any reservations. Hua's mother seemed to sense the tension in the air and still wanted to play the peacemaker.
Xiao Chen, you have to understand me and old Hua.
After all, Tianyu is practically our own child. It's not something we can just let go of overnight. We know you've been wronged, but in this world, only the strong survive. Please, for our sake, let Tianyu go, alright? Mother Hua pleaded, her tone laced with a subtle hint of threat. She also stepped in front of Hua Tianyu to shield him, clearly having made her choice. All their talk circled back to blaming his lack of strength. What a joke. Hadn't he spent over 20 years at their side? Was it by his choice that he couldn't stay? The truth was, he'd been abandoned at the orphanage, while Hua Tianyu reveled in luxury, living all those years as the pampered young master.
Who wouldn't want to be born into privilege, with parents who dote on them?
If anyone said Hua Tianyu's biological parents had no hand in this, Gu Chen would rather die than believe it. But discussing this with them now was utterly meaningless. They weren't worth even an ounce of Gu Chen's emotions. Gu Chen unleashed the pressure of a fifth-tier ability user. In an instant, radiant light burst forth behind him as various abilities flickered and shimmered in his wake. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, purple, black, and white various abilities blossomed in a dazzling display, with lightning, spatial, and psychic powers standing out the most. Electric light flickered, space fluctuated violently, and an invisible psychic wave enveloped everyone. Instantly, the people in the room felt as if a small mountain had been pressed upon their minds, weighed down by unbearable pressure.
This was the first time Gu Chun unleashed his full presence without restraint.
Every superhuman can manifest their own phenomenon, typically emitting a glow that corresponds to their unique superpower.
They had never seen such a scene before?
They all looked at Gu Chen in shock.
How is this possible? They muttered incessantly.
Even the strongest among them, Hua Tianyu, trembled under Gu Chen's overwhelming pressure.
Needless to say, Tang Zhuzhu, who was just an ordinary person, had already collapsed uncontrollably to the ground.
Not a shred of resistance could be mustered in her mind.
Hua Jianxiong stared in shock at Gu Chen's extraordinary phenomena. Was this a complete ability awakening?
There were even some energy fluctuations he'd never seen before.
Moreover, this pressure couldn't possibly be from a 4th-tier being, it had to be at least 5th tier. Yet even a 5th-tier awakened couldn't possibly be as powerful as Gu Chen. He was now filled with faint regret. If he had known his own son was this strong, why hadn't he chosen him instead?
Even Mother Hua was torn with fierce inner turmoil. On one hand was the adopted son she had cherished for years, and on the other was her extraordinarily powerful biological son.
How could she possibly choose between them?
Her once resolute heart, devoted to Hua Tianyu, began to waver.
Gu Chen observed their expressions with disdainful amusement. Did they truly believe he could be won back so easily?
At that moment, Hua Jianxiong finally recovered from the oppressive aura and addressed Gu Chen. Xiao Chun, who would have imagined you'd grown so powerful without our Hua family's resources? If you return to the Hua family, we'll dedicate all our resources to nurture you together. We can make the Beiyu base the strongest in all of China. How ironic, even the base is named after Hua Tianyu, and they still dare dream of winning me over. Seeing Gu Chen remain unmoved, Hua Jianxiong gritted his teeth and cast a guilty glance at Hua Tianyu.
Xiao Chen, listen, if you're willing to return to the Hua family and lead North Dominion base to dominate China, then this boy Tianyu, will leave him to your mercy. What do you say?
Hua Jianxiong said, suppressing the ache in his heart. Profits had always outweighed kinship to him. Whoever held greater value would command his loyalty.
Darling?
Mrs. Hua never expected her husband to abandon Hua Tianyu. Her heart twisted in agony as if slashed by blades. In the end, nothing was said. Both parents were fundamentally selfish and cold-hearted individuals. Hua Tianyu's heart plunged into icy despair. The parents who had just fiercely defended him moments ago had now abandoned him. He was furious. How could they do this to him? Now his hatred for the Hua couple even surpassed what he felt toward Gu Chen.
Gu Chen simply watched their performance with cold eyes. How utterly ridiculous. Do you really think you're in any position to negotiate with me? Gu Chen spoke with frigid indifference.
In Gu Chen's heart, he'd already sentenced them to death long ago. The only distinction was who would die first and who would die later. Some would perish easily, while others would suffer unbearable torment before their end. They can go to hell and continue their act of fatherly affection meets maternal devotion.
Though it seems they won't be playing happy family much longer. But that's still not enough. So Gu Chen spoke up. I'll give you a chance. Choose one person to die. I'll give you 15 minutes to decide. Majority rules. Of course, Tang Zhuzhu is excluded. I won't kill her just yet. He had even crueler punishments waiting for Tang Zhuzhu. How could he let her die so easily? That would be too merciful. She hadn't even had the chance to play with the zombies yet. Surely, she'd be thrilled, wouldn't she? The crowd's expressions drastically changed upon hearing Gu Chen's words. No one doubted whether he could do it. Just the overwhelming aura radiating from him was enough for them to gauge his terrifying strength. Hua Jianxiong roared in fury. We're your biological parents. How could you treat us like this? He still couldn't believe his own son would be so ruthless. This was outright psychological annihilation. To think he, a once feared overlord, might meet his end here, it was unthinkable. He still had grand ambitions left unfulfilled. Meanwhile, Hua's mother was torn with inner conflict, caught between her deeply beloved husband and her son whom she had cherished for many years. How should she choose? No matter who she picked, it would break her heart. Don't mention biological parents. We both know there isn't the slightest bond between us. Bringing it up would just be a joke. From the moment you chose Hua Tianyu, we became complete strangers. Alright, everyone, make your choice. Chapter 44, keep choosing, only one of you two can survive. Outside the door, the subordinate who had come to report the battle situation found himself inexplicably unable to enter the villa, pacing anxiously in frustration. Inside the door, the three members of the Hua family were still engaged in intense internal struggles. None of them wanted to take that first step, as if prolonging the struggle could somehow make their moral failings seem less severe, and perhaps lessen their own guilt. In truth, they had already made their choice long ago in their hearts. Given their selfish and callous nature, Gu Chen had no doubt alternative options would emerge. They all exchanged wary glances, each trying to read something in the other's expressions. Hua Tianyu suppressed his inner hatred, now reduced to pleading with the Hua couple. Dad, Mom, after sharing so many years together, and I'm already 4th tier, I'm strong now. I can protect you both in the future. These words made the already wavering Hua Jianxiong hesitate again. Tianyu was right. If he survived today, with his 4th tier strength and the Hua family's resources, he would eventually dominate China. As for women, there are plenty in the apocalypse. Even a wife who has accompanied you for years isn't something you can't abandon. Upon hearing Huo Tianyu's hint, Mother Hua's expression drastically changed. Was Tianyu implying he was more useful than her? She turned to Huo Jianxiong, husband, we've been together for over 20 years. With our kind of love, you wouldn't abandon me, would you? She tried to play the emotional card. Huo Jianxiong remained silent, his expression unreadable, but it seemed a decision had already formed in his heart. For these 15 minutes, Gu Chen watched their scheming and power struggles unfold, each deploying their own tactics to secure their personal safety. They probably never imagined there would come a day when their family would be forced to make such a ridiculous choice. Alright, 15 minutes are up. Gu Chen waved his hand, cutting off any chance for hesitation, and placed a sheet of paper and a pen in front of each of them. Now, write down your choices. Remember, the minority yields to the majority. The person with the most votes will die. Gu Chen's words seemed to herald the impending judgment of their fate, leaving none of them certain whether they would be the one abandoned. Each occupied a corner, eyeing one another warily before steeling their resolve to write down their choices on paper. Once finished, Gu Chen motioned for them to stop writing, immobilizing the Hua family members with an oppressive aura that left them powerless to move. He stepped forward, one by one collecting the slips of paper that would decree their fates. He first went to Hua's mother's side, picked up the paper in front of her, opened it for a glance, and announced, 1 vote for Huo Tianyu. Upon hearing that Hua's mother had chosen him, Huo Tianyu's face filled with horror, his heart seething with resentment. Since she showed no mercy, don't blame him for being ruthless, his choice had indeed been right all along. Then, he walked over to Huo Jianxiong, picked up his paper, and just as expected, it read, 1 vote for Tang Meifang. Tang Meifang was precisely the name of Mother Hua. Mother Hua stared in shock at the man who shared her bed. How could he be so heartless? Huo Jianxiong, I, Tang Meifang, have never wronged you, and now, for this impostor, you'd have me killed? Are you even human? I'm the wife who spent dawn and dusk by your side. She screamed in despair, already foreseeing her fate. She had once urged Gu Chen to be magnanimous, but now that the knife was cutting into her own flesh, she finally felt the pain. Her earlier words now struck her face like vicious slaps, one after another. Huo Jianxiong's expression was complicated at this moment. It wasn't that they had shared no affection over their 20 years together, but when forced to choose between a fourth-rank powerhouse and a woman, he had ultimately chosen self-interest. Meanwhile, Huo Tianyu was secretly overjoyed. He knew his gamble had paid off. He would survive after all. Gu Chen watched the farce coldly as he now approached the final person, Huo Tianyu. His choice would determine everyone's fate, yet it was clear they all already knew the answer. 2 votes for Tang Meifang, Gu Chen announced calmly, as though this wasn't a life or death decision. Hua's mother collapsed completely, sinking into utter despair. The son she had doted on for over 20 years betrayed her. For his sake, she had even alienated her own flesh and blood. Was this how he repaid her? Only now did she finally understand Gu Chen's feelings. Indeed, no one can truly understand another's pain until they've lived through it themselves. Gu Chen released his imposing aura from them. Hua's mother felt the pressure lift and seemed to remember something. She scrambled clumsily to Gu Chen's feet, begging through tears, Xiao Chen, you're the child I carried for 10 months. How could I not love you? Don't kill me. Kill them instead, kill them, and we'll live well together from now on, alright? I'll make up for all the motherly love you've missed, I promise. Gu Chen watched the weeping figure before him without a shred of emotion stirring in his heart. Motherly love? Did he need it? Ha, ridiculous. Gu Chen seemed to still be reveling in the moment. He added, Tang Meifang is certainly going to die, but I can grant you a favor. The 2 of you can choose how she dies. How about that? Huo Jianxiong couldn't bear to look anymore. Although Tang Meifang had just wanted them dead, he still wished for her to have a quick end. So he turned his head and spoke up, give Meifang a quick death. Huo Tianyu, however, now harbored intense hatred for Tang Meifang. He shouted, I disagree. I want her to endure the pain of 1,000 cuts before she dies. Tang Meifang and Huo Jianxiong both looked at Huo Tianyu in shock. Was this the son they had cherished for over 20 years? How could he be so heartless toward the mother who had adored him for over 2 decades? At this moment, not only Tang Meifang, everyone present felt chilled to the bone. Tang Meifang even screamed curses, you beast. I raised you for over 20 years. I even hurt my own child for your sake. I curse you to die miserably. She glared at Huo Tianyu with intense hatred, as if she wanted to tear him apart. Accustomed to being a noble woman after all, she couldn't bring herself to utter anything more vulgar. She also knew she was no match for Huo Tianyu right now. She could only fantasize about killing him with her gaze. Gu Chen glanced meaningfully at Huo Tianyu, as you wish. But before that, our second round of the game has also begun. Only one of you 2 can survive. Given that there are only 2 of you left now, Tang Juju can also vote for you. This time, you have 10 minutes, go ahead and make your choice. At that moment, Tang Juju, who had been standing by watching the scene unfold with gleaming schadenfreude, was utterly stunned. Is there something else I need to handle here?
Hearing this, the other two people's expressions changed drastically once more.
Gu Chen, didn't you say only one person had to die? We chose Tang Meifang. Why are you making us choose again?
Huo Tianyu screamed hysterically.
Huo Jianxiong also stared incredulously at Gu Chen.
I did say only one person needs to die, but I never mentioned there would only be one round. A minute has passed now, just 9 more to go, Gu Chen remarked nonchalantly, as if it were all just an insignificant game.
Chapter 45, The Death of Huo Jianxiong and His Wife.
At this moment, Tang Meifang felt a surge of satisfaction in her heart. Though she was about to die, dragging one of them down with her would allow her to close her eyes in peace.
Neither of them is any good, now we get to watch them fight like dogs.
They teamed up to sacrifice me before, and now seeing them turn on each other is downright satisfying. Both Huo Jianxiong and Huo Tianyu now realized that their fates hinged on Tang Zhuzhu, someone they'd never deigned to acknowledge before. Tang Zhuzhu, Huo Jianxiong coaxed, help me survive today's crisis, and I'll adopt you as my goddaughter. You'll become the most privileged young lady of the Huo family.
Zhuzhu, you know I love you.
As long as I survive today, the Huo family will still be ours. I'll marry you then, and you'll become the mistress of Beiyu Base, Huo Tianyu said, gazing affectionately at Tang Zhuzhu.
Tang Zhuzhu hesitated as her eyes darted between them, weighing her options carefully. Both relentlessly tempted Tang Zhuzhu. Never did Tang Zhuzhu imagine she'd one day receive such treatment.
The sensation of controlling their destinies made her giddy with excitement.
Time's up in 10 minutes, make your choice. Gu Chen lounged on the sofa, relishing their torment. Both Huo Tianyu and Huo Jianxiong turned ashen-faced, neither confident that Tang Zhuzhu would choose them.
There was no doubt that both names written on the paper belonged to each other, now it all came down to Tang Zhuzhu's decision. Tang Zhuzhu weighed the options in her heart and ultimately, Huo Tianyu won her over. Being the young lady of the Beiyu Base couldn't compare to being the mistress of the household, especially since she had sacrificed so much for Huo Tianyu.
Abandoning him now was something she simply couldn't accept.
Gu Chen took her answer and slowly announced, Huo Jianxiong, 2 votes.
Huo Jianxiong was utterly stunned.
He never imagined he would meet his end at the hands of his own flesh and blood. In that moment, he even cast aside the dignity of being the head of the Huo family, kneeling on the ground and begging Gu Chen desperately. Xiaochen, it was our fault before, please give your father another chance. I promise to cherish you from now on, the entire Huo family will be yours.
I beg you, spare me. As he spoke, he kept kowtowing relentlessly.
As a shrewd businessman, he had always known when to bend and when to stand firm.
Tang Meifang watched with vindictive satisfaction. Finally, he would join her in death. She wouldn't be alone on this journey.
Meanwhile, Huo Tianyu, having narrowly escaped death, embraced Tang Zhuzhu in overwhelming excitement and kissed her.
I meant what I said. Now choose how you'll die. Gu Chen looked at Huo Tianyu, letting him decide Huo Jianxiong's fate. At this moment, Huo Tianyu hated them to the core, completely disregarding any filial bonds.
He uttered a reply that froze Huo Jianxiong's blood. I want him sliced to death by 1,000 cuts. Gu Chen smiled faintly. His intention was precisely to make the couple feel the betrayal from their closest kin, to force them to watch as the ones they cherished most pushed them into hell.
See if they'll regret the choices they made back then. As you wish. Gu Chen waved his hand, unleashing 2 bursts of spatial abilities.
These 2 spatial abilities transformed into razor-sharp blades that continuously sliced through the flesh of Huo Jianxiong and his wife. Each slice of flesh was as thin as a cicada's wing, more skillful than the finest executioner. Soon, the living room echoed with the shrill, agonized screams of Huo Jianxiong and Tang Meifang. They contemplated suicide, but Gu Chen rendered them immobile.
All they could do was glare at Huo Tianyu with eyes brimming with resentment.
At this moment, they were filled with deep regret for having drifted apart from Gu Chen over this trivial matter. They didn't hate Gu Chen, because they knew they had given up on him first.
Huo Tianyu, I curse you to die a horrible death. You bastard, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost.
I want to watch you suffer 100, 1,000 times worse torment.
Ah, Tang Meifang's hatred was so intense it seemed almost tangible.
Huo Jianxiong wasn't faring any better either. The pain made him want to roll around on the ground, but his body refused to move. All he could do was watch helplessly as his flesh was slowly carved away. He fixed his gaze fiercely on Huo Tianyu and Tang Zhuzhu, as if trying to etch their faces into his memory so he could seek vengeance in his next life. He was fully aware at this moment that Gu Chen would never let Huo Tianyu off the hook. Huo Tianyu was the real culprit. The only regret was that he wouldn't live to see their downfall.
Huo Tianyu, too, felt a chill under their piercing gazes and huddled in the corner with Tang Zhuzhu, trembling in fear.
As the bloody scent filled the living room, the moans of Huo Jianxiong and Tang Meifang gradually diminished. They were nearly out of strength to scream. Gu Chen watched as they slowly lost signs of life, his heart cold and indifferent. Everyone must take responsibility for their own choices. Besides, they weren't exactly good people to begin with. Those human experiments weren't falsely attributed to them.
Huo Tianyu watched helplessly as Huo Jianxiong and his wife died, desperately hoping that the feared Gu Chen would leave soon.
At the same time, a wave of fear surged within him. If Gu Chen could be this ruthless toward his own biological parents,
then what would he do to someone like him who wanted his life? Gu Chen watched as the two of them trembled in fear, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. These two, my greatest enemies from my past life, have finally fallen into my hands. He walked towards Hu Tianyu and the others. Gu Chen, what are you doing? You promised to let us go, you can't go back on your word, Hu Tianyu said with a show of bravado that barely concealed his fear. Relax, I said I wouldn't kill you for now, and I meant it, but I never promised not to do anything else. With a raised hand, he nullified Hu Tianyu's supernatural ability. For those gifted with powers, the source of their abilities lay in a core within their minds, not unlike the crystals harvested from zombies. He destroyed this thing, and now Hu Tianyu was just an ordinary person, never able to awaken supernatural abilities again. He waved his hand again, severing Hu Tianyu's source of calamity, while controlling Tang Juju to swallow it whole in one gulp. Ah, Gu Chen, you've ruined me. You'll pay for this. Then, to his horror, he actually witnessed Tang Juju devouring little Hu Tianyu, his eyes nearly bursting from their sockets. Tang Juju, you vile woman, what did you do? At this moment, Hu Tianyu's body and mind suffered dual blows, driving him nearly insane. When Tang Juju regained awareness and realized what she had done, waves of dry heaves overcame her. But how could she possibly vomit anything out now? Hu Tianyu's voice had grown shrill by now, as he continuously whimpered in pain and hurled curses. This was worse than killing him. But little did he know, this was only the beginning. Following the same method, Gu Chen used his spatial ability to carve the word slut on the highest point of Tang Juju's body. To prevent them from bleeding to death, Gu Chen considerately used his light-based powers to stop their bleeding. Tang Juju also writhed in agony on the ground. At that moment, Gu Chen withdrew his psychic barrier. The anxious subordinates outside the door, seeing the invisible membrane disappear, hurriedly tried to enter to check the situation. What met their eyes was this hair-raising scene before them. Chapter 46, Entertain them properly. They saw scattered pieces of flesh and blood on the ground, with the family head and his wife lying in a pool of blood. Only their skeletal remains were left. There was no doubt those fragments of flesh were theirs. Their young master was also covered in blood, howling in pain while clutching his crotch with one hand. The woman who had been spending every day with their young master also had blood seeping from her body, faintly forming discernible words. They were all direct descendants of the Hu family. Seeing the only person standing at the scene, they had no choice but to muster their courage and demand, "Was it you who killed the family head and his wife? And you even attacked the young master?" Gu Chen coolly glanced at them without a word. At this moment, Hu Tianyu and Tang Juju, seeing their miserable state being witnessed by outsiders, were overwhelmed with shame and indignation, wishing they could die on the spot. Gu Chen had achieved his goal, so naturally he couldn't leave any witnesses alive. With casual flicks of his hand, he sent out spatial severing blades. These ability users didn't even have time to react before each of them was decapitated. Gu Chen unleashed another burst of flames, instantly reducing their corpses to ashes. Dealing with bodies outside the invincible supermarket is always troublesome. Hu Tianyu was so shocked by the scene before him that he even forgot to scream. He knew Gu Chen was strong, but never imagined he'd be this formidable. Every elite who just entered had been painstakingly cultivated by the Hu family, all having reached 4th tier strength. Gu Chen annihilated the entire army with just a wave of his hand. The fear in his heart grew deeper. These individuals were the backbone of the Beiyu base. Without their participation in the battle, the Dongcheng base would surely conquer Beiyu in no time. He just wondered what expression they would wear when they found the warehouses completely empty. Gu Chen had lost interest in the battlefield here. He instructed Xiaobai to scan for the location of a certain group, people he'd known in his previous life. This group was notorious in his previous life, but why? Because they were infamous for torturing people, men and women alike, with particular cruelty toward those who had status or wealth before the apocalypse. Their hatred for the wealthy was extreme. In the end, after tormenting too many, one victim managed to escape and exposed their crimes. Their families banded together and wiped them out. The rescued victims' conditions were so horrifying that they shocked even those hardened by the apocalypse. Even the network blackout during the apocalypse became widely known. Ding! Scanning complete, they're located in an abandoned residential building north of Beiyu base, Xiaobai's voice chimed in. Gu Chen examined the location on the map. It wasn't far from here. Gu Chen proceeded to destroy Hu Tianyu and Tang Juju's vocal cords, ensuring they could no longer use sweet talk to deceive people. Their throats burned with excruciating pain, yet no sound could escape, leaving them paralyzed with terror. Gu Chen paid no heed to their distress, grabbing one in each hand as he teleported toward the abandoned apartment building. It was already deep into the night, yet the echoing screams of men and women still reverberated from that condemned structure. This area lay too remote for ordinary foot traffic, let alone roaming zombies. Its desolate silence left unnaturally undisturbed. Even such loud noises wouldn't risk attracting large-scale zombie attacks. This was precisely why they dared to act so recklessly. Drawing from his memories of his past life, Gu Chen teleported directly into the quarters of the group's male leader. The room was utterly trashed,
its occupants engaged in certain adults-only activities, though admittedly not the conventional kind. The man on the bed kept screaming in agony, clearly suffering intense torture.
Gu Chen ignored this.
The moment he entered the room, he unleashed his oppressive aura. The leader of the group, startled by Gu Chen's sudden appearance, initially flinched and was about to call for backup, but he was instantly immobilized on the bed, frozen in fear by Gu Chen's overwhelming pressure. He could live so comfortably in this apocalypse precisely because he knew how to read the situation and cherished his life.
May I ask what brings your excellency here?
Any orders for me? He asked with fawning servility, licking his lips ingratiatingly. There was no way he could defeat this powerhouse. His only hope was to satisfy the big shot's demands and beg for his wretched life to be spared.
Gu Chen tossed Hua Tianyu and Tang Juju onto his bed, then ordered coldly, "I'm handing these two over to you. Make sure they receive proper hospitality." At that moment, he recognized Hua Tianyu's identity. Wasn't this the young master of the Beiyu base? How had he ended up like this? He cautiously probed. What kind of hospitality would be considered proper hospitality? Could you clarify, sir?
He was afraid of misunderstanding Gu Chen's intentions. Just treat them twice as harshly as you normally treat others, just don't kill them.
Understood?
The lead man understood. This was precisely what they were best at, and such a fortunate opportunity had come knocking. Then a thought struck him, and he asked, "But what if the Hua family comes after us?" "The Hua family has been wiped out, and the Beiyu base is about to fall as well."
"You can rest easy," Gu Chen reassured him.
"For now, just focus on entertaining these two guests and stop capturing others," Gu Chen instructed further.
"Boss, everything we do is consensual, no one's forced into anything."
"But don't worry, we'll make sure the brothers devote themselves fully to serving these esteemed guests during this time."
"You won't be disappointed."
The lead man thumped his chest in assurance. At the same time, he felt a surge of excitement. This was none other than the young master of the mighty Hua family. Before the apocalypse, he wouldn't have even been worthy of tying the man's shoelaces. Yet now, the Hua heir lay beneath him, utterly at his mercy.
He vowed to lavish attention on the duo as soon as this big shot took his leave.
His tools were already prepared, and such a rare delight shouldn't be hoarded. He'd soon rally his brothers to join the fun.
Hua Tianyu and Tang Juju lay speechless, their bodies frozen, yet their minds screamed in horrified comprehension as the men's words laid bare their wretched fate.
They desperately shook their heads, pleading with their eyes as they looked at the lead man. Unfortunately, he wasn't the type to show mercy. The more they resisted, the more excited he became. He'd already planned his next twisted game.
"Good, I'll be watching you closely.
Remember, don't let them die," Gu Chen said before darting out. Before leaving, he erased the lead man's memory of his appearance, leaving only deep reverence and blind obedience behind. This is a newly developed application after upgrading the psychic type ability to the 5th tier.
Gu Chen decided to let the two of them enjoy themselves here for a while. He was confident they wouldn't disappoint him.
Once they'd had their fill of enjoyment, Gu Chen would return to send them off for good.
Gu Chen no longer wanted to waste time on them.
Handing them over to others worked just as well. This group's depravity and imagination were bound to be even more creative than his. He still had to open for business and didn't have that much leisure time to spare on them. This night was destined to be deeply etched into the memories of Hua Tianyu and Tang Juju, leaving an indelible mark they would never forget. With just a quick glance around the room earlier, he had already spotted numerous props, whips and candles being the most basic, along with chili water, salt water, ants, and some other items even Gu Chen couldn't identify.
He was certain they'd enjoy them. After finishing these tasks, Gu Chen grew tired. He hurried back to the Invincible supermarket, happily preparing to snuggle into bed for sleep. Tonight, many are destined to remain sleepless. Chapter 47, The 4th-rank protection puppet saves Chuyu. Gu Chen slept straight through until 10:30 the next morning. He'd stayed up far too late the previous night. After getting up and washing, he went downstairs first to open the supermarket's front door.
Outside, a large crowd of people had already gathered, pacing nervously. Upon seeing Gu Chen open for business, they all collectively sighed in relief.
"Boss, you finally opened up."
Yeah, we got here at 7 a.m. and were worried you wouldn't open.
"As long as the boss is still open for business, I can relax."
With that, they let out a long sigh of relief, immensely grateful. Earlier, this group had been discussing outside the supermarket, all worried that the boss might have run out of stock and wouldn't open. In the apocalypse, without the Invincible supermarket, they couldn't even imagine what their lives would be like. They had already developed a deep dependence on it. Gu Chen, seeing so many customers, smiled faintly and gestured for them to come in and browse on their own. Then he added new dishes to the first floor. He simply took a breakfast set for himself and began eating. Today, he had steamed soup dumplings paired with soy milk. The system-produced dumplings had wrappers as thin as cicada wings, with the steaming broth trembling enticingly inside the delicate skin, utterly delightful.
Seeing Gu Chen enjoy every bite, the crowd couldn't help but swallow their saliva. That day, sales of soup dumplings and soy milk soared dramatically. Gu Chen estimated there were nearly 200 customers in this wave, representing several different factions.
Among them, the official faction sent the largest number of people.
It seemed his mission of serving 1,000 customers would soon be completed.
They strolled around chatting and laughing, especially in the first floor food section, which never failed to pleasantly surprise them during each visit. They were truly curious about how Bosku managed to conjure up so many miraculous supplies. Chuyu and the others were the first to finish picking out food and came to the checkout counter to settle their bill with Guchen. After so many days, the reputation of the Invincible supermarket had spread throughout their base. Now even children as young as 4 or 5 knew about the miraculous supermarket on Lingyun Mountain. Moreover, after so many days of clearing the area, many of the zombies on the way to the Invincible supermarket had been eliminated. This meant they could escort more survivors there in each trip from now on. She looked at Guchun with gratitude in her eyes. Thanks to the supplies he provided yesterday, their burden had significantly lessened. Now they could focus solely on fighting zombies without worrying about feeding so many people.
Bosku, our leader insisted I must thank you. The supplies you provided have filled many stomachs, thank you sincerely.
Chuyu expressed her gratitude with genuine warmth.
It's nothing, just a win-win partnership.
I'm a businessman, you pay in purple crystal coins, I provide supplies.
Completely fair.
Chuyu felt Guchen was being far too modest and noble. Anyone else with such miraculous supplies would surely jack up prices and make all sorts of unreasonable demands.
Regardless, I still must thank you on behalf of the survivors at our base. Our leader also asked me to inquire, do you still have supplies like yesterday's batch?
We'll need to purchase another round in a few days. With official intervention, their base was taking in more and more survivors, necessitating greater supplies. After so many days, food has become increasingly difficult to find. Sometimes she couldn't find any for several days in a row, which made her even more grateful for the existence of the Invincible supermarket. The Tier 5 temporary enhancement scroll and Tier 4 guardian puppet she bought yesterday saved her life once again. Yesterday, on their way back, they were ambushed by a large-scale zombie horde. Normally, they would encounter no more than 20 zombies at a time on their trips, which they could easily handle given their capabilities. Yet yesterday, for some unknown reason, they suddenly ran into over 500 zombies, with the leader shockingly having reached Tier 5. They speculated that this fifth-order zombie might have developed intelligence, knowing they passed through this area daily, and thus organized a zombie horde to ambush them here. Zombie cores are materials for superhumans to upgrade their abilities, while superhumans themselves hold strong allure for zombies. Consuming superhumans could elevate their ranks, let alone the fact that fresh human flesh represents a fatal temptation for them.
The flesh of superhumans is the ultimate temptation. For high-level zombies, high-level supernatural humans are especially prized nourishment. Suddenly besieged by so many zombies, the ordinary people in the convoy instantly panicked. After all, the supernatural squad escorting them only numbered just over 20 people. The supernatural squad also wore grave expressions. They could clearly see that many among this zombie horde had already reached 4th tier strength, with a large number of 3rd tier zombies mixed in. The most troublesome was that 5th level zombie. If anything went wrong, all their lives might be lost here. The only blessing at the moment was that they had purchased some miraculous goods from Guchen, never expecting they'd come in handy so soon. The ability users surrounded the ordinary people, protecting them and soothing their emotions. They were all dressed in guardian robes. Chuyu solemnly pulled out the 4th tier guardian puppet she had just purchased, hoping it would be as reliable as all the other products from Bosku. She activated the 4th tier guardian puppet. Among the group, she was the weakest in combat strength, so this protective puppet had been specially bought for her by Chu Tian. Chu Tian also took out the 5th tier temporary enhancement potion and 4 4th tier mental attack scrolls he had just acquired. He drank the 5th tier temporary enhancement potion himself. Since he was the strongest in the team, no one objected to him using the strengthening serum. The mental attack scrolls were distributed among the 4 strongest ability users next to him. To live or die, it all comes down to today's gamble. They were all Chu Tian's comrades in arms, and through countless battles, they had developed an extraordinary tacit understanding. Chu Tian made a signal, and the group simultaneously threw psychic-type ability scrolls in all 4 directions. All the zombies within range were instantly frozen in place. According to the Invincible shop's description, these psychic scrolls could only immobilize zombies of the same tier or lower for 1 minute. As soon as the scrolls took effect, they sprang into action, slaying the zombies.
Even the ordinary individuals drew their weapons and joined in hacking at the undead. In the apocalypse, they could handle low-tier zombies, especially when the creatures couldn't even move. In the apocalypse, ordinary people must strive to kill zombies in order to survive. Among them, the long blades produced by Gu Chen are the sharpest, slicing through zombie heads as easily as cutting tofu. Suddenly, an extraordinarily fast zombie charged fiercely toward Chu Yu's direction. Due to its immense speed, it had previously been hidden in the blind spot of the scroll and hadn't been immobilized. Given this speed, it must be a 4th tier speed-type zombie. It was so fast that Chu Yu didn't even have time to react. At this critical moment, the 4th tier protective puppet activated automatically upon detecting Chuyu's peril, blocking the zombie's attack at a speed invisible to the naked eye.
Chapter 48, the 5th tier temporary enhancement potion proves its worth.
Its material was extremely tough, making it impossible for the zombie to breach its defense,
and its speed was even slightly faster than that of the speed-type zombie.
It restrained the zombie and then struck its head with lightning speed. The head of the speed-type zombie burst open like a watermelon, and the 4th tier guardian puppet moved so swiftly it didn't get a single speck of filth on itself. Only then did Chuyu snap out of the terrifying scene from moments earlier. Without the 4th tier guardian puppet, she and the people around her would have undoubtedly been in grave danger. While everyone on her side was racing against time to kill the zombies, the 5th tier zombie remained unaffected by the 4th tier psychic attack scroll and moved unimpeded. Seeing its underlings being slaughtered, it grew furious. It let out a long roar and charged toward the group. Chu Tian took the 5th tier temporary enhancement potion and comprehended the defensive skill firewall. He erected a massive wall of flames before the group. The zombie tried to break through, but the moment it touched the firewall, it recoiled from the scorching heat, retreating swiftly to distance itself from the flames. Its fighting instincts told it that this wall of fire must never be touched. It was a strength-type zombie, and speed wasn't its strong suit. It tried to go around the firewall, but Chu Tian repeatedly erected new barriers exactly where it intended to move. They remained locked in this stalemate, with Chu Tian still finding spare capacity to assist in eliminating other zombies. These zombies had to be killed now while they were immobilized. Once the scroll's effect wore off and they regained movement, casualties would become inevitable, an outcome he couldn't accept. Soon, the scroll's duration ended, and with the help of Chu Feng, whose abilities had temporarily surged to 5th tier, the surrounding zombies all collapsed to the ground. Now, only this 5th tier zombie remained before them. The other awakened team members unleashed their abilities on the creature, but after all, it was still a 5th tier zombie. Their combined attacks couldn't even breach its defenses. It glared at the humans in fury. These were the subordinates it had painstakingly gathered, yet now they had all been slaughtered by these wretched humans. It refuses to accept this. It has awakened spiritual intelligence, but its cognitive abilities fall far short of human levels. Instead of fleeing, it keeps trying to breach Chu Tian's defenses. Chu Tian rapidly accumulates fireballs and continuously hurls them at the zombie. Though this zombie possesses only brute strength, its movements outpace the fireball spells, making successful hits exceptionally rare. Chu Tian frowned in deep thought when suddenly Chuyu called out to him, "Bro, since it's so afraid of the firewall, can't you shrink the firewall's range and cage it in from all sides?" Chuyu's idea gave Chu Tian great inspiration. He immediately experimented with this method, continuously setting up smaller firewalls around the zombie to further compress its movement range. Finally, the flame cage took shape. The zombie was surrounded by firewalls on all sides and above. It stared fearfully at this flaming prison, yet had nowhere left to retreat. It could only cautiously reach out to test the flame cage's power, probing whether it might break through. But the moment its hand touched the flame cage, it was scorched into charcoal, forcing it to instantly recoil. Chu Tian felt a surge of joy and hastily condensed a larger fireball, hurling it straight at the zombie. With nowhere left to dodge, the zombie took the full brunt of the fireball. It let out a pained howl, but before it could react, the flames had already engulfed its entire body, leaving only desperate screams in its wake. Soon, this 5th tier zombie was burned to ashes, leaving behind only a crystalline zombie core on the ground. Chu Tian also let out a sigh of relief at this moment. While the battle appeared effortless, without the miraculous goods provided by Gu Chun, their entire group would likely have met their demise here. If the base waited too long for them and sent someone to investigate, they likely wouldn't be a match for this tier 5 zombie either and would just be picked off one by one. This served as a warning to everyone. The apocalypse was growing increasingly perilous, where death could strike at any moment. They needed to work even harder to kill zombies, harvest crystals, boost their own strength, and purchase supplies from Gu Chen. Seeing all the zombies had been dealt with, the group was filled with lingering fear. By now, some of the more timid survivors had collapsed limply to the ground. Just moments ago, killing those zombies was driven purely by survival instinct, but now that I think back on such a horde, the sheer danger of it sends chills down my spine. At this moment, they all expressed their gratitude to the ability users, relieved to have survived the ordeal. "Thank goodness for you all. Without you, we'd have been doomed if we encountered those zombies." "That's right, you're truly amazing." The zombies stopped moving in an instant. "And Captain Chu Tian too, killing a 5th tier zombie so easily is just incredible." The Chu Tian group dared not claim credit. "It's all thanks to the miraculous goods from Bosku's shop. Without these products, we couldn't have dealt with so many zombies." Most of them had only browsed the first floor. With few crystal cores to spare, they hadn't ventured to the second floor's presumably expensive section, content instead with enjoying the food and rare piece on the first level. Hearing this now, they regretted not exploring other areas of the Invincible supermarket. Even if they couldn't afford anything, just looking would have been satisfying. Once again, they expressed gratitude toward Gu Chen, feeling that joining the official base was absolutely the right decision. No other base enjoys comforts like theirs. Though the process was somewhat perilous, the harvest proved bountiful as they organized everyone to collect the crystal cores dropped by these zombies. After tallying up, they found these cores could be exchanged for a full 220,000 purple crystal coins, not only avoiding losses but even turning a modest profit. Moreover, they'd saved their own lives. This round amounted to a bloody brilliant deal. After this wave of combat, the nearby zombies were mostly wiped out, with only a few scattered stragglers left, allowing everyone to return to the base with ease. After hearing the report from Chuyu and the others, Deng Jiangwo couldn't help but exclaim once more, having Boss Gu is truly our dear Lucheng's greatest blessing. So the next day, when Chuyu arrived at the Invincible supermarket, she couldn't wait to place another order with Gu-chan for the 5th-tier temporary enhancement scroll and the 4th-tier psychic attack scroll. These were absolute must-haves for survival. While Gu-chan was leisurely receiving this wave of customers in the supermarket, the Beiyu base, now leaderless, suffered defeat after defeat. After a series of armed confrontations and rounds of persuasion, the already demoralized crowd at Beiyu base quickly surrendered. Zhou Xiangrong eagerly led his followers into Beiyu base, though perhaps it wouldn't bear that name much longer. He was going to claim his spoils of war. One of Huo Jinxiong's former right-hand men volunteered, offering to guide Zhou Xiangrong through the base. Since he had already pledged allegiance to Zhou Xiangrong, he wanted to make every effort to impress and strive for more resources. Spotting someone to lead the way, Zhou Xiangrong gladly spared himself and his men the trouble of searching and eagerly headed toward the warehouse where the supplies were stored. Chapter 49, Ling Ruo, leader of Shiqing base. When they opened the warehouse, they were stunned to find it completely empty. The face of their guide paled in shock. That's impossible. He came to collect supplies just last night. This place was clearly packed with all kinds of goods. How could it be empty overnight? Zhou Xiangrong also looked at the subordinate leading the way with suspicion. Why did you bring me to an empty warehouse? The subordinate hurriedly defended himself. All the base supplies were definitely stored here before. I'm absolutely certain. I have no idea how it ended up like this. He never expected his attempt to curry favor would backfire and earn him blame instead. Zhou Xiangrong felt this person was deliberately messing with him, so he signaled his subordinate ability users to eliminate him. The man was terrified as several people worked together to subdue and drag him away. Soon after, he led Lu Yun and their subordinates to the Hua family's villa. Since the base personnel were all engaged in combat, the corpses inside hadn't been cleared yet. When they entered the villa, even these worldly men froze in place, stunned by the horrific scene before them. Coming to his senses, Lu Yun laughed heartily. Ha ha, karma. Did you see that, Han Ping? The miserable state of your enemy. You can finally rest in peace. As she spoke, tears of vengeance streamed down her face. Zhou Xiangrong quickly snapped back to reality and embraced Lu Yun to comfort her. With the death of the Hua family head, Lu Yun now belonged to him completely. After consoling Lu Yun, he ordered his subordinates to search for the location where the Beiyu base stored their supplies. Gu-chan quickly checked out for Chuyu and the others. The temporary enhancement potion for 5th tier costs 100,000 purple crystal coins per bottle. The 4th tier psychic attack scroll costs 25,000 purple crystal coins each, totaling 100,000 purple crystal coins for 4. Soup dumplings are 25 purple crystal coins. Soy milk is 15 purple crystal coins, bringing the total to 200,040 purple crystal coins. After speaking, she signaled Chuyu to recharge and swiped the card. Chuyu deftly pulled out a purple crystal coin to top up her balance. Beep, you have successfully recharged 200,000 purple crystal coins. Current balance, 200,050 purple crystal coins. Beep, payment of 200,040 completed. Remaining balance, 10 purple crystal coins. Beep, you have successfully recharged 100 purple crystal coins. Current balance, 100 purple crystal coins. Beep, 100 purple crystal coins have been deducted. Current balance, 0 purple crystal coins. Beep, you have recharged 100 purple crystal coins. Current balance, 100 purple crystal coins. Beep, payment of 90 purple crystal coins processed. Remaining balance, 10 purple crystal coins. Beep, you have recharged 100 purple crystal coins. Current balance, 100 purple crystal coins. Beep, payment of 950 purple crystal coins processed. Remaining balance, 5 purple crystal coins. Ding, you have topped up 100 purple crystal coins. Remaining balance, 100 purple crystal coins. Ding, payment of 90 purple crystal coins completed. Remaining balance, 10 purple crystal coins. As these customers checked out one by one, Gu-chan's account received another 211,000 purple crystal coins. After deducting the purchase costs, there were still 169,000 purple crystal coins remaining. As usual, Gu-chan placed an order for goods through the system store.
Ding! Purchase confirmed. 1x 5th tier temporary enhancement scroll, 4x 4th tier psychic attack scrolls, 40,000 purple crystal coins deducted. Remaining balance, 174,388 purple crystal coins. He found himself missing Chu Feng a little now. With Chu Feng absent, Gu Chen had to personally retrieve the items Chu Yu had ordered from the upper shelves. After settling their bill, Chu Yu and her companions headed to the dining area with profuse thanks. Sampling gourmet dishes daily at the Invincible supermarket had become the most famous and sought-after activity in their base. The next wave of customers finished their purchases and came forward to check out. As Gu Chen settled their payments, he watched the climbing numbers on his task panel with growing anticipation, eager to complete the mission and unlock the hotel. He had already noticed that the weather had become abnormal. It was getting colder by the day. Just a few days ago, Gu Chen still needed to turn on the air conditioner to cool down, but now it was no longer necessary. According to his memories, the cold would only intensify, eventually reaching unbearable extremes for ordinary people. Meanwhile, the zombies would grow increasingly active, and even small animals on Blue Star would undergo mutations after infection. However, their infections progressed slower than in humans, which was why mutated animals hadn't appeared yet. But it was only a matter of time. The living conditions for humans would grow harsher by the day. By the time Gu Chen died in his previous life, traveling had already become extremely difficult. Still, for survival, he had no choice but to keep gathering supplies. He wondered what kind of hotel the system would unlock. Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a growing sense of anticipation. Gu Chen chatted with them while checking out, receiving an endless stream of flattery from these customers, each compliment more original than the last. Gu Chen noticed that besides food, the universal antidote potions and small solar-powered generators were selling particularly well. The long swords were also quite popular. Through word of mouth, everyone had come to know how exceptionally sharp the weapons from Gu Chen's shop were. Before long, Gu Chen had finished checking everyone out, earning a total of 28,000 purple crystal coins and bringing his balance to 202,388. His reception task count had risen to 749/1000. He could complete the mission within these 2 days, and Gu Chen couldn't wait to receive the reward. Speak of the devil. Ding! Welcome! At this moment, Chu Feng led a large group of people into the supermarket. They all gazed curiously at the Invincible supermarket, their eyes lighting up the moment they saw the abundance of food on the first floor. But without the leader's approval, they merely stood there properly without wandering around. Chu Feng gave Gu Chen a slight bow and said, Chu Feng has not failed in his mission. Gu Chen was delighted to see that he had brought back so many people. It looked like his reception task could be completed today. Little did he know, an even bigger surprise awaited him. The woman at the forefront stood tall with a straight posture, her strides firm and filled with power. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her eyes gleamed with determination and confidence. She wore simple, functional clothing with minimal adornments, yet she exuded a unique charm. Her movements were crisp and efficient, without the slightest hesitation, as if everything was firmly under her control. She walked up to Gu Chen, smiling as she extended her hand. Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm the leader of Xiqing Base. My name is Ling Ruo. Gu Chen also took a liking to her. She wasn't one of those daughter vines in the apocalypse who only knew how to rely on others. He reached out and shook her hand in return, introducing himself. Hello, I'm the owner of the Invincible supermarket, Gu Chen. Ling Ruo glanced around the surroundings. This place really is exactly as advertised. It was worth the effort to bring my people here. Back when we first saw Chu Feng distributing flyers at our base, none of us believed him. How could there possibly be unlimited supplies of such miraculous goods in this apocalyptic world? But Chu Feng kept assuring us it was all true. That face of Chu Feng's had all the sisters at our base completely smitten. They insisted on believing him and coming to take a look. I didn't trust the situation, so I came along both to keep an eye on them and protect them. I figured even if it was a scam, we'd just be giving Chu Feng face without any real loss. Who could have imagined such an incredible place truly exists in this wasteland? It's nothing short of a miracle. Chapter 50 Opening the Lucky Gift Package, Hotel Business Commences. Gu Chen calmly accepted her praise. Lately, he had grown composed enough to face such compliments with ease. You can go ahead and browse around first. Our supermarket is absolutely well stocked with high-quality goods at affordable prices. After speaking, Gu Chen had Chu Feng act as their guide. He could tell that Chu Feng was particularly popular with women. Sure enough, they excitedly crowded around Chu Feng as they walked through the supermarket. Coo. Suddenly, someone's stomach growled, and they exchanged awkward glances. They sped straight towards the food section even faster. In an instant, the supermarket echoed with the girls' lively exclamations. Ruojie, look! They even sell milk tea here. I haven't had any since the apocalypse, she exclaimed excitedly. Clearly, they had all brought enough crystal cores with them, and without hesitation, they placed what they liked into the shopping cart. One of them said, "Boss, if your shop sold skincare products, that would be great. All the pre-apocalypse skincare products were contaminated by the virus and became unusable. My skin has become much rougher because of it." Gu Chen's mind stirred. Women's money was the easiest to earn, and this was indeed something worth considering. Time slipped away little by little. Customers came one after another to check out. The girls clearly had a preference for sweets and milk tea. Shu Feng guided them through activating shopping carts and completing their purchases. During this time, Gu Chen earned another 30,000 purple crystal coins. At the same time, as the number of customers increased, Gu Chen's tasks were gradually being completed. Finally, a delightful sound echoed in Gu Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of serving 1,000 customers. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving one lucky grand prize package. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the hotel business. Would you like to open the lucky gift package now? Yes. Gu Chen had always been curious about what was inside this lucky gift pack. Ding! The lucky gift pack has been opened. Please check your rewards, host. Ding! Congratulations, host. All elemental abilities have leveled up by +1. Ding! Congratulations, host. All attributes have increased by +500. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining one longevity pill, 10 years. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving one system shop discount coupon, 50%. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 10 random ability awakening potions. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained one business robot. Gu Chen was dumbstruck by the barrage of system notifications. This lucky grand prize truly lived up to its name, yielding so many items. All attribute abilities upgraded by +1 tier, while other attributes were decent. The notifications for thunder, space, time, and psychic abilities alone saved Gu Chen a considerable amount of violet crystals. Bear in mind, the difficulty of ascending ability tiers increases exponentially the higher you go. There's also a full attribute increase of 500 points, which is an extra bonus that doesn't count toward potion limits. This means when fully buffed with potions, Gu Chen will have 500 more points in all attributes than others. An ordinary person's maximum attributes only reach 10 points. This comparison shows just how enormous the improvement is. The life extension pills are also excellent items, but Gu Chen hasn't taken them yet. With sufficient lifespan currently, he can afford to wait. He has a plan to hold an auction for both the life extension pills and the awakening serum to maximize profits. This is another huge fortune. There's also a discount card from the system store, offering a 50% discount. Considering how much stock Gu Chen replenishes daily from the system store, this will save a massive amount of costs. It's not that Gu Chen hasn't thought about raising prices for the supermarket items, but after calculations, he found the current pricing best balances profitability and customer affordability. The profit margin is already quite substantial. And finally, the business robot, just by its name, it seems tailor-made for Gu Chen, perfect for his lazy tendencies. From now on, just set the program for the sales robot, and Gu Chen can sleep in. No more worrying about customers waiting outside while he's still asleep. He can also binge-watch dramas and play games freely inside the supermarket. It's always a letdown to have your fun interrupted right at the best part. He could already foresee how bustling the supermarket would become later. Having operational robots was the perfect solution to the pressing problem. Gu Chen was extremely satisfied with the lucky grand prize the system had issued this time. Asterisk ding. System mission issued, serve 10,000 customers. Reward for mission completion, 1 super lucky grand prize pack asterisk. Just as expected, the difficulty of this system mission had escalated to serving 10,000 customers. Gu Chen wasn't the least bit surprised. Next time, it will probably be serving 100,000 customers. Xiaobai, do the customers received by the hotel also count towards the mission? Yes, host, as long as they are customers received by any business you operate, they all count. That's good. Though the hotel hasn't been seen yet, customers believe its steady daily flow of guests will significantly boost reception efficiency. Gu Chen immediately retrieved the business service robot from his system backpack. Unlike Shu Feng, this robot had strikingly handsome features and perpetually wore a spring breeze-like smile. He possessed an extraordinary affinity. Anyone who interacted with him would involuntarily find his words utterly convincing. He also possesses strong eloquence and sales abilities. Additionally, he has formidable computational power. His brain rivals that of a supercomputer. In summary, he's essentially a robot born for operating shops. He also has exceptional learning capabilities, and Gu Chen can even have him master other skills deemed necessary. Moreover, the robot from the system gift package is mid-tier, a whole level higher than Shu Feng's, and obviously worth a fortune. Just then, a female customer noticed the sales robot appearing out of thin air. Her startled cry quickly drew the attention of others. They all noticed the suddenly appearing sales robot, gathering around it and examining it with curiosity.
Lin, who spotted it first, exclaimed in amazement, "Boss, this is pure magic."
I saw it appear right before my eyes, like a living person materializing out of nowhere. Some customers also noticed the good looks of the operating robots. "Boss, is this one of your employees too? Just as handsome as Chu Feng, but each with their own unique charm. You've got great taste." Exactly. Chu Feng already outshone all so-called top idols from before the apocalypse. Who knew there'd be another one? I thought Chu Feng's looks were already rare in this world. I'd love to see them every day. Come to think of it, the boss is quite handsome too. This supermarket is full of good-looking guys. The speaker's eyes sparkled like stars as they spoke. Gu Chen was already used to this sight. He ignored Chu Feng and the service robot currently surrounded by a flock of girls, planning to program the robot after this wave of customers left. He had Xiaobai activate the hotel operations now. It was still daytime, and a hotel appearing out of thin air was bound to cause a stir, but that was exactly the effect Gu Chen wanted. It could also double as free publicity for him. With the networks down, he had to seize every opportunity for promotion. Besides, there was still the challenge of serving 10,000 customers waiting for him. Chapter 51, Preparations before the Invincible Hotel opens for business. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the hotel business. Please select a location for the hotel. Gu Chen pondered the hotel's location. It definitely needed to be as large as possible, ideally becoming a grand manor. Previously, the Invincible supermarket was situated in a sparsely populated area with plenty of space, which happened to be just right. So, he decided to build it right next to the Invincible supermarket for easier management. Gu Chen selected the adjacent plot of land in the system's map after reserving enough space for future expansion. Ding! Host site selection completed. Hotel construction is now in progress. Please wait. Hearing the system's prompt, Gu Chen quickly strode out of the Invincible supermarket. Seeing Gu Chen leaving, the curious crowd also followed him outside. It's rare to see the boss walking in such a hurry. Right next to the Invincible supermarket, a lavish 9-story hotel appeared out of thin air on an empty lot. The exterior of this luxury hotel was majestic, with its glass curtain walls gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. The building boasted a unique architectural style, blending modern and classical elements to create a distinctive ambience, resembling a magnificent palace. The hotel's entrance was spacious and majestic, adorned with exquisite flowers and sculptures at the doorway, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Above the entrance hung a massive signboard, inlaid with the words "Invincible Hotel" in gleaming golden letters. The hotel's floors rose in staggered heights, their clean, flowing lines creating a rich sense of dimensionality. The windows were wide and bright, offering views of the distant mountains through their panes. The entire hotel is surrounded by meticulously manicured gardens and lush, tree-lined landscapes, offering guests a tranquil and comfortable environment. This hotel was quite impressive even before the apocalypse, let alone in the midst of the current devastation where everything lies in ruins. It was just like a paradise on earth. Gu Chen gazed at the hotel, his heart swelling with pride. In his previous life, he would never have dared to dream of owning such a luxurious hotel. Everyone witnessed the sudden appearance of the hotel with their own eyes, utterly astonished. They simultaneously rubbed their eyes in unison, making sure they weren't seeing things. Such an unscientific event had just unfolded before them, but since it's the apocalypse, even the most unreasonable things seemed plausible. Despite telling themselves this, their astonishment only continued to grow. Oh my god, what kind of divine sorcery is this? A luxury hotel appearing out of nowhere. This world has truly gone magical. Yeah, this must be the boss's doing, no one else could pull it off. And the hotel's name is Invincible Hotel, same as Invincible Supermarket. This hotel is incredibly luxurious. I wonder what it looks like inside. I really want to go in and take a look. I wonder if we can stay at the hotel. It's been so long since I had a good night's sleep. The group chattered excitedly as they discussed. Gu Chen was also curious about what the hotel's interior looked like, so he quickly marched toward the Invincible Hotel. Seeing Gu Chen heading toward the hotel, the others quickly followed suit, leaving only the service robot and Xu Feng inside the supermarket. As the hotel appeared, many others in the distance also witnessed the spectacle. Stunned, they too began making their way to the hotel, eager to see what the mysteriously materialized building was all about. Stepping into the hotel lobby felt like entering a dreamlike realm. The soaring ceiling was adorned with an ornate crystal chandelier that radiated dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire grand lobby. The lobby floor was paved with mirror-polished marble, complementing the elegant relief sculptures on the walls, showcasing an air of luxury and refined taste. Within the spacious area, exquisite sofas and coffee tables were arranged for guests to relax and socialize. Massive floor-to-ceiling windows allowed sunlight to pour in abundantly, offering unobstructed views of the scenic beauty outside. At the lobby's center, a murmuring fountain added vitality and dynamism to the tranquil ambience. Here, every detail exudes quality and luxury, making one inevitably intoxicated by its magnificence. The people who followed along marveled at the environment of the Invincible Hotel. They couldn't even imagine how wonderful it would be to live here. One of the girls eagerly asked Guchen, "Boss, this hotel is truly amazing. Do you run it? Can I stay here?" Guchen, seeing someone ask, replied, "The Invincible Hotel is open to the public, but it's just been completed, and there are still some preparations to be made. It should open for business in about 2 hours." Guchen estimated that 2 hours should be enough time for him to prepare, so everyone waited eagerly in the hotel lobby. They all wanted to see the hotel's facilities and the condition of the rooms. "Xiaobai, how many rooms does the Invincible Hotel have in total?" Guchen asked. "Host, currently the Invincible Hotel is a level 1 establishment with 450 rooms, 50 rooms per floor." Guchen wasn't very satisfied. How could such a small space possibly be enough? "From what you're saying, the hotel can be upgraded. How many purple crystal coins are needed to reach the next level?" Host, upgrading to a level 2 hotel requires 1 million purple crystal coins. "Keep it up, host." Guchen currently only had 232,388 purple crystal coins. It seemed he would have to wait for the upgrade later. Fortunately, the current room is barely sufficient to accommodate today's customers. "What about the hotel room types?" Host, you can choose the number of hotel room types yourself. Currently, there are options for king-size rooms, twin rooms, luxury suites, and VIP Supreme top-tier suites. "What about the hotel's cleanliness? Surely you won't make me handle the cleaning, right?" Rest assured, host. The hotel's hygiene is automatically cleaned after guests check out, restoring it to its pre-occupancy condition. Additionally, the system only provides external facilities for free. Everything else must be purchased by the host. For example, Guchen needed to understand clearly. Items like toothbrushes, towels, bath towels, shampoo, and shower gel, these consumables, you see. Guchen had plenty of these in his system inventory and had been worrying about how to sell them off, since they weren't exactly essential items in the apocalypse. Now it's just the right time to put it to use. How are these consumables in the system warehouse replenished after each customer checks out? If he had to manually replenish it every time, he'd much rather just buy it from the system shop. The Invincible Hotel has a customized warehouse. Simply place the consumables that need replenishing into the warehouse and set the standard quantity for each room type. Then, at 12 o'clock every day, the system will detect the usage of consumables and automatically replenish them in the rooms based on the situation. Guchen was satisfied. Quite user-friendly indeed, worthy of being called a system. Guchen immediately entered the customized warehouse of the Invincible supermarket. The warehouse was located in a compartment on the first floor, but only Guchen could see it as if it existed in its own separate space. To others, it appeared as nothingness, neither visible nor tangible. Guchen scanned the system warehouse, using his consciousness to place items he deemed necessary for the room into the customized storage space. Ding! Detected that the items provided by the host vary in quality, which may affect the reputation of the Invincible Hotel. The system will now upgrade the items to the standard quality of the Invincible shop free of charge for the host. Chapter 52. He absolutely must live here. A flash of white light, and everything in the warehouse was instantly renewed, looking sleek and high-end at first glance. System-produced goods truly stood apart. Whether it's truly effective depends on Guchen's feedback, but products from the system are never second-rate. Guchen pondered the quantity of various apartment types. Can these apartment types be modified later? Guchen asked. Of course, host. The apartment types can be adjusted anytime as needed. Truly worthy of being a system, such flexibility. But Guchen believed no matter the apartment type, there would never be a shortage of tenants. Then 200 king-size rooms, 200 twin rooms, 40 deluxe suites, and 10 VIP Supreme top-tier suites it is. Guchen decided to observe the subsequent customer occupancy situation before making any adjustments. For now, things would remain as they were. Guchen then proceeded to set the quantity of consumables for each room type. The system provided a control panel where Guchen could make all the necessary settings with ease. First, the king room includes daily supplies, toothbrush *2, toothpaste *2, towel *2, bath towel *2, disposable comb *2, shower gel *1, shampoo *1, conditioner *1, small bottle of skincare product *1, mineral water *2, tea leaves *2, tissue *2. The twin room configuration is the same as the king room. For the luxury suite, Guchen set the daily supplies to include toothbrush *4, toothpaste *4, towel *4, bath towel *4, disposable comb *4, shower gel *1, shampoo *1, conditioner *1, small bottle of skincare product *2, mineral water *4, tea leaves *4, tissue *4. For the VIP Supreme top-tier suite, Guchen set the daily supplies to include toothbrush *8, toothpaste *8, towel *8, bath towel *8, disposable comb *8, shower gel *3, shampoo *3,
conditioner *3, small bottle of skincare product *5, mineral water *10, tea leaves *8, tissue *10. Additionally, Guchen stocked each room's mini fridge with fresh ingredients, clearly marked with prices. Any items used would be automatically deducted from the customer's deposit. Guchen learned that the mini fridges in the rooms maintained the system's standard, keeping the ingredients perpetually fresh. This was prepared for customers who wanted to cook by themselves. These ingredients could also be replenished daily. After setting these up, Guchen couldn't wait to tour the rooms of the Invincible Hotel. First, he went to the VIP Supreme Suite he'd been most looking forward to. He had positioned all the VIP Supreme Suites on the top floor with dedicated elevators installed. They deserved some exclusive privileges after all. The VIP Supreme Suite was the most luxurious and prestigious accommodation in the entire hotel. Its environment and amenities were meticulously designed to provide ultimate comfort and convenience. Stepping into the VIP Supreme Suite, the first thing that catches your eye is the spacious and bright living room, luxuriously decorated with premium sofas, a coffee table, and an exquisite carpet. The suite features a grand bedroom, furnished with a lavish 3-meter-wide king-size bed, both expansive and plush. The opulent bedspread, silky smooth to the touch, shimmers with a subtle sheen, while its intricate embroidered details showcase unparalleled craftsmanship. The enormous pillows, soft and inviting, emit an intoxicating fragrance that makes you want to dive right into them. The bed is surrounded by exquisite carvings, every line exuding an artistic ambience. Resting on such a grand bed is like being treasured in the palm of a hand, enveloped in boundless comfort and warmth, as if residing in a lavish paradise meant just for you. Additionally, the presidential suite features a private home theater. Stepping into the luxurious home theater feels like entering a dreamlike world. The first thing that catches the eye is the enormous silver screen, which covers an entire wall with strikingly vivid picture quality, making viewers feel as if they're part of the scene. Plush leather sofas encircle the room, featuring soft cushions that provide the ultimate movie-watching comfort. The ingeniously designed interior lighting adjusts brightness and color for different scenes, creating either a cozy or awe-inspiring atmosphere. Premium audio-visual equipment completes the setup. A top-tier sound system renders every crystal-clear musical note while earth-shaking acoustics fill the space, fully immersing the audience. Additionally, the theater room is equipped with a smart control system, allowing users to operate all devices effortlessly. Furthermore, the room is furnished with high-end computers, televisions, and tablets, preloaded with various games and video resources, and connected to the highest-grade network, guaranteeing customers the ultimate entertainment experience. Guchen then stepped into the bathroom. The bathroom floor is laid with polished marble, and large mirrors are embedded in the walls, making the entire space appear brighter and more spacious. A massive whirlpool bathtub occupies the center of the bathroom, surrounded by elegant faucets and shower heads. Above the bathtub hangs a dazzling crystal chandelier, casting a soft glow that adds a touch of luxury to the bathroom. The bathroom is equipped with a high-tech smart toilet, providing a comfortable experience. Next to it, the wash basin is adorned with exquisite sanitary ware, its golden faucet gleaming brilliantly. The entire bathroom boasts a minimalist yet elegant design style, with every detail showcasing premium quality and exquisite craftsmanship. Additionally, the room features an open-plan kitchen. Stepping into the kitchen area, the first thing that catches the eye is a complete set of high-end custom-made kitchenware, gleaming with a luxurious sheen. At the center stands a massive island, adorned with exquisite tableware and cooking utensils, as if showcasing a grand feast of culinary art. Upper and base cabinets are embedded with various smart appliances. Appliances such as refrigerators, dishwashers, and ovens are all fully equipped. The spacious and bright windows offer a view of beautiful scenery, making cooking an enjoyable and pleasant experience. Next to the kitchen was the dining room. When Guchen stepped into the suite's dining area, it felt like entering a luxurious culinary sanctuary. The dining room was elegantly and grandly arranged, with delicate crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow that illuminated the entire space. Paintings by renowned artists adorned the walls, adding an artistic touch to the dining atmosphere. The lavish solid wood dining table paired with comfortable leather chairs exuded an air of noble refinement. The table is set with exquisite tableware and fresh flowers, creating a romantic and elegant atmosphere. One side of the restaurant features a massive floor-to-ceiling window, offering a breathtaking view of the scenery outside, allowing guests to enjoy both fine dining and the beauty of nature. Furthermore, the restaurant is equipped with state-of-the-art sound and lighting systems that can be adjusted to create the perfect ambience for any occasion or need. Additionally, the VIP Supreme Deluxe Suite provides exclusive 24-hour service, ensuring guests receive meticulous care throughout their stay. Overall, the VIP Supreme Deluxe Suite will provide guests with a luxurious, comfortable, and convenient accommodation experience. After touring the suite, Guchen immediately decided he wanted to stay here. He had previously thought the residence area in the Invincible supermarket was excellent, but compared to this, it was like night and day. He absolutely had to stay here. After touring the VIP Supreme Deluxe Suite,
Gu Chen prepared to visit the luxury suite. Chapter 53, The Invincible Hotel officially opens for business. Gu Chen entered the luxury suite, where the interior decor remained splendidly opulent, though it lacked a home theater and was slightly inferior in decor compared to the VIP Supreme Deluxe suite. Most importantly, this room type didn't offer 24-hour dedicated service, and the bed was a bit smaller too, measuring only 2.5 meters. Gu Chen had just finished touring the VIP Supreme Deluxe suite, so this room fell a bit short in comparison. But by most people's standards, this room was unimaginably luxurious, with all its furnishings being of artistic quality. While it lacked a home theater, it was still equipped with a TV, computer, smartphone, and internet connection, with games and movies pre-downloaded. It even had the same massage bathtub as the VIP Supreme Deluxe suite. In the apocalypse, water resources were extremely precious, let alone being able to indulge in a bath like this. Anyone who has stayed at Invincible Hotel is bound to fall in love with this place. It's worth mentioning that the luxury suites are equipped with 2 rooms, accommodating up to 4 people simultaneously, complete with a kitchen, dining area, washing machine, dishwasher, and a mini fridge. Moreover, all rooms in the hotel maintain a constant temperature, ensuring the most comfortable environment regardless of the weather outside. Every room in the hotel also comes with internet access, though currently, the network is only available within Invincible Hotel. Yet Gu Chen firmly believes that one day, Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel will expand across the entire blue planet, restoring global network communication once again. Gu Chen finished touring the luxury suite and proceeded to inspect the standard king-sized and twin rooms. The decor of these 2 rooms was also magnificent, with ample space. Upon entering, the first thing that caught the eye was a living area furnished with comfortable sofas and a coffee table, all atop a plush carpet. Further inside were a large wardrobe and the bedding arrangements. The king-sized room featured an 1.8-meter wide bed adorned with exquisite linens. The twin room, on the other hand, had 2 1.5-meter wide beds, equally dressed in fine bedding. The room was also equipped with a TV and computer. The bathroom had a massage toilet and water heater. Though lacking a jacuzzi tub, the mere ability to shower freely in the apocalypse was something many could only dream of. In short, every room in the Invincible Hotel was luxuriously decorated. The differences between them lay only in the level of opulence, size, and minor variations in amenities. Even their standard double room could have outclassed 99% of pre-apocalypse hotels. It's something that would astonish even an ordinary person. After touring all the room types, Gu Chen had the system replenish all the consumables he had set up. Once he finalized the pricing, it could officially open for business. Gu Chen pondered the pricing. In the post-apocalyptic world, water resources are so precious, as are entertainment devices like the internet, television, and computers. These are all one-of-a-kind treasures in this era. Gu Chen could even provide fresh ingredients. Although they required payment, these were things money couldn't buy in the apocalypse. Most importantly, the Invincible Hotel was an absolutely safe haven. There was no need to fear zombie attacks while sleeping, and it maintained a comfortable temperature. After all, the outside world was growing increasingly colder, and the power grid had completely collapsed. Even if you purchase the solar-powered mini generator from the Invincible Supermarket, it still has significant limitations. Moreover, ordinary heating systems consume enormous energy to maintain temperatures that can withstand extreme cold, and sunshine isn't guaranteed every day. Gu Chen also equipped each room with instant noodles and purified water, ensuring that even if they lacked any other supplies, they wouldn't starve. These are the absolute advantages of Gu Chen's Invincible Hotel. Not to mention, the environment and luxurious decor of the Invincible Hotel are unmatched. Gu Chen calculated the costs, considering daily necessities, utilities, labor, and renovation expenses. Gu Chen set the standard room rates at 500 purple crystal coins per day for both queen and twin rooms, with luxury suites priced at 2,000 purple crystal coins daily. The VIP Supreme Deluxe Suite was priced at 5,000 purple crystal coins per day. As for whether anyone could afford it, Gu Chen wasn't the slightest bit worried. These rooms were all prepared for the leaders of major factions. The prestige of the VIP Supreme Luxury Suites couldn't be compromised. He'd organize some special events later. He was confident guests wouldn't want to leave once they'd experienced these rooms. Gu Chen suddenly thought of another issue and hurriedly asked Little White, if the same customer stays long-term, how many times does that count toward the reception task? He was certain the Invincible Hotel's long-term occupancy rate would remain sky-high. But if it was always the same guests, wouldn't that severely slow down his mission progress? Host needn't worry, each customer counts as one reception count per day, Xiaobai said thoughtfully. This put Gu Chen's mind at ease. Otherwise, relying solely on supermarket customers would undoubtedly slow down mission progress. Everything is ready, all we need is the east wind. The Invincible Hotel is now officially open for business. Gu Chen decided to stay at the Invincible Hotel for the time being. Once operations stabilized, he would have the business robot replace him. Gu-chen programmed the business robot to sell goods at his set prices. If a customer needed to place an order, the robot would contact Gu-chen through the system. After Gu-chen restocked the items via the system store, the robot would then deliver them to the customer. Moreover, the business robot was absolutely loyal and would never act against Gu-chen's interests. Gu-chen named the operating robot Shu-yun through the system. Honestly, he's terrible at picking names, so as long as it rolls off the tongue, it's good enough. Inside the Invincible supermarket, Shu-foam also assists Shu-yun, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Plus, the two stores are right next to each other. If anything comes up, Gu-chen can rush over in no time. He walked to the hotel lobby and formally announced to the eagerly awaiting customers, "Thank you for your patience. Starting today, the Invincible Hotel is officially open for business, and the price list has been posted. Customers who wish to check in can register with me at the front desk. Welcome, everyone, and we hope you enjoy your stay." With those words, Gu-chen walked toward the front desk. As Gu-chen's words fell, the customers crowded toward the front desk one after another, eager to find out how much it would cost to stay here. The moment they stepped inside, they were already struck by the place's awe-inspiring atmosphere. If nothing else, just the freely available electricity and comfortable temperature alone were enough to draw them in. And with the Invincible supermarket so close by, wouldn't they be able to enjoy its delicious food every single day? Moreover, many of them noticed that not a single zombie could be found within the vicinity of the Invincible supermarket, meaning living here would guarantee safety without any worries. Ling Ruo was the first to approach Gu-chen. After checking the price list, she found the cost of an ordinary room somewhat acceptable, but luxury suites and VIP top-tier suites? So outrageously expensive? Even she would feel a pinch staying in one. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder what gave Gu-chen the audacity to set such steep prices. The beauties in her base looked at each other when they saw the prices. Although this place was great, the cost was. They hesitated for a moment. After all, that amount could buy several days' worth of delicious meals. Just then, one of the petite beauties spoke up first. "Sisters, let me test the waters for you. I'll book a twin room with 2 people sharing. The cost becomes much more affordable." Chapter 54, the hotel's first guest checks in. "Boss, check me in, please." "Oh, and can we take showers at your hotel?" the petite girl asked eagerly. "Of course. Our standard rooms with queen or twin beds come equipped with deluxe shower facilities, while the luxury suites and VIP Supreme suites offer both oversized jacuzzis and showers," Gu-chen explained. "Additionally, all our rooms have internet access with pre-downloaded games and movies. You'll find TVs and computers in every room for your free use. The rest of the surprises can wait until you've checked in." The Lolita girl was delighted, thinking today's purple crystal coins were totally worth spending. Despite her youthful appearance, she was quite formidable in combat and had stockpiled many zombie cores. Staying here for a day didn't pain her one bit. She could no longer endure the drifting, unstable life of the post-apocalyptic world. Most importantly, she desperately wanted a bath. In the apocalypse, water sources had all been contaminated. Only sealed bottled water remained untouched. Everything else was unusable. She had only managed a quick wipe down for several days now. A double room at 500 purple crystal coins per day, with a deposit of 1,000 purple crystal coins. Any purchases of in-room items will automatically be deducted from the deposit. Additionally, checkout is required before 12 p.m. daily. Extending your stay past midnight automatically renews for another day. You'll need to pay the additional room fee within 2 hours. Trust me, you don't want to find out what happens otherwise. Gu-chen decided to lay down the rules first to avoid future headaches. The lowly girl couldn't wait to check in, and the others were eager to follow and see the place. Additionally, non-guests are limited to 1-hour stays in the hotel. Those exceeding this time will be forcibly removed. Please take note, dear customers. Can't let anybody freeload, after all. Gu-chen swiped the card for her. Beep. You have recharged 1,500 purple crystal coins. Balance 1,600 purple crystal coins. Beep. 1,500 purple crystal coins have been deducted, including a 1,000 purple crystal coin deposit. Remaining balance 100 purple crystal coins. After swiping the card, Gu-chen checked her in and handed her 2 room keys. He always gave 2 keys for both twin and double rooms, whether guests were staying alone or in pairs, to avoid any hassle later. The key card reads 8001. As the hotel's first guest, Gu-chen had selected a room with excellent views and scenery for her. The petite girl took the keycard and led everyone to the elevator to visit this magically appearing hotel. As the elevator ascended floor by floor, the anticipation in their hearts grew stronger. The elevator of the Invincible Hotel was made of transparent glass, capable of accommodating up to 1,000 people at once. Its speed remained astonishingly fast, reaching the 8th floor in less than 2 seconds, arriving almost in the blink of an eye. Many people had already taken off their coats by now, as they found the temperature here quite comfortable. Wearing jackets would have been too warm. The lowly girl followed the directions to room 8001 and swiped her key card to open the door. The first thing that caught the eye was the spacious living room and the stunning view beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. The lights are still blazing inside the room, and it's broad daylight. Is this hotel really so luxurious? The lowly girl was absolutely delighted with the room's environment. She never imagined it would be this magnificent. She walked back into the bedroom, where an obviously plush and comfortable bed caught her eye, along with various entertainment equipment. She hurried to the bathroom and turned on the shower head. Sure enough, hot water came pouring down in an abundant torrent. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw this. She opened the computer again and tried searching for the TV drama she had only watched halfway through before the apocalypse. To her delight, it actually worked. She could still watch it. There's still so much more to see. The computer still had all kinds of games installed. Heaven knows she was a hardcore internet addict, deprived of which how much joy she would lose. Now things are better. She shifted her attention away from the computer and began examining other things. She noticed a small refrigerator placed in the living room. Though called small, it wasn't actually that tiny, about the same size as a standard double-door household fridge, though it appeared somewhat small in comparison to the spacious living room. When she opened the refrigerator, she was astonished to find it completely packed with fresh ingredients. There were also various drinks, ice creams, and snacks. She was stunned. Drinks and snacks aside, fresh ingredients had long since vanished in the apocalyptic world. There were so many here, and judging by the appearance, it seemed every room's fridge was stocked with them. How much food was this? This truly lives up to be a hotel run by the boss of the Invincible supermarket. She tried taking a lemon chicken foot from the fridge. She absolutely loved this snack. Then she heard a voice echo through the room. You have purchased 1 lemon chicken foot, deducting 15 purple crystal coins. Remaining deposit balance, 985 purple crystal coins. Everyone was startled. So this hotel was this high-tech, capable of automatic deductions. Now they understood what the boss meant. The lowly girl looked at the fresh ingredients again, feeling a bit troubled. She loved delicious food and was an excellent cook, so seeing the ingredients with nowhere to cook them made her somewhat uncomfortable. She decided to ask Boss Gu about it later. She nibbled on the lemon chicken feet, her eyes lighting up. They tasted better than any chicken feet she'd tried before. She was already tempted to grab another one to eat. She saw there was even a washing machine in the room. In the apocalypse, there wasn't enough water to shower, let alone do laundry, and there was no electricity either. Yet here she could actually use a washing machine. She couldn't wait to take a long, hot shower, then enjoy delicious food while comfortably binge-watching her favorite shows. Then do the laundry. Even though she had plenty of clothes to rotate through for a while, no amount of clothing could withstand endless wear and tear. After seeing the rooms, everyone was itching with excitement. The rent was an absolute steal. They couldn't wait to move in either. Just then, someone suddenly spoke up. Sisters, let's hurry and check in. If we're late, we might not get a room. There don't seem to be that many rooms here. The others, upon hearing the reminder, snapped out of their daze as well and hurried to take the elevator down to the lobby to check in. Meanwhile, Ling Ruo was deep in thought. If even a standard king room was this comfortable, how extravagant must the luxurious VIP presidential suite be? Perhaps she should try staying there for one night first. As for what comes next, she'd have to wait until returning to West City base to decide. She couldn't abandon the entire base just to enjoy her own freedom. Meanwhile, the petite girl was enthusiastically pulling her best friend along, inviting her to live together. Their habits were similar, they could keep each other company, and they could split the rent, so her best friend readily agreed. At this moment, a crowd had gathered outside the Invincible Hotel, people who had witnessed the sudden appearance of the Invincible supermarket from afar and came to investigate. One of the tattooed thug's eyes lit up at the sight of the Invincible Hotel, and the scar-faced leader's gaze burned with unmistakable determination. Chapter 55, Killing Lin Sin and the Others, Making an Example to Deter Others. One of the yellow-haired lackeys fawningly said to the scar-faced leader, Boss, look, this hotel that suddenly appeared is so luxurious, and it even has electricity. Wouldn't it be awesome if we took it over? The rest of the lackeys also had their eyes gleaming with excitement. They were currently living in a basement, as all the decent places had already been claimed by major factions. Since they were desperate outlaws who refused to submit to others, they hadn't joined any group. With such a fine hotel right in front of them, it was no wonder they were tempted. They were extremely confident in their own strength, otherwise, with just a few of them, they wouldn't have survived in the apocalypse for so long. The number of lives they've taken is countless. Scarface Lin Sen's eyes flashed as he decided to go in first to see how many people were inside. He wanted to be cautious to avoid kicking an iron plate. At this moment, the yellow-haired sidekick excitedly said, Boss, there's actually a supermarket next door. It seems like it's run by the same person. Let's rob this one too, then we won't have to worry about food for a while. At his exclamation, the gathered crowd also noticed the Invincible supermarket. They were first stunned by the luxury hotel that appeared out of nowhere, and now they were amazed that a fully intact supermarket could exist in the wilderness during the apocalypse. They decided to go inside and take a look. They were curious people by nature, otherwise, they wouldn't have come to investigate in the first place. Together, they stepped into the Invincible Hotel and were once again awestruck by its magnificent grandeur. Among them were individuals who had been wealthy even before the apocalypse. No luxury hotel was unfamiliar to them. Yet, the Invincible Hotel was unlike anything they had ever seen in their lives. Not to mention, this was in the midst of an apocalypse. Just the electricity required to power such a massive hotel was proof enough of the owner's extraordinary influence. When Lin Sen and the others entered, the other guests were still busy admiring the lowly girl's room, leaving only Gu Chun in the vast expanse of the hotel. Seeing this, Lin Sen and the others let their guard down as they strode directly toward Gu Chen. Lin Sen exchanged a glance with his men, who then fanned out, subtly encircling Gu Chen. Taking a step forward, Lin Sen spoke up, "Hey buddy, this hotel's pretty nice. Don't you feel lonely guarding such a big place all by yourself?" Gu Chen gave a cold laugh. "What do you want?" Lin Sen's expression remained unchanged. "We don't mean any harm. We just want to help share your burden. Don't want to see a brother work himself so hard." They were used to taking by force, never even considering paying. In their eyes, whatever they saw belonged to them. If it didn't, they'd simply make the owner disappear, then it would be theirs. Gu Chen sneered at these insignificant clowns and said bluntly, "Get lost now, or don't blame me for being rude." Lin Sen's expression darkened. "Humph, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you know what's good for you, hand this place over to us right now, or else." Lin Shan threatened viciously. A trace of disdain flickered in Gu Chen's eyes as he said calmly, "You think I'm afraid of trash like you?" The others who had followed and quickly stepped aside upon seeing the impending fight, they wanted no part of it. Lin Shan and his crew flushed with anger at these words. The yellow-haired punk jabbed a finger at Gu Chen and sneered, "Ha, our boss here is already a 5th-tier super. The rest of us are all 4th tier. How many people in Deer City can even match us? And you dare call us trash?" The other minions also chimed in, "Today we're definitely going to teach you a lesson. That's right, if you'd obediently handed over the hotel, we might have let you die painlessly, but now I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. Look at that delicate skin of yours, bet you'll be way more fun to torture than that pretty boy yesterday." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen flew into a rage. Since these people were courting death, he'd oblige them. Suddenly, Lin Sen raised his hand and unleashed a pillar of fire, aiming to strike Gu Chen. He had no intention of playing fair. He didn't believe this shop owner was ordinary either, so he seized the chance to sneak attack while his underling distracted him. This tactic had never failed him before. Many powerful ability users had fallen victim to his ambushes. But just as his ability ignited in his palm, it instantly fizzled out, refusing to activate no matter how hard he tried. His face changed color as he hurriedly ordered his subordinate to unleash their ability as well. As a result, all the underlings tried but couldn't activate their special abilities either. They started panicking. These superpowers were their lifeline for survival. The mere thought of losing their abilities made them terrified of imagining how many enemies would come hunting them down. At this moment, Ling Ruo and the others also appeared in the hall. Seeing someone trying to cause trouble for Gu Chen, she stepped forward to ask if he needed help. She genuinely wanted to build a good relationship with Gu Chen. Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively, "No need. I don't even consider such trash worth my attention." He glanced at Lin Sen and the others with a cold laugh. "Finished your performance? Now it's my turn." Gu Chen intended to make an example of them. Within the businesses under the Invincible Shop system, his supernatural abilities were invincible, allowing him to unleash their full potential. He raised his hand, and a translucent orb of light enveloped Lin Sen and his group. The orb expanded continuously until it had completely surrounded Lin Sen and his 80-odd followers. Suddenly, one of the underlings screamed in terror, "Ah, you're aging right before our eyes." He watched as his companions visibly aged around him. Wrinkles multiplied on their faces, hair turned increasingly gray, and their backs grew more hunched. Youth gave way to middle age, then swiftly to old age. He raised his hand again and looked at it, only to see it covered with age spots. He had never experienced anything so bizarre and screamed in terror. The onlookers felt it even more directly, staring in shock at the scene. In just a few dozen seconds, they had witnessed a living person seemingly go through an entire lifetime before their eyes. There was absolutely no way to resist. In the end, all these people lost their breath and silently vanished into the long river of time. Within mere seconds, they were overwhelmed by terror, screaming, pleading, resisting, cursing. Yet none could escape the relentless fate of aging. This process was undoubtedly excruciating, and Gu Chen wanted them to experience this torment firsthand while also serving as a warning to others. After all, if everyone adhered to the rules, Gu Chen stood to gain even more. Only when they collapsed to the ground, emaciated and lifeless, did the crowd finally snap out of their daze. They stared at Gu Chen in horror. This boss's methods were utterly unfathomable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed someone could do something like this. This was more terrifying than killing them outright.
Even in the apocalypse, though most people had awakened special abilities, no one had ever seen such methods before. It resembled some kind of time acceleration technique. Everyone felt a sense of fear toward Gu Chen deep in their hearts. Ling Ruo also hadn't expected Gu Chen's methods to be so terrifying. Recalling how she had initially wanted to help Gu Chen deal with these people earlier, she now felt somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 56, Gu Chen launches the VIP system. Gu Chen now stepped forward to calm the crowd. His objective had been achieved. Don't worry, everyone. This hotel operates with integrity. As long as you follow the rules here, I certainly won't make things difficult for you. Gu Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand, disposing of all the corpses. Everyone was shocked to see so many corpses vanish in the blink of an eye. This boss wasn't someone they could afford to mess with. They better just pay up obediently. Couldn't they at least pay for the convenience of a boss running a hotel in the apocalypse? Damn right they should. So the onlookers immediately rushed to the counter, eager to spend money and hoping the proprietor would spare their lives in exchange for their patronage. Even though they hadn't seen the Invincible Hotel's rooms yet, it didn't weaken their determination to buy their way out of danger. Those who had just gone upstairs to look around snapped out of their daze and panicked too. They all hurried toward the front desk. Move aside. Move aside. First come, first served. Don't you know the rules? Get to the back of the line. They didn't dare make trouble either, so they obediently gave up their spots and went to the back of the line. The customers from Shiqing Base and those who had previously visited the Invincible supermarket were quite pleased with how things turned out. They knew the drill well enough, so they each found companions to share a room with. After all, the spaces were large enough that two people wouldn't feel cramped at all, and it would save them some money too. At that moment, the lowly girl also squeezed her way in front of Gu Chen and asked, "Boss, I saw fresh ingredients in the fridge, but I don't have a place to cook. What should I do?" Gu Chen suddenly remembered he had forgotten to mention something. Looks like he'd need to post a notice for this too. The hotel has a pay-per-use public kitchen where you can go. Only guests staying at this hotel are permitted to use it. Additionally, all room types from the luxury suite upward come equipped with a kitchen and dining area. The lowly girl, upon hearing there was a kitchen here, couldn't wait any longer and immediately rushed back to her room to fetch ingredients for cooking. She had missed her own cooking for quite a while, and now that she was the only one staying there, she had to hurry and make the most of it. Gu Chen set the price for the communal kitchen at 50 purple crystal coins per hour, considering the additional costs of water and electricity. Everyone was even more eager to move in as soon as possible when they heard they could cook for themselves. Soon enough, they quickly found companions and formed neat, orderly queues. Gu Chen handled their credit top-ups and check-ins. Ling Ruo, the base leader of West City Base, stood at the front of the line. She handed over a large bag of crystal cores and a card, requesting Gu Chen to arrange a VIP Supreme Deluxe suite for her. Realizing a major client had arrived, Gu Chen became noticeably more enthusiastic. At the same time, he introduced the carefully planned promotion to Ling Ruo. To check into our hotel's VIP Supreme Deluxe suite, guests must first apply for our Supreme Amethyst VIP membership. Additionally, VIP members will enjoy a 20% discount on all personal expenses within the hotel during their first 3 days of stay. How does one apply for that? Ling Ruo's curiosity was piqued. That suite actually had entry requirements? A prepayment of 500,000 amethyst coins must be deposited into the membership card to qualify for the Supreme Amethyst VIP status. The remaining balance can be used for purchases at any time. Gu Chen was well versed in the tactics used by pre-apocalyptic merchants. While customers might deposit money into these cards, whether they could actually spend it all was another matter. Many people would keep topping up until they forgot about the balance, or the merchants might simply disappear with the funds. He decided to implement this VIP system in both the Invincible Supermarket and the Invincible Hotel to encourage customers to prepay. He noticed that customers usually only recharged the exact amount they spent, leaving little balance in their cards. Gu Chen wasn't trying to scam anyone, it's just that the post-apocalyptic world was too dangerous. By having them deposit zombie crystals into their cards, Gu Chen could claim the remaining balance if anything happened to them. After all, lots of small amounts add up to something substantial. Ling Ruo hesitated slightly. 500,000 purple crystal coins were a considerable sum even for her. But thinking of Gu Chen's extraordinary skills and the miraculous items in the Invincible shop, those 500,000 credits seem like they could be spent all too quickly. And there's even a 20% discount, though it only lasts 3 days, it still saves quite a bit. Totally worth it. So she took out a large pile of energy cores from her bag again, handed them to Gu Chen, and said with a smile, "Of course I'll support Boss Gu's business. Let me be your first VIP. Top me up with 500,000. Gu Chen loved generous customers like this the most. Ding! You have successfully recharged 500,000 purple crystal coins. Current balance, 500,100. Gu Chen then asked Xiaobai to create a membership card for him that matched this level of prestige. It must be said that Xiaobai was very thoughtful, creating a card that shimmered with purple light like an amethyst, engraved with Ling Ruo's name. This card exuded an air of nobility at first glance.
He handed the card to Ling Ruo. Congratulations, you are now the first Supreme Amethyst VIP of our hotel. Ling Ruo stared at the card, momentarily taken aback. It was far too extravagant.
Thank you, boss. By the way, I have a business deal I'd like to discuss with you. I won't keep you now, I'll come find you again after you've finished your work.
Alright, I'll get you checked in first.
Beep. Payment of 14,000 purple crystal coins processed, including 10,000 as deposit.
Your room rate has automatically been discounted by 20%, saving you 1,000 purple crystal coins. Current balance, 486,100 purple crystal coins.
Gu Chen chose a room with the best view and scenery for Ling Ruo aside from the one he had reserved for himself since she was, after all, his very first VIP customer.
Recalling that the VIP Supreme Deluxe Suite came with round-the-clock private service, Gu Chen couldn't help but ask Xiaobai, surely they didn't expect him to personally provide the service, did they?
Rest assured, host, the system will provide each VIP Supreme Luxury Suite with a complimentary intelligent robotic butler available for 24/7 service to VIP guests, requiring no effort on your part.
That's good. Gu Chen felt relieved. The system was quite considerate. He handed the room key to Ling Ruo while explaining, the VIP Supreme Luxury Suite comes with a 24/7 on-call butler. You can ask her for anything you need. Ling Ruo readily agreed. She was now even more excited about her room. Her teammates from West City Base, seeing that their leader had actually booked a VIP Supreme Deluxe Suite, all clamored excitedly to go take a look. The regular rooms are already so nice, they can't even imagine what the VIP Supreme Luxury Suite must look like. After all, with a price of 5,000 purple crystal coins, they probably couldn't afford to stay there in their entire lives. Now that they have the chance to see it for themselves, they're really looking forward to it. Ling Ruo understood their thoughts and indulged them with a smile. Alright then, you all check in first. I'll wait for you on the sofa so we can go up together. So everyone excitedly began checking in again.
Gu Chen brought out his membership recharge promotion once more, displaying the activity rules on the large screen behind him. The crowd all turned their curious gazes to watch.
Chapter 57 The Booming VIP Membership Registration Scene.
Invincible Hotel VIP Membership Recharge Event. 1. VIP Bronze Member, a one-time recharge of 5,000 purple crystal coins, with account balance never dipping below 3,000 purple crystal coins from the next day onward, upgrades to Bronze Membership.
Enjoy 5% discount during the first 3 days of membership activation at Invincible Hotel, and lifetime 2% discount thereafter.
Plus 1 complimentary dinner, worth 50 purple crystal coins. 2. VIP Silver Membership, a one-time recharge of 10,000 purple crystal coins, with a minimum balance of 6,000 purple crystal coins maintained from the next day onwards, upgrades you to a silver membership. Enjoy a 7% discount for the first 3 days after activating your membership at Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel, followed by a lifetime 5% discount. Additionally, receive 2 complimentary dinners, worth 100 purple crystal coins. 3. VIP Gold Membership, a one-time deposit of 20,000 purple crystal coins, with a minimum balance of 12,000 purple crystal coins maintained from the following day onward, will upgrade you to Gold Membership. You will enjoy a 10% discount at the Invincible Hotel for the first 3 days after activation, followed by a lifetime 7% discount, plus 3 complimentary dinners, worth 150 purple crystal coins. For the VIP Diamond Membership, a one-time recharge of 50,000 purple crystal coins, with a minimum balance of 30,000 purple crystal coins maintained from the next day onward, upgrades you to Diamond Membership.
Enjoy a 12% discount for the first 3 days after activation at Invincible Hotel, and a lifetime 10% discount,
plus 4 complimentary dinners, worth 200 purple crystal coins. 5. VIP Pink Diamond Membership. Make a one-time deposit of 100,000 amethyst coins and maintain a daily balance of no less than 60,000 amethyst coins starting the next day to upgrade to Pink Diamond Membership. Enjoy a 15% discount for the first 3 days after activating membership at the Invincible Hotel, and a lifelong 12% discount, and includes a complimentary deluxe meal, worth 500 purple crystal coins. 6. As VIP Purple Diamond Member, make a one-time recharge of 500,000 purple crystal coins and maintain a minimum balance of 300,000 purple crystal coins in your account from the following day onward to upgrade to a Purple Diamond Member.
Enjoy a 20% discount for the first 3 days and a lifetime 15% discount at the Invincible Hotel,
and includes a complimentary top-tier luxury meal, worth 1,000 purple crystal coins.
Note: 1. Membership can be upgraded. During the first 3 days after activation, each member can enjoy discounts only once. Upgrading membership grants higher lifetime discounts. 2. Deluxe suites are only available to Platinum VIP members and above.
VIP Supreme Luxury Suites are exclusively for Amethyst VIP members. 3. Membership card balances can be used at any Invincible Hotel or Invincible Supermarket, but discounts apply only at Invincible Hotels. 4. If the card balance is insufficient the following day,
membership level will be automatically downgraded. Membership will be revoked if the balance falls below 3,000 amethyst coins. 5. Final interpretation rights belong to Woody Hotel. Gu Chen went all out to attract members. After all, once the crystal cores reached him, they would inevitably become his possessions sooner or later. Whether they spent it here or met with misfortune, in the end, those purple crystal coins would always return to him. So he didn't mind giving up a little profit. His system warehouse still had many self-heating hot pots collected earlier, which he could upgrade through the system. Not only would this save costs, but the taste would be just like the system's original products. He could simply offer these as complimentary dinners. Seeing there were benefits, the crowd began excitedly discussing the offer. Taking advantage of bargains is human nature, especially for women. Before the apocalypse, they might have spent millions on luxury items without blinking, yet they'd refuse to place an order if there was no free shipping or complimentary gifts. Gu Chen now offered them these complimentary gifts. Regardless of their actual value, they still represented something free to obtain. So nearly everyone decided to sign up for the membership. Gu Chen even brought out the complimentary self-heating hot pot that came with the pink diamond purchase. This was an upgraded version improved by the system, its aroma wafting through the air while bubbling with steam, making everyone's mouths water. No matter how things were before the apocalypse, aside from this place, they truly hadn't eaten such delicious food since the catastrophe began. Moreover, it was given for free. You only needed to sign up for a membership. Members get discounts too. This is such a great deal. The boss is seriously generous with these benefits. Definitely have to sign up for that membership. We'll be shopping here a lot from now on. Even the onlookers started buzzing with excitement. They had been struggling to survive in the apocalyptic wasteland for so long. When was the last time they'd eaten warm food? Moreover, it was completely free. There was nothing but upside for them no matter how you looked at it. They also took out crystal cores one after another and lined up behind. Originally planning to spend money to avert disaster, he never expected such a pleasant surprise. Gu Chen also processed their transactions with a smile. These were all his precious little earnings. Ding! You have recharged 5,000 purple crystal coins. Current balance, 5,000 purple crystal coins. Congratulations on becoming a bronze VIP member. Ding! Payment of 1,475 purple crystal coins completed, including a 1,000 purple crystal coin deposit. Remaining balance, 3,525 purple crystal coins. Beep! You have recharged 5,000 purple crystal coins. Current balance, 5,000 purple crystal coins. Congratulations on becoming a VIP bronze member. Gu Chen handed them 2 bronze membership cards. Although they were merely the lowest tier, they were exceptionally exquisite. Then, Gu Chen handed them 2 double-bedroom key cards along with 2 self-heating hot pot meals. Boss, I'm a silver member. Can I claim the 2 complimentary dinners separately? Of course you can. You're welcome to come and claim them anytime. Having gotten their answer, they happily completed the formalities and moved aside to eat, unable to hold back any longer. The hotel lobby had a seating area spacious enough to accommodate them all. Seeing them already eating while displaying expressions of bliss, the people behind could barely contain their impatience. Ding! You have deposited 10,000 purple crystal coins. Current balance, 10,000 purple crystal coins. Congratulations on becoming a VIP silver member. Ding! Payment of 1,465 purple crystal coins processed, including 1,000 purple crystal coins as deposit. Remaining balance, 8,535 purple crystal coins. Beep! You have successfully recharged 5,000 amethyst coins. Current balance, 5,000 amethyst coins. Congratulations on becoming a bronze VIP member. They also collected their membership cards, room keys, and self-heating hot pot meals before cheerfully heading off to enjoy their meal. Most people opted for either bronze or silver membership tiers. Some senior officials from the base decided to wait until after touring Ling Ruo's VIP Supreme Deluxe Suite before determining which membership level to purchase. They were somewhat tempted by the deluxe suites. While they might hesitate to splurge on the VIP Presidential Suite, a deluxe suite was comfortably within their means. Time trickled by as Gu Chen efficiently completed the checkout procedures for them. The bystanders who had been watching earlier rushed over to sign up for membership and check in when they saw so many people already doing so. They all opted for the bronze membership. Their previous living conditions had been tough, and it was clear they weren't well off. With that, Gu Chen finally got a moment to relax. Taking stock of what he'd just gained, even he was startled. Chapter 58 Tears of Envy streaming from the corner of the mouth. A total of 801 membership cards were issued, including 700 bronze members, 80 silver members, 20 gold members, and 1 purple diamond member. The bronze membership charged 3.5 million purple crystal coins, silver membership 800,000, gold membership 400,000, and violet diamond membership 500,000. A total of 5.2 million purple crystal coins were collected. Although it's just an advance payment and not technically his yet, they couldn't take away the amethyst coins anyway, so it would inevitably become his sooner or later. A few others were still hesitating,
considering signing up for the White Diamond membership. The prepaid lodging fees alone amounted to nearly 200,000, and that was just for one day.
Gu Chen was certain that once they stayed, they'd never want to leave.
All 400 rooms, including king beds and twin beds, have been booked, just barely enough to accommodate everyone. Among them, 350 rooms were reserved by bronze members, totaling a room fee of 166,250 purple crystal coins. Silver members booked 40 rooms, collecting a total room fee of 18,600 purple crystal coins. Gold members booked 10 rooms, with a total room fee of 4,500 purple crystal coins. Additionally, one VIP Supreme Deluxe Suite was booked, charging a room fee of 4,000 purple crystal coins.
Today's total rent collection amounted to 193,350 purple crystal coins, and that's just for one day.
This practically constitutes stable income, not to mention the luxury suites and VIP Supreme suites still waiting for their new occupants. And since they're staying here, they'll inevitably have to eat and drink on the premises. Once they've tasted food from the system store, those expired breads they used to endure will surely become unpalatable. Plus there's all the snacks they'll buy. And don't forget the rental fees for using the communal kitchen. Even if 800 people only consume 50 purple crystal coins worth of food per meal, 3 meals a day would amount to 120,000 purple crystal coins. And this is just for a level 1 hotel. Once he upgrades it, the income will double.
Gu Chen couldn't help but feel excited.
He remembered how he once had to borrow 5,000 purple crystal coins from Xiaobai. Now, casually earning tens of thousands, even millions, has become the norm. The reception task progress has now reached 811/10,000, with 10 of those completed after the task reset at the Invincible supermarket. At this moment, Ling Ruo and the others from West City base couldn't wait after finishing their hot pot meal, eagerly urging Ling Ruo to take them to see her room. Ling Ruo had always been exceptionally kind to them, granting nearly every request, and she too was looking forward to showing off her room. Even the lowly girl who had originally planned to go cook showed up. She'd previously registered as a member too. After eating the hot pot, she felt whether she cooked herself or not didn't seem to matter much anymore. And so, their group marched in grand procession toward the VIP Supreme Deluxe Suite. Upon entering the top floor, they collectively gasped at the luxurious surroundings. When they reached the door of Ling Ruo's suite, they found a butler-like figure already waiting outside. Seeing Ling Ruo, he gave a slight bow and said, "Welcome, distinguished guest, to your VIP Supreme Deluxe Suite. The jacuzzi has been prepared with a fragrant pedal bath at perfect temperature, which will be maintained continuously. The restaurant has already prepared the top-tier luxurious meal complimentary for our Purple Diamond members. Please inform me of any dietary restrictions, and I'll arrange alternative dishes for you. Feel free to let me know any requests, I'll be at your service 24/7. With those words, she swiped Ling Ruo's room card, pushed open the double doors with both hands, then quietly stepped aside to await further instructions. As the doors swung open, everyone was momentarily dazzled by a golden radiance. The grand salon glittered with opulent yet refined splendor from every corner. Everything seemed to be gleaming so brightly that the women hesitated to enter, afraid they might dirty such a luxurious room. It was Ling Ruo who called out to everyone and stepped into the room first. Their eyes couldn't take it all in as they immediately headed toward the bathroom the butler had mentioned earlier. Just the bathroom alone was larger than many of their former entire homes combined. The centerpiece was a jacuzzi nearly half the size of a swimming pool, its exquisite surface dotted with floating flower petals, creating a dreamlike ambience. As if aware its guest was female, the bathroom was adorned with blossoms everywhere, red, pink, yellow, and blue, transforming the entire space into a floral fairyland. Heavens, this is beyond beautiful. I think I could live in this bathroom alone for years. Absolutely. I envy the boss getting to stay here. If this were my place, I'd never leave. No, I also need to work hard to improve my strength and collect crystal cores. I want to live here too, woo-woo. Their envious drool was practically dripping from the corners of their mouths. After touring the bathroom, everyone proceeded to explore the other areas. Every corner of the room was exquisitely designed, and when the group entered the dining area, they saw delicate dishes arranged upon fine tableware. The delicacies that most people had only seen on television were laid out on the dining table, exuding an enticing aroma. Combining premium seafood, top-tier ingredients, and the system's supreme culinary skills, this extravagant feast was brought to life. Ling Ruo could no longer hold back. Normally a restrained person, she rarely acted so impulsively. Although she was the leader of West City base, even she hadn't eaten well. The post-apocalyptic world left little room for indulgence, no matter her status. The sight of such tempting food made her body scream with the urge to possess it immediately. The moment the food touched her tongue, she knew the Purple Diamond membership had been worth every penny. Utterly absorbed, she began savoring each bite meticulously, completely forgetting about everyone around her. The girls watched their leader like this, swallowing their drooling mouths. Though they just had hot pot, they suddenly seemed hungry again. Seeing the boss like this, just how delicious must these things be?
Seeing that Ling Ruo was currently too preoccupied to pay them any attention, the women started exploring other areas. They'd said the word envious so much it had lost all meaning. Their only thought now was to gather as many zombie crystals as possible, hoping they could live here someday within their lifetime. And when the onlookers from before entered their respective rooms, they were stunned as well. They never expected ordinary rooms could be this nice. And when they saw that they could receive a free instant noodle and purified water every day, they were even more thrilled. Now they would never have to worry about supplies again. They hadn't visited the Invincible supermarket yet, so they didn't know it could provide unlimited supplies. But the Invincible Hotel alone was enough to astonish them. Moreover, none of them had imagined that this place even offered showers, laundry services, and the ability to play games or watch movies. God knows how extravagant this was in the apocalypse. They all thought they'd never experience this utterly mundane pre-apocalypse life again. They couldn't wait to rush into the bathroom and start showering. They must have reeked. Couldn't they smell themselves? Of course not. They didn't even have enough drinking water, let alone wasting it on bathing. Once again, amazement filled their hearts. Guchen truly was extraordinary. While the crowd was still immersed in the awe brought by the Invincible Hotel, the Invincible supermarket finally welcomed the group of people Guchen had been waiting for. Chapter 59, Zhuo Xiangrong arrives. At this moment, Zhuo Xiangrong arrived at the Invincible supermarket with Lu Yun and several subordinates in tow. Surveying the supplies within the supermarket, a pleased glint appeared in his eyes. Affecting politeness, he approached Xu Yun, who was currently at the checkout counter, and asked, "Are you the owner here?" Lu Yun beside him was also sizing up Xu Yun. Xu Yun politely replied, "I'm an employee of this supermarket. What would you like to purchase, dear customer?" Upon learning he wasn't the owner, Zhuo Xiangrong immediately said brusquely, "Call your boss out here. I have a business deal to discuss with him." His right-hand man Tang Wanzhou, watching his base leader adopt this attitude, showed clear disapproval. He thought anyone who could run a supermarket and maintain a steady supply of goods in the apocalypse must be extraordinary. It'd be best not to provoke them. Moreover, they'd spotted the hotel next door when entering. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, stirring an irresistible urge in him to investigate. But since the base leader insisted on visiting the Invincible supermarket for business first, he had no choice but to accompany Zhuo Xiangrong there. Lately, the base leader had been utterly bewitched by that woman Lu Yun, growing increasingly indifferent to the base's affairs. The subordinates had long been discontent. If not for the annexation of the Bayou base this time, their own base's supplies would have been stretched thin. Had Lu Yun not mentioned the Invincible supermarket, he probably wouldn't have emerged from his life of luxury. Because of his recent repeated remonstrations, Zhuo Xiangrong had also grown increasingly displeased with him. Seeing their hostile approach, Xu Yun explained the situation to Gu Chun within the system, asking him to come handle it. As just a robot, he lacked the authority to kill within the store. Gu Chun's authorization was required. Spotting Zhuo Xiangrong's arrival through Xiaobai's feed, Gu Chun directed Xu Yun to the Invincible Hotel while he went to personally confront Zhuo at the Invincible supermarket. Now the entire Deer City base is the only one that hasn't procured supplies from the Invincible supermarket. As the waiting time passed, the fragrance of the meal stirred excitement among the abilities users brought by Zhuo Xiangrong. They hadn't tasted such food in ages. Zhuo Xiangrong signaled them to stay quiet. He'd never intended to actually pay today. With 2 bases under his control, why would he fear some measly supermarket owner? Even if he could handle 100 men, could he really take on the thousands from his 2 bases? He had come today brimming with confidence. Soon, Gu Chen returned to the Invincible supermarket. He observed them, and Zhuo Xiangrong was also observing him. Discovering that he was alone and merely a young man, Zhuo Xiangrong felt even more disdain in his heart. Meanwhile, Gu Chen noticed that these ability users didn't seem to share the same sentiments as Zhuo Xiangrong. This might be something he could leverage. Despite his inner contempt, Zhuo Xiangrong showed none of it on his face and politely took the initiative to speak. "Hello, boss. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhuo Xiangrong, the leader of the East City base. Gu Chen." Gu Chen couldn't be bothered to engage in hollow pleasantries with him either. He simply wanted to see what trick the man had up his sleeve. Zhuo Xiangrong grew irritated by Gu Chen's cold demeanor, but still probed cautiously, "Boss Gu, I'm here representing East City Base to propose a long-term partnership with your supermarket for procuring supplies. May I inquire if your inventory is sufficient?" Previously, he'd only heard Lu Yun mention the ample stock here, but since he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't help feeling skeptical. He wanted to take control of the supply channels Gu Chen had mastered, so he could hold dominion over the lives of most people. "Oh, my supplies are absolutely sufficient. I'd like to hear how you plan to collaborate. It's like this, we wish to establish an exclusive partnership with Boss Gu. From now on, I'll take all of your supplies off your hands. That way, you won't have to endure the hardship of running the shop anymore. How does that sound?" Zhuo Xiangrong said confidently, convinced that Gu Chen would undoubtedly agree. Of course, if Gu Chen refused, it wouldn't matter. Once he had control over him, how could he dare refuse? Heh, I've got quite a bit of supplies here, more than you can handle. Gu Chen looked at Zhuo Xiangrong with leisurely amusement, wondering how someone with his intellect had managed to become a base commander. If I say we'll take everything, we'll take everything. What you're selling are all retail prices. I'll buy everything at wholesale. How about giving me 10% of the listed price? Even Tang Wenzhou couldn't bear to watch anymore. How did Zhuo Xiangrong become so brain-dead? He was practically a different person compared to before. These terms, not to mention Gu Chen, even a fool wouldn't agree to them. Was he deliberately picking a fight? He just looked at the supermarket's prices, they were already quite fair. Yet the base commander still managed to bargain them down by 90%? Meanwhile, Lu Yun was currently basking in smug satisfaction. After being nourished by Zhuo Xiangrong, she had become increasingly charming and lovely, as if experiencing a second blooming of youth. Zhuo Xiangrong's actions today were the result of her pillow talk, as she hadn't forgotten that her son disappeared after visiting the Invincible supermarket. What if Han Ping claimed it was the Hua family who killed her son? She's just taking it out on me. Now Zhuo Xiangrong obeys her every word, and she's already so elated she's lost all sense of proportion. Everyone who displeases her must be eliminated. Not at all. Are you intentionally coming here to seek death? Although Gu Chen had already sentenced him to death in his heart, he was still astonished by Zhuo Xiangrong's stupidity. At that moment, Lu Yun stepped forward, scoffing as he looked at Gu Chen. Who the hell do you think you are? Daring to threaten my brother Xiangrong? Don't you know yet? Brother Xiangrong just wiped out the Beiyu base. He's now the strongest power in all of Lucheng. You'd better be sensible. Right now I'm still letting you have some soup, otherwise you won't just lose the soup, you might not even keep your life. Gu Chen found it laughable. Without him, would Zhuo Xiangrong have been able to annex the North Star base? Dream on. And yet this woman actually came to show off in front of the mastermind himself. Zhuo Xiangrong gazed at Lu Yun with deep affection, his vanity immensely satisfied. What could be more intoxicating than having the woman he worshipped admire and defend him? He never expected that one day he'd become as obsessed with Lu Yun as an old house catching fire, a man his age, even more infatuated than some reckless youngster. At that moment, brimming with confidence, he waved his hand and declared to the crew, brothers, since Bosco refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, let's loosen his bones properly for him. Just remember to leave him with breath in his body. Everyone exchanged glances, hesitating to act. Their eyes turned to Tang Wenzhou. In truth, he had been overseeing the affairs of East City Base during this period, and his prestige now surpassed even Zhuo Xiangrong's. Previously, they were willing to follow Zhuo Xiangrong because they coveted the supplies he controlled. But now, seeing that Invincible supermarket freely offered goods they could purchase, they began to weigh their options carefully. Under Zhuo Xiangrong's rule, they still had to live at his mercy one moment of his displeasure, and they would face either beatings or scolding. Especially after Lu Yun arrived, he even resorted to arbitrary abuse just to please her and flaunt his authority over them. And now, there was another path laid before them, one that meant they no longer had to endure Zhuo Xiangrong's disdainful looks. Chapter 60, Zhuo Xiangrong and Lu Yun die. All survivors in Lu City will become his customers. People tend to follow the crowd, and they instinctively wanted to see Tang Wenzhou's reaction. Tang Wenzhou didn't let them down either. He took the lead in taking a step back to distance himself, clasping his hands toward Gu Chen and saying, Boss Gu, this was Zhuo Xiangrong's personal decision and has nothing to do with us. I trust you'll investigate this fairly. His intuition had always been sharp, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived this long. From childhood till now, those instincts had never failed him. Those same instincts now screamed at him never to make an enemy of Gu Chen, or he'd likely die right here today. Not only must we avoid making enemies with Gu Chen, but we should also strive to build goodwill with him. So he trusted his intuition. Zhuo Xiangrong watched as Tang Wenzhou and the others betrayed him, his emotions shifting from disbelief to uncontrollable fury. He looked at Tang Wenzhou and asked with deep anguish, Tang Wenzhou, why did you betray me? Haven't I treated you well enough? Hearing Zhuo Xiangrong's accusation, Tang Wenzhou replied indifferently, don't you know the answer in your own heart? You've only ever treated me as an obedient and useful dog. You're courting death yourself, don't drag us brothers down with you. We have no desire to be buried with you. Gu Chen looked at Tang Wenzhou with admiration. This man really understood the situation. Seeing everyone siding with Tang Wenzhou, Lu Yun panicked. Her only reliance was Zhuo Xiangrong's control over the superhumans from two bases. If these superhumans were to betray her, she would lose her last foothold. No matter how strong Zhuo Xiangrong is, he's still just one man. What's more, Zhuo Xiangrong had grown overconfident. Spending all his time cavorting with her had made him far less diligent about improving his superhuman abilities. Zhuo Xiangrong turned to the other ability users and said, do you all intend to follow Tang Wenzhou? Can he guarantee you won't go hungry? Think carefully. If you betray me today, I'll never take you back in the future.
The supernatural ability users responded with their actions. Zhuo Xiangrong had alienated everyone around him through his recent actions. He let out a dejected sigh, knowing the tide had turned irreversibly.
With so many people present today, he could no longer handle Gu Chen.
Just as he was about to leave with Lu Yun, he thought to himself, as long as he still had supplies, what was there to worry about when it came to rallying followers again?
Stop right there. Did I say you could leave? Gu Chen's icy voice cut through the air. What else do you want?
Zhuo Xiangrong and Lu Yun turned around to glare at Gu Chen.
You don't honestly think this is a place where you can behave as you please, do you?
Today, Gu Chen was determined to eliminate Zhuo Xiangrong once and for all, ensuring that Deer City would essentially only heed his voice. Only then could he peacefully save up purple crystal coins to prepare for opening branch stores in other cities.
Zhuo Xiangrong knew things might not end well today.
He shielded Lu Yun with his body and took the first strike against Gu Chen.
As the base leader, Zhuo Xiangrong wasn't weak.
All the base's resources had been poured into strengthening him. Even though he had been somewhat lax about leveling up recently, he had still reached the 5th tier. He possessed the rare dual abilities of lightning and fire, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to subdue so many followers back then. He was just about to unleash his ultimate move, the fusion technique of his abilities, only to find that none of his powers could be activated.
He instantly panicked, still attempting desperately.
Meanwhile, Gu Chen had lost all patience to waste time with him.
With a casual flick of his hand, he unleashed an exceptionally thick lightning bolt that engulfed both Zhuo Xiangrong and Lu Yun. He definitely didn't want to leave any future troubles in this world.
They didn't even have time to scream before turning into wisps of ash, which were then reclaimed by the system.
Gu Chen realized that lightning-based abilities were the most efficient for dealing with people. As long as the numbers weren't too large, lightning powers proved remarkably effective.
Witnessing how easily Zhuo Xiangrong and Lu Yun were reduced to ashes by Gu Chen's lightning, the crowd silently celebrated their own wise decision made moments earlier.
At the same time, they became even more convinced of Tang Wenzhou's leadership.
They also grew increasingly awed by Gu Chen's strength. They decided to elect Tang Wenzhou as the new leader of East City Base, firmly believing that under his guidance they could achieve greater development. None of them harbored thoughts of striking out independently. They still had family members in East City Base, and staying united would prove far safer during these apocalyptic times.
Tang Wenzhou unsurprisingly became the new leader of East City Base.
He then approached Gu Chen with a hint of deference.
Boss Gu, as the new leader of East City Base, I'd like to discuss a partnership with you. Rest assured, it won't be the same kind of arrangement as Zhuo Xiangrong's. I want to place long-term orders for supplies at your market prices, and from now on, our base will absolutely follow your lead, Boss Gu.
Gu Chen, pleased with Tang Wenzhou's understanding of the situation, replied, no need to follow my lead.
Just abide by the rules here. Absolutely, you can rest assured we'll be completely proper about it. Tang Wenzhou wouldn't dare provoke Gu Chen. Whoever displeased Gu Chen, he would abandon them without hesitation.
Gu Chen's status in his mind had now soared to new heights, second only to his own parents. To someone so powerful and controlling vast resources, he felt no degree of respect could ever be excessive. Then let's wish ourselves a pleasant collaboration.
Gu Chen extended his hand toward Tang Wenzhou. Boss Gu, a pleasure doing business with you. Tang Wenzhou quickly bowed and returned the handshake with Gu Chen.
You folks should go explore first. We've got not just food here, there are surprises waiting on the 2nd and 3rd floors too. Our newly opened Invincible Hotel is right next door, and you're all welcome to stay.
With that, Gu Chen projected the membership recharge promotions for the Invincible Hotel onto screens inside the Invincible supermarket.
Energized by what they saw, the crowd eagerly dispersed to explore the store. They'd been eyeing the supermarket's food supplies with barely concealed craving. Now they could finally make their purchases. While they were browsing the Invincible supermarket, Ling Ruo finished her lavish meal and came looking for them.
She hadn't forgotten her purpose for coming here today. Gu Chen found a sofa to sit and talk with Ling Ruo. The assertive Ling Ruo was clearly a woman of action. She got straight to the point. Boss Gu, here's the deal. I want to relocate our base to the vicinity of the Invincible Hotel, permanently reserve rooms there, and establish long-term supply orders with you. What do you think? This was clearly the result of her careful deliberation. She couldn't abandon the base, yet she couldn't bear to part with the Invincible Hotel's rooms either. The only solution left was to move the entire base here. Living here even solves the food problem, and the conditions could be better than in the apocalyptic world. She was certain no one in the base would object.
The only issue now is that the rooms in the Invincible Hotel probably won't be enough to accommodate everyone from their base. Gu Chen pondered. A single base could house thousands of people, yet the Invincible Hotel simply lacked enough rooms to accommodate them all.
Besides, they needed to reserve some vacancies for other guests.
If they moved in, the daily fixed income from the Invincible Hotel and Invincible Supermarket would skyrocket, which would also benefit him. He could complete the system's mission in just 2 or 3 days. Now the only solution was to upgrade the hotel.
From then on, Gu Chen established cooperation with all the factions in Deer City.
His invincible supermarket was about to experience a frenzy of expansion in Deer City.
All survivors in Luching would become his customers. Chapter 61, Price Hike. Price Hike. Xiaobai, how many purple crystal coins does it take to upgrade the Invincible Hotel to level 2?
Gu Chen urgently needed to increase the number of rooms to accommodate more people. Upgrading to level 2 requires 1 million purple crystal coins, host, Xiaobai replied. Gu Chen checked his balance of purple crystal coins, and the available amount now was 425,838. Right now Tang Wenzhou and his group are still shopping in the supermarket, so there should be another surge in income.
Gu Chen felt that the purple crystal coins weren't stretching as far as they used to. Maybe it was time to raise prices? Gu Chen needed to come up with a good excuse to hike the prices.
Back when the apocalypse had just begun, zombies were low tier, and superhumans didn't have many crystal cores to spare either. Supplies in the post-apocalyptic world hadn't been fully depleted yet either. Pricing things too high might lead to lower sales. Now Gu Chen has firmly established himself in Luching. The zombies have evolved in rank, and the mutant hunters have an ample supply of crystals. Besides, all the bases in Luching now rely on Gu Chen's supplies for survival.
Wouldn't it be reasonable to raise the prices just a little bit now? No time like the present. If prices are going up, it's better to do it sooner than later.
The East City base could still yield a small windfall perfect for gathering enough purple coins to upgrade the hotel. And it's about time to exchange a body for Xiaobai too. Having accompanied him for so long and proven exceptionally loyal, it'd be downright rude not to get Xiaobai a body soon. He opened the system panel and adjusted the selling price of all items to 10 times their original purchase cost.
Meaning 1 instant noodle bucket for 20 purple crystal coins and 1 bottle of purified water for 10 purple crystal coins, perfectly reasonable pricing, right?
Moreover, Gu Chen had previously won a 50% discount card from a lucky draw price pack, cutting purchase costs in half and expanding his profit margins even further. Gu Chen then checked the high-tier items in the rare treasures section. The original 50,000 price for a 6th-tier temporary enhancement potion dropped to 25,000 post-discount. The 6th-tier guardian puppet originally priced at 500,000 now cost 250,000, and the 6th-tier attack scroll, originally 100,000, was halved to 50,000. If sold at 10 times the original wholesale price, that would be 500,000, 5 million, and 1 million respectively. This price probably won't sell. Most base leaders likely don't have that many purple crystal coins on hand right now. So Gu Chen decided to sell these items at their original price. After all, he wasn't at a loss. His purchase cost had already been halved, so the profit margin remained roughly the same. I believe they'll grit their teeth and manage to afford it at this price. We can raise the prices later when they're more prosperous. After all, you have to wait for leeks to grow before you can harvest them. And since Deer City now falls within Gu Chen's business territory, it's about time to hold an auction. Gu Chen still had plenty of good stuff he hadn't pulled out yet. At that moment, Tang Wenzhou and the others, who were shopping at the supermarket, watched helplessly as the prices of the goods doubled before their eyes. Rubbing my eyes, then rubbing them again to make sure I wasn't seeing things. The product prices really did go up. At this moment, they were filled with deep regret. Why hadn't they ordered earlier? Earlier, they had even congratulated themselves because Gu Chen's prices were much cheaper than other merchants they knew, only for the prices to rise now. However, they were only momentarily shocked in their hearts and could still accept it. Supplies in the apocalypse were inherently scarce. The fact that the invincible supermarket could provide ample goods was already a blessing. If the prices were too low, the boss wouldn't make any profit, and the business wouldn't last long. In the end, wouldn't they be the ones to suffer? Moreover, having witnessed Gu Chen's strength, they dared not voice any objections. Even with the price hike now, it didn't put much pressure on them, just meant hunting a few more zombies, that's all. With these supplies securing their future, who's afraid of taking down more zombies? And consider it as ever, Boss Gu kept the prices unchanged in the rare treasures section. These were the real treasures that had their hearts racing like crazy. If these items also increased in price, they'd have no choice but to despair, since they still needed to prioritize putting food on the table first. Soon, they quickly picked out their goods. Not only food, but items from the special treasures section also flew off the shelves. Most of them shared the same mindset. Since these things hadn't gone up in price, it felt like a steal, and they'd be missing out if they didn't buy more. This time, they learned their lesson. If they spotted something they wanted, they acted decisively, afraid that Gu Chen might hike the prices again and leave them at a disadvantage. Ling Ruo also noticed the price changes at the Invincible supermarket. Being straightforward by nature, she had always communicated pleasantly with Gu Chen. So she straight up asked Gu Chen, "Boss Gu, why did your goods go up in price?" Gu Chen pretended to be troubled and sighed, saying, "As you know, supplies are scarce now. My shipping and procurement costs have risen a lot, not to mention labor costs, electricity, water bills, and so on. I had no choice but to raise prices. And even though the prices went up, my profit margin is actually lower than before. It can't be helped. Only the items in the rare treasures section have maintained their original prices. I'm trying my best here, alas.
Ling Ruo nodded understandingly. In these apocalyptic times, money couldn't even buy supplies anymore.
Only Guchan had the connections to procure such miraculous items. It wasn't like these things appeared out of thin air. The proprietor must have paid a considerable price for this. Even though Bosku possesses all sorts of unbelievable abilities, even conjuring a hotel out of thin air, the law of conservation applies to all things. Such miraculous capabilities must have come at a great cost to Bosku. If the prices go up, then so be it. Without Bosku's supplies, they'd struggle to survive in the first place. Compared to that, a mere price hike is nothing worth fussing over. She accepted Guchan's price increase without a second thought. Meanwhile, Tang Wenzhou and the others nearby also heard the reason behind Guchan's price hike. Having never benefited from Guchan's original prices in the first place, they had even less reason to object to his increase now.
Hearing Guchan's justification for the price hike, they couldn't help but empathize. Whoever hasn't managed a household doesn't know the cost of firewood, rice, oil, and salt.
Having been the de facto leader of Dongcheng base for so long, he had long known their supplies were on the verge of running out.
Not to mention the addition of so many survivors from the merged Beiyu base.
Their supplies were only enough to last a few more days. Now that Guchan was still willing to cooperate with them and provide supplies, all they felt in their hearts was gratitude and awe.
Tang Wenzhou and the others lined up at the checkout counter, still eagerly discussing the miraculous items.
Seeing so many of them, Guchan had Chu Feng go relieve Chu Yun at the Invincible Hotel so that Chu Yun could come handle their transactions. And there I was, sitting on the sofa by the cash register, ordering high-tier items for them.
Guchan felt that the current staff seemed insufficient, and it was time to consider hiring more employees. Last time, the lucky gift package yielded Chu Yun, the sales robot. This time, he wondered if the package would bring something similar. Guchan decided to wait and see.
Since Tang Wenzhou had previously managed the East City base, he naturally possessed a considerable number of energy crystals.
Without hesitation, he enrolled as a VIP Purple Diamond member.
Chapter 62, The Invincible Hotel levels up to Tier 2. He was also very interested in the Invincible Hotel nearby. Upon learning that Ling Ruo had checked into the VIP Supreme Suite, he insisted that he must stay there as well. After all, he was now the leader of a base, and prestige was absolutely non-negotiable. As for managing the East City base, he could just put in a bit more effort, heading there during the day and returning to the Invincible Hotel to rest at night.
Ding!
You have successfully topped up 1.2 million purple crystal coins.
Current balance, 1.2 million.
Beep! Congratulations, you have now become the second esteemed VIP Diamond Purple member. You can now enjoy all the privileges of a VIP Diamond Purple membership.
Ding!
Purchase complete, Universal Antidote Potion *100 for a total of 100,000 purple crystal coins.
Temporary 6th tier enhancement scroll purchased for 250,000 purple crystal coins.
6th tier mental attack scroll purchased for 500,000 purple crystal coins. Purchase complete, Beijing Roast Duck *1 and Baijiu *1 for a total of 1,000 purple crystal coins.
Total deduction, 851,000 purple crystal coins. Remaining balance, 349,000 purple crystal coins.
Guchan's wholesale cost for this batch of Universal Antidote Potion was 50 purple crystal coins per bottle, netting a pure profit of 95,000 purple crystal coins. 6th tier temporary enhancement scroll. Purchase price 25,000 purple crystal coins. Net profit 225,000 purple crystal coins. 6th tier mental energy attack scroll. Purchase price 50,000 purple crystal coins. Net profit 450,000 purple crystal coins. Beijing roast duck and liquor. Net profit 900 purple crystal coins. Tang Wenzhou alone earned Guchan a net profit of 770,900 purple crystal coins. Now his balance had reached 1,196,738 purple crystal coins, enough to upgrade the Invincible Hotel.
Xiao Bai, how many rooms will the Invincible Hotel have when upgraded to level 2? Guchan asked Xiao Bai in his mind.
Upgrading to level 2 will give you 900 rooms, host, Xiao Bai replied.
That still wouldn't be enough. Guchan asked again, what about upgrading to level 3? Upgrading to level 3 requires 5 million purple crystal coins. Guchan had no choice but to give up.
Actually, host, you could open branch stores, the system replied. For every Invincible supermarket branch you establish, the system will gift you one Invincible Hotel. With 5 million, host can open several branches of Invincible supermarkets and an Invincible Hotel, Xiao Bai thoughtfully suggested. Who knew there was such a trick? That's definitely more cost-effective than straight upgrades.
You're amazing, Xiao Bai. Guchan praised without hesitation.
Of course, Little Bai is the best. Little Bai was practically floating with pride from Guchan's praise.
Guchan decided to open branch stores near major bases later, which would perfectly fulfill the system's hospitality tasks and allow for faster expansion.
However, Guchen currently only had a little over 1,000,000 purple crystal coins, enough to upgrade the system store but insufficient to open branch stores yet. Guchen resolved to upgrade the Invincible Hotel first, then upgrade the system store and open branch stores once he saved up 2 million. Little Bai, upgrade the Invincible Hotel to level 2 for me, Guchen said to Little Bai.
Alrighty, host. Upgrade in progress, please wait a moment. Invincible Hotel upgrade successful. It's now level 2. Keep up the good work, host.
Xiao Bai's voice came over cheerfully.
Guchen asked Xu Yun to handle the checkout for them while he went to check out the Invincible Hotel. Tang Wenzhou and Ling Ruo noticed Guchen heading toward the Invincible Hotel, so they hastily followed suit. They still hadn't discussed the finer points of their cooperation with him.
Guchen had previously reminded them that the goods in the Invincible supermarket could only be used by those who had registered their identities and obtained shopping cards at the supermarket. However, their base still had many ordinary people who couldn't make it to the Invincible supermarket to register their identities so quickly. They still wanted to see if Bosku had any other solutions.
There wasn't even time to discuss it now. How could Bosku just leave like this? Moreover, Tang Wenzhou was extremely curious about the Invincible Hotel nearby. Guchen quickly entered the Invincible Hotel.
Now upgraded to level 2, the hotel's floor space had doubled, and its number of floors had increased to 15. The hotel's decor has become even more luxurious, with more exquisite ornaments and decorations. Additionally, the hotel now features new areas such as a gym, swimming pool, game room, massage parlor, boxing room, training room, SPA zone, and bar. Each floor now includes an additional rooftop sky garden for residents to relax. Guchen decided to allocate all 450 additional rooms as either king-size bedrooms or twin bedrooms. The number of deluxe suites and VIP top-tier luxury suites is already sufficient, and adjustments can be made later if needed.
Currently, standard room types remain the primary expenditure for customers. Guchen also designated the newly added areas gym, swimming pool, game room, massage room, boxing room, training room, spa area, and bar as pay-to-use facilities. The price was set at 50 purple crystal coins per hour. Within the second-tier hotel, there are 5 gymnasiums, each spanning the size of multiple basketball courts, located on the 3rd, 6th, 9th, 12th, and 15th floors. The gym on the 15th floor is even more luxurious than those on the other floors. Additionally, the upgraded hotel thoughtfully kept the original guest floors unchanged, only moving the top floor VIP luxury suites to the 15th floor while leaving everything else the same. There are also 3 swimming pools, all indoor and temperature controlled, with real-time water purification. No need to worry about management or water quality issues. The game room consists of 100 spaces, with several scattered across each floor, where people can not only play cards and mahjong but also brew tea and chat. During the day, survivors go out to fight zombies, so these entertainment activities should pique their interest at night. Guchen then went to check out the massage rooms, which also numbered 100, with a few located on every floor. Guchen initially thought he'd need to hire staff to provide massages for customers. Stepping inside, the ambience was beyond description, a perfect blend of warmth, comfort, and luxury. Each massage room was equipped with a massage machine, capable of delivering services comparable to those of a top-tier masseur without the need for human assistance. Next to the machines, tea and snacks could be ordered for an extra fee, which was considerate enough. Guchen couldn't resist lying down to give it a try, adjusting the massage areas and intensity to his liking. Instantly, his entire body felt refreshed and comfortable. Even someone as physically robust as Guchen experienced a profound sense of relaxation, let alone the others. He was certain that after a full day of battling zombies, they would be more than willing to visit this place for a massage and relaxation. There are also 100 boxing and training rooms scattered across various floors. Inside, various scenarios can be simulated to quickly improve users' combat skills, which should also be very popular in the post-apocalyptic world. SPA areas and bars are also favored relaxation methods for many people, as Guchen has clearly realized. The Invincible Hotel takes care of customers' needs from physical to mental aspects with meticulous arrangements. Guchen was very satisfied. He still had 196,738 purple crystal coins left. He decided it was time to buy Xiaobai a body, as he had promised. Guchen began browsing through the various body forms in the system store. Chapter 63, the main point is not to be outdone. Purple crystal coins are about to soar again. As Guchen reviewed the upgrade details of the Invincible Hotel, the continuous notification sounds of purple crystal coins being deposited echoed in his mind with each of Chuyun's transactions. Guchen enjoyed this sound, so he didn't mute it. Guchen returned to the hotel lobby and found Tang Wenzhou and Ling Ruo already waiting for him. They saw Guchen appear and immediately went to greet him. Ling Ruo was the first to speak. Bosku, our base relocation still requires some time. I wonder if you have any supplies that can be used without identity binding? Tang Wenzhou also chimed in. Bosku, I need them too. Our base has particularly high consumption. They both looked at Guchen with anticipation. Gu Chen didn't disappoint them either. After a brief moment of contemplation, he said, there was indeed one batch of supplies before the apocalypse that didn't require identity binding to use, though the quantity isn't very large. Tang Wenzhou immediately chimed in, I get it. I'll pay extra. Ling Ruo, standing nearby, shot him a glance. Was this guy trying to one-up everyone? I'll pay more too. Gu Chen immediately brightened up. No problem at all. These two were quite sensible. Gu Chen led them to sit on the sofa in the lobby. How much of these supplies do you need? Gu Chen had plenty of supplies stashed away in his system warehouse from previous acquisitions, so it would be best to handle everything together. Having previously managed the base's affairs, Tang Wenzhou was well aware of the daily consumption of supplies. He took the lead and said, our base, including the survivors from the previous Bayou base, has around 10,000 people in total. First, let's ensure their basic food and water for a week, with a standard of 2 cups of instant noodles and 2 bottles of purified water per person per day. After they've all come to register their identities later, we'll let them choose from other options. Ling Ruo also had an idea and followed up, our base has a total of 3,500 people, with about 260 already staying at the Invincible Hotel. We'll just prepare supplies for the remaining ones, following the same standards as his. First, ensure the survival of everyone at the base. Right now, she needed to gather more zombie crystals to exchange for better products. Only then could they kill more zombies and establish a virtuous cycle. Gu Chen calculated, I see. The East City base needs 140,000 instant noodle buckets and 140,000 bottles of purified water, while the West City base requires 45,360 instant noodle buckets and 45,360 bottles of purified water. Correct? Yes, Boss Gu. They responded in unison. Instant noodles are originally priced at 20 purple crystal coins per bucket, and purified water is 10 purple crystal coins per bottle. However, supplies that don't require identity binding are limited. So let's make it 30 purple crystal coins per bucket of instant noodles and 20 purple crystal coins per bottle of purified water. My stock is limited. They had no objections. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, these supplies were extremely valuable. It simply meant acquiring 2 Tier 1 crystal cores. If the survivors knew that killing just 2 Tier 1 zombies per day could guarantee their survival, they'd surely be more than willing. The East City base has a total of 4.2 million purple crystal coins worth of instant noodles, and 2.8 million purple crystal coins worth of purified water, making a combined total of 7 million purple crystal coins, Gu Chen calculated. The West City base has a total of 1,360,800 purple crystal coins worth of instant noodles, and 907,200 purple crystal coins worth of purified water, adding up to 2,268,000 purple crystal coins altogether. Combined, these two transactions amount to over 9 million purple crystal coins, enough to upgrade the Invincible Hotel and open a new branch. Boss Gu, I didn't bring so many crystal cores with me when I went out. Please allow me to buy some supplies first. When I get back, I'll mobilize the survivors in the base to fight the zombies, Tang Wenzhou said somewhat awkwardly. He had just come out with Zhuo Shangrong, and the crystal cores on him had been hastily gathered by his subordinates, so he wasn't fully prepared before coming. Gu Chen nodded in understanding. I'll order 5,000 buckets of instant noodles and 5,000 bottles of purified water first. Let them split 1 bucket of noodles and water between 2 people, Tang Wenzhou said cautiously, calculating the balance in his card. Sure, no problem. Our supermarket also offers doorstep delivery service for just 10,000 purple crystal coins per trip. That's wonderful, Boss Gu. I'd like the doorstep delivery service. The total comes to 260,000 purple crystal coins. Payment first, then delivery. Gu Chen was practically floating now. 260,000 felt like pocket change to him. Alright, Boss Gu, ready to pay any time. Seeing that Gu Chen and the others had finished their discussion, the other half of Ling Ruo also chimed in. I'll need to go back and gather crystals too. For now, I'll just order a day's supply for them. Alright, no problem. That'll be 324,000 purple crystal coins in total. Would you like home delivery? Gu Chen asked. I need it. Ling Ruo thought home delivery was quite cost-effective. Who knew what dangers they might encounter transporting these supplies themselves? Done. That'll be 334,000 purple crystal coins in total. No problem. Gu Chen led them to the card reader at the front desk and signaled for them to swipe their card. Beep. You have paid 260,000 purple crystal coins. Remaining balance, 89,000 purple crystal coins. Ding. You have paid 334,000 purple crystal coins. Remaining balance, 152,100 purple crystal coins. With their purple crystal coins transferred, Gu Chen's current balance has reached 790,738 purple crystal coins. It's about to break through the million mark again. Once they pool sufficient funds, the purple crystal coins are poised for a major surge. At this moment, everyone from Dongcheng Base in the Invincible supermarket had finished checking out. Gu-chan reviewed the payment records. This time, 820 people had come,
excluding the deceased Zhou Shangrong and Lu Yun, as well as Tang Wenzhou who had already checked out. Nearly all the remaining individuals had purchased only food, spending around 200 purple crystal coins each. The crystal cores they brought had already been given to Tang Wenzhou earlier, so they didn't have much left on them. The total income amounted to 165,000 purple crystal coins. Gu-chan casually restocked the shelves, earning a net income of 148,500 purple crystal coins. Now, Gu-chan's total purple crystal coin income has reached 939,238. Meanwhile, the reception task progress has reached 1628/10000. As the previously checked-in customers gradually made purchases, Gu-chan's purple crystal coins continued to rise. Meanwhile, Tang Wenzhou also checked into the VIP Supreme Deluxe Suite, determined not to be outdone. Ding! You've paid 14,000 purple crystal coins, including a 10,000 deposit. Your room rate has been automatically discounted by 20%, saving you 1,000 purple crystal coins. Current balance, 75,000 purple crystal coins. Gu-chan handed the room key to Tang Wenzhou, whose room was right next to Ling Ruo's. Gu-chan then briefed Tang Wenzhou about the butler's arrangement and finalized the delivery time and location with both Tang Wenzhou and Ling Ruo. Afterward, he returned to his VIP Supreme top floor suite, intending to indulge in a brief moment of luxury there. At the same time, he continued inspecting the new body of Xiaobai that he hadn't finished examining earlier. Xiaobai, what kind of body do you like? Gu-chan felt overwhelmed by the dazzling choices and decided to consult Xiaobai first. Chapter 64, Xiaobai's new body. Xiaobai replied without hesitation, "Host, I want a more imposing body." Gu-chan was a bit surprised. "Your virtual form is so adorable, yet you want a majestic one? I'm just too soft and cute in my original form, always being laughed at by other systems. Now that I have the chance to change bodies, I want a mighty and imposing one too," Little Bai said pitifully. What else could Gu-chan do? He had no choice but to spoil her. "And another thing, host, when Little Bai gets a new body, I can switch to human form too," Xiaobai said excitedly. "Oh, so you need to buy a body too?" Gu-chan asked in confusion. "Of course, you need to have a physical form first to switch into human shape, and there's a daily time limit. But once I transform, I can help you with lots of things," Little Bai explained. "Then how long can you switch to human form each day, and what exactly can you handle?" Gu-chan lay on his 3-meter-wide plush bed, eyes closed in contentment as he silently communicated with Xiaobai in his mind. "Every day, I can maintain human form for 12 hours. I can help the host serve customers, restock the Invincible supermarket, manage branch stores, and handle robot operations. All these trivial tasks can be left to me. That would indeed be quite useful." Gu-chan immediately began selecting a majestic appearance for Xiaobai. Soon, a large black dog caught Gu-chan's attention, standing like an imposing sculpture. Its fur was as dark as black jade, shimmering with a mysterious glow. Its massive and imposing physique, with well-defined muscles, exuded formidable strength. Its razor-sharp teeth gleamed coldly in the darkness, sending chills down one's spine. The black dog's eyes burned like flames, radiating determination and resoluteness. Its erect ears remained vigilant, no whisper could escape its notice. Each steady, powerful step seemed capable of shaking the earth. When it ran, it became a black whirlwind, moving with unprecedented momentum and majesty that compelled awe. It stood as the night's guardian, majestic and untouchable. Gu-chan's eyes lit up. He had always wanted a dog but never had the money or energy for one before. This body now perfectly matched Gu-chan's ideal vision. Xiaobai was also very pleased. It would never be ridiculed by other systems for being too cute again. Sob sob. The host is so good. It decided to follow the host forever. Seeing that Xiaobai also liked it, Gu-chan immediately exchanged for it without hesitation. Ding! Paid 100,000 purple crystal coins. Balance, 839,238 purple crystal coins. With the deduction of purple crystal coins, Gu-chan saw the large dog he had just exchanged appear before him. Beep, detected a compatible body for fusion. Please wait. Beep, fusion successful. As the prompt sound rang out, the large dog's eyes before him grew animated, gazing at Gu-chan with a luminous glow. A red dot also appeared between the dog's eyebrows, while its fur became even darker, smoother, and seemingly radiant. Now wagging its tail and nuzzling against Gu-chan's body, it spoke in human language. "Master, I'm so happy. I finally have my own body. You're the first person to treat me this well. I'm so moved. Woo woo." Gu-chan patted its head. "You've been very kind to me as well. I've always treated you like family." Xiaobai, there's a bit of dissonance between your physical form and the name Xiaobai. Shall I give you a new name? No. I insist on being called Xiaobai. It's my first name, and I'll keep using it forever. Fine then, Gu-chan could only reply helplessly. Gu-chan was also very curious about Little Bai's human form. "Little Bai, switch to human form and let me take a look." "Okay, master," Little Bai responded cheerfully.
With a flash of white light, Little Bai transformed into an adorable young boy. His plump, round face was adorned with sparkling, limpid eyes that shone like bright stars or glistening black gemstones. His long, curled eyelashes radiated a lively curiosity, fluttering like captivating little fans whenever he blinked. His chubby cheeks, tinged with a faint rosy hue, resembled ripe apples that made one itch to give them a gentle pinch. A tiny upturned nose sat above cherry-like lips that always wore an adorable smile. His lips were rosy and moist, with the corners slightly upturned in an innocent smile that seemed capable of dispelling all the gloom in the world. His hair was soft and smooth, with a hint of natural curl, making him look even more playful and adorable. He wore a t-shirt printed with cartoon designs, paired with blue jeans and white sneakers, exuding an air of youthful vitality. Gu Chen looked at Xiao Bai's human form and thought this was simply unfair. His charm was a completely different style compared to Chu Feng and Chu Yun. With looks like this, he was bound to captivate a whole legion of big sisters. Indeed, the name was not given in vain. Xiao Bai, can your body switch forms freely? That's right, master. I just can't maintain human form for more than 12 hours daily, but I can freely switch between forms otherwise. Xiao Bai tilted her head, so unbearably cute it was explosive. Gu Chen never expected Little Bai's human form to look like this. If he had appeared like this in talent shows before the apocalypse, he'd definitely have hordes of mom fans and sister fans chasing after him. Even Gu Chen, a straight man through and through, couldn't help feeling a bit soft-hearted seeing Little Bai like this. Suddenly remembering something, Gu Chen instructed, Little Bai, when you're in dog form, try not to speak in front of others. We'll communicate telepathically. While Gu Chen wasn't afraid of trouble, he didn't want unnecessary delays hindering his purple crystal earnings. After all, there were so many cities waiting to be conquered. Oh, no, saved. Who knows if there are any mad scientists there just waiting to grab Little Bai and slice him up for experiments. Luqing was just a small city. Once they reached larger cities, there might be people eager to uncover the secrets behind his merchandise. However, no matter how they try to crack the items produced by the system shop, it's useless. They'll only end up with some utterly ordinary materials. Xiao Bai obediently agreed. Gu Chen thought that the Luqing base should be arriving soon. Once everyone was here, it would be time to announce the auction event. By then, products like awakening potions and life-extending pills would surely drive them wild. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll soon have enough purple crystal coins to upgrade the system store. The delivery time was almost up too, though right now, with 10,000 purple crystal coins at a time, Gu Chen was already starting to look down on such petty sums. But even a mosquito is meat, and making one delivery doesn't cost Gu Chen much effort at his current speed. Thinking of this, Gu Chen struggled to get out of bed. It had to be said that the bed in the VIP Supreme Deluxe Suite was so comfortable it made one reluctant to leave. Chapter 65, Auction information spreads like wildfire. When the agreed time arrived, Gu Chen had Xiao Bai transform into human form to stay behind and help, while he himself dashed at lightning speed toward the designated delivery location. He arrived at the East City base first, where people were already waiting for him. They had already been informed by Tang Wenzhou's satellite phone call, so they were extremely excited to see Gu Chen's arrival. During Tang Wenzhou's absence, the base had changed hands, and they wholeheartedly supported this transition. Zhou Shangrong had long lost the people's trust. Now Tang Wenzhou had even brought them precious food and water. How could they not feel grateful? Even with prior mental preparation, they were utterly shocked by Gu Chen's speed. In almost the blink of an eye, Gu Chen appeared before them. Just how fast is that? After confirming their identities, Gu Chen simply waved his hand and placed the supplies they had ordered at the agreed-upon location. Witnessing supplies materialize out of thin air left them utterly astonished once again. Boss, are you still taking followers? The kind who'll serve you faithfully. Boss, do you still need someone to give you massages and run errands? Boss, do you need a human accessory for your leg? Their eyes burned with fervor. Following Gu Chen would surely bring them great fortune. Although Gu Chen had gradually grown accustomed to such enthusiasm, he still felt a bit awkward. After they finished inventorying the supplies, they hurried toward the next location. Upon arriving at West City Base, a group of ability users had already been waiting there. Just like at East City Base, they were astonished by Gu Chen's speed and the supplies he conjured out of thin air. Then his gaze gradually grew fanatical. Before they could speak, Gu Chen swiftly returned to the Invincible Supermarket. Upon returning to the Invincible Supermarket, he found that Chu Yu and the others had already arrived. They were astonished by the sudden appearance of the Invincible Hotel. But considering it was Boss Gu's business, she quickly felt at ease. Boss Gu had too many miraculous things going on around him. She also noticed Gu Chen's newly introduced VIP membership system and immediately took out her saved crystal cores to sign up for the White Diamond VIP membership. Chu Tian had no objections either. Their family decisions were always made by his younger sister anyway. Since she came to Gu Chen's place every day with her team to purchase supplies, she became quite familiar with him. Deng Jiangwo handed over all procurement matters to Chu Yu. Now, Chu Yu's status had also risen considerably. Using the base's crystal cores to upgrade herself to a VIP diamond membership would definitely be enough. But she didn't do that, believing the first VIP purple diamond membership of their base should rightfully be granted to Deng Jiangwo. Ding! You have recharged 50,000 purple crystal coins. Current balance, 50,050 purple crystal coins. Ding! Congratulations on becoming our esteemed VIP white diamond member. After completing the membership process, Chuyu noticed the food prices at Gu Chen's place had increased again. Gu Chen repeated the same explanation he had given Tang Wenzhou and Ling Ruo to Chuyu. Chuyu readily accepted it and even felt relieved that she had pre-ordered a batch of supplies earlier, saving the base half of its violet crystal coins. After leading the group to purchase food and eat their fill, Chuyu followed Gu Chen to the Invincible Hotel, brimming with curiosity. Their jaws dropped in astonishment at the sight of the Invincible Hotel. It's miraculous enough to appear out of thin air, but to be this luxurious too. Boss Gu truly isn't an ordinary person. This time, Chuyu brought 80 ability users and 300 ordinary people. Though the ordinary folks lacked enough crystals to apply for membership, the ability users could easily spare 5,000 purple crystal coins. Without hesitation, they all signed up for VIP bronze memberships upon entering the Invincible Hotel. With the constant chime of notifications, Gu Chen's account swelled by another 400,000 purple crystal coins. Though they hadn't spent them yet, it was only a matter of time. Upon hearing Gu Chen mention that the Invincible Hotel offered bathing facilities, Chuyu couldn't wait another second. She immediately booked a deluxe suite, one room for herself, and another for Chu Tian. It had been so long since she'd last had a proper bath. She could practically smell herself, but given the current conditions, she could only manage a quick wipe down. She desperately longed to sink into a bathtub and indulge herself. Ding! You have spent 5,760 purple crystal coins, including a 4,000 purple crystal coin deposit. Remaining balance, 44,290 purple crystal coins. White diamond members enjoy an 8.8% discount. Other ability users still needed to escort this group of ordinary people back, so they could only stay at the Invincible Hotel next time. It's worth mentioning that the system within the Invincible Hotel can automatically recognize that the maximum occupancy for a queen room or twin room is 2 registered guests, and only those registered can access the room's facilities. The luxury suite can accommodate 4 registered guests, while the VIP Supreme Deluxe Suite is limited to 2. After finishing his tasks, Gu Chen asked Chuyu to wait for a moment. Using the communication system within the Invincible Hotel, he notified both Tang Wenzhou and Ling Ruo to come to the lobby as he had an announcement to make. At this moment, Tang Wenzhou was comfortably soaking in the bathtub and even got startled when he heard Gu Chen's voice echoing in the room. Upon hearing that Gu Chen had an announcement to make, he quickly got up, dried himself, put on clothes, and hurried downstairs. Ling Ruo reacted similarly. She was at the coffee table brewing floral tea and discussing the base's future development and relocation plans with her subordinates. The moment she heard Gu Chen's voice, she didn't dare delay for a second and immediately headed downstairs. Gu Chen was currently seated on the sofa in the hotel lobby. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he announced his plans to hold an auction. I've gathered all of you here today because I have an announcement to make. In 3 days' time, I will be hosting an auction at the Invincible Hotel, where extremely rare items will be available. Among them are ability awakening potions, life-extending pills, and other such items. There will be even more amazing items for you in the future, and I hope you'll spread the word about my shop when you go back. Also, let me clarify that only guests staying in the VIP Supreme Deluxe Suite will be eligible to participate in the auction. Gu Chen needed to give them some time to gather energy crystals, and with this restriction in place, he could sell a few more of his VIP Supreme Luxury Suites. By the time they checked in, he was sure they wouldn't want to leave even if he tried to kick them out. What? Superpower Awakening Potion? Life Extension Elixir? Just hearing the names tells you what they do. Boss Gu can actually produce such miraculous items? Ling Ruo's eyes widened in shock. Superpowers can actually be awakened later in life? And there are things that can extend lifespan? They were going wild. If these rumors got out, every merchant hoarding supplies but unable to awaken powers would go absolutely mad. There are also those old-timers whose lifespans are nearing their countdown. Their resources run remarkably deep. When Gu Chen released this piece of news, the hall was still packed with people, and they all heard it too. Every one of them was frantically scheming about how to get their hands on those crystal cores. They themselves might not have much hope, but they still have relatives and friends. They'd surely find someone who can afford it. Even if they couldn't possess it themselves, they'd be more than happy just to be part of the experience. Just like that, the news spread in an astonishing manner. Afterwards, the satellite phones became unprecedentedly busy. Chapter 66, all members of Ling Yun base check into the Invincible Hotel. Meanwhile, Ling Ruo and the others kept their guard up against each other. After all, they were all potential competitors. At the same time, Gu Chen felt like he had overlooked something. Just as Gu Chen was pondering what he had forgotten, Xie Fan and the others walked into the Invincible Hotel. Guchen slapped his forehead. He had forgotten to notify Xiafan. His base was too small and had slipped his mind. As Xiafan, Lin Xiao, Fatty, and the others entered the Invincible Hotel, they were all stunned by what they saw. They'd only been gone for 2 days, and such a massive hotel had already appeared here. Just now, they went to the Invincible supermarket. Finding Guchen absent, they quickly did some shopping with their newly joined members before hurriedly leading everyone to the Invincible Hotel. This time, he brought over 800 people with him. Is his base expanding at such an incredible speed? Guchen asked out of curiosity, as other bases were major forces that quickly gathered survivors by leveraging their early advantages. Xiafan's base, however, had a weak foundation. It was truly no small feat to snatch so many people from under the noses of other bases. Divine Gu, it's all thanks to you. We've ventured a bit further into the surrounding areas these past couple of days, rescuing quite a few people with your goods. All these new additions are folks we saved while fighting zombies. Some even joined voluntarily after hearing our base has your Invincible supermarket nearby. That's right, Divine Gu. There are no zombies around here, while the ones in the city have been divided up by other bases. We had to go further out, which is why we haven't come by in 2 days. Who would have thought that nowadays even killing zombies requires competition? Is this really the apocalypse? Lin Xiao sighed. After satisfying his curiosity, Guchen casually shared information about the auction house with Xiafan and the others. When Xiafan and his companions heard that Guchen was planning to establish an auction house and even intended to auction such miraculous items, they were utterly stunned. Soon after, upon learning about the newly introduced membership system, they all began scrambling to gather zombie crystals. Each person retained only the 5,000 purple crystal coins needed to activate the bronze membership, handing over the rest to Xiafan so he could upgrade to VIP diamond membership. Xiafan was genuinely touched by how incredibly supportive his brothers were. It moved him beyond words. Guchen never expected their small base could pool together such a staggering amount of purple crystal coins. This turned out to be yet another unexpected blessing. Meanwhile, other members of the Lingyun base were all eager to apply for accommodation. Having experienced the miraculous effects of the Invincible supermarket within its protective shield, they understood its wonders best. Although life at Lingyun base had its merits, there were still many inconveniences. For instance, they couldn't shower, lacked entertainment, and lived in crude conditions. If the Invincible Hotel hadn't appeared, they might have endured a bit longer. After all, compared to the outside world, the area enveloped by the Invincible supermarket was already good enough. At least it was absolutely safe. But now that a better option had emerged, of course they would switch to it. The apocalypse had already happened. Why not seize the moment and enjoy life while they could? Moreover, the room rates seemed perfectly acceptable to them. It was just a matter of hunting a few more zombies, no big deal. Killing just a few zombies lets them enjoy such a luxurious hotel, reviving pre-apocalyptic comforts, even surpassing them. They feel like they've hit the jackpot, right? So, everyone quickly found roommates, though some preferred to stay alone. They all rushed to the front desk to sign up for memberships and check in. Guchen had Xiaobai take human form to handle it. Now that he had both robots and Xiaobai at his command, there was no need to do everything himself. When Xiaobai appeared at the front desk, the women in the crowd couldn't help but gaze at him with starry eyes. Xiaobai's looks could practically charm anyone, young or old. Even Ling Ruo's gaze toward Xiaobai held a hint of maternal affection. It even sparked a small wave of squeals. Whether before or after the apocalypse, humans' instinct to favor good-looking people remains unchanged. It's just that the apocalypse amplified this aspect of human nature. The group who had previously been enjoying themselves in their rooms had now gathered in the lobby, agreeing to go out together to hunt zombies. They had to work hard. Otherwise, they wouldn't get to keep staying in such a great room. To continue living here, they had to race against time and venture out to slaughter zombies. Upon seeing Xiaobai, they couldn't help but let out little pink hearts floating around them uncontrollably. It's hard not to fall for Xiaobai's looks. Who would have thought Bosku's place not only had Chu Feng and Chu Yun, but also an adorable pretty boy like Xiaobai? It's practically a complete collection of handsome guy types. They'll be getting quite the visual feast from now on. Reluctantly, they bid farewell to Xiaobai and went out together. And Xiaobai was delighted to see so many people liking him. In the past, other system assistants in Guchen's mind used to mock his overly cute appearance. Little did he expect to be so popular in the human world. Xiaobai's smile never faded from his face. He handled everyone's transactions with renewed enthusiasm. Ding! You have topped up 500,000 purple crystal coins. Current balance, 500,000 purple crystal coins. You are now a VIP purple diamond member. Ding! You have paid 14,000 purple crystal coins, including 10,000 as deposit. Remaining balance, 486,000 purple crystal coins. Ding! You have topped up 5,000 purple crystal coins. Current balance, 5,000 purple crystal coins. You are now a VIP bronze member.
Beep, you've paid 1,475 purple crystal coins, including a 1,000 deposit.
Your remaining balance is 3,525 purple crystal coins. Beep, you've successfully recharged 5,000 purple crystal coins. Your current balance is 5,000 purple crystal coins. You've been upgraded to VIP bronze member. Xiaobai processed their memberships and check-ins one by one.
Soon enough, everyone had completed the procedures.
Guchen gained another VIP purple diamond member and 880 bronze members.
Member deposits added another 4.9 million, while room fees collected an additional 422,000 purple crystal coins. Guchen's current balance stands at 1,382,998 purple crystal coins, of which 120,000 came from earlier food purchases made by Deer City Base and Lingyun Base at the Invincible Supermarket. The mission progress has now reached 2891/10000, and only a few rooms were left in the Invincible Hotel. After completing the check-in process, they hurried to their respective rooms, eager to take a hot shower. They could explore the rest at leisure after their baths. Having just returned from battle, they were utterly exhausted and in dire need of proper rest. Meanwhile, Guchen was preparing for the auction 3 days later. He browsed through the system store to see what other valuable items he could add to the auction. After all, having just a few items would make the event seem rather shabby, wouldn't it? At this moment, major merchants learned through various channels about Guchen's upcoming auction.
They were instantly thrilled, as some of them possessed ample supplies but lacked special abilities.
In the apocalyptic world, ordinary people without special abilities found it increasingly difficult to survive. Initially, they relied on supplies to gather a group of followers, but as time passed, their subordinates inevitably viewed them as mere ordinary people and began to harbor rebellious thoughts.
Rather than relying on others, they desperately wanted to obtain supernatural powers.
To achieve this, they would stop at nothing.
Chapter 67, Altering the Invincible Protective Shield, Undercurrents Stir Among All Parties.
Thus, before long, major bases in cities relatively close to Deer City began witnessing merchants offering high prices for crystal cores. Where previously 5 first-tier crystal cores could only be exchanged for a single loaf of bread, now 3 first-tier cores could secure the same.
Moreover, all major merchants have only set this price for 3 days, sparking a mobilization of capable survivors across major bases. They've joined the massive tide of zombie hunting.
These survivors are filled with fervor, eager to exchange for more supplies during these few days to ensure better survival in this apocalyptic world.
Meanwhile, various mobilization efforts were underway within the major bases of Deer City.
Due to Guchen's influence, Deer City no longer had major merchants, but the leaders of each major base were determined to obtain the items he produced.
Deer City Base.
Shuyu brought the news of Guchen's upcoming auction, the Invincible Hotel, and its membership system to Deng Jiangwo. Upon hearing this, Deng Jiangwo was so startled that he stood up from his chair. It took him quite some time to fully digest all this information. With deep emotion, he exclaimed, "China is saved." He didn't just witness the miraculous items Guchen had brought, he also saw the immense power that Guchen represented. If one could conjure up a hotel out of thin air, produce so many extraordinary goods, and even offer things like awakening serums and life-extending pills, things only dreamed of, then couldn't even more wonders be produced in the future? If awakening serums could be supplied in large quantities, wouldn't that drastically increase everyone's chances of survival in this apocalyptic world? Though we now have the universal antidote, as the zombies continue to grow stronger, ordinary people are finding it increasingly difficult to fight them. One careless moment could cost you an arm or worse, your head, and there'd be no coming back from that.
Yet not everyone could afford the luxury of donning a guardian's robe.
The weather is getting increasingly colder now, and ordinary people's resistance is far inferior to that of ability users. Although ability users have already awakened their powers, they are still full of anticipation for ability awakening potions.
Even if you awaken one superpower, wouldn't awakening another greatly enhance your strength?
Then there's the longevity elixir, utterly earth-shattering.
Throughout history, how many emperors have exhausted every method in pursuit of immortality? Seeking long life has always been humanity's relentless quest.
Immediately, Deng Jiangwo organized the base's superpower users into teams to hunt zombies, aiming to collect the maximum number of crystals in the shortest time possible. They had also previously purchased supplies from Guchen. He decided to use these supplies to exchange for as many crystals as possible from survivors, encouraging them to actively gather more materials. The same events were unfolding simultaneously in East City Base and West City Base. Everyone was trying their utmost to gather zombie crystals. Meanwhile, the major bases around Deer City were also swept up in fervor. They mobilized all the awakened ability users within their bases, armed with every available crystal, and set out for Deer City, harvesting zombies along the way as they traveled.
For a time, the zombie population near Deer City sharply declined.
The distant base leaders and merchants could only sigh in despair, as they were too far away to make it in time. Even transportation like helicopters had become completely paralyzed. They could only focus on gathering as many crystal cores as possible, hoping Guchen would hold another auction near their location. In that moment, undercurrents surged as all parties secretly made frantic preparations to attend Guchen's upcoming auction. At this moment, Guchen was discussing with Xiaobai. Xiaobai, if I open branch stores near each major base, will the invincible protective dome follow and extend there too? Guchen asked. Yes, host. Then how large will the invincible protective dome become when the system shop reaches level 5? Guchen inquired further. If leveled up to tier 5, the invincible shield's radius will expand to 100 kilometers, Xiaobai said with an obedient smile, clearly seeking praise. That large? Wouldn't that cover almost the entire Deer City? Guchen was also startled. Exactly, host. Xiaobai still hadn't realized where the problem lay. That won't do. If the whole of Deer City becomes safe, business at the Invincible Hotel would definitely take a hit. Xiaobai, we need to enhance the core competitiveness of our Invincible Hotel. If there were no zombies left in Deer City, where would my customers go to fight zombies? Where would I get my purple crystal coins? Moreover, their motivation would take a huge hit. Comfort breeds complacency, Guchen said with earnest persuasion. Ha, really? Then, host, what should we do? Xiaobai was also startled. Turns out an invincible protective shield being too powerful isn't entirely a good thing either. Guchen pondered. In that case, set up a switch for the invincible protection shield so I can turn it on and off whenever I want. Additionally, only those who have registered their identities at the Invincible Supermarket or Invincible Hotel can enjoy the shield's protection. When a large-scale zombie invasion happens, I'll activate the Invincible Protection Shield for a fee, and kick out any survivors who haven't spent money here before. Also, issue each guest at the Invincible Hotel a unique Invincible token daily. Activating the token will shield the holder from zombie detection for half an hour. Zombies won't be able to sense the token bearer's presence, ensuring absolute safety. The token owner was exposed after actively attacking the zombies. The first token can be used for free, but each subsequent use requires returning to the room for a 30-minute recharge, costing 50 purple crystal coins each time. This way, as long as they use it properly, they'll be safe on their way back to the Invincible Hotel. It could even save their lives in critical moments. Xiaobai was shocked by Guchen's idea. He really intended to milk these people dry. After some further thought, Guchen added, we could also impose usage limits. Bronze members can only use it once a day, silver members twice, gold members 3 times, white diamond members 4 times, pink diamond 5 times, and purple diamond 8 times. A divine tool like this, capable of both preserving lives and expediting travel, should enhance the Invincible Hotel's core competitiveness. After all, I'm genuinely offering them an invincible buff. Guchen found the plan feasible and saw no conflict with the guardian puppets sold in his supermarket. The invincible tokens could only be activated for a short duration and offered pure defense, while the guardian puppets could assist in killing zombies, far more cost-effective. Host, no other system's host has ever done this before. You're amazing, Xiaobai said with admiration. Being bound to this host, surely they can surpass other systems and grow big and strong. Let's see if those other systems still dare to laugh at him. Then let's make these changes first, and we can adjust based on the results later. Guchen's execution ability was still very strong. He acted immediately when decisions were made. Host, I just submitted the request to the main system as you instructed. The main system responded that these adjustments can only be made when you upgrade the system store. Right after the submission, the main system even praised him. Xiaobai's eyes instantly sparkled like stars. It was his first time receiving praise from the main system, and he was thrilled. Then let's upgrade, Guchen declared domineeringly. Chapter 68, System Store upgraded to level 5, new categories unlocked. Understood, host. Xiaobai cheerfully replied, then froze for an instant, while a series of notification sounds rang through Guchen's mind. Ding! System Store upgrading, please wait. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system shop has leveled up to 5, deducting 1 million purple crystal coins. Current balance, 1,382,998 purple crystal coins. Ding! All daily necessities and medicines have been unlocked for the host. Permission to open branch stores in this city has also been unlocked. Ding! The Invincible Supermarket has been upgraded. The host may check the details personally. Ding! The Invincible Protective Shield has been upgraded to cover a radius of 100 kilometers around the Invincible Supermarket. Modifications have been made according to the host's requirements. Ding! An on-off function for the Invincible Protective Shield has been added. The host can now activate or deactivate the shield at any time. Ding! The Invincible Shield permission function has been added for the host. The host can now decide the permissions of the Invincible Shield. Ding! As requested by the host, the Invincible Token function has been added. The Invincible Tokens are synchronized and updated to each room. Ding! The Invincible Token is automatically bound to the customer holding the room key. The token will unbind and return to the room once the customer checks out.
Ding! Unlocked the Invincible Token charging function, and the paid charging feature for Invincible Tokens. Guchen finally upgraded the system store to level 5. Following the instructions, he set up the Invincible Protective Shield within a 10-meter radius around both the Invincible Supermarket and the Invincible Hotel. Currently, only the interiors of the Invincible Supermarket and the Invincible Hotel are completely safe. Beyond the 10-meter radius, zombies still roam freely. Beside the Invincible Token in the room, there was also an instruction manual included. Additionally, recharging the Invincible Token does not qualify for membership discounts. Guchen set it to recharge for half an hour each time, while Silver tier members and above can fully replenish the energy in a single charge. For example, the Silver membership can be activated twice, allowing a one-time charge for 1 hour, but the Invincible Token requires a cooldown of half an hour after each use, meaning it cannot be used consecutively. Moreover, regardless of whether the daily usage limit has been exhausted, the system requires recharging with fresh energy the following day. Guchen also set a rule that residents of luxury suites could use the Invincible Token once more per day, and the cooldown time for its use was reduced by 15 minutes. Meanwhile, residents of the VIP Supreme Deluxe Suite can use the Invincible Token twice more per day, with no cooldown period. Place the Invincible Token on the room's desktop. Once the payment is successfully deducted, it will automatically recharge. Unless specified otherwise, the default setting is to fully replenish its energy. Meanwhile, inside the room, the freshly bathed lowly girl noticed an exquisite token that had appeared on the desk. Curious, she walked over to take a closer look. She turned the Invincible Token over and over in her hands but couldn't spot anything remarkable. Suddenly, she noticed an instruction manual for the Invincible Token placed beside it and hurriedly opened it to read. Upon learning the token's abilities, she was thrilled beyond words. This was nothing short of a life-saving treasure. If you're surrounded by zombies and use an Invincible Token, wouldn't you be able to escape unscathed? Bosku is truly the most generous. As for it costing 50 purple crystal coins to recharge, what's a mere 50 coins compared to your life? At this moment, the superhumans near the Invincible Supermarket clearly noticed the increasing number of zombies gathering in the area. Originally, there shouldn't be any zombies near the Invincible Supermarket, they had to go far away to hunt them. Now zombies are actually able to approach the Invincible Supermarket? They had no time to think too much and immediately started fighting the zombies. This was currently the critical phase for all factions to hoard crystal cores, making zombies a fiercely contested resource among every group. Meanwhile, everyone inside the Invincible Hotel's rooms gradually discovered the Invincible Tokens, leaving them utterly astonished. I never expected such a pleasant surprise from staying at the Invincible Hotel. They were eager to give it a try. The fully equipped group made plans to go out and hunt zombies, taking the opportunity to test the effects of the Invincible Token. As for whether it would waste the usage count, after all, today was almost over, and it would recharge tomorrow anyway. Right now, their curiosity was at its peak. After bathing, everyone felt refreshed and energized, not at all like people who had endured an apocalypse. Their current condition is astonishingly good, brimming with energy. Soon, they had gathered their team and set out to hunt zombies. Meanwhile, Guchen was checking out the newly unlocked daily necessities and medicines. Guchen wasn't particularly short on daily supplies, he still had plenty left from what he'd previously appropriated from others. However, with the Invincible Hotel being such a massive consumer, those supplies would eventually run out. Besides, Guchen planned to open branches, which would only increase consumption further. These were also essential items. Suddenly, Guchen remembered that some customers had mentioned wanting skincare products. He found them in the system store. A variety of effects, suitable for all skin types. The dazzling array of options made Guchen pick a few versatile products that would suit most people. Guchen returned to the Invincible Supermarket. With the system store's upgrade, it had now transformed into a 5-story building. The 3rd floor housed daily necessities, the 4th floor was dedicated to pharmaceuticals, while the 5th floor remained unchanged from before. The entire supermarket style had become more refined, with flooring, walls, and decor all noticeably more upscale. Guchen purchases skincare products for the store from the system. Whitening/hydrating toner 200 ml, dry skin, /oily skin, combination oily, combination dry purchase price 100 purple crystal coins. Whitening/hydrating lotion 200 ml, dry skin, /oily skin, combination oily, combination dry purchase price 200 purple crystal coins. Whitening/hydrating serum 30 ml, dry skin, /oily skin, combination oily, combination dry purchase price 300 purple crystal coins. Whitening/hydrating cream 50 ml, dry skin, /oily skin, combination oily, combination dry purchase price 400 purple crystal coins. Anti-aging toner 200 ml, dry skin, /oily skin, combination oily skin,
combination dry skin wholesale price 200 purple crystal coins. Anti-aging lotion 200 milliliters, dry skin, / oily skin, / combination oily, / combination dry purchase price 300 purple crystal coins. Anti-aging firming serum 30 milliliters, dry skin, / oily skin, / combination oily, / combination dry purchase price 500 purple crystal coins. Anti-aging cream 50 milliliters, dry skin, / oily skin, / combination oily, / combination dry purchase price 600 purple crystal coins.
Hydrating eye cream 15 milliliters, purchase price 300 purple crystal coins. Anti-aging firming eye cream 15 milliliters, purchase price 500 purple crystal coins.
Guchin decided to sell all products at 10 times the purchase price, stocking up on each skincare product for every skin type. The skincare products from the system store, both in packaging and effectiveness, easily surpass all skincare products currently available on Blue Star.
Guchen felt the price was quite reasonable.
Guchen then turned his attention to the medicines. There was every kind of medication, including even anti-cancer drugs.
The system store could even provide specialized treatments for diseases humanity had yet to cure. Guchen thought this could be auctioned for a fortune. There were also various whitening pills and slimming pills, which would surely be well received by female customers.
He started sweeping through the system store again.
Chapter 69, Medical Pod, opening a branch in another city.
Guchen also spotted a medical pod. As long as you had even a breath left, lying inside could save your life. The highest tier medical pod could even regenerate lost limbs and repair damaged organs.
Wouldn't it cause a mad rush if released to the public? Basic medical pod can repair common physical injuries.
Wholesale price,
10,000 purple crystal coins. Intermediate medical pod can treat most diseases.
Wholesale price,
50,000 purple crystal coins.
Advanced medical pod, as long as you're not dead, lying inside can revive you.
Wholesale price, 100,000 purple crystal coins. Top class medical capsule, based on the advanced medical capsule, adds organ repair and limb regeneration functions. Purchase price, 200,000 purple crystal coins.
Repair fluid, for medical capsule, 1,000 milliliters, purchase price, 500 purple crystal coins.
Guchen rubbed his chin and thought,
they probably couldn't afford a top-class medical capsule right now, and he certainly couldn't sell it cheap. The regular medical pods can be directly stocked in the supermarket after the auction.
Start by auctioning off the intermediate medical pods first.
Once they sell well at higher prices, then release the even better advanced medical pods.
They'll definitely go crazy over them.
Both the intermediate and advanced medical pods should be the stripped-down versions. At the very least, they shouldn't be able to cure cancer.
Otherwise, how are we supposed to sell our own cancer drugs?
The repair fluid should also be tiered. Basic medical pods sell standard repair fluid, intermediate medical pods come with mid-grade repair fluid, and advanced medical pods are paired with high-grade repair fluid.
Makes perfect sense, right? And the universal antidote should also have its price increased and limited in availability. Given the current market, selling a bottle that can cure zombie poison for 1,000 purple crystal coins sounds reasonable, doesn't it?
As for additional features like treating external injuries, they can be omitted.
Isn't it completely normal to have them all use the medical pod for treating injuries?
There was no other way. Guchen now had increasingly more areas requiring his purple crystal coins, forcing him to devise additional methods to earn them. This is already a monopoly business, and I'm being quite reasonable with my prices.
Xiao Bai, I can only open branch stores in this city for now. When will I be able to open branches in other locations? Guchen began considering another scheme.
Host, theoretically you can open branches in nearby cities, but it'll cost extra. The system needs energy to establish new branches, and you'll have to personally visit each location where you want to open a store, Xiao Bai explained.
How much extra? Guchen asked.
Depending on the distance, it ranges from 100,000 to 1 million purple crystal coins.
Then which locations are 100,000?
Xiaobai pulled up a map in Guchen's mind, circling about 7 or 8 cities surrounding Deer City. These places closest to Deer City are all priced at 100,000.
That's a piece of cake.
This time, those who could make it were mostly merchants and base leaders from nearby cities.
Guchen restocked the whitening pills and slimming pills.
Whitening pills, purchase price 50 purple crystal coins. Slimming pills, purchase price 50 purple crystal coins.
Isn't it reasonable to set these items and skincare products at 10 times the price?
Skincare products can be used for a long time with just one purchase. As for the whitening pills and slimming pills, Guchen set their duration to 1 week, and they wouldn't show immediate effects. The whitening pills would only lighten the skin a bit, and the slimming pills would only cause slight weight loss. The more you eat, the better the effects will become, but you have to take 1 pill every week, or else the effects will fade. Guchen also noted beside the whitening pills and skincare products that using them together would enhance the results.
Otherwise, if they all achieve whitening effects at once, What about the results later for others, right? Guchen stocked 10 sets of each skincare product and 100 whitening and slimming pills each. Ding!
Invincible Supermarket has purchased whitening/hydrating toner, all skin types, *10. Whitening/hydrating lotion, all skin types, *10. Whitening/hydrating serum, all skin types, *10. Whitening/hydrating cream, all skin types, *10. Anti-aging toner, all skin types, *10. Anti-aging lotion, all skin types, *10. Anti-aging firming serum, *10.
Anti-aging cream *10, hydrating eye cream *10, anti-aging firming eye cream *10, whitening pills *100, slimming pills *100. Ding!
146,000 purple crystal coins have been deducted from the host's account.
Balance, 236,998 purple crystal coins.
With these purchases, rows of exquisite skincare products appeared on the most prominent shelves.
Maybe some makeup could be added too?
That can wait for the next batch. Customers always appreciate a sense of novelty.
Guchen purchased the medical capsules again. Ding! You have purchased the intermediate medical capsule and the advanced medical capsule. Ding! 150,000 purple crystal coins have been deducted from your account. Current balance, 86,998 purple crystal coins. Guchen stored them away, planning to bring them out again at the auction.
Guchen purchased some items from the system store that weren't suitable for bulk sales, planning to auction them all together later.
As the busyness came to an end, Guchen started feeling a bit hungry. He called Xiaobai over.
Since Xiaobai had never tasted human food before, Guchen had long wanted to let him savor some delicious dishes.
Now, he could finally make it happen. Xiaobai was utterly thrilled. He'd been craving this for so long. His host was truly the best. Sob sob. Guchen generously let Xiaobai order whatever she wanted, with the purple crystal coins deducted from his account.
Without hesitation, Xiaobai ordered the best-selling dishes from the Invincible Supermarket: braised pork rice, Beijing roast duck, crayfish, tomato beef brisket, and beer. Guchen, for his part, ordered braised shark fin with brown sauce, cheese lobster, sweet and sour pork with pineapple, sautéed diced potatoes with eggplant and pepper, Yangzhou fried rice, bird's nest soup with rock sugar, and ginseng chicken soup.
The two of them then began eating in the dining area. The moment the food entered his mouth, Xiaobai's eyes welled up with tears. Was this what human food actually tasted like? It's simply too delicious. What kind of life had he been living before this? To think he'd missed out on so much delicious food. I'd wasted my previous life entirely. Wah wah.
Thank goodness I have a host, otherwise little White here might never get to taste such delicious food in this lifetime.
What a pity that would be.
I must protect such a wonderful host with all my might. May my host soon achieve freedom with amethyst coins, so I can feast on delicious food every day.
I'm going all out, Xiaobai. Guchen was extremely satisfied with the meal too. In the past, how could he possibly eat this well every single day?
This meal cost Guchen another 300 purple crystal coins, and that was just the system's wholesale price. If it had been anyone else, they'd have easily spent 3,000 coins. After finishing the meal, Guchen left Xiaobai in charge of the shop and returned to his supreme suite to rest. Watching movies in the home theater is truly the best. More guests gradually arrived at the Invincible Hotel, and soon both the king-sized and twin rooms were fully booked. Guchen gained another 100,000 in membership deposits and 4,750 in room fees. With the addition of various entertainment facilities and the consumption of snacks and ingredients in the rooms, Guchen earned another 150,000 purple crystal coins.
The current balance is now 241,448. As the auction time approached, the Invincible Hotel welcomed waves of guests. Among those who arrived earliest was Deng Jiangwo, the director of Luqing Base. Chapter 70 Opening a Branch. Deng Jiangwo and the base's senior officials, escorted by a team of superhumans, arrived at the Invincible Hotel. Upon receiving Little Bai's notification, Guchen came down from his room to the hotel lobby. After all, they were the first base leaders to support him. They deserved some special attention. Deng Jiangwo immediately stepped forward and extended his hand upon seeing Guchen, praising, "Bosku is truly talented and accomplished at such a young age. With someone like Bosku, it's truly Huagua's great fortune." Guchen also reached out to shake his hand. Despite his usual thick skin, even he felt a little embarrassed by such flattery. "You flatter me too much. I'm just a businessman," Guchen replied modestly. Bosku was being too humble.
"Among all the businessmen in Huagua, none can compare to you."
Deng Jiangwo sincerely praised Guchen, as just in their city of Luqing alone, Guchen had saved countless lives.
"Bosku, I've come today to reserve a spot in your auction event." Deng Jiangwo stated his purpose for the visit. Normally swamped with work, he truly couldn't spare the time to come by.
"Done. Sign up for the VIP Diamond membership, and I'll reserve a room for you," Guchen said, offering face to an acquaintance after all.
"Then I thank you, Bosku. I'll book a luxury suite for these couple of days, and on the day of the auction, I'll move to the VIP Supreme Executive Suite."
"Does that work for you?"
Deng Jiangwo also felt that this arrangement was somewhat taking advantage of Gu Chen, so he shamelessly proposed this solution. He wanted to keep more purple crystal coins for the auction. Sure, for Gu Chen, even the smallest morsel was still meat on the table.
Gu Chen personally handled Deng Jiangwo's membership registration and check-in procedures. Deng Jiangwo was also human.
Normally, he'd let it slide when busy, but now that he had the chance, of course he would take the time to freshen up and rest properly.
The higher-ups of the base chose to share a room with Deng Jiangwo.
The ability users who escorted them initially wanted to obtain rooms from other customers by offering higher prices, but no one was willing to give theirs up. Besides, this was precisely the time when they needed to collect crystal cores for the auction, so they had no choice but to wait in the hotel lobby.
Once again, Gu Chen felt there weren't enough rooms available. Once the auction begins, a large wave of guests will arrive. Where are they going to stay?
I can't let them stay outside, must secure this wave of purple crystal coins firmly.
Seems the only option is to open a branch store first.
Deng Jiangwo contributed another 500,000 in membership recharge and 7,200 in lodging fees to Gu Chen, yet the current balance is only 248,648 purple crystal coins, far from enough. As for the supplies previously ordered by the East City base and the West City base, they probably won't be able to spare any purple crystal coins for the time being. At the very least, they'll have to wait until after the auction before they can free up some funds.
So Gu Chen came up with another idea.
Xiaobai, what do you think if I borrow the purple crystal coins from the members' cards for a bit and return them in a couple of days? The more Gu Chen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. After all, the purple crystal coins in their cards were bound to be spent sooner or later. Xiaobai was shocked. Host, you. Then Xiaobai thought of the body Gu Chen had bought for him and the delicious food he had treated him to. With gritted teeth came the reply, this sort of operation is normally against the rules, so we'll have to do it quietly without alerting the main system. But you'll need to refund those amethyst coins as soon as possible. Little White had never done anything like this before, and now felt both thrilled and nervous at the same time. But to help the host earn more amethyst coins, there was no choice but to cover for them. Little White, you're the best. I'll repay those amethyst coins once the auction is over, Gu Chen said approvingly. Then, Gu Chen contacted Tang Wenzhou and Ling Ruo through the communication tool of the Invincible Hotel. Upon hearing that Gu Chen wanted to see them, they began to speculate about the reason, but didn't dare delay and quickly arrived at the hotel lobby. Gu Chen smiled and told them about his plans to open a branch store next to their base. They became excited the moment they heard it. Especially for Ling Ruo, she had initially planned to relocate the base here, but now, knowing she wouldn't have to move, she was overjoyed. Relocation is also an extremely troublesome affair, requiring coordination of countless people and tasks. If they didn't have to move, and the Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel could be right at the base's doorstep, that would truly be the best possible outcome. So when Gu Chen proposed that their base's personnel move to a branch location to make room for the incoming auction customers, they agreed without hesitation and with cheerful willingness. What's Boss Gu's trivial request compared to opening a branch store next to their base? So they agreed to return to the base first thing tomorrow morning to make arrangements. Then they each went to contact their subordinates to inform them about Boss Gu's imminent opening of a branch shop at their base, as well as his plan to stay at the hotel near the base starting tomorrow. Even those who weren't currently inside the Invincible Hotel learned this news upon their return. Everyone was thrilled to hear the news. They still had family and friends in their respective bases, who could now also enjoy the Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel. With this matter resolved, Gu Chen could finally rest easy. The next morning, bright and early, Tang Wenzhou and Ling Ruo led their subordinates back to their respective bases in full force. Meanwhile, Gu Chen leisurely woke up on his large bed, estimating the time as he did so. After washing up and having breakfast, he left Xiaobai and Chu Yun in charge of the shop and set off for the East City base. It didn't take long before he arrived outside the East City base, where he found Tang Wenzhou and others already waiting for him. And next to the East City base, they had already cleared out a vast open plot of land for Gu Chen. You can tell they put their hearts into it. Tang Wenzhou had witnessed Gu Chen's capabilities before, so although he was still surprised by Gu Chen's speed, he wasn't as shocked as he had been previously. He saw Gu Chen arrive and hurried forward to greet him, respectfully saying, "Boss Gu, you've worked hard. Do you find this place satisfactory? If it's not spacious enough, we can clear out another area." Gu Chen glanced around and felt the space was sufficient. He then nodded at Tang Wenzhou and gestured for him and the others to step back a distance. In his mind, he instructed Xiaobai, "Open a branch store here." "Understood, host." Ding. The system is detecting the environment. Please wait a moment. Ding. Environment suitable. Initiating the Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel branch outlets. Please stand by. Ding. Deducting 1 million purple crystal coins from the host's membership card. The Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel branch have been successfully established. The host may now check at their convenience. As the system announcement sounded, an Invincible Supermarket identical to the one on Lingyun Mountain suddenly rose from the empty ground before me. Beside the Invincible Supermarket, an Invincible Hotel also sprang up from the ground. The scale and grade of the Invincible Supermarket matched those of the flagship store on Lingyun Mountain.
As for the Invincible Hotel, it was currently at level 1.
Xiaobai explained in Gu Chen's mind, "Host, the branch stores of the Invincible Supermarket will follow the level of the main store. The types of merchandise available will be the same as the headquarters, no need for you to worry about additional setup. As for the branch hotels of Invincible Hotel, their initial level is always set to 1, requiring you to upgrade them personally." Even though the people of East City Base had witnessed the sudden appearance of the Invincible Hotel before, seeing it happen again still left them profoundly awestruck.
Chapter 71, Branch Operations.
They stared in collective astonishment, their offer Gu Chen rising to another level.
Their attitude toward Gu Chen became even more reverent. "Ding! Host, please name the branch stores.
Let's call them Invincible Supermarket, East Lucheng Branch, and Invincible Hotel, East Lucheng Branch."
Gu Chen felt this name was straightforward and particularly fitting.
As Gu Chen finished speaking, 2 signs were hung for the Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel branches.
"Ding!
Host, please assign at least 1 service staff to each branch to officially begin operations." This indeed posed a dilemma. Gu Chen pondered whether to directly purchase robots or hire employees to manage them. Although Gu Chen still had outstanding debts, he still indulged in a show of wealth. Better to get a business robot. It would settle matters once and for all, without worrying about employee loyalty.
Gu Chen rummaged through the system store for business robots.
In Deer City, his own little domain, there was no need to buy anything too high-end. After all, no one would dare make trouble inside the Invincible Supermarket or Invincible Hotel.
The sales robot remains invincible within the store. Gu Chen purchased 2 basic sales robots.
Ding.
Host has purchased basic sales robot X2. 40,000 purple crystal coins deducted. Current balance, 201,448 purple crystal coins. Ding. Please name your sales robots for easier management. Gu Chen now had so many robots that he couldn't be bothered to put much thought into naming them. Let's call them Ludong and Luridong. It's obvious at a glance which facility they're from. Gu Chen believed he was an absolute genius when it came to naming things.
Ding. Please, host, set the room types for the Invincible Hotel. Gu Chen thought about it. There probably wouldn't be too many people in a single base who could afford the VIP Supreme Luxury Suites. He set up 215 queen rooms, 215 twin rooms, along with 15 deluxe suites and 5 VIP Supreme Luxury Suites. Gu Chen applied the same supplementary standards for branch stores as the main store.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, the Invincible Supermarket, East City Luzhou Branch, and Invincible Hotel, East City Luzhou Branch, are now officially open for business.
Ding.
Reward host with 10 teleportation talismans, 10 spatial talismans, 10 random ability awakening potions, and 10 specified ability upgrade potions.
Unexpectedly, there were extra rewards.
Xiaobai is so thoughtful, arranging all these for the auction. At this moment, Tang Wenzhou and others from Dongcheng Base saw Gu Chen opening the doors of the Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel, starting business. Tang Wenzhou quickly stepped forward, respectfully said, "Congratulations, Boss Gu, on the opening of your branch, and thank you very much for opening it in our base. Rest assured, if anyone dares to cause trouble here, I'll be the first to deal with them. No need for you to lift a finger."
Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively. "You can go in now. I'm off to the next place."
"Alright, take care, Boss Gu."
As soon as Tang Wenzhou finished speaking, Gu Chen had already vanished from sight.
Once again, he marveled at just how fast Boss Gu could move. Meanwhile, the crowd from East City Base surged curiously into the supermarket and hotel. They'd long heard about the Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel, and today they finally got to experience them. When they entered the Invincible Supermarket and saw those mouth-watering foods and miraculous products, their excitement grew even stronger. The Invincible Hotel also welcomed a massive wave of guests, quickly reaching full occupancy.
And Gu Chen also harvested a large amount of purple crystal coins. At this moment, Gu Chen arrived at the West City Base.
Ling Ruo and the others had been waiting anxiously for him.
When they saw Gu Chen appear, they immediately rushed forward in excitement. Gu Chen repeated the same operation again just as before. Ding!
Congratulations, host, the Invincible Supermarket, Lucheng West Branch, and Invincible Hotel, Lucheng West Branch, have officially begun operations.
Ding!
Reward host with Teleportation Talisman *10, Spatial Talisman *10, Awakening Serum, Random, *10, and Upgrade Serum, Specifiable, *10. Looks like Little Bai is finding creative ways to milk the main system for gifts to hand out to me. The crowd at West City Base watched with unblinking eyes, exclaiming in sheer disbelief. Gu Chen named them Invincible Supermarket, Lucheng West City Branch, and Invincible Hotel, Lucheng West City Branch, names that were instantly understandable.
Then he bought 2 basic sales robots, naming them Lucy and Luxixi.
It's worth mentioning that robots produced by the system store can have their genders specified.
Gu Chen always opted for male robots, and each of these robots was exceptionally handsome. Each one was a different type of handsome. Ling Ruo was exceptionally grateful to Gu Chen. Opening a branch store must have required considerable effort on his part, and to alleviate their burdens and make things more convenient for them, Boss Gu actually chose to open the branch right at the entrance of their base. Boss Gu was truly a ray of hope in this apocalyptic world. Both branch stores were identically arranged. After completing the setup, Gu Chen returned to the Invincible Hotel atop Lingyun Mountain. As the branch stores commenced operations, Gu Chen's violet crystal coins began accumulating in a steady stream. The number of membership signups didn't increase much. Everyone in their base who possessed violet crystal coins had already registered as members. Those who hadn't were saving their coins for their base leader to use at the upcoming auction. The room fees from the 2 Invincible Hotel branches brought Gu Chen a total of 426,500 violet crystal coins. Meanwhile, the Invincible Supermarket branches gradually amassed approximately 200,000 violet crystal coins, and is still continuously increasing. Doesn't that mean a quarter of the cost has already been recovered?
Meanwhile, the Invincible Supermarkets Hotel also welcomed waves upon waves of merchants and base commanders arriving from nearby cities. Since Gu Chen scheduled the auction at the flagship store on Lingyun Mountain, they all came here. When they arrived at Lingyun Mountain and saw the Invincible Supermarket and the majestic Invincible Hotel, they were utterly astonished. Despite having heard the news beforehand, they couldn't help but marvel when seeing it with their own eyes. It hardly felt like the apocalypse here. And after touring the Invincible Supermarket, they were even more captivated by it. The food here, the merchandise here, everything made them marvel, yet they also lamented that this Invincible Supermarket hadn't opened in their city. How regrettable it would be to never taste these delicacies again in the future. After experiencing such flavors, how could they possibly endure the dry bread and monotonous instant noodles of the post-apocalyptic world? Most of them only bought food and didn't purchase the higher-priced items. They were all waiting to buy the remaining crystal cores after the auction ended. As the auction date approached, Gu Chen also gained one VIP Purple Diamond member after another. Gu Chen also stipulated that members must have enough purple crystal coins in their cards to participate in the bidding, so they all converted the crystal cores they brought into purple crystal coins. The main idea is that people can leave, but the crystal cores must stay. Not a single penny will you take home. Chapter 72, the auction begins. When auction day arrived, Gu Chen's club members had contributed a staggering 20 million purple crystal coins to his card balance. Meanwhile, the Invincible Hotel at Lingyun Mountain was fully booked. To maximize profits, Gu Chen temporarily converted the luxury suites into standard twin and king rooms. Now their guests couldn't afford to spend purple crystal coins upgrading to white diamond membership. These 2 days accommodation fees contributed 949,500 purple crystal coins to Gu Chen's earnings.
Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the auction finally arrived. Gu Chen transformed the lobby of the Invincible Hotel into an auction hall.
The auction hall was arranged with solemn dignity, yet exuding luxurious grandeur. In the spacious hall, dazzling crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, radiating brilliant light. The walls were adorned with priceless paintings, enhancing the artistic ambience. In the center of the hall stood a row of display counters draped with red velvet, showcasing the precious items set for auction. Surrounding the display counters was a circle of comfortable seating, providing an excellent viewing environment for the bidders. In one corner of the hall, a large screen was set up, displaying real-time information about the auction items and their current bids. The entire auction hall was filled with a tense yet fervent atmosphere, making everyone feel the significance and allure of this event. A total of 20 individuals had qualified to participate this time, each representing the wealthiest in zombie cores within the surrounding post-apocalyptic region. Gu Chen himself took on the role of auctioneer, allowing him to adjust the variety and quantity of goods on the spot based on real-time bidding. Dressed in a sleek tailcoat as he stepped onto the auction podium, the outfit added an extra touch of charisma to Gu Chen's presence.
Good evening, distinguished guests. I'm Gu Chen, the owner here.
I believe everyone already knows me, so I'll skip the lengthy introduction. As Gu Chen finished speaking, enthusiastic applause erupted around him. They were all giving him face.
At the same time, they eagerly anticipated the upcoming auction items.
They were all rubbing their hands in preparation.
Without further ado, I believe everyone can't wait any longer. Let's bring out our first auction item. Gu Chen's first choice was the Ability Awakening Potion, Random.
With their amethyst coins now plentiful, only by displaying enticing goods could they be confident in driving up the bids. The efficacy of the Awakening Potion goes without saying. Consuming it guarantees the awakening of a superhuman ability.
And if an ability user takes it, they'll awaken an additional power. This is practically a must-have potion for becoming a powerhouse. Even among ability users, those with multiple powers are far stronger than those with just one. And in the apocalypse, what matters most? Strength is everything. If you don't improve, while your rivals do, you'll just be left defenseless. The starting bid is 100,000 purple crystal coins, with a minimum increment of 10,000 purple crystal coins per raise. Everyone, start bidding. Seeing Gu Chen take out the very thing they'd been yearning for as his first item, the crowd below instantly erupted with excitement. Bids began to pour in. Tang Wenzhou made the first bid, 120,000 purple crystal coins. The person beside him cast a disdainful glance, only raising it by 20,000. He immediately raised his placard and offered 150,000 purple crystal coins. Many merchants nearby had a gleam of shrewdness in their eyes. Whether they bought it for personal use or to study its formula, this was a foolproof investment. They are determined to obtain the awakening potion at all costs. 200,000 purple crystal coins, he said with a smug glance at the crowd. He hoped no one would compete with him. But how was that possible? Soon, Ling Ruo made her bid. 250,000 purple crystal coins. Deng Jiangwo could no longer remain seated. He held up his sign, 300,000 purple crystal coins. Gu Chen looked at the lively auction scene below with great satisfaction. The ability awakening potion was merely a reward from the system, and he had a full 30 of these potions in his possession. And even if purchased from the system, the ability awakening potion, which allows you to specify the awakened ability, only costs 20,000 purple crystal coins as the wholesale price. This is an absolute jackpot. Deciding to hold an auction was definitely the smartest choice. Later on, just releasing a limited quantity periodically will surely drive everyone into a frenzy. Even if Gu Chen had sold the ability awakening potions on the open market, the result wouldn't have been this good. They have a limited number of crystal cores and couldn't have afforded to purchase them in large quantities. He still had so many products to earn purple crystal coins from. Another base leader nearby raised the bid, 400,000 purple crystal coins. As soon as this price was announced, the surroundings fell silent. This price is a bit too high. A smug look flashed across his face. He was certain he had this in the bag. After waiting for a while, Gu Chen struck the hammer. 400,000 for the first time. After another moment, he struck the hammer a second time. 400,000 for the second time. Any more bids? Just as Gu Chen was about to strike the third blow of the hammer, a calm voice drifted over. 500,000. The base commander who had bid 400,000 froze. Such a dramatic increase? He could only give up, as there would soon be an extended life pill to bid on. Seeing someone raise the bid, Gu Chen felt exhilarated. 500,000 going once. Any higher bids? After a brief pause, 500,000 going twice. Finally, the hammer in his hand struck for the third time. 500,000 going 3 times. Deal. Congratulations to VIP number 17 for winning the first batch of our Superpower Awakening Serum. Scattered applause echoed throughout the venue. The observers were all lamenting their failure to acquire the Superpower Awakening Serum. The leader of Base 17 bought it for his son, his only child, who hadn't awakened any supernatural abilities. His son had begged him repeatedly, insisting he secure the ability awakening potion no matter what. Seeing this, Gu Chen continued, "Alright, I know many of you came specifically for the ability awakening potion. For those who missed out, don't worry, the next item is another ability awakening potion, random. Same as before, starting bid is 100,000 purple crystal coins, with minimum increments of 10,000 purple crystal coins. Everyone may begin bidding now." The crowd below, who had just been feeling regret, immediately perked up when they heard there was still an ability awakening potion up for auction. Number 15 was the first to raise their paddle, 300,000 purple crystal coins. After witnessing the earlier auctions, everyone now had a rough idea of the ability awakening potion's value, so no one wasted time starting the bidding from the base price this time. He thought being the first to shout out 300,000 might intimidate the others, giving him a chance to secure this ability awakening potion. None of them knew just how many ability awakening potions Gu Chen still had in his possession. What if this was the last one? Wouldn't they be losing out big time then? 350,000, 400,000, 410,000, 420,000. The bidding voices continued endlessly. Clearly, after exceeding 400,000, everyone's bidding increments slowed significantly. 500,000. Merchant number 13 raised his paddle. The crowd fell into silence once more. How could the price suddenly increase by so much? How were they supposed to compete now? Meanwhile, merchant number 13 had other plans. He intended to send his subordinates to assemble a research team to study this supernatural awakening serum as soon as he returned. If he could master its formula, he would reign supreme in the apocalypse. Unfortunately for him, his scheme was doomed to fail. Chapter 73, The Auction House 2. Gu Chen was very satisfied with the price. The gavel falls. 500,000 for the first time. 500,000 for the second time. 500,000 for the third time. Sold.
At the moment the deal was finalized, the purple crystal coins were automatically deducted from their membership card. Merchant number 13 became extremely excited upon obtaining the superpower awakening potion. He could already envision the entire world bowing beneath his feet. Those who failed to secure the bid could only shake their heads in regret. Very well, let us proceed with the auction for the next item. Next up is another random ability awakening potion. Interested guests, please raise your signs. The rules remain the same as before. As Gu Chen's words fell, an uproar began below. Just how many supernatural ability awakening potions does Boss Gu actually have? The two people who just made the purchase also vaguely felt they had overpaid. Someone suggested spending rationally and not driving up prices any further. The crowd unanimously agreed. But once the auction began, the bidding voices still came one after another without end. They're all old foxes, nodding along with their mouths while secretly wondering, what if this is the very last one? In the end, the supernatural ability awakening potion was sold for 480,000. At this moment, those who hadn't managed to get one were secretly hoping Gu Chen might produce another awakening potion. And Gu Chen didn't disappoint them. He took out the fourth ability awakening potion. Noticing the bidding prices were slipping, he decided to stir up excitement among the crowd. He unleashed the oppressive aura and radiant halo of his omni-elemental abilities. Moreover, being inside the Invincible Hotel, his powers had already reached the pinnacle of the entire ability hierarchy. The crowd collectively paled. I knew Boss Gu was strong, but I didn't realize he was this strong. Everyone, do you see my multi-element abilities? I forgot to mention earlier that ability awakening serums can be used cumulatively. This means that the number of serums you consume determines how many elemental abilities you can awaken. Gu Chen smiled as he watched the instantly fanatical expressions in the crowd beneath him. At that moment, they were all wildly speculating whether Gu Chen's formidable power had also been achieved by consuming multiple ability awakening serums. If they also consumed this many ability awakening potions, would their strength become as formidable as Boss Gu's? At this moment, they became even more determined to obtain more ability awakening potions. Now when they looked at the people around them, their eyes were filled with wariness. Very well, since everyone understands, let us begin bidding for the next auction item. Gu Chen retracted his oppressive aura and radiant halo, continuing with the auction. The next item up for bid is again a random ability awakening potion. Everyone knows the rules, so I won't elaborate further. Let's begin, esteemed guests. The moment Gu Chen finished speaking, someone eagerly shouted, 300,000. This voice seemed to flip a switch, as bidding calls rose one after another in succession. 350,000, 400,000, 450,000, 500,000, 510,000. 550,000, 600,000, 650,000. When the bid reached 600,000, the room fell into silence. Gu Chen knew the price was about right. The formal proceedings then began. 650,000 going once, 650,000 going twice, 650,000 for the third time. Sold. Next, Gu Chen brought out 10 random ability awakening potions, and the bidding gradually lost momentum. They were sold for 650,000, 630,000, 620,000, 610,000, 600,000, 590,000, 580,000, 570,000, 560,000, and 550,000 respectively. Gu Chen knew roughly how many purple crystal coins they had, and he knew when to stop. He didn't push further by offering more awakening potions. At this moment, the guest who bid the most was number 8, having secured a full 3 vials of the superpower awakening serum. He spent every last purple crystal coin he brought, but he was quite satisfied, as he intended to use them himself. Being an ability user himself, after consuming them, he would become a quadruple element ability user. When he returns, he'll expand the basis scale. Who could possibly stand against him then? He was already rolling up his sleeves in anticipation. Gu Chen took out the next auction item, presenting an intermediate medical capsule. He projected all its functions and usage methods onto the screen behind him. At this moment, those still hoping for the next dose of the awakening serum suddenly realized there was no more left. Those who didn't get to bid regretted it deeply. They'd only wanted to wait, hoping the price would drop just a bit lower before making their move. They hadn't expected it to be already gone, and now they were kicking themselves with regret. Those who managed to bid successfully were all filled with immense relief. Before they could linger in their emotions for too long, Gu Chen's voice snapped them back to attention. A medical pod capable of curing most illnesses? It's the apocalypse now, with severe shortages of medicine and medical care. Getting sick means you might not receive timely treatment, and some illnesses were incurable even before the apocalypse, let alone now. Who dares claim they'll never fall ill? This is especially true for those in high positions or with wealth. The more someone has, the more they value their life. Alright, I believe everyone has finished reviewing the introduction of the intermediate medical pod. The starting bid is 50,000 purple crystal coins, with each increment no less than 10,000.
Let's begin. As soon as Gu Chen finished speaking, bidding voices immediately rose from below. 200,000, 250,000, 300,000, 40,000.
The prices kept climbing higher.
500,000.
Merchant number 13 raised his bidding paddle. Not only could he use this medical pod for himself, but he could also charge others for treatment services with it. He'd recoup the costs in no time. His mental abacus clicked loudly with calculations of profit.
This was almost at everyone's psychological price limit, so they all gave up. They hadn't forgotten that the most important auction item was yet to be presented.
Seeing no one was raising bids anymore, Gu Chen began going through the formalities.
500,000 for the first time. 500,000 for the second time. 500,000 for the third time.
Sold.
Congratulations to customer number 13 for winning the bid on the intermediate medical pod. Next, we'll begin the auction for the next item. The next item up for auction is once again a medical pod, but this time it's a premium medical pod.
Regarding this pod, I can confidently state that no matter how severe the injury, as long as the person isn't dead and still has a breath left in them, lying inside will revive them. As these words fell, the crowd erupted in murmurs.
If Bosco dared to make such a claim, it must undoubtedly be true.
To bolster his credibility, Gu Chen had Chu Feng bring in someone who was covered in wounds, barely clinging to life with just the faintest breath remaining. He poured the healing solution into the advanced medical pod, then placed the person inside. The medical pod activated, with the restorative fluid penetrating his body. Everyone could see with their naked eyes that the man's wounds were being visibly repaired at a rapid pace. But just a few minutes later, the man who had nearly breathed his last walked out of the med pod, full of vigor and energy again. All his wounds had completely healed. Now aware that Gu Chen had saved him, he immediately knelt down before him in gratitude. Lin Yang had thought he was doomed, never expecting to be given a second chance at life.
Gu Chen's life-saving grace would forever be etched in his heart. Chapter 74, Bidding for the Life-Extending Pill. Gu Chen quickly stopped him and instructed Chu Feng to take the person away first.
The crowd gazed at the advanced medical pod with even more burning desire in their eyes. They had just witnessed with their own eyes how someone so severely injured could bounce back to life after lying in there for mere minutes. Those who had never used the products from the Invincible supermarket before were also completely won over by Gu Chen.
Everyone has seen the results.
The starting bid for the advanced medical pod is 100,000 purple crystal coins, with each increment no less than 20,000.
Let's begin. The crowd eagerly started bidding without delay. Bosco has too many amazing goods. Purple crystal coins are simply never enough. The person who just bid for the intermediate medical pod turned grim-faced.
If he had known there was an advanced medical pod, he would have gone for that instead. What he didn't realize was that something even more regretful awaited him. Everything in Gu Chen's shop could only be used after identity verification within the store.
So his scheme to profit wildly from reselling was doomed to fail. 400,000, 450,000, 500,000, 550,000, 600,000, 650,000, 650,000, 1 million.
When the number 1 million was announced, the room instantly fell silent.
Just as Gu Chen thought no one would bid higher and was about to proceed with the formalities, guest number 5 raised their paddle, 1.05 million. At this price, guest number 6, who had just bid 1 million, also withdrew from the competition. In the end, the advanced medical pod was sold for 1.05 million. She has a daughter at home who has been clinging to life since a car accident. The doctors declared her beyond saving, stating she could only hang on at most, urging them to give up treatment. But unwilling to accept this, she was now amazed by the advanced medical pod's miraculous effects. She intended to bid for it to try on her daughter. No matter what, this deal wouldn't be a loss.
The energy crystals spent could always be earned back through fighting zombies again. Nothing was more important than her daughter. Gu Chen was also pleased with the bidding price. After learning from Xiaobai that she was bidding for her daughter, he decided to grant her a special privilege after the auction, a one-time authorization allowing one person to use the medical pod without needing to visit the Invincible shop for identity binding. He was sure she would appreciate it.
Next, we'll proceed to the auction of the following lot.
This item is a set of spatial talismans, with 5 talismans per set. Each talisman has a validity period of 24 hours, during which it can store up to 100 cubic meters of items. I trust everyone has grasped its potential uses, especially given the long journeys many of you face on your return trips. With these spatial talismans, you can purchase and transport large quantities of supplies effortlessly. Items stored within them remain in perfect stasis, exactly as they were when placed inside. Beyond this, many other applications await your discovery.
Now, let the bidding begin.
The starting price is 20,000 purple crystal coins, with each increment no less than 5,000 purple crystal coins. At this point, those with keen instincts had already begun bidding. They had all experienced the supplies from the Invincible supermarket, and if they could purchase them in bulk, Not only would it strengthen their own factions, but they could also pass the costs on to other survivors, a no-lose situation.
Who knows, those survivors might even end up thanking them for it. 30,000, 35,000, 40,000, 45,000, 50,000, 100,000.
In the end, this batch of spatial talismans was sold for 100,000 purple crystal coins.
Gu Chen pulled out another set of spatial talismans.
By now, everyone had grown accustomed to it.
For them, the more Boss Gu brought out, the happier they were.
Having learned their lesson, they didn't dare hesitate this time and immediately began a new round of bidding.
30,000, 35,000, 40,000, 100,000.
In the end, this set of spatial runes was also sold for 100,000 purple crystal coins. Even if these people didn't want to buy, they would still bid up the price against their opponents, depleting the purple crystal coins in their opponents' hands. Of course, this was a good thing for Gu Chen. So, he took out 2 more sets of spatial runes, both sold for 100,000 purple crystal coins. In total, 20 spatial runes fetched him 400,000 purple crystal coins.
This batch of spatial talismans was a huge profit. Once the auction ends and they procure supplies, they'll make yet another killing. It's practically overwhelming. Next, we'll proceed with bidding for the following auction item, a set of teleportation talismans. Each set likewise contains 5 talismans, with each capable of instantly transporting the user to any location within a 1 kilometer range. The value of teleportation talismans is something I trust you all understand. Let the bidding commence. Starting bid at 100,000 purple crystal coins, with minimum increments of no less than 10,000. With the appearance of the teleportation talisman, an uproar erupted below once more. This was truly a life-saving divine artifact. Being able to teleport away when encountering danger, wasn't that equivalent to gaining an extra life? Such life-saving treasures, who wouldn't want as many as possible? 110,000. The crowd looked disdainfully at the person who had only raised the bid by 10,000. How could anyone dare to offer the minimum increase in such a setting? How utterly shameful. Then everyone also began to place their bids. 150,000, 180,000, 200,000, 230,000, 250,000. In the end, this set of teleportation talismans was sold for 250,000. Following the same procedure, Gu Chen auctioned off 3 more sets of teleportation talismans, with the final prices ranging between 250,000 and 300,000. From these 20 teleportation talismans, Gu Chen earned a total of 1.1 million purple crystal coins. Next up is the highly anticipated 10-year life extension pill that everyone has been waiting for. As he spoke, Gu Chen produced a pill shimmering with flowing light. No one doubted Gu Chen's words. They had already witnessed his extraordinary power and miracles. Their gazes grew fervent as they stared at the life-extending elixir in his hand. Most of them had come precisely for the life-extending elixir, especially the leaders of various factions who were getting on in years. Who wouldn't want to live a few more years? Moreover, since Boss Gu was able to produce the first one, he surely could provide more. They had confidence in him. Gu Chen began to introduce, consuming this life extension pill will add 10 years to your lifespan. Even if you're on the verge of death, taking this pill will grant you another 10 years of life. Currently, I have only this one life extension pill in my possession, and there won't be a second one in the near future. The starting bid is 300,000 purple crystal coins, with each increment no less than 50,000. Let's begin. 500,000, 800,000, 1 million, 1.2 million, 1.25 million, 1.3 million. The crowd's frenzy for the life-extending pill was visibly more intense than for other products, driving prices upward at a staggering pace. In no time, the bids soared to 1.3 million purple crystal coins. Several attendees had clearly come solely for this pill, arriving with exceptionally deep pockets and meticulous preparation. Now it's a contest of financial prowess. Moreover, Boss Gu stated this longevity pill is currently the only one in existence. Who knows when the next might appear? What if they suffer critical injuries but fail to return? Consuming this pill would essentially grant them an extra life. The bidding war for the longevity pill has reached its fever pitch. Chapter 75, Unlocking the Super Lucky Gift Package. 1.5 million, bidder number 18 raised his paddle. 1.55 million, bidder number 3 raised their placard. 1.6 million, number 19 raised their bid. The bidding slowed down after reaching 150, as their amethyst coins were nearing their limit. After the price hit 1.6 million, many had no choice but to reluctantly withdraw. The time frame had been too tight, and their crystal core reserves weren't sufficient. Gnashing their teeth, they vowed to gather more crystal cores upon returning. If there was another chance, they would absolutely secure the bid. Customer number 19 glanced around nervously, secretly praying no one would raise the price further. This was already all his fortune. Unfortunately, heaven didn't comply with human wishes. Customer number 10 bid 1.65 million. In the end, customer number 19 could only reluctantly give up. Guchen saw that no one was bidding anymore. He began the confirmation process. First call at 1.65 million. Second call at 1.65 million. 1.65 million for the third time. Sold. Customer number 19 cherished the life-extending elixir dearly upon obtaining it.
Without waiting for the auction to conclude, he hurriedly rose to leave with his subordinates and return to the base. He was afraid it would get stolen. Noticing this, Guchen quickly called out to stop him. Esteemed guest, all items sold during our hotel's auction are bound to their purchasers. Without the owner's authorization, others won't be able to use them even if they get their hands on them, so you needn't worry.
Our hotel guarantees the safety of all auction items. Moreover, I've placed restrictions on every auction item.
If anyone is detected attempting to seize the goods forcibly, they'll be permanently blacklisted, barred forever from entering the Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel, and eternally unable to use any products from the Invincible Supermarket. Joking aside, if Guchen couldn't guarantee the safety of their auction items, who would dare to spend freely at future auctions? Where would that leave his cash cows, his highly valued clientele? Worse still, it would utterly ruin his reputation if word got out. Hearing Guchen's words, the crowd immediately felt reassured. Initially, after witnessing the completion of the life-extending pill auction, they had already begun itching to leave, so much so that they couldn't even bear to stay a few more days at the Invincible Hotel. Now that their safety and that of the auction items could be guaranteed, they might as well enjoy it for a few more days. These past few days, we could also send some men out to hunt a few more zombies and grab some extra goods to bring back on our return. To be honest, after staying at the Invincible Hotel, none of them wanted to leave. At this moment, a soft and adorable notification sound from Xiaobai rang in Guchen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission of serving 10,000 customers. You've been rewarded with a super lucky gift package. Host, would you like to open the super lucky gift package now? Yes. Guchen had been looking forward to this gift package for a long time. Over the past few days, with the operation of the branch stores, his mission progress had skyrocketed. However, preoccupied with preparing for the auction, he hadn't had time to check on his mission progress during these days. I didn't realize it had been completed without me noticing. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've obtained the authority to open a branch store in any city, with all setup fees waived for that location. Ding! Congratulations, host, all your elemental abilities have been upgraded by 1 tier. Ding! Congratulations, host, all attributes have increased by plus 2,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've received a all buildings plus 1 privilege, applicable only to currently owned buildings and their existing levels. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've obtained 10 advanced business robots. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've acquired 1 advanced luxury aircraft. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've gained 1 longevity pill, 50 years. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 10 beauty preservation pills. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained a free restocking benefit valid for 3 months. With the chime's conclusion, Guchen was also highly satisfied with this package. It was exactly what he needed when he was feeling drowsy, a pillow delivered right to his head. He had grown accustomed to the tier and attributes of his supernatural abilities, though higher tiers required more purple crystal coins. He currently faced no rivals. The option to upgrade buildings once meant he could enhance both the Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel headquarters and branches, saving him a significant sum. There were also advanced business robots, exactly what he needed for opening new branches. Now he wouldn't have to buy them separately. Advanced business robots weren't cheap either, so saving where he could was always wise. There's also the high-end luxury aircraft. Whenever he needs to open a new branch elsewhere in the future, he won't have to travel on foot anymore. Though he moves fast, why bother running when he can just lie back and relax? And then there's the life extension pill. This thing could fetch a sky-high price. But right now, these people's purple crystal coins are nearly exhausted. If he auctions it now, it won't reach its true value. Better to let them prepare and spread the word to bring in more participants. As for the eternal beauty pill, he could auction that today. There are still female customers in attendance. What woman doesn't love beauty? There's also a 3-month free restocking benefit. How absolutely delightful. His daily turnover was enormous now, requiring large amounts of restocking, especially those exceptionally expensive items he could now readily replenish. Take full advantage of the system's benefits. Moreover, as he opens more and more branch stores, the amount of purple crystal coins he can save in these 3 months will be astronomical. It's so beautiful. With an additional permission to open branch stores and 0 costs involved, he'll surely go all out in expanding. After all, why not take full advantage of the system's benefits when they're free for the taking? Ding! System mission issued, serve 100,000 customers. Completion reward, 1 lucky mystery gift package. Guchen wasn't the least bit surprised by the system's assigned task. He had already figured out its pattern. Yet he was still brimming with anticipation for the rewards, as each grand prize bundle never failed to deliver delightful surprises. To complete this system mission, he would undoubtedly have to accelerate the pace of opening branch stores. A single Deer City could no longer satisfy his ambitions. Suddenly, Gu Chen's eyes lit up as another idea struck him.
He addressed the auction platform. Next, we'll continue with the bidding for the following lot.
No one had expected the life-extending elixir to not even be the finale, and the crowd buzzed with curiosity about what could possibly follow. The Eternal Beauty Pill, as its name suggests, will freeze one's appearance at the moment of consumption, granting everlasting youth.
I believe everyone must be quite intrigued now, so let's begin the auction.
The starting bid is 50,000 purple crystal coins, with each increment no less than 5,000 coins.
60,000, 70,000, 80,000, 100,000, 120,000, 150,000, 200,000. In the end, Ling Ruo successfully bid 200,000 for this beauty preservation pill. She didn't face much competition, as most attendees today were male.
Gu Chen kindly suggested that she could first take the whitening pill from the Invincible supermarket and use its skincare products to optimize her skin's condition before consuming the beauty preservation pill. Ling Ruo expressed her gratitude to Gu Chen, as she too wished to remain forever young.
Now, let's proceed to the final item for today's auction, locations suitable for the opening of new branches for the Invincible supermarket and Invincible hotel.
Chapter 76, the auction concludes, unveiling the luxury aircraft.
As Gu Chen finished speaking, the base leaders became visibly excited.
Especially the base leaders who came from other places. They had already experienced the wonders of the Invincible supermarket and the Invincible hotel over these past 2 days.
It's safe to say that with the Invincible supermarket, their number of survivors would increase dramatically. Their strength in the apocalypse would become even more formidable. Not to mention there are so many marvelous goods and supplies. There's also the absolute safety of the Invincible hotel and all the pleasures it offers inside. The base leader, who had just failed to acquire anything moments ago, was feeling somewhat dejected originally. Now that he learned his base could also have access to both the Invincible supermarket and Invincible hotel, he immediately became exhilarated, rolling up their sleeves, determined to seize victory. As for those merchants, their faces turned ashen. If Boss Gu expanded his franchise to their city, would there be any business left for them? But against this, they were utterly powerless. They couldn't win a fight, and they still needed to rely on Boss Gu. The best they could do was wait for potential collaboration opportunities later. Yet they also understood that Boss Gu's expansion with branch stores was inevitable, and nothing they did could stop it. In that case, why not make a killing while the stores hadn't reached their territory yet?
They had all made up their minds to return to their respective cities once the auction concluded. Meanwhile, amidst the mixed feelings of anticipation and anxiety among the crowd, the auction continued to proceed. Now, let's begin bidding for the final item of the day. Special note, both the Invincible supermarket and Invincible hotel will be constructed together, completed within 48 hours at the designated location after the auction. The starting bid is 1 million purple crystal coins, with each subsequent bid increment no less than 50,000 purple crystal coins.
Auction begins. With Gu Chen's announcement,
the base leaders eagerly started placing their bids.
1.1 million, 1.2 million, 1.25 million, 1.3 million, 1.35 million, 1.4 million, 1.45 million, 1.6 million.
This was the bid from customer number 19. He had gone all in, and now it was just a matter of whether anyone's purple crystal coins could outbid him. Customer number 10, who had just won the bid for the life-extending pill, felt rather regretful as he had spent all his purple crystal coins. However, upon reflection, he realized that acquiring the life-extending pill would benefit him more, and thus he found peace with his decision.
He resolved to have his subordinates gather more crystal cores upon his return.
He couldn't afford to let opportunities slip through his fingers while he watched helplessly. That would truly be a cause for endless regret. Everyone could only give up one after another, as contestant number 19 currently held the highest number of purple crystal coins in the entire venue. The others could only sigh regretfully.
Good, 1.6 million once, 1.6 million twice,
1.6 million 3 times.
Sold. Congratulations to customer number 19 for winning the final auction item.
After the auction concludes, I'll discuss the specific construction arrangements with you.
Then, I now declare the first Invincible auction a complete success. Thank you all for coming. We look forward to meeting everyone at the next auction.
Gu Chen had made a killing today, and he didn't mind tossing out some polite platitudes. After all, these people were destined to become his golden geese in the future. Applause like rolling thunder filled the surroundings. None who came to participate in this Invincible auction left empty-handed. They all had gained something, more or less. Moreover, they enjoyed the products from the Invincible Hotel and Invincible Supermarket so much that they were almost reluctant to leave. After seeing off these guests, Gu Chen tallied up the gains from the auction. This auction earned him a staggering 14.44 million purple crystal coins. After repaying the system's 2 million, he still had 12.44 million left. Now his purple crystal coin balance has reached 14,217,448 purple crystal coins.
Gu Chen felt terrifyingly wealthy at this moment.
But when he remembered that besides the system-rewarded city, opening branches in other cities would devour massive amounts of purple crystal coins, his excitement deflated somewhat.
Still, there was no denying his current prosperity. Time to treat himself to a feast. Of course he wouldn't forget to bring Xiaobai along.
He then tracked down the customer who had bid on the advanced medical pod and smoothly sold the access rights for 50,000 purple crystal coins amidst her profuse gratitude. Having just concluded an auction, Gu Chen felt physically and mentally exhausted. All he wanted now was to lie down, rest, and enjoy a lavish meal.
Other matters could wait and be delegated for now.
Gu Chen returned to his VIP Supreme top-floor suite and collapsed onto the bed. Though his current stats were astonishing, making fatigue nearly impossible.
Right now, he simply wanted to rest.
Meanwhile in the dining room, Xiaobai thoughtfully arranged the lavish feast Gu Chen had been craving.
Gu Chen lazily got out of bed, devouring the delicious food with great relish. Indeed, good food heals the soul. After finishing his meal, Gu Chen became full of energy again. Gu Chen ordered Xiaobai to switch to dog form so he could pet it. Xiaobai immediately transformed into a dog.
It snuggled up to Gu Chen, allowing him to do as he pleased.
It would occasionally nuzzle against Gu Chen's leg or lick his palm.
It couldn't have been more docile, creating a stark contrast with its intimidating appearance.
Gu Chen thoroughly enjoyed these moments. He had to admit, Xiaobai's fur was simply irresistible to touch. Gu Chen just couldn't stop petting it. After resting, Gu Chen still had serious business to attend to.
He summoned customer number 19 to the hotel lobby. He was ready to open a branch in another city. Upon hearing Gu Chen's summons, Luo Yan, customer number 19, rushed to the hotel lobby without delay. He treated Gu Chen with utmost reverence. In this apocalyptic world, strength commanded respect, and Gu Chen had already proven his power, earning the deference of everyone.
Moreover, Gu Chen could provide so many miraculous supplies that calling him a rebirth parent wouldn't be an exaggeration.
He felt no amount of respect toward Boss Gu would be excessive. Whatever happened, offending Boss Gu was absolutely out of the question.
Taking the initiative, he introduced himself. Hello, Boss Gu. I'm Luo Yan from Yunhe Base in Lanchang. I sincerely ask for your guidance.
Hello. Here's a map. Please mark the locations where the Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel need to be built.
Gu Chen pulled out his tablet and brought up an extremely detailed map.
Luo Yan scrutinized it carefully. The Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel should definitely be built as close as possible to their base. He carefully pinpointed their base's location on the map. Due to the apocalypse, many buildings and streets no longer match the maps now. Gu Chen let him search slowly while he went to check out the advanced luxury aircraft obtained from the grand prize package. He'll need it when establishing branch stores later.
Arriving at the open space by the Invincible Hotel, he opened his system backpack and deployed this aircraft. The luxurious aircraft showcased streamlined contours, elegant yet powerfully built, with its fuselage coated in a brilliant metallic sheen that exuded noble sophistication. The interior was even more astonishing. Stepping inside felt like entering a palatial airborne sanctuary. The spacious cabin, with its plush sofas and luxurious bed, offers an unparalleled sense of comfort. The enormous transparent windows allow passengers to fully admire the magnificent views outside. High-tech entertainment systems and smart amenities are all readily available, making the journey thoroughly enjoyable. Autonomous navigation and smart flight technologies ensure safe and precise travels. This aerial vehicle is not just a means of transportation, but the perfect fusion of technology and luxury. Gu Chen was extremely satisfied with this aircraft, truly top-notch as expected from the system. He's actually looking forward to opening a branch store now. Chapter 77, Another Bunch of Fools Asking for Death. At this moment, Luo Yan also found the location of their base on the map and eagerly rushed out to find Gu Chen. When he saw the high-end luxury hovercraft parked in front of Gu Chen, he was utterly stunned. This is so freaking cool. He hadn't seen it before. Nowadays airplanes aren't usable anymore. I wonder if Boss Gu's aircraft can still fly. But then again, if it's Boss Gu we're talking about, then it surely can. Gu Chen noticed Luo Yan approaching and began discussing the location for their new branch with him. He entered the address into the aircraft, which would then automatically navigate and fly there. Do you have anything else to do here? We can leave any time. Gu Chen addressed Luo Yan. Luo Yan snapped back to attention, delighted to hear they could depart at any moment. He could hardly wait to see the scenes of Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel branches opening near his base. As for those supplies, they could all be purchased at the branch locations later, so there was nothing left for him to prepare. Nothing else. I'm ready to set off any time, Luo Yan promptly replied. Then let's go, quick trip. With that, Gu Chen took the lead and walked towards the advanced luxury aircraft.
During Gu Chen's absence, Chu Feng and Chu Yun would mind the store.
His brief departure wouldn't cause any issues.
Luo Yan was overjoyed when he learned he could also travel aboard Boss Gu's private vehicle. He hurriedly followed after Gu Chen.
He was still slightly awestruck when he saw the interior of the aircraft.
It wasn't that he hadn't seen the world before, he'd even ridden on private jets. But compared to Boss Gu's ride, those private jets were like childish toys. Seeing that Luo Yan had also boarded, Gu Chen manipulated the aircraft to take off and headed toward their destination. The aircraft flew extremely smoothly, almost as steady as being on level ground, while Gu Chen sat on the sofa preparing to pass the time by watching a movie. Meanwhile, Luo Yan was thoroughly fascinated by the aircraft, looking around in every direction. How he wished he could own such an aircraft too. He wondered if Boss Gu might sell these aircraft in the future. He needed to start saving up purple crystal coins from now on. Yet, to their surprise, barely had Gu Chen's movie begun playing, and Luo Yan was still marveling at the spacecraft's interior technology and decor when they arrived at their destination.
Gu Chen chose a relatively large open area as the landing spot. As the spacecraft touched down, gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd nearby. Boss, look quick, there's actually something that can still fly here, but it doesn't really look like a plane. That's so damn cool, if only I could snatch it. Let's see how many of them there are, hee hee.
Their leader, Zhuorongsheng, also grew greedy.
He happened to be out gathering supplies with his subordinates nearby today.
The result was seeing this incredibly impressive-looking thing land right in front of them. This was practically a gift from the heavens. Otherwise, why would it land nowhere else but right here with him? He wasn't worried about not being able to grab it. After all, he'd brought a full 200 men with him today.
How many people can actually sit on this thing?
He was just waiting for the people inside to come out.
They didn't disappoint them. Gu Chen walked out leading Luo Yan. Seeing only 2 people emerge from inside, they were overjoyed.
And when he clearly saw their faces, he let out a gasp of surprise.
Isn't that Luo Yan? Hee hee. Luo Yan only has one person with him right now. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Eliminating Luo Yan means one less competitor for me. He's also the base commander of Lancheng.
But his base wasn't as large as Yunhe base, with people flocking to Yunhe base instead. He'd long held a grudge against Luo Yan.
Never did he expect to catch Luo Yan today.
This must be the second gift the heavens had bestowed upon him. When Luo Yan saw Zhuorongsheng arriving with such a large group, his expression couldn't help but change.
He watched Gu Chen with concern.
But Gu Chen remained composed, his expression calm and untroubled, as if he didn't give these people the slightest regard.
Strangely, his own heart grew steady too. That's how confident we are in Boss Gu.
Zhuorongsheng led his men to surround Gu Chen and Luo Yan, his face brimming with arrogance and conceit as if the two were already prey trapped in his grasp.
Luo Yan, I finally got my hands on you today.
You'd better hand over that airplane-like thing yourself if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, when we step in, we won't hold back, then you'll wish you were dead. Yes, there are so many of us, just give up this pointless struggle. And as for this pretty boy beside Luo Yan, I suggest you take your own life quietly.
Running into us today is just your rotten luck. Blame Luo Yan if you want to. Who told you to be with him? Ha.
Boss, no need to waste words on them.
There's only 2 of them, we can finish them off in minutes.
Zhuorongsheng felt that both Gu Chen and Luo Yan were already like meat on a chopping board, incapable of escaping, so he wanted to further humiliate Luo Yan with his words. Previously, Luo Yan had always looked at him with an air of disdain. They're both base leaders, so what gives him the right to look down on me? I've been fed up with Luo Yan for a long time.
And the pretty boy beside him has that same punchable look. Who's he trying to impress with that fake calm expression?
He wanted to see them lose their composure, to witness them kneel and beg for mercy.
What's the fun in killing them so easily?
The apocalypse is boring enough already. If you don't find some fun in it, you'll go crazy.
Hey, you pretty boy, are you Luo Yan's little side piece? Look at you, getting spoiled so well, heh.
Luo Yan wasn't so angry when they insulted him, but when they started cursing Boss Gu like that, he flew into an uncontrollable rage.
He was ready to charge forward and fight them to the death. Gu Chen stopped him, treating these clowns as nothing more than free entertainment, putting on a monkey show for his amusement. And why should he bother arguing with a bunch of dead people anyway?
In Deer City, there were no fools left who dared to provoke him.
To be honest, life had gotten a little boring.
At last, someone stupid enough to come looking for trouble. Gu Chen felt a thrill of excitement. He hadn't loosened up his bones in a long while. Life had been too comfortable lately.
He wants to open a branch store. Best to deal with troublemakers like him first.
He hadn't gone looking for trouble with them, yet they came knocking on their own.
Perfect. The crowd continued to hurl insults at Gu Chen and Luo Yan with no restraint.
Luo Yan's veins bulged with rage, but out of respect for Boss Gu, he held himself back from charging forward.
Gu Chen naturally couldn't let him rush to his death.
After all, such a high-value client was worth protecting. Having grown tired of their theatrics, Gu Chen casually raised his hand and unleashed a spatial slash at the most vocal underling. The younger brother's words abruptly cut off. Hearing the sudden silence, the crowd turned their gaze toward him. They then watched as his head detached from his body, tumbling with a thud to the side. His body, too, collapsed lifelessly beside it. Everyone was horrified, unsure of what had happened. Chapter 78, Zhuo Rongxing and his gang die. Suddenly, as if realizing something, they turned their fearful gazes toward Gu Chen.
Zhuo Rongxing pointed at Gu Chen and said, "It was you, wasn't it? You did this?" None of them had ever witnessed such incomprehensible means.
The underling's neck looked as if it had been sliced by a razor-sharp blade, the cut surface perfectly smooth.
Yet Gu Chen displayed no trace of ability fluctuation.
In their experience, even when ability users fought to the death, there would always be ability fluctuations, and those powers could also be used for defense.
Where could one silently lose their head like that? This is simply impossible to guard against.
This was precisely the effect Gu Chen wanted. He meant to instill fear in them. He had no patience for idle chatter with these people. He preferred to let his actions speak for themselves.
Why waste words on a bunch of dead men anyway? In Gu Chen's eyes, these people were all marked with a countdown to death, just waiting to see when Chen's blade will fall. Wouldn't it be boring if they all died at once? Didn't these people want to torment him? So isn't it only fair that he returns the favor?
He even considers himself particularly merciful. None of them suffered too much before dying. Suddenly, someone shouted out of nowhere, "Let's rush him together.
There are so many of us, how could he possibly kill us all?"
Yet the crowd only exchanged uneasy glances, with no one daring to make the first move. Even if Gu Chen couldn't kill them all at once, nobody wanted to be the first to die. For a moment, the standoff persisted in tense silence.
At this moment, Gu Chen raised his hand again, this time unleashing his metal-based supernatural ability.
His power had grown so formidable that he no longer needed to consider combo attacks. Even an ordinary move from him could take their lives. This time they saw it clearly. A golden spike shot from Gu Chen's palm and instantly pierced through someone's brain. The man collapsed with a thud, his dying eyes still imprinted with the image of that spike flying toward him, his gaze overflowing with terror. Now realizing that none of them could escape unscathed, the group exchanged glances and simultaneously activated their own supernatural abilities against Gu Chen and Luo Yan.
Gu Chen leisurely constructed an omnidirectional barrier with his psychic energy.
Given his current strength, none of these people stood a chance of breaking through his defenses.
Realizing their unleashed abilities couldn't harm Gu Chen's group, they all froze mid-action. What kind of monster is this? With so many of them united, they couldn't even breach his defenses. How were they supposed to fight this? Isn't this just asking to get beaten up?
Luo Yan, meanwhile, looked at Gu Chen with admiration in his eyes.
Boss Gu is seriously so cool.
This was Zhuo Rongxing trying to sneak away while Gu Chen was distracted by his gang of underlings.
And Gu Chen saw it too.
He raised his hand and cast a psychic barrier around them, making escape impossible.
Humph, trying to leave now? Too late. Gu Chen curled his lips slightly.
Since they had chosen death themselves, he could only oblige them.
Luo Yan was also brimming with excitement. He sneered at Zhuo Rongxing, "Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Why so quiet now? Not in the mood anymore? Go on, keep boasting.
I really preferred how arrogant you were earlier.
Do that again for me."
It must be said that Luo Yan also knew how to mock others. As the base commander, he usually had to maintain a dignified public image, but in front of Gu Chen, he had already started letting loose. By now, some of the quicker-witted subordinates had already caught on. He knelt down, banging his head against the ground repeatedly.
"Spare my life, boss.
I have elders to care for and children to raise. I'm the only one supporting my family." All of this was just what the boss made us do. "If you let me live, I'll serve you like a beast of burden for the rest of my days." As he spoke, he continued hammering his head against the floor with desperate force, not daring to pause for even a moment.
Compared to life itself, what does a little humiliation amount to?
Seeing this, the others followed suit, dropping to their knees and begging for mercy.
Luo Yan watched this scene with immense satisfaction. Ha, these people humiliated them just a moment ago, and now they know to beg for mercy? Too late. Boss Gu will never let them off.
The facts unfolded exactly as Luo Yan had anticipated, as he methodically eliminated each assailant with raised hands. The desperate pleas for mercy proved futile, leaving the group utterly consumed by terror, some even releasing streams of yellow liquid in their panic. They scattered like headless flies, desperately seeking any possible escape route. Yet no matter how frantically they fled, none could evade Gu Chen's supernatural abilities. Their doomed fate was sealed. Gu Chen was slaughtering them one by one like playing with monkeys, watching their despair, terror, and fear. In a short while, Zhuo Rongxing's underlings were all killed by Gu Chen. Their deaths were bizarre and varied. Every single one was executed with a different supernatural ability. Gu Chen had also comprehended quite a few skills because of this. Indeed, real combat is the most effective way to enhance one's fighting prowess. Although this battle was nothing more than a one-sided slaughter, Seeing that everyone else had died, leaving only him alive, Zhuo Rongxing's expression turned terrified.
But since this god of death hadn't killed him yet, did that mean there might still be a slim chance of survival? He had finally secured his foothold in the apocalyptic world. With so many beauties still waiting for his affection, he didn't want to die. Terrified, he too knelt before Gu Chen and Luo Yan, begging for mercy. Even knowing the chances were slim, he still wanted to give it a try. At that moment, his face was covered in tears and snot, his body filthy, his palms pressed against the ground as he called out incessantly to Gu Chen and Luo Yan. He kept pleading incessantly, "Please spare me. I was blind not to recognize Mount Tai and offended you. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. I beg you, I beg you." He didn't forget to beg Luo Yan for help either. "Brother Luo, please put in a good word for me. If I manage to survive today, I'll follow your lead from now on. You tell me to go east, I won't go west. You tell me to beat a dog, I won't chase a chicken. I'm begging you." Luo Yan looked at him with mixed emotions. This man was once a base leader like him, but in the blink of an eye, he had become a prisoner. It all came down to their different choices. He chose to cling tightly to Boss Gu's coattails, while Zhuo Rongxing ended up offending Boss Gu. Everything in life is predestined, not a single bit by human will. He sighed deeply, but felt little sympathy for Zhuo Rongxing. If Boss Gu hadn't been present today, his fate might have ended up even more wretched than Zhuo Rongxing's. Thus, Boss Gu was practically his rebirth parents. From now on, he must cling to Boss Gu's coattails for dear life. Gu Chen ignored Zhuo Rongxing's pleas for mercy. Raising his hand, he unleashed waves of spatial abilities, slowly slicing Zhuo Rongxing apart piece by piece. Zhuo Rongxing watched helplessly as his limbs kept separating from his body. The agony in his flesh and the terror in his heart reached their peak, causing him to faint outright. Gu Chen also found it somewhat tedious by then, so he simply ended it quickly for him. It was time for him to go establish a branch store. That was the real priority. He waved his hand and stowed away the high-grade luxury aircraft, heading toward the location Luo Yan had specified. Even though he had already witnessed Boss Gu's extraordinary abilities, Luo Yan couldn't help but feel envious once again as he watched Gu Chen use his spatial abilities to store the high-grade luxury aircraft. He hurriedly followed in Gu Chen's footsteps. Chapter 79, Establishment of the Launching Yunha Branch Store. It's worth mentioning that upon their deaths, all these individuals dropped some crystal cores for Gu Chen, having Luo Yan collect them, since even a mosquito's flesh is still meat, no matter how small. These were all high-level awakened beings, so the crystal cores obtained were also high-grade, totaling around 300,000 purple crystal coins when combined. Gu Chen chose a location for the branch store that was neither too close nor too far from their base. Glancing around, Gu Chen selected a suitable spot and mentally communicated with Xiaobai. "Let's set up the branch store from the gift package here." "Understood, host. Branch store is being established, please wait." Ding! Branch store successfully established, host please check. As Xiaobai's voice faded, an invincible supermarket and an invincible hotel rose from the empty lot. The rumbling sounds continued without end, and when the dust settled, two magnificent structures stood in their place. The commotion here quickly drew the attention of many people from Yunha base. They stood dumbfounded, staring at the suddenly appeared invincible supermarket and invincible hotel. At that moment, they noticed Luo Yan had returned. In unison, they shouted, "Boss! Boss, you're back already? Weren't you supposed to be at the auction? How'd you return so fast? There wasn't even enough time for the round trip." "Boss, does this suddenly appearing building have anything to do with you?" the crowd asked all at once, talking over each other. It was clear that Luo Yan usually commanded both authority and popularity at the base. Not a single person noticed the suddenly appearing invincible supermarket and rushed in to loot supplies. It seemed Luo Yan managed Yunha base exceptionally well. Luo Yan raised his hand, signaling for them to quiet down. He had already witnessed Boss Gu's extraordinary abilities, so naturally, he wasn't about to make a fuss over it now. He solemnly announced to everyone, "Allow me to formally introduce the person beside me. This is Mr. Gu Chen, owner of both these buildings, Boss Gu." The auction I attended this time was also hosted by Boss Gu. And these two buildings behind me, one is the Invincible Supermarket, where all kinds of food and supplies are sold. From now on, everyone won't have to worry about food anymore. As his words fell, cheers erupted all around. Their joy came from the depths of their hearts. In the apocalypse, nothing brings more comfort than ample supplies. Luo Yan raised his hand again, and the crowd gradually quieted down. As for the other building, it's the Invincible Hotel. The Invincible Hotel is absolutely safe inside, providing running water, electricity, baths, gaming, television, and all sorts of entertainment facilities. The most important thing is that staying at the Invincible Hotel also grants you invincible tokens. These tokens can block zombies' perception for a period of time, a true lifesaver. I obtained these through competitive bidding against numerous rivals. You must cherish them dearly. Also, we must thank our boss, Mr. Gu. He's practically our savior. You must respect Boss Gu even more than you respect me. Understood? Luo Yan declared loudly. Got it. Thank you, Boss Gu, came the unified shout from the crowd. Luo Yan had taken the awakened ones to the Invincible Hotel this time, but they were still on the road. He had returned ahead of them in Gu Chen's aircraft, so those remaining at Yunha base had yet to witness the miraculous wonders of the Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel. At this moment, everyone was itching to rush into the Invincible Supermarket and spend to their heart's content. Many hygiene-conscious individuals were also eager to check into the Invincible Hotel for a hot shower. Luo Yan wanted Gu Chen to say a few words, but Gu Chen waved his hand in refusal. He was still busy with the preparations for the opening of the branch store. Ding! Host, please assign staff members to the Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel. Gu Chen then allocated 2 of the high-level sales assistant robots from the previous gift package to manage the Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel. The advanced sales robot has another advantage: after a single charge, it can remain on standby for 20 years. This means that as long as each store is equipped with one sales robot, it can operate 24/7. Unlike when Gu Chen manned the store himself and had to close for rest at night. Ding! Host, please name the sales robot. Following his usual naming style, Gu Chen assigned the names Lan He and Lan Erhe. Ding! Host, please name your branch store. Let's call them Invincible Supermarket, Lanchang Yunha Branch, and Invincible Hotel, Lanchang Yunha Branch. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful naming. Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel's Lanchang Yunha Branch have been successfully established. Ding! Congratulations, host. Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel's Lanchang Yunha Branch are now officially open for business. As Xiaobai's voice faded, the signs of the Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel were replaced with the names Gu Chen had chosen. The onlookers were even more astonished. The signs had changed in an instant. How magical! However, they had already experienced so many shocks today that they were somewhat numb to it all. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully opening a branch in another city. Rewards: Space Talismans *100, Teleportation Talismans *100, Beauty Preservation Pills *100 *. Xiaobai is giving himself benefits again. Gu Chen understood perfectly well. A flash of white light passed, and the doors of the Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel swung open, indicating they were now open for business. Gu Chen announced, "Today marks the grand opening of the Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel's Yunha branch in Lanchang. Everyone is welcome to come in and experience it." As his words fell, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd below. The crowd could hardly contain their curiosity any longer. The more quick-witted among them had already dashed back to fetch their zombie crystals since Luo Yan had been buying them in bulk at the base. It was clear these shops operated on crystal transactions. "I know you can't wait, grab your crystal cores and let's go shopping." Luo Yan waved with a smile. Suddenly, Gu Chen thought of something and asked Xiaobai in his mind. The gift package earlier waived all the costs for opening branch stores, but what about upgrade expenses? Host, upgrades require additional purple crystal coins. The waived fees only cover initial construction costs, Xiaobai explained. Hearing this answer, Gu Chen abandoned his plan. He had originally hoped to exploit a loophole to max out both the Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel, but it seemed that wasn't possible. Gu Chen spent another 1 million purple crystal coins to upgrade the Invincible Hotel to level 2. The rooms at level 1 were definitely insufficient for accommodation and were also hindering his speed of earning purple crystal coins. Ding! Congratulations, host, for upgrading the Lan City Yunha branch of the Invincible Hotel to level 2, deducting 1 million purple crystal coins from the host's account. Remaining balance, 13,567,448 purple crystal coins. As Gu Chen completed the upgrade, the Invincible Hotel underwent a noticeable transformation. A crowd was currently pouring into the Invincible Supermarket, squeezing their way in. Thankfully, the supermarket was spacious enough, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many people. The base residents first purchased food items. To ensure a successful opening, Gu Chen stocked the Invincible Supermarket with a wide variety of dishes. Every flavor, every cuisine style, and every price range was available. Sweet, sour, bitter, or spicy, whatever their taste preferences, customers could find their ideal delicacies at the Invincible Supermarket. The moment they tasted the food from the Invincible Supermarket, their expressions were identical, all showing bliss, enjoyment, and utter happiness. Good food truly heals the soul. Especially the gourmet dishes from the system store, they were absolutely top-tier delicacies. Chapter 80, The Invincible Food Delivery App Goes Live. Inside the supermarket, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of accomplishment as he watched their satisfied expressions. Gu Chen was also feeling a bit hungry, so he reserved the VIP Supreme Top Suite on the top floor of the Invincible Hotel. The configuration of this Invincible Hotel branch mirrored that of the main store at Lingyun Mountain. He enjoyed a delicious and extravagant meal in the hotel restaurant. Then, gazing at his steadily increasing stash of amethyst coins, he felt exceptionally satisfied. Gu Chen was considering whether to develop a new service, food delivery.
This way, customers could enjoy the delicacies of the Invincible supermarket right in their hotel rooms, without having to step outside.
Then, charging them a small delivery fee would be quite reasonable, right?
To make it more appealing, Gu Chen decided to create a customized menu exclusively for the Invincible Hotel's clients, offering special dishes available only through food delivery.
Then charging 10 purple crystal coins per delivery isn't excessive, is it? No sooner thought than done.
He summoned Xiao Bai in his mind and asked about the feasibility of this plan.
Xiao Bai replied to Gu Chen, explaining the system could directly materialize goods in customers' rooms. The system could embed a delivery app in customers' room mobile phones.
When customers place orders through the app, the system would automatically deduct their purple crystal coins, then intelligently place corresponding orders in the system shop before materializing items in their rooms. This way, Gu Chen didn't have to worry about a single thing. The system would even update the app menu based on each cuisine's popularity, determining the next day's featured dishes according to daily sales.
Now Gu Chen didn't even need to bother with the menu. Gu Chen couldn't help but marvel once again at Xiao Bai's thoughtfulness.
He didn't know about other systems, but he truly felt Little Bai was the most considerate system in the world. Following routine, Gu Chen activated the Invincible Protective Shield within a 10-meter radius around the Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel to boost the latter's competitiveness. Gu Chen realized he was growing increasingly comfortable in his merchant role. His thoughts now constantly revolved around earning more purple crystal coins. Indeed, chasing wealth can become quite addictive.
Gu Chen sighed with emotion.
Gu Chen instructed Xiao Bai to synchronize and update the food delivery app across all Invincible hotels, while also posting notices in every Invincible supermarket to promote this new service.
Gu Chen even gave this app a catchy name, Invincible Food Delivery App.
Moreover, the Invincible Food Delivery app wasn't limited to just ordering meals. It allowed customers to purchase various daily necessities and other goods available in Gu Chen's Invincible supermarkets, making it exceptionally convenient. The Invincible Takeout app had just appeared on the phone in the Invincible hotel room when a customer who happened to be scrolling through their phone noticed it. Out of curiosity, they clicked into it only to find an array of products inside, food items they had never seen before at the Invincible supermarket, all looking incredibly enticing. Having just returned from fighting zombies outside, they were too exhausted to move and simply wanted to collapse on the bed.
Unable to resist, they ended up ordering a few of their favorite dishes to try.
Right after they completed the payment, the amethyst coins were automatically deducted, and the food instantly appeared on the room's table. Steaming hot and aromatic, it even came with utensils, making one's mouth water at first glance.
He exclaimed in amazement. It couldn't have taken more than 3 seconds, could it?
The food he ordered had already arrived. He wondered how Boss Gu managed such a feat. He didn't dwell on it any longer and hurried over, devouring the meal with gusto. To his surprise, he found the food even more delicious than what he bought at the Invincible supermarket.
Was it just his imagination?
As for those 10 purple crystal coin delivery fees, he believed they were totally worth letting the other party earn. With such miraculous delivery speeds and food that tasted this good, what's wrong with a small delivery charge?
Isn't it completely justified? Does Boss Gu's delivery service come without costs? This is absolutely reasonable.
He had already become completely devoted to the Invincible Takeout app. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was still planning to have different menus for each Invincible hotel, giving customers a sense of novelty. If they wanted to try other dishes, they could simply order takeout from farther locations, with a slightly increased delivery fee, of course.
Sounds reasonable, right?
In reality, it was all up to the system's whim. Delivery distance made no difference.
After eating and drinking his fill, Gu Chen went downstairs to find Luo Yan.
Having just eliminated Zhuo Rongxing and his underlings, someone needed to take over their base.
He thought Luo Yan was an excellent candidate. Luo Yan commanded formidable forces and possessed strong leadership skills.
Most importantly, he showed great respect toward Gu Chen and had contributed numerous purple crystal coins to him. Who else could be more suitable than Luo Yan? When Gu Chen approached Luo Yan and explained the matter, Luo Yan immediately saw this as his opportunity to unify Lancheng. With the powerful material support from Boss Gu on his side, why worry about not being able to compete with other bases? He asked Gu Chen to confirm one thing. Boss Gu, if I pay the same amount of purple crystal coins, can you open another branch in our city? What else could Gu Chen say? Of course he could. Establishing branches in Lancheng didn't cost anything anyway. If he weren't worried that opening too many might dilute the brand's exclusivity, he'd have already spread Invincible supermarkets and Invincible hotels across the entire city. Now, someone was actually paying him to open more. Now he had the purple crystal coins, the prestige, and the perfect excuse all at once. Gu Chen found himself liking Luo Yan more and more. No wonder this guy managed to become a base leader. Seeing Gu Chen agree, Luo Yan was delighted. He immediately went to contact the leaders of several other bases to share with them all about the auction house visit and the wonders of Boss Gu. Plus, he'd bring them to experience the Invincible supermarket and Invincible hotel for themselves. If they become interested and want to have such a supermarket and hotel near their base, they'll have to hand over crystal cores and form an offensive and defensive alliance with Yunha Base, with Yunha Base taking the leading role, of course. What if someone disagrees? Easy, just persuade them physically. But he had confidence in Boss Gu. He believed no one could resist the allure of the Invincible supermarket and Invincible hotel. By then, I might even be able to skim a little profit from the price difference and transaction fees. Luo Yan grew more convinced this plan would work. He asked Boss Gu to wait while he used the satellite phone to chat with the leaders of each major base. Of course, Zhou Rongxing's base didn't need convincing, they could just bring people over to take it over directly when the time came. He was certain that once they learned joining Yunha Base meant ample food and comfortable living conditions, they'd be clamoring to sign up. Gu Chen, meanwhile, retreated to his room to unwind. It made little difference where he was, so waiting for Luo Yan wouldn't hurt. Who knows? Luo Yan might just bring him a pleasant surprise. He still loved lying in his room like this while money came rolling in, such a wonderful feeling this was. Meanwhile, Luo Yan's first satellite phone call was to the leader of a base he was on good terms with. Chapter 81, Kong Wenxiang raises doubts. Kong Wenxiang is shocked. Brother Kong, I need to tell you something. Didn't I attend an auction a few days ago? I know about it, but only young folks like you would believe those things could exist. It's obviously impossible, said Kong Wenxiang, the leader of Fierce Tiger Base. His current expression clearly showed Luo Yan's tendency to trust others too easily. You haven't suffered enough setbacks yet. At my age, we stopped believing such words long ago, he said with a face that clearly read you can't fool me with this. Luo Yan was left speechless. It seemed reasoning with him was futile, he'd need to see it with his own eyes to believe. Brother Kong, I swear this is absolutely true. I made enormous gains at this auction. The auction house owner has now set up a supermarket and a hotel right next to our base. Come and see it with your own eyes. You wouldn't believe me if I just told you, Luo Yan invited. He and Kong Wenxiang had life and death camaraderie, so his first thought was to give Kong Wenxiang a helping hand. Oh, just a supermarket and a hotel? What's so special about that? Tell me, what did you manage to get at the auction this time? Kong Wenxiang's curiosity was piqued by Luo Yan's words. What if I told you this hotel offers life-saving supplies, endless hot water, top-tier entertainment facilities, and an environment second to none where no zombies dare to approach inside? And the supermarket can provide unlimited supplies, even potions that can cure the zombie virus, plus many other magical items. Luo Yan said triumphantly, boasting as if these two shops were his own. Are you serious about this? Don't mess with me, brother. Kong Wenxiang was now equally excited. Brother Kong, after all our years of friendship, how could I lie to you? This was my biggest gain at the auction. I spent a fortune just to invite Boss Gu to open a branch here. Also, brother, let me remind you, it's best to show Boss Gu the utmost respect. His strength is terrifyingly formidable. Zhou Rongxing came after me with 200 high-level superhumans, only for Boss Gu to single-handedly wipe them all out. And I don't even think Boss Gu was going all out, it was like he was toying with them, Luo Yan said with undisguised admiration. Ever since witnessing Gu Chen's strength, he had quietly become one of Gu Chen's little admirers. Kong Wenxiang was startled when he heard Luo Yan speak like that. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? If what Luo Yan said was true, then this apocalypse would be a blessing. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he insisted on coming over immediately to see for himself. Still some distance from Luo Yan, he immediately gathered his team of superpowered subordinates and hurried toward Luo Yan's base together. After dealing with Kong Wenxiang, Luo Yan dialed the satellite phone of another base leader. Thanks to Luo Yan's enthusiastic promotion, these base leaders were utterly astonished by Gu Chen's strength and intensely curious about the Invincible supermarket and Invincible hotel. They made plans to visit Yunha Base to verify the truth behind Luo Yan's claims. Of course, they arrived with ample manpower, just in case Luo Yan's words were false, they wouldn't fall into his trap. But if Luo Yan's words turned out to be true, they could at least go stock up on supplies. So when they set out, they made sure to bring plenty of crystal cores. Soon, Kong Wenxiang, who trusted Luo Yan the most, arrived first with his team. From a distance, he spotted an astonishingly grand building near Yunha Base, completely out of place in the apocalyptic world. Surrounded by lush trees, gardens, and fountains, this was a sight nearly impossible to behold in the post-apocalyptic era. Nowadays, surviving is already a struggle. People are constantly scrambling for supplies every day. Who has the leisure to tend to flowers or worry about fountains? His confidence in Luo Yan's words grew a bit more. As he approached, his astonishment only deepened. The zombies, at most, lingered around the exterior of this building, unable to get close to it. Could this really be the hotel Luo Yan had mentioned, invincible, completely untouchable to zombies? Luo Yan, meanwhile, was already waiting on the path. He stepped forward and exchanged pleasantries with Kong Wenxiang. Kong Wenxiang couldn't hold back any longer and interrupted him. Brother, hurry up and explain this to me. I'm dying of curiosity here.
Luo Yan smiled faintly. He'd known all along that no one could remain unmoved by Bosku's charisma.
He first led the group to the Invincible supermarket, which was currently packed with people from Yunhua base coming to stock up on supplies. And every first-time visitor to the Invincible supermarket found themselves inevitably struck with awe. At this moment, Lan He was managing the shop.
With his imposing demeanor and handsome appearance, Kong Wenxiang couldn't help but ask, is this the legendary Bosku? He certainly cuts an impressive figure. Luo Yan shook his head. No, this is just Bosku's employee. He rarely oversees the shop in person nowadays. I'll introduce you to him later. Kong Wenxiang couldn't help but sigh. Even an ordinary employee was so extraordinary. He grew even more eager to meet Bosku.
Then Luo Yan began guiding their group around the supermarket, offering explanations as they walked.
Truth be told, introductions were hardly necessary.
The moment Kong Wenxiang and his men stepped inside, their appetites were instantly whetted by the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the store.
They never imagined they could still eat normal food during the apocalypse.
Even the most ordinary meal from before the apocalypse now seemed like an extravagant luxury. Despite their current formidable strength and high-level abilities, they would gladly trade all their powers for a lifetime free from want.
How could they resist when facing the Invincible supermarket's shelves stocked with all kinds of food?
Luo Yan also knew they probably weren't in the mood to listen to his explanations right now, so he thoughtfully suggested, why don't you go pick out the food you like first?
Let me tell you, Bosku's food here is absolutely divine, even better than 5-star restaurants before the apocalypse.
As he spoke, memories of these delicacies' flavors flooded back to him, and he realized he needed to grab something to eat too. Oh right, the currency here is purple crystal coins, exchanged from crystal cores.
Did you bring enough cores? Luo Yan reminded them. We did.
The base leader reminded us before we left. Everyone chimed in eagerly, clearly unable to contain their excitement any longer.
Then hurry up and go.
And just like that, a crowd of people joined the rush to buy. Then they each proceeded to get membership cards and pay. Fortunately, the dining area of the Invincible supermarket was large enough to accommodate so many people.
They couldn't wait to start eating as soon as they sat down.
The moment the food entered their mouths, they were utterly shocked. How could such delicious food exist in this world? They felt they had been wasting their lives before. Never mind that this was the apocalypse. Even before the apocalypse, they had never tasted food this good. Especially for Kong Wenxiang, his feelings ran the deepest.
Before the apocalypse, he too had been a wealthy man. What high-end restaurant hadn't he dined at? Yet not a single one could compare to the flavor of an ordinary home-cooked meal from the Invincible supermarket.
At this moment, they were all utterly captivated by the Invincible supermarket.
Chapter 82. Another branch established, 1.6 million in revenue. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Luo Yan took them to tour the other floors of the supermarket. At this moment, their faces were filled with constant astonishment. Just what were all these things? Were such things even supposed to exist in reality? Is this some kind of miracle? Is the owner of this supermarket some kind of reincarnated immortal? These thoughts swirled incessantly in their minds. Luo Yan smirked mysteriously. Now you understand why I was willing to pay top dollar to have Bosku open shop here, don't you? Kong Wenxiang and the others, still astonished, purchased the items they desired. The universal antidote potion was the most sought-after item.
In the apocalyptic world, such life-saving commodities were priceless, yet Bosku was selling it for only 1,000 purple crystal coins.
He couldn't help but feel that Bosku was practically a savior.
Others opted for high-grade guardian robes or protective puppets, while a few bought the level 1 speed attribute potion, mostly out of curiosity. Soon enough, they'd realize just how amazing these purchases were. Let me remind you all, you'd better save some coins to spend at the Invincible Hotel later.
I guarantee you'll be so delighted that you'll forget home.
Luo Yan genuinely feared they'd rashly spend all their purple crystal coins in excitement. The group had indeed been ready to exhaust their purple crystal coins to purchase all these supplies, but they held back after hearing Luo Yan's words.
After buying their desired goods, the group followed Luo Yan's lead to the Invincible Hotel.
Luo Yan had already reserved a VIP Supreme Luxury Suite at the Invincible Hotel in advance. He led the group to his room for a tour, eagerly awaiting their shocked expressions. Though he had witnessed this reaction countless times, it never failed to amuse him. Inside the hotel, they saw entertainment facilities like a card room, gym, swimming pool, and massage parlors.
While these were commonplace before the apocalypse, who would bother maintaining such venues now that the world had ended?
These places had long since fallen into ruin, and no one in the base had the slightest interest in reviving them. Several superpowered individuals were already itching to visit the game room, their fingers practically twitching with anticipation. Yet in the end, curiosity won out, and the group followed Luo Yan to his VIP Supreme top-tier suite. The moment they stepped inside, they were stunned by the sheer luxury of the room. After being astonished at every turn throughout the day, they were beginning to grow numb to the surprises.
Right now, if Luo Yan told them the moon was square, they'd probably believe him. The home theater, the large bathtub, the games they could play to their heart's content, the soft and comfortable king-sized bed, and the food in the fridge, everything about the room tempted them. After Kong Wenxiang asked Luo Yan about the cost of staying in the room, he realized he could easily afford it too. When he expressed his desire to move in, Luo Yan gave another mysterious smile. Brother Kong, wouldn't you like to have an invincible supermarket and hotel near your base too? This way you'll be able to enjoy these anytime, anywhere without having to travel back and forth. Kong Wenxiang was surprised to hear there could be such a good deal. He hurriedly asked what conditions Bosku required to open a branch at their location. Luo Yan had been waiting for this very moment. Luo Yan began elaborating endlessly about his hardships, then abruptly changed tack, saying, "It took all my effort to convince Bosku to open a branch in your base for 1.6 million purple crystal coins. I'm only telling you this price, Brother Kong. Others will get different quotes, so don't let it slip. Also, Bosku agreed to open the branch on one condition: we must form an offensive-defensive alliance. His idea is for me to maintain security in our launching district and keep an eye on these stores for him. What do you think, Brother Kong?" Kong Wenxiang was overjoyed. He fully grasped Luo Yan's implication but assured him it was no problem at all. Compared to the invincible supermarket and invincible hotel, this was nothing. If such a small fee could bring an invincible supermarket and invincible hotel right next to their base, it would be an incredible bargain. In the long run, this is absolutely beneficial for the base's development. Just think about it, how many lives could be saved with an invincible supermarket? That way, his base could accommodate even more people. Kong Wenxiang quoted him the actual price without charging any markup, but other base leaders certainly wouldn't offer the same rate. After reaching an agreement with Kong Wenxiang, he went to knock on Bu Guchen's door. He knew Bosku was resting in his private room on the top floor, just as he'd mentioned earlier, telling them to come find him there if needed. Gu Chen, currently idle himself, immediately agreed upon hearing their request. "Once the purple crystal coins are transferred," he said, "I can head over right now to set up your branch stores." Kong Wenxiang remained astounded. Even after countless shocks today, he still couldn't comprehend how Gu Chen could casually claim he'd have such massive hotels and supermarkets operational within hours. Yet despite his disbelief, he chose to trust Gu Chen's word. This time he had brought all the crystals from the base, piecing together just enough from his subordinate's abilities to establish a branch store. They returned to the first floor, where Gu Chen instructed him to exchange all these crystal cores for purple crystal coins. Then he swiped the card for them. Ding! 1.6 million purple crystal coins have been deducted. A branch store can now be established for you. Kong Wenxiang was overjoyed upon hearing the notification tone. To increase their travel speed, Gu Chen gave each of them an invincible token. Of course, it was only a temporary, one-time solution. With the invincible token, they could ignore the zombies and sprint at full speed back to the fierce tiger base. After using the invincible token, they secretly made up their minds. Once the branch in their base was established, they would definitely stay at the invincible hotel. Even if it wasn't for the environment, hot water, or food, it would still be worth it for this invincible token. This is truly a life-saving treasure. After arriving at the entrance of their base, Gu Chen chose a plot of land roughly the same distance from Cloud Crane base. There were still some uneven structures here, which Gu Chen promptly flattened using his earth-based superpower. In an instant, the area became a perfectly level piece of land. This immediately stunned Kong Wenxiang and the others. They developed a renewed understanding of Gu Chen's capabilities. As the saying goes, hearing is believing, seeing is truth. No matter how extravagantly Luo Yan had praised Gu Chen's prowess before, they still harbored some doubt in their hearts. Now they were thoroughly convinced. In their eyes, Gu Chen merely waved his hand, and before them materialized a supermarket and a hotel out of thin air. Of course, the hotel wasn't as large-scale as Cloud Crane bases, appearing to have fewer floors. At this moment, Xiaobai's voice rang out in Gu Chen's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully opening a branch store. As a special reward, you will receive 50 space talismans, 50 teleportation talismans, and 50 beauty preservation pills." Ding! Please name this branch store. Alright, let's name them the Invincible Hotel, Lansong Fierce Tiger Branch, and Invincible Supermarket, Lansong Fierce Tiger Branch. This naming style is so typical of Gu Chen. Ding! Naming successful. Host, please assign staff to the branch stores. Chapter 83, Establishing a Teleportation Array, Some New Ideas. Gu Chen allocated 2 of the business robots from the gift package to these 2 shops. Ding! Host, please name the business robots. Following tradition, he named them Lawn Tiger and Lawn Second Tiger. Oddly enough, the names sounded quite nice. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Invincible Supermarket, Lansong Fierce Tiger Branch, and Invincible Hotel, Lansong Fierce Tiger Branch, are officially open for business. Everyone was now staring at Gu Chen with eyes filled with extreme fervor. His methods were simply too godly. Most people in the Fierce Tiger base didn't even know what the Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel were for. They just thought these methods were extraordinarily beyond the ordinary.
At this moment, Kang Wenxiang stepped forward and formally introduced Gu Chen to the crowd, elaborating on the immense benefits the supermarket and hotel brought by Gu Chen would offer the base. Upon hearing this, the crowd burst into cheers. If the base commander was telling the truth, they would never have to worry about food again, and their safety would also be guaranteed. These were the two most crucial things in the apocalypse. Their gazes towards Gu Chen were filled with gratitude. Surviving as a human in the apocalypse was truly too difficult. Not only did they have to constantly face the risk of being devoured by zombies, but they also had to worry about food and water sources. On top of that, the weather was getting increasingly colder, and without electricity, they couldn't even turn on the heating equipment. Now, finally, a glimmer of hope has emerged in the apocalypse. After finishing his remarks, Kang Wenxiang let everyone head to the Invincible Hotel and Invincible Supermarket on their own, specifically reminding them to bring enough zombie crystals. The crowd responded in unison and, carrying their crystals, couldn't wait to rush straight to the Invincible Supermarket. Seeing that matters were settled, Kang Wenxiang wanted to invite Gu Chen to visit their base, but Gu Chen refused. As if joking, could their base possibly be as comfortable as his own hotel? After hesitating for a while, Kang Wenxiang couldn't help but ask, "Boss Gu, why isn't our base's Invincible Hotel as large as the one in Luoyan's base?" He had previously noticed that Luoyan's base boasted an Invincible Hotel several floors taller than theirs. That was a bonus benefit from his auction. If you want a hotel of that scale too, you can spend some purple crystal coins on it. Gu Chen thought he could save himself the future costs of hotel upgrades, and even he couldn't help but despise his own cutthroat mentality. But there's no denying it, acting ruthlessly brings momentary delight, and sustained ruthlessness brings sustained delight. I'll operate all future branches exactly like this. How many purple crystal coins would that require? Kang Wenxiang asked nervously, worried he might not be able to afford it. For a facility of his scale, let's say 1 million purple crystal coins. Gu Chen quoted the price. He had initially considered inflating the numbers to pocket some extra profit, but Gu Chen felt he shouldn't be too merciless. After all, the remaining amethyst coins would inevitably end up in his pockets sooner or later. What a kind soul I am. Gu Chen patted his dwindling conscience with this self-congratulatory thought. Kang Wenxiang breathed a long sigh of relief upon hearing the quote, "not expensive at all." With just a few more days of saving, he could upgrade. By then, he could pool resources with others in the base. By the way, Boss Gu, when's your next auction? I missed the last one, what a shame. Gu Chen pondered for a moment. The current visitors were all locals from nearby areas, and the competition wasn't fierce enough. He decided to wait until he had more branch stores and his reputation was fully established before holding an auction. The timing isn't fixed, but the more branches opened, the sooner it'll happen. Then I'll call some old friends as soon as I get back. Boss Gu, can they also spend purple crystal coins to invite you to open branches in their areas? Kang Wenxiang suddenly felt he could channel his inner top salesman for the sake of attending this auction. Besides, if they managed to get Boss Gu to open branches in their locations, it would benefit the entire base. Those people would all owe him gratitude. Gu Chen thought this would work too. After all, the aircraft could easily make the trip. Sure, but there'll be a service fee based on distance. Gu Chen couldn't possibly deliver for free. Come on, he was making millions every minute now. Of course, that's only fair. The fact that Gu Chen had agreed to open a branch was already generous. Was charging a service fee really unreasonable? It was beyond reasonable. Heck yes. He decided he'd go promote Boss Gu's business right away. How should we contact you then? Kang Wenxiang inquired. Gu Chen casually handed over his contact details. Seeing there was nothing else to discuss, Gu Chen returned to his room at the Invincible Hotel in Yunhe base. He suddenly thought of something as he lay in bed. Xiao Bai, can we set up a teleportation channel in the Invincible Hotel? That way, customers who live far away won't have to travel long distances to attend the auctions. They can use that saved time to focus on preparing more amethyst coins instead. Gu Chen felt his idea was exceptionally thoughtful. Of course, host, since you possess spatial abilities, you can create teleportation arrays yourself. I, Xiaobai, can also assist you in setting them up. Then go ahead and build them, equip every branch store with it. Gu Chen continued pondering. Set up an access restriction, only guests staying in the VIP Supreme Deluxe Suite can use the teleportation array, with a usage fee of 10,000 purple crystal coins per trip. Master, shall we set the teleportation destination within the Invincible Hotel at Lingyun Mountain? Let's decide this way for now. Later when we have more branch stores, we could always charge fees to grant them access for inter-branch teleportation between locations. Gu Chen thought the teleportation array could also make him a fortune. How about charging 10,000 from each person? Gu Chen added. Alright, host. Little Bai will go set up the teleportation array right away. Little Bai was now at Gu Chen's beck and call without fail. Gu Chen wondered if he should buy Little White a new skin as a reward. At that moment, guests in various Invincible hotels were astonished to discover a sudden glow emanating from a spot in the hotel lobby. When the light faded, a massive hexagram pattern appeared there, intricately adorned with complex striped designs.
The lines of the pattern faintly shimmered with a lingering glow. Everyone was curious about what this symbol was meant for.
A line of text slowly appeared beside the teleportation array. It explained the purpose of the teleportation array. For most people, this teleportation array had no use to them at the moment, but for the merchants and base leaders who had large amounts of purple crystal coins, this was an unexpected delight.
Did this mean invincible hotels would soon become widespread in their bases? No more arduous journeys to attend auctions in the future.
Since Bosku was selling branch qualifications this time, maybe she could inquire whether her base could also open a branch. Guchen pondered whether to rename the supermarket and hotel. Recently, some customers had complained the current names weren't appealing.
Guchen believed customer feedback should be considered. He asked Xiaobai, can I rename Invincible Supermarket and Invincible Hotel?
Something more befitting the apocalypse. Xiaobai had no reason to refuse, of course, host.
The name Invincible was initially set by the main system. You can rename it based on your actual world's preference.